Hi there, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In today's cloud-first world, organizations are rapidly moving their applications and infrastructure to the cloud to achieve scalability and flexibility and even cost efficiency. Among the leading cloud platforms, Microsoft Azure has become a preferred choice for building, deploying, and managing applications at scale. Azure enables developers to create modern applications using cloud-native services, integrate APIs, manage databases, and deploy solutions globally with high availability. As a result, Azure developers are highly in demand across industries for building secure, scalable, and high-performing cloud applications. In this complete Azure Developer course, you will learn how to design, build, and deploy applications using Microsoft Azure. We will start with cloud fundamentals and gradually move into core Azure services, application development, storage solutions, and deployment strategies. As you progress, you will explore key services such as Azure App Services, Azure Functions, Azure Storage, and Azure SQL Database. You'll also learn how to integrate APIs, implement authentications, and build scalable cloud-native applications. By the end of this course, you'll have a strong understanding of Azure development and skills required to build and deploy cloud applications efficiently. Having said that, let's take a look at today's agenda for this course. We'll start off with Module 1, which is Introduction to Cloud Computing and Microsoft Azure. Module 2 is Azure Portal and Resource Management. Module 3 is Azure App Services for web applications. Module 4 is Azure Functions like serverless computing. Module 5 is Azure Storage Services like Blob, Table, and Queue. Module 6 is Azure SQL Database and Data Management. Module 7 is API Management and Integration. Module 8 is Authentication and Authorization in Azure. Module 9 is Azure DevOps and CI/CD pipelines. Module 10 is Monitoring and Logging in Azure. Module 11 is Containerization with Docker on Azure. Module 12 is Deployment and Scaling Strategies. Module 13 is Real-World Azure Projects. Module 14 is Azure Developer Interview Questions and Answers. Hope I made myself clear with that agenda. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that subscribe button with the bell icon to get notified whenever we host. Also, just so that you know, if you want to upskill yourself, master cloud computing and DevOps skills and land your dream job or even grow in your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's cohort of various cloud computing and DevOps programs. Simplilearn offers a variety of master's, certifications, and postgraduate programs in collaboration with some of the world's leading universities. Through our courses, you will gain knowledge and work-ready expertise in skills like application migration, auto-scaling, continuous integration, BI, microservices, database management, and over a dozen of others. And that's not all, you'll also get the opportunity to work on multiple projects led by industry experts working in top-tier data and product companies. After completing these courses, thousands of learners have transitioned into cloud computing and DevOps role as a fresher or moved on to a higher paying job and profile. If you are passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comments and in the description box to find DevOps and cloud computing program that fits your experience and areas of interest. So let's get started with our cloud computing full course with a small quiz. Which Azure service is primarily used to create and manage virtual machines? Is it Azure Blob Storage, Azure Virtual Machines, Azure Functions, Azure SQL Database? Please let us know your answers in the comment section below. Now over to our training experts.
Syra is a country singer, and recently she got sponsored by North American music company for her new album. She was really nervous and excited about the performance. Once all songs were recorded, she was set to release the album worldwide. So when she inquired about when it would happen, she realized she barely had 1 week left. She panicked and ran to the manager of that music company, Mark, to inquire how everything like editing, mixing, portfolios, and promotions would be done in just 1 week. That's when Mark answered, "Don't you worry, our production is managed on Microsoft Azure." Syra was confused and asked, "But isn't Azure a cloud service used to store your data?" Mark smiled and answered, "Well, it's true, but Azure is not just that, but much more. Let me explain it to you." Mark further explained that Microsoft Azure is an open and flexible cloud platform for services such as analytics, virtual computing, storage, networking, and more. It offers a constantly growing selection of products and services designed to satisfy all of your demands on a single practical platform. It enables its users to engage in cloud computing and is designed to manage tasks through Microsoft's data centers. A data center is a structure with networked computers, storage systems, and computational infrastructure that organizations like us use to gather, process, store, and distribute massive amounts of data. Upon learning what Azure is used for, she was still unsure how it would help her in the album release. Mark explained that in Azure, every production happens simultaneously every day. Azure builds mission-critical solutions to analyze images, comprehend speech, and make predictions using data simultaneously, hence multitasking. He further added that all the data of her album, for example, footage and audio, travel securely to the cloud from even the most remote locations. All the data is securely stored in the cloud, which can easily be accessed by the editors and other production members immediately. On realizing every process would run in parallel, Zaira was under the impression that all this would be a tedious and time-consuming job. Then Mark answered no. Only the data relevant to their role would be accessible to them. Same platform, same tools, same workflow, but just more efficient and secure. Zaira started wondering, asked that it must cost them a fortune to use such advanced technology. Mark further explained that the costs are easily controllable, so we only pay for what we use. And because our album is stored in the cloud, it's accessible from every corner of the world. For example, producers can review, approve, and make changes in real time. And video indexing makes the album searchable and understandable. Predictive analytics makes the most of marketing and distribution strategies. Therefore, no ad dollars are wasted or seats are left empty. Secure distribution means album releases smoothly and on time, as soon as the audience starts watching and reacting to every interaction. Azure analyzes their viewing habits to drive recommendations, advertising, and personalization. This makes future production decisions really easy. Zaira was relieved to understand this new technology and how it would help her build her future career. Azure is the best public cloud service available today, thanks to its speed, flexibility, and affordability, as well as its features and pricing. The Azure platform intends to assist organizations in managing difficulties and achieving their objectives. It provides solutions that work with open source technologies and supports all industries, including e-commerce, finance, and several Fortune 500 organizations. So, here's a question for you. Azure provides which type of cloud computing service? 1. Infrastructure as a service. 2. Platform as a service. 3. Software as a service. 4. All of the above. Give the correct answer in reasoning and stand a chance to win an Amazon voucher. Think about it and leave your answers in the comments section, and we will provide the answer next week. Today, some of the biggest companies in the world, like eBay, Boeing, Samsung, and BMW, are now using the Microsoft Azure infrastructure and the support they require for their better production and performance. When it comes to cloud service providers, Microsoft Azure's adaptability is proving to be a valuable quality that makes it a good choice in the healthcare, manufacturing, consumer appliance, travel, aviation, and entertainment sectors.
Microsoft Azure is a growing set of cloud-based computing services offered to corporations, developers, government organizations, and anybody else who wants to build an app or run a business on the internet without having to install and manage hardware or server software. But this much information is not enough to understand the complete cycle of its concepts. And that is what I'm here for. Hey everyone, welcome to this new video on Simplilearn on Azure tutorial for beginners. In this video, I'll take you around crucial Azure services and their in-depth concepts. So without doing any further ado, let's start with the video. But before diving into the Azure world, let's have a quick introduction to what is cloud computing. So cloud computing is the distribution of computing services via the internet, including servers, storage, databases, networking, software, analytics, and intelligence, to provide faster innovation, more flexible resources, and economies of scale. You usually only pay for the cloud services you use, which helps you cut costs, run your infrastructure more efficiently, and scale as your business grows. So this was all about cloud computing. Now, let's start with the start of this video, that is Azure. First, let's understand what is Microsoft Azure. Microsoft Azure is a growing set of cloud-based computing services offered to corporations, developers, government, and anybody else who wants to build an app or run a business on the internet without having to install and manage hardware or server software. In recent years, it has eclipsed both Windows and Office in terms of sales, making it Microsoft's fastest growing business sector. The Azure platform is designed to assist organizations in overcoming obstacles and achieving their objectives. It supports a wide range of industries, including e-commerce, finance, and a number of organizations. And it is open source compatible. This gives consumers the freedom to use whatever tools and technologies they want. Now coming to how Azure works, customers who subscribe to Azure get access to all of the services available through the Azure interface. These services allow subscribers to create cloud-based resources such as virtual machines and databases. Azure comes with 5 different customer support solutions from Microsoft: Basic, Developer, Standard, Professional Direct, and Premier. The scope and cost of these customer assistance programs vary. All Azure accounts get basic assistance for free. However, Microsoft charges a premium for the other support options. Developer support is $29 per month, $100 per month for standard assistance, and $1,000 per month for professional direct support. Microsoft does not provide pricing information for Premier support. Now that we have covered the basics of Microsoft Azure, let's dive down and explore the services offered by Azure. Well, there are multiple services offered by Azure, like machine learning, analytics, containers, compute, databases, developer tools, DevOps, hybrid, and multi-cloud, identity, integration, Internet of Things, management, media, migration, mobile, networking, security, storage, web, and virtual desktop. But among these, we will be discussing only a few which are widely used by organizations and individuals around the world, and we will be vividly discussing these features in depth. And these services are compute, containers, databases, identity, security, networking, and storage. Now let's start with the first one, that is compute. Azure Compute is a service that allows you to run cloud-based applications on demand. Disk, CPUs, memory, networking, and operating systems are among the computing resources it supplies, and the resources are on demand and can be accessed in minutes or even seconds. You only pay for what you use and for how long you use it. Azure offers a variety of computing solutions for development and testing, application deployment, and data center expansion. Linux, Windows Server, SQL Server, Oracle, IBM, and SAP are all supported by the service. The following are some of the most well-known services: Azure Virtual Machines, Virtual Machine Scale Sets, Azure Container Instances, Azure App Service, and Azure Functions are also serverless computing. Now let's discuss each of this one by one. First is Azure Virtual Machines. Virtual machines are software-based computer simulations. A virtual processor, memory, storage, and networking resources are among the resources available. Virtual machines, or VMs, run on operating system and allow you to install and run software much like a regular computer. You can use and operate the virtual machine as if you were sitting in front of it by utilizing a remote desktop client. Azure Virtual Machines allow you to construct and operate virtual machines in the cloud. Infrastructure as a service is provided through virtual machines. and they can be used in a variety of ways. Virtual machines are an excellent solution when you need complete control over an operating system and its surroundings. All of the software running on the VM can be customized just as on a real machine. Also, when you're running custom software or hosting arrangements, this capability comes in handy. Now coming on to the next one, that is virtual machine scale sets. Scale sets are an Azure compute resource that may be used to deploy and manage a group of identical virtual machines. Virtual machine scale sets are meant to provide real autoscale when all VMs are set up the same. Virtual machines do not need to be pre-provisioned. As a result, developing large-scale services for big computing, big data, and containerized workloads is easy. More VM instances can be added as demand grows. VM instances can be withdrawn when demand decreases. The procedure might be human, automated, or a hybrid of the two. Now moving on to the next one, that is Azure Container Instances. Container instances are Azure compute resources for managing and deploying containers. Containers are virtualized application environments that are lightweight. They're built to be dynamically formed, scaled, and stopped. On a single host machine, you can run many instances of a containerized application. Then comes Azure App Services. You can create, deploy, and scale enterprise-grade web, mobile, and API apps on any platform with Azure App Services. While employing a fully managed platform to handle infrastructure maintenance, you can meet stringent performance, scalability, security, and compliance requirements. A platform as a service solution is App Service. And following that, we have Azure Functions. When you simply care about the code that runs your service and not the underlying platform or infrastructure, functions are great. They are frequently used when you need to respond to an event, typically via REST request, a timer, or a message from another Azure service, and the job can be accomplished rapidly in seconds or less. Now that we have completed all the services offered by compute, let's proceed to the next one, that is containers. Containers are a type of virtualization system. You can run several containers on a single physical or virtual host, in the same way that you can run numerous virtual machines on a single physical host. Unlike virtual machines, you don't have control over a container's operating system. Containers are lightweight and designed to be built, scaled out, and stopped dynamically, whereas virtual machines appear to be instances of an operating system that you can connect to and administer. Containers are built to help you to react to changes on the go. Containers allow you to swiftly resume in the event of a crash of hardware failure. Docker is one of the most popular container engines, and Azure supports it. Containers offer these particular services: container instances, Azure Container Services, and Container Registry. Container instances are the quickest and easiest method to operate a container in the Azure without needing to manage virtual machines or use any extra services. It's a PaaS service that lets you upload your containers and have them run for you. Moving on to the next one are Azure Container Services. Azure Container Services or Azure Kubernetes Services allows users to manage, deploy, and control operations of a Kubernetes container. Orchestration is a term used to describe the process of automating, managing, and interacting with a large number of containers. Azure Kubernetes Service is a comprehensive container orchestration service for distributed architectures and high volumes of containers. And then comes Container Registry. A container registry is used to ease container development by easing storage and management of container images. Now that we have covered containers and the services offered, let's move on to the next Azure service, that is databases. Azure Database is a fully managed platform as a service database engine that automates the majority of database management tasks, such as updating, patching, backups, and monitoring. Microsoft has released a managed instance aimed at on-premises clients. So if we have any SQL databases on-premises that we want to migrate to Azure without any complex configuration or ambiguity, we can use managed instances. The most prominent services under database service are Azure Cosmos DB, Azure SQL Database, and Azure PostgreSQL. Now coming to the Azure Cosmos DB. Azure Cosmos DB is a multi-model globally distributed database service. You may increase throughput and storage across any number of Azure locations around the world in an elastic and independent manner. You can use any way of several common APIs to get single-digit millisecond data access. Throughput, latency, availability, and consistency assurances are all covered by Azure Cosmos DB's service level agreements. Now, Azure Cosmos DB enables schema-less data, allowing you to create extremely responsive and always-on apps that can handle constantly changing data. This functionality can be used to store data that has been updated and maintained by users all around the world. So next comes Azure SQL Database. Azure SQL Database is a relational database based on the Microsoft SQL Server database engine's most recent stable version. SQL Database is a fast, dependable, well-managed, and secure database. You may use it to create data-driven applications and websites in your preferred programming language without having to worry about infrastructure. So SQL Database's past capabilities allows you to concentrate on the domain-specific database administration and optimization tasks that are vital to your business. SQL Database is a fully managed service with high availability backups and other typical maintenance features built in. Microsoft is in charge of SQL and operating system code changes. You don't have to worry about the infrastructure. Coming to the next one, the Azure PostgreSQL. Now, Azure Database PostgreSQL is a cloud-based relational database solution. The server software is based on the open source PostgreSQL database engines community. When you use Azure Database for a PostgreSQL, your experience with tools and knowledge comes in handy. Moreover, it has various benefits like in comparison to on-premises resources, there is built-in high availability to ensure that your apps are always online. No additional configuration, replication, or cost is necessary. Pricing is straightforward and adaptable. You can expect consistent performance thanks to a pricing tier that includes software patching, automatic backups, monitoring, and security. Within seconds, scale up or down as needed to ensure that your service adapts to usage. You can grow computation and storage independently as needed. Automatic backups can be customized and restored to a specific point in time for up to 35 days. And enterprise-level security to safeguard sensitive data in transit and at rest. This protection includes data encryption on disk as well as SSL encryption for client-server communication. Now we have covered one more crucial service offered by Azure. Now let's move ahead and explore another service, that is security and identity. These two services are integrated, so we will be discussing them together. Identity management in specific is a process of authenticating first and then authorizing using security principles. And it involves controlling information about those principal identities. It provides these important services: Azure Security Center, Key Vault, and very important aspect of Azure service, that is Azure Active Directory. Azure Security Center. First, Azure Security Center is a collection of tools for monitoring and managing the security of virtual machines and other cloud computing resources in Microsoft's public cloud. The Azure Security Center is accessed through the Azure Management Interface by administrators. They may find a number of security tools in the Security Center to help them prevent, identify, and respond to possible security risks to their Azure deployment. To use the Security Center, organizations must have an Azure subscription. Next is Azure Key Vault. Azure Key Vault is a cloud service for storing and accessing secrets in a secure manner. Anything you want to restrict access to, such as API keys, passwords, certificates, or cryptographic keys, is a secret. Vaults are managed, and hardware security module pools are two types of containers supported by the Key Vault service. Software as well as HSM-backed keys, secrets, and certificates can be stored in vaults. Only HSM-backed keys are supported by managed HSM pools. Coming to the next one is Azure Active Directory. Azure Active Directory, or Azure AD, is a cloud-based identity and access management service from Microsoft that allows your employees to sign in and access resources such as Microsoft 365, the Azure portal, and thousands of other SaaS apps. Internal resources such as apps on your company's intranet and network, as well as any cloud apps built by your company. Azure AD is required for sign-in and identity protection in Microsoft Online Business, such as Microsoft 365 and Azure. If you sign up for any Microsoft Online businesses, you'll be given access to Azure AD, which includes all of the free services. Now we covered one more Azure service. Let's move on to the next service, which is networking. Now, Azure provides the scalability, performance, high availability, and enterprise-grade security. You need to satisfy your most extreme workloads requirements with more than 165,000 miles of private fibers across 60 plus regions and 170 plus network POPs around the world. Customers will have a consistent low latency experience thanks to service and integrate smoothly across on-premises, multi-cloud, and edge locations. So when you use Azure Networking's Network as a Service, you can concentrate on delivering your application logic. Network Watcher, Express Route Monitor, Azure Monitor, or VNet Terminal Access Point are all Azure networking services that can be used to monitor your network resources. So the first one we will talk about are virtual network. Azure Virtual Networks allow Azure services such as virtual machines, web apps, and databases to connect with one another, with internet users, and with on-premises client computers. An Azure network is a collection of resources that connects other Azure resources, isolation and segmentation. Internet communications communicate among Azure resources, communicating with on-premises resources. Route network traffic, filter network traffic, and connect virtual networks are some of the core networking features provided by Azure Virtual Networks. Next, we will talk about VPN gateway. A virtual network gateway, or VPN gateway, is a form of the virtual network gateway. Azure instances are installed in Azure Virtual Network instances and provide connectivity for services such as a site-to-site connection connects on-premises data centers to virtual networks. A point-to-site link connects individual devices to virtual networks, and a network-to-network connection connects virtual networks to other virtual networks. So now moving on in express route, With the support of a connectivity provider, ExpressRoute allows you to expand your on-premises networks into the Microsoft Cloud over a private connection. You can connect to Microsoft Cloud services such as Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365 using ExpressRoute. And any-to-any IPVPN network, a point-to-point Ethernet network, or a virtual cross-connection through a connectivity provider at a co-location facility can all be used for connectivity. So ExpressRoute connections are not made through a public network. As a result, ExpressRoute connections provide more reliability, quicker speeds, constant latencies, and higher security than traditional internet connections. Now we have reached the last service offered by Azure that we will discuss: storage. Microsoft Azure Storage Platform is a cloud storage technology designed for current data storage scenarios. A massive scalable object stored for data object, disk storage for Azure virtual machines, a file system service for the cloud, a messaging store for reliable communications, and a NoSQL store are all available through core storage services. The services offered by are Azure Blob Storage, Azure Table Storage, Azure Queue Storage, and Azure File Storage. So the first one is Azure Blob Storage. Blob Storage is a Microsoft Azure service for storing binary big objects made up of unstructured material like text, photos, and videos, as well as associated metadata. Blob storage objects can be accessed through HTTP or HTTPs from anywhere in the globe by users or clients' applications. Blob storage objects can be accessed using the Azure Storage REST API, Azure PowerShell, and Azure CLI, or a client library for Azure Storage. Coming to the next one is Azure Table Storage. Large volumes of structured data are stored in Azure Table Storage. The service is a NoSQL data store that takes requests from both inside and outside the Azure cloud. Now, Azure tables are great for storing non-relational structured data. Table storage can be used to store and query large amount of structured, non-relational data, and it will scale as demand grows. Moving on to the next one, that is Azure Queue Storage. Azure Queue Storage is a service that allows you to store massive amounts of data. Authenticated HTTP or HTTPs call allow you access the messages from anywhere in the world. A queue message can have a maximum size of 64 KB. A queue can hold millions of messages, up to the storage of account's overall capacity limit. Queues are widely used to build a backlog of work for asynchronous processing. Now coming to the last one is Azure File Storage. Azure Files provides fully managed cloud files that can be accessed via the industry standard server, message block, or network file system protocols. Cloud and on-premises deployments can both mount Azure Files file shares at the same time. Windows, Linux, and Mac OS clients can access SMB Azure file shares. Clients running Linux or Mac OS can access NFS Azure file shares, additionally using Azure file synchronization. SMB Azure file shares can be cached on Windows servers for rapid access near where the data is used. So now that we have covered all of the important services offered by Azure and their functionality, let's dive deeper into the concept and look into how Azure is better than other cloud platforms. So first is Microsoft Azure PaaS gives developers the environment, tools, and building blocks they need to create and deploy new cloud services quickly. It also provides the critical DevOps linkages required for monitoring, maintaining, and fine-tuning such apps. Microsoft handles much of the infrastructure management behind the scenes with Azure PaaS. As a result, Azure deployment allows for a singular emphasis on innovations. Second is the compatibility of Azure with one of the most beneficial feature of Azure, and that is the .NET programming language, which gives Microsoft a significant advantage over AWS and the rest of the competition. Azure was designed and tuned to work seamlessly with both old and new apps built on the platform framework for .NET programming. Now, Azure was built using the security development cycle, which is a leading assurance process in the industry. It has security at its core, ensuring that private data and services are kept secure and protected while on Azure cloud. Fourth is, on Azure, hybrid apps can be created that take advantage of resources in data centers at the service provider's end or within Azure itself. To increase usability and speed, Azure now offers a greater selection of hybrid connections, such as virtual private networks, caches, content delivery networks, and express route connections. Fifth is, if a company already utilizes Microsoft software, it is likely to be covered by Microsoft Enterprise Agreement. It is eligible to discounts on Microsoft software because Microsoft frequently modifies these agreements to reduce Azure pricing. As a result of the Enterprise Agreement, businesses can often get large discounts for adopting Azure. Let's have a quick demo for Azure services for their better understanding. So in this demo, we will first create our resource group and an SQL database for it and a server also. So first you need to log in your Microsoft Azure account and then click here and go to resource groups. Click on create button. So for subscription, we will have our free trial option and give it a name according to our requirement. Like for now, I'm giving it Azure Demo Simply. And the region according to your area, like where you want to deploy your apps, that you will be publishing here, and click on review plus create. Here you will get all the information that you need to review, that all the information here are correct or not, and then click on create button. It will take a few seconds. Now you can see this notification that your resource group is created, and here you can see that the name of your resource group, the subscription, and the location. So now what we need to do is we will create a SQL database for it. Here you can see all the details. So to create our SQL database, we will first need to create a web app. So where we need to go is, we will go to app services, and here we will click on create button. And again, we need to give it first we need to select our resource group. So we will click on the resource group we just created, and we will give it a name. So here I'm giving it Azure Demo Simply Web App, and click on code, so that while publishing we can upload our code. And runtime stack, we can select the language we have created our application in, again the region, and click on review plus create. So here you can just review all the details you just mentioned. It's taking a while. So here you can see subscription resource group, which you just created, name you gave, and the publishing runtime stack. Now all you need to do is click on create. You can see it's initializing deployment. You need to be very careful with the region because sometimes it may create problem while deploying. You can see deployment is in progress. Now you can see your deployment is completed. So you just need to go to resources. Coming back to the page, you can see the name of your application you just created. Now as we are done with the web app, now we need to create our SQL database. So coming to the SQL database page, we will click on create button. Again, the subscription we have to give free trial, and the resource group we just created because that's where we are publishing our web application, and that's where we need to attach our database with. So now we need to give a name to our database. So here I'm giving it Azure Demo SQL DB. And here you can see that we don't have any items to select as a server, so we will click on create new. Here we will create a server for our SQL database and give it a name. So I'm giving it a name. I'm giving it a name Azure Simply Server. As you can see, it's already taken, so I need to change it. So let's take Azure Demo Server. So now we are done with the name. Again, for location, we need to mention the region. So here you can see I've selected. Now coming, here we have to enter our admin login. So here I'm giving my organization's name. I need to give it a password. Then confirm password. And click on OK. So here you can see that database name has already been attached to it, the database we just created. For Elastic Pool, we will go for no option only, and then again we will click on review plus create. So here you can see all of the information that you just mentioned, whatever privileges you will have with your SQL database, and click on create. You can see deployment has been initialized. It's gonna take a while. You can see the status constantly and track them. Here you can see deployment is in progress, and in a while you will see the name being flashed over here. Now you can see your deployment is completed, and in deployment details you can see your database being created and the demo server you just created. Now going back to your resource group, the one we created at first, clicking on the name, we can see all the tasks we just did, like creating a web app, creating a database for it, and also a server for your database. Now all you need to do is publish your application that you created for yourself and deploy it over here. So this was all in our demo. I hope you liked it and learned something from it, and see you in the next tutorial.
Imagine this. You could be the Azure AI expert your company desperately needs without needing to become a tech wizard. Yes, that's right. You don't need years of coding experience to become proficient in one of the most powerful cloud platforms, Microsoft Azure. And what's even better, you'll earn a certification that not only boosts your resume but open doors to endless career opportunities, all from the comfort of your own home. It may sound too good to be true, but it's real. This course is designed for professionals like you who want to build the skills to design and implement intelligent AI solutions, even if you're not an expert coder from day one. I'm talking about the Microsoft Certified Azure AI Engineer Associate course, brought to you by Microsoft and Simplilearn. This isn't just another online course. This is your chance to become a leader in the world of Azure AI. So why is this course such a powerful opportunity? AI is transforming the business world, but many organizations are struggling to harness its full potential. Now, if you have ever thought, I want to use AI in my business, but I'm not sure from where to start, then this program is tailored for you. The Microsoft Certified Azure AI Engineer Associate course is designed to take you through everything you need to know about building intelligent applications using Azure AI services. And by the end of this program, you will be proficient in key areas like computer vision, speech recognition, natural language processing, and Azure OpenAI services. You'll even be able to build real AI-powered apps using Azure AI Search and Azure OpenAI. So whether you're building a chatbot, creating AI solution for business intelligence, or implementing image recognition system, this course gives you hands-on experience deploying AI-driven applications. Now, let's talk about what makes this program different from others. Now, this course is aligned directly with AI 102 certification exam, making sure that everything you learn prepares you for the official certification. You'll gain access to official Microsoft handbooks, practice tests, and hands-on projects to reinforce your learning. And the best part is you'll be guided by Microsoft certified trainers with years of real-world experience in AI, ensuring you're not just learning theory but gaining skills that are immediately applicable in your job. So whether you're a busy professional or someone new to this field, you will find that this flexible online format works with your schedule. Plus, you can always access recorded sessions and get 24/7 support from instructors and peers. It's all about giving you the confidence to succeed. Now here's a sneak peek at what you'll be learning. Over the course of 12 weeks, you will dive into Azure's AI services and how to implement them effectively. This includes AI solutions with Azure Machine Learning, understanding the core capabilities of Azure AI services, including Azure OpenAI Service and Azure Cognitive Search. You'll also learn about image analysis and computer vision, learn to build AI solutions for image recognition, face detection, and text extraction using Azure AI Vision Service. Then we also have natural language processing NLP, where you'll implement question answering system, custom text classification, and named entity recognition using Azure AI language. You'll also learn about generative AI, build advanced AI applications using Azure OpenAI for generating code, images, and text. You'll also learn about speech to text and text to speech applications where you leverage Azure AI speech services to build speech enabled apps and translate speech. Then we have AI search and document intelligence, where you'll create powerful AI search solutions and use document intelligence models to extract data from forms and documents. Then you have security and deployment, where you learn how to secure and monitor your AI services and deploy them using containers on Azure. But it doesn't stop there. The Azure Labs and real-world projects allow you to put all your new skills into action. You'll work on AI-powered projects like building chatbots, AI-driven business solutions, and image analysis tools projects that are ready to take you back to your workplace. Now, why should you choose this course? It's very simple. This Microsoft certification is recognized globally and will validate your skills in Azure AI. Completing this program and earning your certification will set you apart in a highly competitive job market. The course is also tailored to non-programmers who want to integrate AI into their business strategies. So whether you're an experienced developer or professional looking to upskill, this course has been designed to provide hands-on experience and practical knowledge, ensuring you're not just certified but also ready to lead the field of AI. Here's the cherry on the top. As a part of this program, you'll have access to Azure Labs where you can practice and solidify your skills in hands-on environment. You'll also be building a portfolio of AI projects that you can show off to potential employers. With major companies like Microsoft, Accenture, and Amazon looking for certified Azure AI professionals, you will be well positioned to land your dream job in AI. So are you ready to get started? The next cohort starts soon and seats are limited, so don't wait. You don't have to be a coding expert. If you have basic programming knowledge in Python or C# and a general understanding of Azure, this course is the perfect opportunity to expand your skill set and become an Azure AI engineer. All you need to do is apply, reserve your seat, and begin your journey towards earning your Microsoft Certified Azure AI Engineer Associate certification. This is your chance to become the AI leader your organization needs. The future of AI is now, and it begins with Azure. Now click on the link to enroll today and take your first step towards transforming your career.
Azure Kubernetes Service is a powerful platform for deploying, managing, and scaling containerized applications in the cloud. We'll start by explaining what a Kubernetes is, which is basically a container orchestration tool that helps you automate tasks like deployment, scaling, and management of applications. Then we will explore how Azure Kubernetes Service simplifies Kubernetes by managing the underlying infrastructure. So guys, before you move on, just a quick info guys. Simplilearn has got professional certificate program in cloud computing and DevOps in collaboration with ENICT and IIT Guwahati. In this, you can become an Azure, AWS, and DevOps and cloud expert. You will gain hands-on experience through real-world projects. So guys, hurry up now and join the course. The course link is mentioned in the description box. So let's start with understanding what is Azure Kubernetes Service. Azure Kubernetes Service is a managed Kubernetes service which is provided by Microsoft Azure. So basically, it's called as K8 or Kubernetes. It is kind of an open source platform for automating the deployment, scaling, and management of containerized application. If we talk with respect to Kubernetes. But this service is incorporated in Azure, so you can use it through the Azure portal. AKS simplifies Kubernetes operations by handling tasks like cluster maintenance, upgrades, and scaling, while giving you full control over your workloads. Now you would be wondering, what are the benefits of Azure Kubernetes Service? So first of all, it has a simplified cluster management. Azure Kubernetes Service manages your control plane for you, reducing the operational complexity. So that's why for any operation you want to perform, it makes it very much easier if you're using the Azure service. Next is cost effective. You pay only for the worker nodes as Azure provides the control plane for free. That is one of the greatest benefits of all. Then next is scalability. So it is easily scalable. You can scale it horizontally or vertically to handle increased demands. Now, if we talk about security, so you could see that it has built-in Azure Active Directory integration, in which you have role-based access control and automatic updates for security patches. And finally, you have integration with Azure services. It seamlessly integrates with Azure DevOps, Azure Monitor, and other services for CI/CD pipeline, monitoring, and logging. Now you'd be wondering when you are going to use Azure Kubernetes and in what scenarios. So first of all, let us talk about the microservice architecture. So suppose if your application is built using microservices, then you can use Azure Kubernetes. Now, let me explain what exactly are microservices. So, in a simple terms, microservices are a way of designing applications as a collection of small independent services, where each service handles one specific feature or function, such as user authentication, messaging, or payment processing. Okay, so I'll write all over here that it can be user auth or payment, or it can be messaging. So these are some of the parts where you can consider where each of these services are built independently of each other. So this kind of architecture is called microservices architecture. Now let us see how Azure Kubernetes services can help in this scenario. Azure Kubernetes actually makes it easy to deploy and manage these individual services. If you need to update or fix one service, you can do it without affecting others. For example, in a messaging application like WhatsApp, you might have separate services for chat, file sharing, and notification. With the help of Azure Kubernetes service, each service can be scaled or updated independently, ensuring the app remains functional even during the updates. Now, this approach improves flexibility, reliability, speed of development, and teams can focus on specific services and deploy them independently. Now, let us consider the next scenario, which is high availability. Now, what is exactly high availability? High availability ensures your application is always up and running, even if there is a problem with a part of the system. This is crucial for applications that needs to operate 24/7, like WhatsApp or consider any banking application. Now, in this scenario, Azure Kubernetes distributes your application's workload across multiple nodes or servers. If one node fails, then other takes over work automatically. This ensures users don't experience any downtime. For example, let us consider the same example of WhatsApp. Imagine millions of people sending messages during New Year celebrations. Azure Kubernetes ensures that if one server gets overloaded or crashes, the workload is shifted to the other server without users noticing any interruption. Now, why it is important actually? Azure Kubernetes service helps you meet user expectations by maintaining uptime and delivering a seamless experience, even during heavy traffic or unexpected issues. The third scenario where we can consider is building a DevOps pipeline. Now, what exactly is DevOps pipeline? A DevOps pipeline automates the process of building, testing, and deploying applications. It ensures that code changes move from development to production quickly and reliably. Now, how does Azure Kubernetes help exactly? Azure Kubernetes integrates with popular DevOps tools like Azure DevOps, Jenkins, or GitHub Actions to create pipelines. And these pipelines allows developers to automatically deploy updates to the AKS cluster after writing or testing new code. For example, if you're reading any new feature in WhatsApp, such as disappearing message, a DevOps pipeline ensures that the feature is tested and deployed automatically. Developers don't have to do this manually, which saves time and reduces error. This automation exactly speeds up the development and ensures consistent and reliable updates to your application. So in that scenario, it is very, very helpful. Now finally, we have the global reach. Now what exactly is global reach? Global reach meaning deploying your application in multiple locations worldwide. This ensures users get fast and responsive services no matter where they are. And how does AKS help? So AKS is available in Azure's global data centers. You can deploy your application close to your user's location, and this reduces latency, the time it takes for data to travel, and it improves the user's experience. For example, in WhatsApp has users across the globe. So Azure Kubernetes service will enable deploying chat services in data centers in Asia, Europe, and the US. A user in India doesn't have to wait for messages to be processed by server in the US, which ensures that there is a faster communication. Now, why it is important? Because AKS allows you to scale globally, deliver fast services, and cater to users in different regions while maintaining the same high performance. So, why you want to choose AKS for these scenarios? So, the simple reason is that AKS or Azure Kubernetes Service simplifies complex tasks like scaling, updating, and managing applications. Whether you are handling millions of users or rolling out new features quickly or reaching users worldwide, AKS provides the tools and infrastructure to make it happen with ease. So these were some of the scenarios where you could use the Azure Kubernetes service. Now, let us take a case study of WhatsApp. Okay. Suppose you're building an application like WhatsApp and you have to use Azure Kubernetes. So how it can be helpful in this scenario? First of all, let us consider the first feature, which is the message delivery system. So you have to deploy microservices for chat servers, message queues, and notification. So here, each service can scale independently to handle traffic spikes. Next is, suppose you have a scenario of high traffic management. So during peak times, as we have discussed earlier, AKS can help in scaling. So AKS can scale up message delivery pods to manage millions of messages per second. Now, what are pods exactly? Pods are the smallest and the simplest unit in Kubernetes. A pod is a group of one or more containers, such as a Docker container, that are deployed together on a Kubernetes cluster. So pods are used to run your application and serve as a building block for managing workloads in Kubernetes. So this is a simple definition of pods. Now, the next feature where we can consider Azure Kubernetes can be very, very helpful, such as real-time updates. So you can use AKS to deploy updates to the app backend without the downtime. It will be like high availability, when your application will be, available for 24/7. So here the real-time updates will be happening. So in that scenario, Azure Kubernetes will be very, very helpful. And finally, we have the event-driven services. So you can handle features like typing indicators or reading receipts with separate microservices running on AKS. So when we consider an application like WhatsApp, we could see its certain features and how Azure Kubernetes is very, very helpful in this scenario. Now, let us proceed to the hands-on part, where we will be creating an AKS cluster. Now, before we proceed for the hands-on part, there are certain prerequisites. The first of all, that you need an Azure account. So you need to have an active Azure subscription. So you can see all over here that sign in or new to Azure, start free. You can click right all over here and you can click on try Azure for free and it is going to direct you to the payment page. Write your email address, create your password all over here. So when you give all your credentials, you will be directed to the payment process. So select the free trial plan. Okay. So all over here, you have to give your credit card or debit card and only 2 rupees will be deducted. And after, you have got your learning time, you can just cancel the subscription like before 30 days. So no money will be deducted. So for learning purpose, I could advise you to use the free plan. Now, when you have done all these things, so type all over here in this that Azure Kubernetes service. Okay, the same thing, and you will be directed all over here. So before proceeding this, there are certain more prerequisites. First of all, you should have a basic knowledge. So you should have a familiarity with Kubernetes concepts like pods, deployments, and services, which will be very, very helpful because the same concepts we'll be using all over here. Additionally, if you want to use Azure CLI, okay, so if you want to interact with the cluster while later, you can install Azure CLI or Kubectl, which otherwise will not be necessary for this tutorial because here I'll be showing you some simple, creating a cluster and deploying it. So first, after logging in and moving all over here and searching for Azure Kubernetes service. Okay. Now, after this, what do you have to do? You have to click on create. So you can see all over here that it is asking what is the subscription type. It is a free trial. And here you can create a new resource group. So for example, you can give the name as AKS resource group. Okay. Now, here you will be asked the cluster details. Okay. So you can give the name as it as dev or production standard. Let us consider as dev test. Okay. And here you have to give your cluster name. So you can say my cluster. Region, you can select US East. Okay. Now, what is the region? Okay. So choose a region which is close to US. So here you can select zone 1. Okay. Now, AKS pricing is free tier and you can choose the latest Kubernetes version. So by default, they have given 1.306. Okay. Now, if I talk about automatic upgrade, it is enabled with patch recommended. So if any update is coming up, it is going to be automatically patched up. Now, if I talk about automatic upgrade scheduler, so it is done every week on Sunday, which is the recommended time. You can also change this the first of every month, first Sunday of every month, and you can give also custom. And if you don't want to schedule, you can not schedule it. But this is not advisable. So we'll go with the recommended one every week on the Sunday. Now, let us see the node security channel type. So here we have selected the node image. So you can see there are a lot of options like none, unmanaged, security patch, node image. So we'll select the node image. Here, what will happen that AKS will update the nodes, when any new patch is going to come up. So all your security fixes will be done with the help of this. What will be the authentication and authorization mode we are going to select? So basically with the help of local accounts or Kubernetes RBAC. Click on review and create. So this will take few minutes, and after that your cluster will be created. So guys, as you can see all over here, that we have created my cluster with the resource group name as AKS demo. Now you could see the deployment is in progress. Now let us go to a portal and try to access our resource group. Now you could see here we have our resource group as AKS demo, and you could see that we have the name of our cluster, which is my cluster, and the type of service we are using. It's mentioned as Kubernetes service, and the location is Central India. Now, one more information, guys. Whenever you are creating a free trial account, so you won't be getting any good number of quotas. Generally, they give you 0 quotas for your VCU. So with the help of that, you won't be able to create your, Azure Kubernetes cluster. But you can request Microsoft to increase your quotas. So it will take 48 to 24 hours to do that in process. Now go to your Kubernetes services. Just click on it, and you could see here also your name like my cluster, their type, what is the resource group, the version of Kubernetes which you are using, the location name, what kind of subscription you have, what is your SQ. So all these things will be mentioned all over here. And you could see you have a lot of filtering options also, like you could have subscription equals all, type equals all. So these kind of things you can add. And also when you click on create, you would get options like automatic Kubernetes cluster preview, or create a Kubernetes cluster, add a Kubernetes cluster with Azure ARC, or create a Kubernetes cluster with Azure ARC. So for that matter of time, it's not so much meaningful to us, but just for information like I am telling you. So guys, as you can see all over here that we have successfully created our resource group and also my cluster. Now, when you will having the paid version of this, so you can also automate it by writing the YML file to automate your deployment process. Like suppose you have created any microservice and you want to automatically deploy in Kubernetes cluster, then you can just use Azure platform and you could just automate all those things. But for doing all those things, you need to have a paid version of your application. Now, what else you can do? So for practice, for if you don't want to go for the paid version, you can use Kubernetes in your local environment, and you can write a microservice and try to automate the deployment process for the same. Write a YML file and you can use Git actions to automate your deployment process.
Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn. Do you know that cloud computing is changing how businesses work, letting them use resources on demand, save money, and boost efficiency? Microsoft Azure is a top choice for many, offering a wide range of tools and services to meet various needs. With that comes the Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator Associate AZ-104 certification. That is perfect for those who manage cloud services like storage, security, networking, and computing on Azure. This certification makes you handy to manage tasks such as managing Azure identities, implementing storage solutions, deploying compute resources, configuring virtual networks, and ensuring everything runs smoothly with monitoring and backups. And in this tutorial, we will cover the basics of managing Azure identities and governance. You will move on to lessons about setting up and managing storage, deploying and managing compute resources, and configuring virtual networking. Plus, you will learn how to monitor and back up Azure resources to keep everything secure and reliable.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
And before commencing, guys, just a quick info for you. If you are aiming to become an Azure administrator and seeking top-notch online training and certification, your search ends here. Simplilearn's Microsoft Azure Administrator Associate AZ-104 certification training offers everything you need to boost your skills and credibility. Dive into engaging learning modules, hands-on labs, and expert-led sessions that make mastering Azure a breeze. And in this course, you will learn to manage Azure subscriptions, secure identities, administer infrastructure, configure virtual networking, connect Azure and on-premises sites, manage network traffic, implement storage solutions, create and scale virtual machines, and implement web apps. So are you ready to take your career to the next level? For more details, you can check the link in the description box and pinned comment.
So this exam is from Microsoft and AZ-104 is the code of that exam. Now, as you can see, this is AZ-104, which is the first step, which is a certification, which is nothing but the first step to the world of Azure. All right. Now, all right. So what is that link? That link is nothing but the study guide for you. It's a learning path from Microsoft itself. All right. Now, what do we have in this learning path? This learning path is designed to make sure people who are who wants to become Azure Administrator Associate, they can follow this learn path. All right. Now, every one of you, I would encourage you to follow this learn path. Whatever session I will be delivering will be based on this path only. All right. So as you can see, we have those who are very new to this session, to the world of Azure. You can go with the prerequisite for Azure Administrator. Now, every course, doesn't matter which course you're taking part, every course has its own prerequisites. So if you don't know anything, you can go for this prerequisite. All right. If you are an experienced professional, if you have if you're already working in IT, you're working in VMware or Windows or Linux, you can skip the first learn path, right? You can directly start with the second one. Okay, so if you click on it, every learning path has some kind of modules. So that's what we will be following. This is the learning path that we will be following. Okay, now what happens with this? If you're following this learn path, make sure you are logged in. So Microsoft keep track of your journey. Okay, so you can log in here before starting any of this learn path. Now, why I'm asking you to log in? Because you'll get some badges. So for example, if I log in now, and if I complete anything, I have already logged in. Let me just show you. Let me open here. Right. If I go to that particular link, so you see, once you log in, it keeps track how many modules you have been completed. Let me just ensure that I have logged in. Okay, so you see the first one is completed. So Microsoft keeps tracks of your work. So once you complete this particular path, it will show completed. If you have completed 20%, it will show only that number of modules have been completed and all those things. As you can see, the fourth one, I have only completed 97%. So that's why signing is important. So you can use your Microsoft account. If you don't have one, you can create one. All right, now what we will be covering. So I'll be following this link. So if you see, if I scroll down, what is required? Okay, so what is expected from the audience? What is expected from the people who are joining AZ-104? So this is what is you should already be knowing. Okay, apart from that, if I just simply type AZ-104 in the browser, okay, now this is the certification page. Right, so if you see what skills will be measured when you go for the exam, as you can see, what you should already be knowing as a candidate for this certification, you should have some information related to network, storage, compute, all those things. And you should be familiar with OS, networking concepts, servers, virtualization. In addition, you should have this info. If you do not have, do not worry, we'll start from basics. All right. And what skills will be measured? So if you see Azure identities and governance, manage storage, deploy and manage Azure compute resources. So these are the 5 actual sections that we will be covering. If you scroll down, you should see that this is what they have mentioned over here: identities, virtual network, storage, Azure compute resources, and monitoring and backup, which should be our last topic. All right. So this is what we are going to cover in our AZ 104 syllabus. All right. Apart from that, you can take some practice test. You can also launch the sandbox of exam just to get an idea how the exam will look like. This is about the global exam. All right. It will not give you any questions, but it will just give you the sandbox, the feel how your exam screen will look like. All right. And Microsoft has given you some prep videos as well. So before going for the exam, make sure you watch this. It's not mandatory, but if you want to have some more knowledge, you can just simply watch it. All right. And how many minutes we will be having, and then the policy of the exam. Now, these days you can also take exam from the comfort of your home. You don't need to visit any Pearson VUE center or any other center. You can simply schedule the exam and you can do the exam from your home. All right. And then just the languages in which this exams is available. So mostly I believe people here are English speaking. So you might be going for the English exam, right? And from here you can schedule the exam. So if once you get a voucher, I'm not sure if that is included in your fee. All right, you can get that detail from your uh, from the person who helped you to get that admission over here. All right. So you can schedule the exam from here. Once you click on schedule, it will take you to the Pearson VUE page. You just need to provide few details. And once you have entered those details, you just need to accept the NDA. And once that is done, your exam will be scheduled. All right. And once the exam is scheduled, the certification will be valid for 2 years. 1 year. All right. Initially, it's used to have 2 years, but since 2022, 2021, Microsoft changed it to be valid for 1 year. But you do not need to pay for the renewal. The renewal is free of cost if you do it within 6 months. So what happens when you go for the exam? Once I complete 6 months from the date of exam, Microsoft will drop me an email, right? So around 6 December or January, I should receive an email from Microsoft that my certification now can be renewed. So within 6 months, you have to renew your certification. Once you and that renewal is free of cost. You don't need to sit for the exam. You can simply renew from your profile itself, all right? And it's an open book. So uh, it's just done to make sure that you understand whatever new thing Microsoft have added or whatever uh, new topics Microsoft have added. It will test you on those new topics, right? And obviously it will test your knowledge on existing topics as well. So around 25-26 questions will be there when it comes for renewal. You need to renew it within 6 months. All right. If you are not able to renew it within 6 months, then I need to retake the exam. Okay. So that's what you need to make sure that you're giving the exam within the 6 months so that it will be again renewed for 1 year. All right. So that's what the renewal policy is as of now. It may change in future, but as of now, that's the renewal policy. All right, then these are some extra resources that Microsoft have provided you, like study guide. So study guide will give you some detailed requirement. For example, what is required. So if you scroll down, this is nothing but the study guide. So if I scroll down again, what I should be knowing, and at particular on a particular section, how many percentage of questions is expected. So for example, from the first section, it's expected to be around 20 to 25%. And the passing is around 70% for Microsoft exam. So if the total number of marks will be 1,000, you need to get 700 marks in order to pass, right? And then the sections are divided into subtopics like what you should know before setting for the exam. You should know how to create a user, how to create groups, how to manage a user or group, how to manage licenses, how to manage guest users. This topics, all these topics we will be covering, right? So as you can go through all this, so you should be knowing all these things, all right, before setting for the exams. Okay, so this is about the exam. Now, what are the prerequisites? So Azure Fundamental is the prerequisite, but not mandatory. So Azure Fundamental is nothing but the AZ 900 certification. This is nothing but the entry level certification to Azure Cloud. Right now, every track in Azure has a fundamental certificate. So does the Azure administrator path. Right now, if you are from database background, if you are from any other background, every topic in Azure, every track in Azure has a fundamental certification. So here somewhere we should see that. So if I just scroll up or scroll down somewhere here, we should see certification poster. You see certification poster over here. So this will uh, give you a PDF file which you can download, and you can see which track you want to follow. So if you are interested in infrastructure, so which is the first certification which gives me the entry to this particular track. So AZ 900 is the first certification, right? It's not mandatory that you should have this certification before going for AZ 104, but if you want, just for example, someone is coming from Google Cloud, someone is coming from AWS, they just want to know what are the equivalent services we have in Azure. So they can just simply go for AZ 900 and they can understand that thing, right? If you're interested in data or AI, so these are the entry level certification. Now, after getting the entry level certification, what are the next certificates available? So that you can see under the role based technical skills, role based certification. So first one we have is AZ 104, then 305, and then specialist certification. So if you're coming from the network background, this is what the certification is. If you're from the server background, this is what the certification is. If you just go right hand side, you can see there are developer related courses as well. There is DevOps related certificates as well. All right. And if you go extreme right, there will be some security related certificates as well. So this is nothing but a PDF where Microsoft has all the uh, whatever Microsoft is dealing with, whatever product Microsoft is creating. So they have certifications related to that particular track. All right. So that's about Azure Fundamental. Now let's start with the actual topic. So what is Azure? All right. So what is cloud computing? So let's understand in a simple example what cloud computing is. So if I just want to explain cloud computing in very simple term, I can say that cloud computing is nothing but keeping your data in someone else's computer. Now, this is the basic definition that you'll find over the internet, right? If you keep your data in someone else's computer, that is nothing but cloud computing, right? In other words, delivery of IT services, over the internet, that is nothing but the cloud computing. Okay, so everybody is using cloud computing. The cloud is not new. Okay, if you say the infrastructure services which got famous recently, but cloud is here from more than 2 decades now. Google Drive is an example of cloud computing. So what are we getting when we use this particular service? Google Drive is nothing but it's giving the storage as a service, right? I can keep anything I want until certain limit. After that, if I want to use, I need to pay. Same goes for Microsoft product OneDrive. Same goes for Apple product iCloud, right? So there are many. If you remember, the first one to do this was Dropbox, and then everybody else followed, right? So these are nothing but the storage as a service. So we are keeping our data, and where are we keeping our data? In Google's data center, in Microsoft's data center, in Apple's data center, or in Dropbox data center, wherever Dropbox is hosting. All right. Apart from that, there are many services available in the market which helps us to store our files over there. Now, what are we responsible for when it comes to Google Drive? Let's say I'm using Google Drive to keep some file, to share some file. What is my responsibility? So I'm using Google Drive as a user, right? So what will be my responsibility? My responsibility will be only the files, the behind the scenes storage and the servers and all those things. Whose responsibility is that? The service provider's responsibility, right? Am I responsible? Let's say the hard drive where my file is stored behind the scenes goes corrupt or goes crashed. That is not my responsibility as a user, right? It's Google's responsibility. They will make sure that they have your data, right? Obviously, it's free of cost, so you won't get any SLA or anything. But when it comes to cloud computing, you'll have some kind of SLA. So what is cloud computing? Is nothing but delivery of IT services over the internet. Okay, so that is what here we have mentioned. Cloud computing is nothing but the on-demand delivery of IT resources over the internet. Now, what do you mean by on-demand delivery? How many of you are using Ola Uber? So Ola Uber is nothing but car as a service, right? So whenever we have the demand, at that time we book a car, we use that car, right? And once the demand is over, we just release that car. So that is nothing but the car as a service. Similarly, when it comes to cloud computing, what we get, what are the IT resources? IT resources are nothing but servers, databases, networking components, right? So all this thing I can get whenever I need, right? So if let's say I get an idea and I want to create an application, I want to develop an application. Now, what is an application, guys? Application is nothing but, right? So you just need to do some kind of coding. If you have an idea and you want to convert that into business, you need an presence over the internet. You need presence over. You need to reach out to today's generation. So everything we are doing using an application, right? So what is that application? That application is nothing but a code behind the scenes. So where do we write that code? We write that code in a file. You'll be having a file. You'll be having, if you're using .NET or you're using Python, most of you might be familiar with Python, or you're using Java, right? So these are nothing but the languages using which we can create an app, right? So that is nothing but a code, and code is written over a file. So in order to host that application, I will be requiring servers. I'll be requiring databases. In order to make sure communication is possible, I'll be needing the network. Right? So all those things will be required. Okay, so how from where we can get it? So we can get that on demand. So if you get an idea today, in within a month, if your application is ready, you need to host that application somewhere. So in order to host that application on servers, I need those servers. All right, so those servers I can get from any cloud provider, and I can keep my code over there. Okay, and how much I'll be paying? I'll be paying, if I'm using one server, I'll be paying accordingly. If I'm using two servers, I'll be paying accordingly. So cloud computing is nothing but delivery of IT resources like servers, databases, network, and many more over the internet. So what I need to from the user point of view, what I need, what is my requirement? My requirement is only having a laptop with an internet connection. That's all. I don't need to create a data center and keep my server over there. Right? All the cloud providers, they have created data centers for you. They have their servers over there, and you can just ask them for the servers, network, for the databases, right? For the storage, whatever is your requirement. So if you create an application and that application requires a server and you need a server, so you can ask the service provider for that. What is your requirement? Just internet. A simple example, Ola, Uber, I have already provided. An example, Swiggy, we can take that example as well. Those who are not from India, you probably know Food Panda or Uber Eats. All right. So these are nothing but the food delivery services app. So whenever I need food, I can use these applications and I can order the food. Correct. So these are nothing but on-demand service. Whenever I need food, I'm in no mood to, let's say, cook my food. So what I can do, I can simply use this application and order. So it's like a food as a service. Whenever you need it, you just order and you'll get it. So what as a user I need a mobile phone where I have this application. And apart from mobile phone, I need an internet connection. Thanks to Jio, we all have it now, right? Every day 2 GB, 2.5 GB, whatever your service pack, whatever your plan is, right? So you just need an internet connection and you can order. Similarly, for IT resources, if you are in need of IT resources, you just need an internet connection with your laptop and you can how the number of servers you want. All right. So what is cloud computing in simple terms? Nothing but an delivery of IT services or IT resources over the internet. What are IT resources? Nothing but servers, databases, storage, network. All right. As you can see, all this thing you can get. You can create your mobile application. You can create your desktop applications as well. You can create web applications as well. You can create your databases as well. You can make use of hybrid cloud. All the clouds are these days supports hybrid cloud. So you can connect two clouds together as well. For example, you have some of your resources in AWS, some of your resources in Azure, and you want them to communicate with each other. You can do that. All right. So different types of cloud we have: public, private, hybrid. So what is the difference? Public cloud is like anyone can use that service and can create their own server. Private cloud is private to a particular organization. So for example, I'm my organization is, let's say, making use of private cloud. So only I can create resources in that private cloud. I mean, my organization can only create the resources in that private cloud. Public cloud is available to everyone. Hybrid cloud is like you're making use of private cloud as well as public cloud, or you're making use of two different clouds. All right. You can get servers from cloud computing. Okay. Another example I can give you is electricity. So what is electricity, guys? How do we get electricity? So there are some providers. If you are from Mumbai, you might know we have Tata Power. All right. So Tata Power provides us the electricity, and how much do we have to pay? Depends on your consumption. So if you consume so and so units, you'll have to pay. So if today, if I'm getting my bill, if this is my billing cycle, if today I'm getting, let's say, 2,000 rupees because I have consumed that much of unit. Tomorrow, if I consume less, I might receive 1,000 or 1,500 only. So similarly, when it comes to cloud computing, how much you'll be paying, so that depends on your consumption. So if you consume more, you'll pay more. You'll end up paying. If you consume less, you'll pay less. All right. So that's what cloud computing is. Okay. Now, what is Azure? So Azure is nothing but the cloud provider, Microsoft cloud provider. So you have understood what cloud computing is. All right. You have understood what if I take an example, you have understood what electricity is. All right. Now, how many providers do we have when it comes to electricity? You have Tata Power. All right. You have Reliance. Reliance is, I don't think so, providing electricity as of now. All right. Apart from that, you have Adani. Right. So there are different providers available in the market. So similarly, when it comes to cloud computing, Microsoft Azure is the cloud provider. Okay. So as you see over here, Azure is nothing but the cloud platform, and Microsoft is the company who is providing you that cloud platform. Okay. So Microsoft Azure is one of the top cloud providers. Who's another? You have GCP, Google Cloud. So Google Cloud Platform is nothing but the cloud platform coming from Google. We have AWS. AWS is nothing but the cloud platform coming from Amazon. You have Oracle Cloud as well. Apart from that, there are many other providers as well. All right, like in China, it's popular Alibaba Cloud. All right, IBM is there, NTT is there. So there are many cloud providers, but these are the most popular one: Microsoft Azure, AWS, GCP. Okay, Oracle will take. I mean, that will also come in future. As of now, AWS, Azure are the top cloud providers available in the market, but people are using GCP as well. Depends what is beneficial for your company. how good deals they are getting with which provider they get good deals with. So they'll mostly use that particular cloud provider, right? Now, why should we be moving to cloud? Now, before cloud, what was if before cloud, what was there? Cloud become famous if I say it become famous around 2015, 2016, somewhere around 2015, 16, right? Since then, people started migrating or moving to cloud. Okay. Before that, also cloud was there, but it was not that much famous. People were using it, but not that much. All right. So before cloud, what was there? So if you have an idea, you create an application. Now, in order to make sure people can use that application, I need to host that application, right? And in order to host that application, you require a server. So what is server? Server is nothing but you can consider you might be using your laptop, right? So similarly, this laptop is for commercial purpose. So you can use this is for your home purpose. So for entertainment, for your office work, for running Excels and all those, you have a desktop or a laptop at your home, right? If you want to host an application, you'll require similar kind of a computer, but instead of having 8 GB RAM or i7 CPU, it will have more compute power. So instead of 8 GB, it will have around TBs of RAM. Similarly, storage will also be high. The hard disk drive will also be high. The CPU will also be high. All right. So if you want to host an application, you'll be hosting that application in server, not on your laptop. Right. So that server is required in order to host an application. So before cloud, we used to buy this server that will cost you around in Indian rupees around 1 lakh something. All right. And then apart from just buying this server, you need to have an operating system as well. So what is an operating system? Operating system is nothing but a way to interact with the hardware of your server. It gives you the uh, uh, interface to interact with whatever we have in the server. All right. So you might be using your Windows operating system in your laptop. Similarly, for server, we will be requiring server operating system. It can be Linux, can be Windows. All right. So Linux is famous when it comes to server operating system. Also, we have server operating system from Microsoft, which is known as Windows Server. All right. So you need that kind of operating system. So for this, you'll have to pay another license cost. The license cost will be there. So first of all, you need to buy the hardware server that will be around this much. And then you'll need to buy a license for your operating system if you decide to use Windows. All right. If you go with Linux, then different distributions are there. If you go for Red Hat, you'll have to pay for the support. All right. Apart from that, if you want to use any open source, you can use it for free, of course. So you can save there for license cost, but you still need to pay for the hardware server. All right. So before cloud, we used to buy this. We used to buy the Windows operating system, Windows or Linux, whatever we want. We need to deploy that. And on top of it, you need to deploy your runtime. Right. So what is runtime? Runtime is nothing but on which language you're writing your application. You're writing it on Java. So you need to have Java runtime engine installed over here. If you're writing it on Python, Python runtime should be there. Linux operating system should be there. All right. If you're writing this on .NET, then .NET runtime should be there. So it depends on you on which language you're writing this application. So that framework you need to install over here. All right. Apart from that, if I want people to use my application, what is required? How do you access Google? How do you access Google Drive or Google? So we need to go to this www.google.com. This is nothing but the domain name. So you need to buy this as well, right? How do we buy this? This is you can buy this from GoDaddy. You might be seeing ads in TV and television, right? So this is nothing but the domain name. So you need to buy this domain name from any registrar. So GoDaddy is one of the registrar, right? And behind the scenes, what happens, every server, every computing device has an IP address, right? So this server will also require a require an IP address. So that IP address, for that IP address also we used to pay to the service provider. You might be having internet service provider, you're getting internet connectivity from your internet service provider. If you want people to reach out to your server, you need a public IP, and we will, if you need a public IP, we have to buy that from the internet service provider. Okay. So here I first of all I need the hardware server, then I need the operating system, then I need the runtime, and then I need the public IP, and I also need a domain. And once you have all these things, then people can use your application. All right. Now this, once you have all this thing, then people can use your application and can, whatever your solution is, they can use your solution. So if your solution is like Swiggy, where you are making a food delivery app, so once you have all this thing, then only people will be able to use it. Okay. Now where I'll keep this server? We have a server, we have bought all this thing, but where should we keep this server? If you keep it your home, you need that amount of bandwidth, that amount of reliability, and all those things. So we obviously we cannot keep this at home. So where should we be keeping it? So before cloud, we used to have data centers. So you need to build up a data center. What is a data center? It's nothing but a huge room where you will be having different racks. And inside that rack, you'll be keeping your servers. All right. So first of all, imagine today, if I go and buy a huge space, how much I'll have to pay. So I just mentioned the cost of server. But if I want to keep this server, I need to have a data center first. Inside that data center, you need to make sure you have proper cooling, you have proper power supply, you have proper generator in case power supply goes down. So all these things was required, right? So how much I'll have to pay only for hosting an application? Today, if you have an idea, you just need to focus on the app development. That's all. You simply use any cloud provider. They have already created the data center for you. You ask them that I need this server. So with the server, you can also get the operating system. You can also get the domain name if you want to use the free domain name coming from them. You can also use the public IP address, which the provider will provide you. So all this thing you can get from the provider. You don't need to go to different providers. So for example, for Windows operating system, I used to go to Microsoft. For IP address, I used to go to internet service provider. For domain name, I used to go to any domain registrars. So all these complexities have been removed. Everything is available over here. You can get it from the service provider itself, from cloud service provider itself. All right. So what are the benefits we are getting? The first benefit that I just explained is cost saving. So how I'm saving cost over here? Imagine I just cleared it, but imagine the same thing. You need to buy this server. So I need to pay whatever cost for this server is. I need to pay that upfront. And tomorrow, if my app is not working, it's not a hit. And just imagine I don't need this server. I've already paid this much amount, and if I don't need this server, then this amount is gone. Obviously I can sell it, but I'm not recovering all the amount, right? So here what I can do in cloud, if I don't need it, I simply decommission it, and I'll only pay for whatever servers, whatever compute resources I have consumed. So that is giving you the cost saving over here. When it comes to cloud, you don't need to pay upfront amount. I don't need to buy any hardware server. I don't need to pay that upfront cost. Okay. So today, if I'm hosting an application, and tomorrow, if I feel that I don't need it, I simply go and delete it. So I'll only pay for 1 day for the amount of time I have hosted, similar to your electricity or water bills. So the amount the more you consume, the more you'll pay. All right. Scalability. What is scalability? Scalability is nothing but increasing the number of servers. Now imagine back in before 2015, if I get an idea and I want to host that application, now whatever I mentioned earlier, you need to pay for the hardware server, you need to pay for the IP address, you need to pay for the operating system, you need to pay for the domain name. All this thing will have to pay, right? What if this server goes down for any reason? Will people able to access my application if this server is down? So your application will be down because you're hosting your application on top of your server, right? So if you're hosting your application on top of your server, and your server is down, people will not able to reach your application. Have you guys tried using IRCTC during the Tatkal time? So because of traffic, you can sometimes you can reach, you can open, you sometimes you cannot. Right nowadays it's quite stable, but if you're old as me, I am using IRCTC from, if I'm not wrong, 2012 or 13 something. All right. So back in the days during Tatkal, it was very hard to connect to the IRCTC website. Right. So why it was very hard to connect? Because all over the India, people from all over India trying to connect to the same domain, same, and maybe behind the scenes they'll be having less number of connections, less number of servers, right? So if IRCTC servers goes down, you won't be able to book tickets. You need to visit the railway station, and from there you need to book the ticket. So similarly, if your application is down, if your server is down, which is hosting your application, then you won't be able to reach. People won't be able to reach, right? So in order to avoid that, what we can do, we need to buy an additional servers. So this thing, adding extra instances to your server, is nothing but scalability. So why do we need scalability? In order to make sure we are not having a single point of failure, right? If you are a working professional, you might be having more than one person in your team, right? Why manager asks for more people? So that if any one person is on sick leave, other can handle the workload, right? So you have more than one person over. Similarly, you'll be having more than one servers. So if I'm paying $1,000 for one server, and if I want scalability, I need to buy a additional server. So imagine I need to pay all this thing again. Server cost, operating system cost, right? Obviously, public IP will be using only one, and domain also will be using only one. But for server and operating system, I'll still have to pay, right? So that scalability you can get over here. If you require, you simply go ahead and ask cloud provider, add an additional instance over there. So you'll have scalability. Tomorrow, if you don't need it, you just remove it, right? Security. So when we progress through our Azure journey, you'll understand how Azure is securing your data. So how Azure is securing your data? First of all, it is isolating your network with other organizations' network, right? So when it comes to Azure, you create a virtual network, and which is a private cloud in itself, right? So within a public cloud, you have your own network. So nobody will be able to access your resources unless you provide them the access. All right. And then whatever data you're keeping in Azure, all the data will be encrypted. So physically, if any person is having access to the data center, and that person takes the hard drive where your data is, he or she won't be able to read that data. Why? Because your data is in encrypted form. So in order to read that data, they need to do the decryption or unencrypt that data. All right. Deployment in minutes. So it will not take a lot time of yours in order to deploy the server. Within 5 minutes, your server will be ready. So before cloud, just imagine I need to go to any of the shop. I need to see which server is good for my application. I need to buy that server, and then I need to install that server inside the data center's rack. And once it's installed, I need to make sure networking is proper. All those things are proper, right? Here I can deploy a server within 5 minutes and host my application within an hour. If you have your code ready, you can host within 10 minutes as well. Okay, so a very quick deployment. You just need an internet connection, and you just need to connect to the cloud provider's portal. Elasticity is nothing but again scalability, but using the automatic way. All right. So when the traffic increases, I want to add additional resources. So what I can do, I can make use of auto scaling over here. That is nothing but elasticity. All right. So auto scaling means as soon as your traffic increases, automatically provider will add additional instances to your solution. Right. Once the traffic decreased, the additional solutions will be removed, so that Elasticity will give me the benefit of automatic scaling and automatic descaling, right? Whenever as per the traffic, right? And agility is nothing but the way to quickly recover. Okay, so Azure provides you lot of features or lot of services which helps you to create your own DR site. So if anything goes down, you can quickly recover. So that possibility is also there. So these are the 6 benefits that you can get when it comes to Azure. First, cost saving will help you to save lot of cost for your company. Scalability, you can make use of, you can add additional servers whenever needed. All right. Security, your data is encrypted whenever you're putting your data into Azure cloud. You can deploy your resources within few minutes. You can make use of auto scaling. All right. If you don't want to do the manual scaling, Azure provides you the way to configure auto scalings as well. Agility, you can make use of different services in Azure, and you can configure high availability and disaster recovery when if you require. All right. So this is what the benefits that we get. All right. So agility is nothing but how quickly you can recover from a failure. Agility is nothing but how quickly you can recover from a failure. So how can we quickly recover if there is any failure? You will have to make sure that your application is highly available. You'll have to make sure that you have a disaster recovery. So Azure provides you different services which helps you to create your DR solutions. Okay. And why this goes? So Microsoft Azure Administrator helps your user to manage cloud services over Azure cloud, but over Azure platform. So AZ104 will teach you how you can create your servers, how you can host your applications, how you can manage networking, how you can manage storage, and all those things, right? And as you know, Azure is having around 50-55% of market share. So after AWS, Azure is the second top cloud provider. Now Azure and AWS are the top 2 cloud providers. As you can see the Gartner report and all those things, and you should see Microsoft Azure as a second number over there, right? Uh, AWS started way back, right? So it was the first cloud provider, you can say the infrastructure cloud provider in the market. So that's why it is having the most market share. But if you see the Azure journey and the AWS journey, Azure has captured lot of a vast market share, all right? And maybe who knows, if Azure comes up with better services, it can beat AWS as well. But AWS and Azure is going to be top cloud providers in the market, all right? So this is what we have divided those 5 sections into these modules. So as of now, we are doing the introduction, then we'll move on to identities and governance, then we'll move on to networking, then compute, then storage, and then monitoring and backup Azure resources. That's what my plan is to cover. All right. So this is how I deliver the courses. I first talk about the identities and governance. Then I'll show you how you can create networks. Then we'll deploy some virtual machines, and all those virtual machines are nothing but the servers that we were talking about. All right. If your solution requires storage, so we'll discuss what are the different options available for storage in Azure. And then at the end, how to monitor your resources and how to take a backup of your resources. All right. So all those things we will see. Now, Praveen is asking me to talk about security in cloud. All right. So security in Azure is like whatever data you're keeping in Azure, all the data is first encrypted and then only added to the backend servers, whatever servers Azure is using to keep your data. All right. So your data is encrypted. And first of all, since I said that this is a public cloud and anyone can use it, so how your data is secure? That is the first question comes in people's mind when they want to choose a cloud computing. So how to choose the why we choose cloud, whether it's secure or not. All right. So how they make sure that your data is secure? So first of all, every customer or every consumer, every cloud consumer creates their own network. So that network is nothing but a private cloud for your company. Unless you allow someone to access your resources, by default they'll not be able to access. So you need to allow them, right? So whenever we use any cloud computing platform, they create your own network. So this network is an isolated cloud for your organization, for your company. Unless and until you allow someone to access, they'll not be able to access. Right? Similarly, if there is any other organization, they'll create their own network. So this is an isolated, even though this organization 1 and organization 2, using the same data center, they're not able to access their data unless they provide the access to each other. So that is how the first security layer is. The second security layer is whenever you're keeping your data, Azure is encrypting your data, all right? And when you access it, Azure is providing you the decrypted format. Okay, so how when I take an example of Google Drive, what happens behind the scenes? Google is having big data centers where they'll be having different servers, right? Inside that server, they're keeping your data. So if someone who has the access to the data center take the hard drive where your data is stored, they can see what type of data, what kind of data you are storing in the Google Drive, right? So how to secure this thing? Because obviously they need security personnel, they need the VMware or whatever they are using as a virtualization platform. They'll need those kind of engineers who require access to the servers. So if someone physically goes into that data center and take the hard drive where your data is stored, then he can see what kind of data you have. So that's why every cloud provider will encrypt that particular data, will encrypt the data, and then keep it on the data center. What is the meaning of encryption? Changing the data, protecting the data. So whatever you have written, that will be protected first. Right? So if you have written something ABC, so that will be encrypted. Additional data will be added over here, which is not in human readable format. All right, additional data will be added over here, and then that data will be kept in the data center. Right? So if someone who has physical access take the hard drive with him or her and attach that hard drive to the laptop, he or she will not be able to see that data. In order to read that data, he or she will first need to decrypt that data. All right. So your decryption keys and all, they will encrypt it and they'll provide you the decrypted format when you're trying to access your data. All right. So this is how the security is done when it comes to cloud. Now, obviously, there is layers of security. So we have some responsibility. They have some responsibility. So as we move forward, you will understand that. All right. So this is what we are going to cover in AZ 104. What are the career benefits when it comes to Azure? Now, if you go to LinkedIn and search for Azure administrator or a cloud engineer or an operations engineer or a SaaS operations engineer, you'll see people are demanding Azure, right? So people are demanding that you should know, you should at least have an AZ 104 certification. So as soon as you add AZ 104 to your resume, uh, you will get good job offers as well. All right, you can go to Indeed, you can go to LinkedIn, you can go to Monster, and you can see what are the requirements for cloud engineer, what are the salary range as of now, right? So salary totally depends on your current salary, or maybe if company is new. So if you would have started Azure AZ 104 back then in 2015 when it was new, people used to get 200%, 300% hike because it was very new. Cloud was very new back then. Now, if you see, my market is saturated, obviously, but still people are requiring AWS administrators, Azure administrators, cloud engineers, right? So you'll definitely get benefit. AZ 104 will definitely benefit your career. All right. Now, if you see the market trends, you can search for, you can see in Glassdoor how much salary you're taking. Whenever it comes to negotiating a salary, you first do a research, you see what people are getting. All right. Now, obviously, if you go to India market, you'll get around 30-40% hike. All right. But if you do additional certifications with Azure, for example, see in AZ 104, we'll only understand the concepts. We'll understand what are the different services available, what are the different features available. Right. But you need to contrast, or you need to get additional certifications as well. For example, how to deploy these resources, how I can automate deployment of these resources. So if you do all those things together with Azure, obviously you'll get good job offers. Okay. Now you can search LinkedIn and Indeed, and you can see how many positions are available. So as the year goes by, the requirement gets on increasing. All right. And if you see IT, the last decade, 2010 to 2020, belongs to the cloud professionals. Right. This decade, 2021 to 2030, will belong to data and AI. All right. As you can see, every company is going behind artificial intelligence. Right. So Azure has AI certificates as well, and AI platforms as well. So once you understand Azure, if you do AZ 104, you will be understanding Azure platform, and then you can choose your track. I'm not saying that AZ 104 will not give you a job. AZ 104 will give you the entry level jobs. All right. But as you can see, people are moving towards AI, people are moving towards data engineering, data scientist. People are moving towards that. Okay. So you need to make sure that you're doing AZ 104, you're understanding Azure. Once you understand Azure, you can take on any certificate which comes after AZ 104. Okay. The exam format I have discussed already from the exam page. So quickly, if you see, the exam name is Microsoft Azure Administrator. AZ 104 is the exam code. How many questions you'll be having depend on the question set that you get. You'll get 40 to 60 questions. That will be multiple choice questions. So you'll be having number of options. All right. You'll get 120 minutes, but you can confirm that from the Microsoft page. I think now it's 100 minutes. If I'm not wrong, you can confirm again that with Microsoft official document. All right. And the languages that are available. So I think 100% here will be going for the English language. All right. But you have that exam available in different languages as well. And what will be the passing score? It will be 700 out of 1000. One more thing I can share with you is that why Microsoft is asking you to go through this learn documentation, because you have access to this learn documentation when it comes to exam. Okay, so I can access this learn documentation, this AZ 104 study guide when it's coming, when I'm sitting for the exam, you'll be having an access. So once you launch your exam, somewhere here you should have the learn documentation option. All right. So for example, if there is one of the questions that I'm not familiar, that I'm confused. For example, let's say there's a question coming from this particular topic, and I'm confused whether it option A, B, C, or all of them. So I can come, I can see, I can go to this particular topic and I can read through it, and then I can select whatever answer I want to select. So that's why Microsoft is insisting you or recommending you to go through the Microsoft Learn, so that when it comes to the exam, you know which documentation to look for, instead of wasting time searching for the documentation, searching for the keyword. Okay. So limited access is given. You don't have internet access. You'll be having access to this particular documentation, and you can search for if you stuck somewhere, you can search for it. All right. So that's about the introduction, where we have covered basics of cloud computing and basics of AZ 104 as well. Somewhat the exam I have shared, portal.azure.com. So this is the platform. This is the portal, or this is the web app, you can say, where I can interact with Azure. Once you have provided, you'll be landed to this page. You can see the URL over here, portal.azure.com. So this is the home page that I have landed to. Okay. Whatever you're getting just first time, just cancel. Okay. So this is the link. Create your free account today. The first link. So you need to search like this, Azure free tier account. And this is the link that you need to click on. Okay. If I click on this link, it will land me to the Microsoft website, where I can create my free tier account. Now, why do you need free tier account? Free tier account is like you can use Microsoft Azure for first 30 days, which will give you 200 Azure credit limit. 200 USD, 200 US dollars. All right. If you convert it to Indian rupees, you'll get around 14,000 or 13,000 something for a month. Now, why do we have this credit? This credit is given to you so that you can test few services. For example, I create a server, I create a virtual machine. So that virtual machine will be deducted from this 200 US dollars. Whatever amount, how many days I'll be using those virtual machine, right? So that will be deducted from this through $200. If I create any other service like database or storage or whatever I'm creating, all these services, the amount that is cost will be deducted from the free tier, from the free credit limit that you have got. Okay. So you'll get US dollars 200 and that will be deducted whenever you're using. Now, what is the limit? What is the expiry for this 200 USD? 30 days. So after 30 days, let's say, for example, I was only able to utilize USD. So another 100 USD is gone. So that is only valid for 30 days. After 30 days, you are not getting any credit. Okay. But the account itself is free for 12 months. So this credit is gone, but there are a few services that you can use for another 1 year. So if you scroll down, you see you have 12 months of free for Azure virtual machine for Windows operating system. Same goes for Linux operating system. Same goes for SQL DBs, storage account, and then some other services. So these are always free, right? Some are restricted to 12 months. So I can only use that particular service for 12 months. After that, if I want to use, I have to pay. For 12 months, it's free. But after that, if I have to pay, if I have to use, I'll have to pay. Okay. Some are always free. So I can use lifelong those services. So this particular account that you're going to create will be free for 12 months. Some services you can use always, but obviously with free services, there are some limits. So you cannot use all the features that they have to provide. Like an example of Google Drive. What is the limit? 15 GB is limit. If I want to store more, if I want to store 30 GB of data, I need to pay to Azure, Google, right? Similarly, there are some free services, but there are some limit. If you read through, if you choose to go for the database courses, so you'll understand what Cosmos DB is and what this means. Okay. So only that particular thing, those particular services are free, not all. So if you see 1 GB storage is only free with this particular service. All right. So that's what free services are. And once the credit is over, and if you're using any services apart from this, those services will be shut down and you'll be asked to convert to pay as you go in order to use those services. All right. So if you want to create, you can click on start free over here. Now, what is the requirement when it comes to Azure free tier account? The requirement is you should have an email address which you have not used previously to avail the free services. So you need, every time if you want to create a free tier account, you need a separate email address. You cannot use the same email ID. Plus, you need your phone number. All right, if you read through, you'll understand what is required. Plus, you need a credit card details. Now, this credit card should be the credit card which you have not used. All right, now I have already utilized my free tier account, so I won't be able to create a new one. So every time you create a free tier account, you need different credit card. You cannot use same credit card for all the free tier accounts. All right. So one person, if they have one credit card, he or she can use only one free tier account, not 2 or 3 or 5. So this is not the case with AWS. In AWS, you can have a separate email address and same credit card can be used for creating a free tier account. So that's one thing that I like about AWS, right? In Azure, it's not like that. You need to have a separate email ID. You need to have a separate credit card, right? If I don't have a separate credit card, I can avail this free service only once, right? So I clicked on free tier account, and then you need to provide what? Your email address, right? So your address, your email ID, which has access to the email, can receive the email. You need that kind of email address over here. And what email address that should be? That should be an Microsoft account. You can use Gmail. You can use GitHub. You can use other sign-in options. You can use all those accounts. But what behind the scenes Microsoft is doing, it is converting them to the Microsoft account. So you need to log in, and then it will just ask you few details. So I'll use my personal email ID over here. Okay, so let's see another email address. So if I use this, so this is my Gmail account, but it will be converted back to Microsoft account. Yeah. So once I do next, it will ask me, now I already utilized this email address as well. So it will ask me for the password. And once I give the password, it will ask me few details. Now what those few details will be, that will be your address, your credit card, your phone number, all those details you need to provide. So you need to provide your region, your country, your first name, middle name, last name. Some are optional, some are mandatory, right? Your phone number. Once you have provided the phone number, you can verify your phone number by texting or calling, and then you'll have to provide your address. Once you do next, you see over here you need to provide your card detail as well. Once I provide all these details and click on next, I need to provide my credit card details. You see, identity verification by card. So if I utilize that card already, they'll not process the free tier account for me. So it's mandatory to have a separate card every time you want to use a free tier account. All right. So that's some limitation that I don't like about Azure. But yeah, if you want to use free tier account, you need to follow this process. Once that is done, just click on sign up and your free tier account will be ready. And in the right hand side, you can see that they will not charge automatically to your credit card, although they are asking you for the credit card details, but they will not deduct anything from your credit card. Only 1 rupee will be deducted just for verification, and that will also be credited back to your account. Okay. All right. And after 30 days, once I have done with my free tier account, they will not charge a single penny to my credit card unless I convert that account to pay as you go. All right. Got it. So that's about free tier account. If you want, you can create one. Now I cannot create since I have already utilized it. All right, now I'll go to portal.azure.com and I'll log in with my user. I'll sign out with this user and I'll log in with the user that I created for Simplilearn demos. So I'll mostly be using my own subscription for demo purposes. All right, so that's about the introduction. All right, so as you can see, I have directly been redirected to portal.azure.com. Now I'm using Simplilearn's lab, Simplilearn's credentials. All right, you see ODL user. ODL user is nothing but on-demand lab user. All right, so you'll see something like this in your username and password thing. All right, so coming back to the topic now. So now we will be starting with our first topic, which is administer identity. All right, guys. So let's start with the first topic, which is administer identity. I hope this is visible. So what is the first topic? The first topic we have here, if you see this particular topic, administer identity. So if I go back to Microsoft AZ-104 study guide, all right. So what topic are we covering here? We will be covering the first topic, which is nothing but manage Azure identities and governance. All right. So what I have done, we have divided this into 3 different topics. Okay. The first one, you'll be just understanding the basic concepts, what identities are, what Entra ID is, and all those things. After that, I'll show you how you can create users and groups, and then how you can access Azure resources. Right. So these are the 4 subtopics inside one section. The main section name is Manage Azure Identities and Governance. So as you can see from this particular section, you'll be receiving around 20 to 25% of questions. All right. And this is an important topic. So let's see what Azure Identities and Governance is. Active Directory, or if you're from the Linux background, are you familiar with LDAP server? Okay. So what is Active Directory? What is LDAP server? Or those who are freshers, you might be familiar. I you might be familiar with any platform like Netflix, Prime, or maybe Google Drive or YouTube, right? So those who are not familiar with Active Directory and LDAP, just forget it. I'll explain what identity is. All right. So what topic are we going to cover? This is divided into two subtopic: Microsoft Entra ID and user and group account. So what we are understanding over here, the Entra ID thing. Okay. Now, in order to explain Entra ID thing, you need to know the basics things in order to understand Microsoft Entra ID. The basic thing you need to know is Active Directory or LDAP, or you should be a user of any of this platform, so that it will be easier for me to explain this concept to you. All right. So if you're not familiar with Active Directory LDAP, just forget it. You are familiar with Netflix. I know 95% people here might be having the Netflix account. All right. So what is Netflix? Netflix is a platform, streaming platform, right? And how do you use Netflix? I'm a new user. I want to watch movies or stream or watch some series on Netflix. So what is the requirement? First requirement, or forget Netflix. You just want to access any service over internet. What is the first requirement? Service like free service like Google Drive or YouTube. First requirement is register the credentials, create the user account, right? So we create the user account. That is the first thing that we do, right? User creation is the first thing that we do when we want to use any of this platform. So what is this user creation? User creation is nothing but user is nothing but an identity, right? Now, what is that identity? So this Entra ID that we are seeing over here is nothing but an identity and access management solution. All right. So what we do whenever we want to use any of this platform, we first create the user. So when you join a new company, what the administrators there do for you, they create your user account so that you can log into the laptop provided by the organization to you. Once my user account is there, then only I'll be able to log in, right? Once my user account is there in Netflix, then only I'll be able to log in, right? So user account creation is the first thing that is done when it comes when you join a new company or when you want to try out a new platform. So what is identity and access management? It is nothing but a solution which helps you with this kind of thing, user creation. All right. Now, after user creation, what happens? Once how do you log into Netflix? Let's say you have signed up for user. So are we only providing the username? Apart from username, you provide few details, right? And the one of the main details from those details is password, right? So when you create a user account, you first of all provide the user ID, which is nothing but your username and a password. So what is this user ID and password? This is nothing but you can say credentials. So these are nothing but the credential. Now, why do we need this credential? To authenticate the user. Now, what is the meaning of authenticate? Authenticate is nothing but verifying whether username and passwords are correct or not. All right. So the first thing that we do when someone joins our company is user creation. In that user creation, we have few details like username, which department this user belongs to, what is the address, and all those things. Apart from that, there are two main details that we create. That is user ID and the password. User ID is nothing but user identification. Password is nothing but the secure string, you can say, which can be used, which is only known to this particular user, which is not known by everybody. Unlike Netflix, where we share our password, we do not share our credentials we do not share our credentials, our user organization credentials to anyone. So password is nothing but a secure string, which should be only known by that particular user, right? Now, in order to verify whether this user and password is correct or not, we do the process of authentication. So authentication is nothing but the way or a method of verifying whether user is the same user who he or she is claiming to be. Right? So in order to do this authentication, what do we need? First of all, if I'm using an app, what Netflix is doing when I'm creating a user, so Netflix is entering my details in a database. So whatever my username is, they'll enter my username, and in a secure form, they'll enter my password as well. And once I open www.netflix.com in web browser and I enter my username and password, that gets checked first. You might have noticed if you enter a wrong password, it will throw you some error, wrong credential, wrong email ID or password entered. So if any one of that user ID or a password is wrong, am I allowed to go in? Am I allowed to log into the Netflix? No, right? They'll throw this error, wrong credentials. I need to re-enter my right credentials. Correct? So there should be a mechanism which is checking against it. There should be a database where Netflix is checking my username and password if I have entered correct or not. So this thing of managing username and password is known as directory service. And directory services are used for access management for authentication purposes. All right. So the thing that I mentioned over here, these are nothing but the directory services. AD is Active Directory coming from Microsoft, and LDAP is like an open source one, which mostly we use in Linux. All right, it's nothing but a protocol, but in Linux we can create an LDAP server, which is nothing but the directory services basically. All right. So if you want to make use of identity and access, if you want to create users, if you want to provide them access to certain resources, then you need identity and access management solution. So if you are looking for identity and access management solution, then Microsoft Entra ID is the service that we have in Azure. Got it? Have you understood why in the first place we need Microsoft Entra ID? So in order to create users, create groups, manage users, modify users, you need an identity and access management solution. And Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but an identity and access management solution that we have from Microsoft Azure. All right. So that's the basic concept. That's the basic that I gave you an overview of first what directory service is, what authentication is, and in Azure what service do we have to achieve that particular thing. So what topics are we going to cover? First of all, we have already understood what Microsoft Entra ID is, and then we'll understand why should we be using it. What are the benefits and features? What are the different concepts? Concepts are nothing but different terminologies involved when it comes to Microsoft Entra ID. Okay. Then we compare. In previous slide, I just mentioned. Are you familiar with AD? AD is nothing but identity and access management solution on-prem. Okay. Microsoft Entra ID is counterpart over cloud. But if you want to use on-prem, then there is another service from us from Microsoft, which stands for ADDS, which is nothing but Active Directory Domain Services. So if I want to manage by myself everything, then I can make use of Active Directory Domain Services. So we'll compare that. What is the difference between both the products are from Microsoft. So what is the difference between Microsoft Entra ID and Microsoft Azure Active Directory Domain Services? And then we'll see what are the different plans and pricings available. Apart from that, we'll also see one demo today, which is nothing but self-service password reset. So I'll explain what self-service password reset is. All right. So let's start with the first topic, that is Microsoft Entra ID benefits and features. So usually this is the slide that I was using to I used all the time to make you understand the concept. So you might be having a laptop. In that laptop, what do? We create user account and a password. So when user logs into that user account and password, that laptop checks that with the directory server if the username and password are correct or not. If the username and password are correct, then only this user will be able to log into that laptop. Same concept is with application as well, as I just gave you an example of Netflix. So when I enter username and password on Netflix, Netflix checks that against the whatever services they are using. against that particular service if the username and password is correct or not. If it is correct, then only it will allow me to log in. All right. So what is Entra ID? Entra ID is nothing but cloud-based identity management solution. Apart from Microsoft Entra ID, the other product that we just discussed, what is Active Directory Domain Services. In order to use Active Directory Domain Services, what are the requirements? Let me tell you. Okay. If I want to create my own directory service, I want to manage all the things. So first of all, you need a server. So when we discuss about basic cloud computing, I explained you why the server is required. The another uh, use of the server, instead of only hosting the application, the another use of server is hosting this kind of services. So inside this server, I will need to deploy an operating system. So let's say if I want to use Active Directory Domain Services, I need to install Windows operating system, Windows Server operating system. On top of it, I will be deploying Active Directory Domain Services. So this server will become the directory server. Right? Once this service is deployed, then I need to promote it to the domain controller. And once that is done, then I can go ahead and create users, groups. I can provide them the access over the files, over the servers and all those things. So what is the requirement over here in order to create the users and groups? First of all, you need to have a server. On top of it, you will be deploying Windows operating system. Then you will be installing this particular service, Active Directory Domain Services, and then you will promote it to the domain controller. So there are 4-5 steps involved. Right? This is all when you want to manage by yourself. What if I say that you don't need to do anything? You will get identity as a service. That means all this behind the scenes will be managed by the cloud provider. What you can do, you can simply go ahead and create users and groups. So which is easier? If you think from the company point of view, from the organization point of view, which will be easier for me? See, I'm let's say I'm not a technical person. So obviously, I should focus on my business and I should only focus on creating users and groups and providing them the access. Right? So if I only focus on the work that I want to do, then obviously I don't need all these things. So I can simply sign up for Azure Microsoft and Microsoft Azure account, and I have access to Microsoft Entra ID without doing anything. I just need to sign up for Microsoft Entra account, and I have the access to Microsoft Entra ID. So I don't need to do all these things. I don't need a server. I don't need to install Windows operating system on top of it. I don't need to install these services, and then I don't need to promote it to domain controller. I can simply sign up. I have access to Microsoft Entra ID. All right. And I can simply go ahead and create users and groups. All right. So what identity management solution is what I'm explaining over here. So in order to log in, what do? You provide your username and password to your laptop, and that credential that you have provided goes to one of the directory server, whatever you have. And once your username and password match, then only that user will be able to log into the laptop. Right? So doesn't matter you want to log into any application or you want to log into any laptop or any server, there should be some kind of directory service, some kind of identity and access management solution which you are using. So your application or your laptop will check against that database whether username and password is matching or not. If username and password is matching, then only it will allow you to log in. Same concept. All right. Now, when it comes to Microsoft Entra ID, Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but the cloud-based identity management solution. You can say it's nothing but an identity as a service. ID as a service. All right. Now, in order to explain the benefit of Microsoft Entra ID, I gave an example that if you want to use Active Directory Domain Service, which is the Microsoft product for on-prem directory services. So if I want to use it, what I can do, first of all, I need a server. I need to create a server. Inside that server, I need to deploy Windows operating system. All right, in order to use ADDS, I need Windows operating system. Then I need to install Active Directory Domain Services, which is nothing but short form is ADDS. And then you promote it to the domain controls. This is the thing that you learn in Microsoft server side, AZ800 or 801. So once all these things have been created, then only I am able to create the users group. I can add user to the group, and then I can provide user access to the file server or whatever you want them to access. So this is all thing that I need to do if I want to use on-prem. But if I'm a business owner where my focus should be on generating revenues and just avoiding all this thing. But the fact is, without this thing, business will also not work, right? Because I'll be hiring people. So I need to make sure that only the right people who are my employees can access my resources. So I need some kind of identity and access management service. So I have two options now. I can create a server, I can do all this thing, and then I can start creating users and groups. Or I can simply sign up for Microsoft Entra ID. All right. All this thing behind the scenes will be managed by Azure. So we don't need to bother about all this thing. I just need to sign up for Microsoft Entra ID and I can go ahead and create users now. So all the authentications and all will be managed by Azure since it is nothing but an Azure service. It's a cloud service which we can use. How to get access to Microsoft Entra ID? You simply need to sign up for Azure account and any similar Microsoft product like Microsoft 365. So if you have signed up for those kind of product, you already have access to Microsoft Entra ID. So Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but a identity and access management service. All right. So Microsoft Entra ID, how you can define is nothing but a cloud-based identity management service. So anything which is cloud-based becomes a managed service, and managed service means whatever we need to do all these things, we don't need to bother about it. Everything is managed by the cloud provider. We just focus on creating users, creating groups, creating whatever services they have. Different identity and access management solution will give you different features. All right. So this is what Microsoft Entra ID is. Okay. Focus on concept. Have you understood what Microsoft Entra ID is? We will go step by step, so you'll understand it better. Okay. So if you have understood what Microsoft Entra ID is, it will be easier for me to just show you a demo. Okay. So as you can see now, I just shared how to create a free tier account. All right. So let's assume that you have already created an account. If you click this option, this is nothing but the portal menu. Okay. Here I can see all the services available in Microsoft Cloud, in Microsoft Azure Cloud. So this is known as portal menu. So if I want to search any service, so as of now, we are speaking about Microsoft Entra ID. So if I want to go to Microsoft Entra ID page to manage my users and groups, you see here, you have the service listed. So I can simply click on this portal menu and see if the service is listed or not. Right? So here you can see Microsoft Entra ID is listed. If any of the service that we are talking about is not listed over here, you see we have a search bar in Azure portal where you can search for it. When I'm speaking about Entra ID, so you can simply type Entra ID. So you see Microsoft Entra ID. All right. So if I want to go to Microsoft Entra ID, I can see I can go to that. So if you have registered, if you have signed up for a free tier account, or if you have your organizational account, if you're using Microsoft 365 like Microsoft Office or Outlook or Teams, any other service from Microsoft, you already have access to Microsoft Entra ID. Okay, so this is nothing but Microsoft Entra ID. Where you can see under the manage section, we have the option to manage our users, to create or delete users, whatever. Now, obviously, it depends on what kind of access you have. Okay, so if you search for Microsoft Entra ID, you'll be landed, and if you click on that, you'll be landed to that page. Now, remember one thing. Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but the new name given to Azure Active Directory. All right, so they have just rebranded it with the new name, Microsoft Entra ID. So in paper, in exams, Microsoft Azure Active Directory is now referenced as Microsoft Entra ID. But in general language, in general, in production or in organization, sometimes you'll hear people saying Azure Active Directory. Sometimes you'll hear people saying Microsoft Entra ID. So if you see anyone saying Azure Active Directory, is nothing but the same thing. Okay. First, they named it Azure Active Directory, but since the name was resembling to Active Directory Domain Services, people used to get confused. So Microsoft has renamed it to Microsoft Entra ID. Okay. All right. All right. So next topic, next slide. We'll understand the different concept that we have in Microsoft Entra ID. What are the different concepts? These are nothing but the terminology of Microsoft Entra ID that we need to understand. Right. So what are these terminologies? First of all, identity. So what is identity? So in Microsoft Entra ID, identity is nothing but an object that can be authenticated. Any object can be a user who can get authenticated, right? Can be an application which can get authenticated, can be your devices. Your computer has an account, all right? If you want to authenticate your computer as well, right? So identity is nothing but any object that can be authenticated, and you can authorize that particular object to provide access to any of the resources. Okay. The second terminology is account. And account is nothing but a set of credentials used to access resources. So if any identity associated with username, password, or smart card, or anything which can be authenticated. So any identity which has a data associated with it, like a username, password, like a smart card reader, like a biometric, any identity which has some kind of data associated with it, that becomes an account. All right. What is Microsoft Entra ID account? The account that you create using Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but Microsoft Entra ID account. All right. What is tenant and directory? So tenant is nothing but a dedicated instance given to an organization or an individual, whoever wants to use Microsoft Entra ID. Right. Sometimes I would refer to as Azure Active Directory, since this is the recent change, last year only. All right. So I am still used to use the term Azure Active Directory. If I'm saying Azure Active Directory is nothing but Microsoft Entra ID. Okay. So what is tenant and directory? Tenant directory are the same thing. Sometimes you will hear people say tenant. Sometimes you'll see people say directory. So this is nothing but a dedicated instance given to you, to an individual or to an organization. Okay. Tenant directory are nothing but the same thing. So this is a dedicated instance given to me. Now, Azure is a public cloud or a private cloud? Azure is a public cloud or a private cloud? It's a public cloud, right? So many people will be using it. I will be using it. I have my account. My organization has its own account. You guys have your own account. So how Azure will distinguish all other peoples, all other organizations? How it will separate one organization from other organization? So what Azure will do, if I sign up, I have one tenant. If any organization sign up, that organization is another tenant. You are signing up, you are another tenant. Right? So tenant is a dedicated instance to an individual or an organization. Every tenant, how to distinguish? You will be having a tenant ID. So that tenant ID is nothing but way to identify one tenant or another tenant or another tenant. So what is a tenant or directory? Is nothing but a dedicated instance of, you can say, directory services to one individual or an organization, whoever is signing up. Okay. So there is nothing but multi-tenant service where people are using. Since it's a public service, anyone can come and anyone can sign up. So in order for Azure to distinguish all these tenants, they provide you the tenant, they provide you the directory ID or tenant ID, you can say. Microsoft Entra ID tenant is nothing but a dedicated instance. All right. It's a dedicated instance for one individual or an organization. Okay, I have my own. My organization, if they have signed up, they will have their own. You have signed up, you will have your own. Okay, one tenant is dedicated to one. This tenant is dedicated to one person or one organization. Now, if I use the same email ID and sign up second time, and if I'm creating another tenant, I am part of two tenants. It's like a multiverse over here. I'm part of two tenants, but this tenant, both the tenants are separated with each other. All right. One organization can have multiple tenants, but both the tenants will be separated with each other. So whatever user I'm creating over here are different users. Whatever users I'm creating over here are different users. Right. Now there are ways to make sure that these users are part of this, these users are part of this. That is a different topic altogether. All right. One company has one tenant ID, that is correct. So every customer of Azure will have their own tenant ID. Okay. So I as my use as I as an user, I logged in. Let me just give you an example, just explain you over here. So you see, I have logged in with the on-demand lab user. So you see, this is nothing but my tenant ID. Now, if I go to the users section, you see the number of users part of this tenant. So these two users belong to the same tenant, labs admin and this user. So this users belongs to the same tenant. Now, if I create thousands of user over here, all the users will have same tenant ID. All right. So all these users will be trusted by this directory service, whatever directory service I have created. Right. If I created 1,000 users over here, all the 1,000 users are part of one tenant. It's like part of one directory, part of one company. All right. But this, let's say this user signs up for a free tier account. So he will have its own tenant. Now this user is part of two different tenants and both the tenants are separated with each other. So if this user goes ahead and create another thousands of users, this 1,000 users are different, this 1,000 users are different. Okay. Real example where you have a company who wants to use Azure services. If any organization wants to use Azure services, they'll sign up for Azure services. So once they sign up, how Azure will identify this company? They'll provide it a tenant ID. So that is a tenant ID dedicated to this company. Second company who signs up for Azure services, Azure will create another tenant for them. The tenant ID, this is different, this tenant ID is different. Now, both the tenants are different tenant. They do not have access to each other's resources unless they explicitly allow it. All right. So tenant is nothing but a dedicated instance to one company, one organization, or one individual, whoever is creating the account. Okay. I can explain in a very simple format, which is helpful for everyone. Are these two different things or same things? Netflix Prime. You have account in Netflix, you have account in Prime. Right? Can I use the same account? I mean, I can log in using the same credentials. That is possible, but can I use the same user ID and same password and watch Netflix content while logging into the Prime ID? By logging into the AmazonPrime.com, I just go to Amazon Prime over here. I logged into Prime, and can I watch the whatever Netflix has its in its own collection? Can I watch that? Is it possible? No, right? So these are two different worlds. Similarly, when one company wants to use directory services, and if they are relying on Microsoft Entra ID, if they rely on Microsoft Entra ID, Netflix will create its own Azure subscription or its own Azure tenant, and this will be one tenant from Azure point of view. Netflix will get its own tenant ID like this. Same when it's come to Prime, they will sign up for Azure. Let's just assume that they're also using Microsoft Entra ID. So from Azure point of view, this is another tenant. All right. So these are two different tenants. Netflix is one company, Prime is another company. These are two different tenants. Same goes for Hotstar or whatever services we have available in the market. If they are making use of Azure and Microsoft Entra ID, then these three are three different tenants. Okay. So any account that you create using Microsoft Entra ID, that becomes Microsoft Entra ID account. Okay, so if I make use of Microsoft Entra ID, and if I create a new user, you see the new user option over here. If I create it using Microsoft Entra ID, that account will become Microsoft Entra ID account. So it's just given a term where you are creating account using Microsoft Entra ID portal, using Microsoft Entra ID solution. If you're creating an account, that particular account will be known as Microsoft Entra ID account. It's just a name. It's just a logical name that is given. Okay. Another question from Sharad, where does it show user are of same tenant? So if you see, it's quite simple. Have you see in Netflix also you create different profiles, like I have option to create different profiles in Netflix, right? So all these profiles, I think 4 or 5 I can create. They are under same account or they are under different account. They're under same account. They use all of these users use the same user ID and password, right? If you create different profile. So if I log in using a user account over here, that means I'm logging into one of the tenant, whatever tenant I have been assigned. And once I log into the tenant, if you go to the users option, you will see all the users. So if I see all the users under this tenant, that means this user belongs to the same tenant. Okay. Now, obviously, I don't know the user ID and password of all the users. I'm not the admin, right? So I can log in with my user account only. So here I can see the tenant ID. This is my tenant ID. That's all. It's just a logical identification from Azure point of view that this is nothing but a tenant ID for this particular this particular company, Simplilearn. All right, so let me just go through this again. See, these are just the terminologies. Okay, now what is terminologies? Whatever services you'll be using, every service will have its own terms, own concept, own terms. All right. So in general idea, if I say an user ID, that is nothing but an email ID which you use in day-to-day purposes, in day-to-day activities like your Gmail ID, right? So Gmail account is nothing but your Gmail ID. So it asks you to enter an email ID and then password. So any user, any identity is nothing but an object that can be authenticated. Account is nothing but an identity that had data associated with it. That data is nothing but user ID, email ID, password, your location, whatever. So whatever data you can think of, whatever attribute that you can think of. Microsoft Entra ID account is an account which you have created using Microsoft Entra ID. So it is that simple. I hope you have understood what Microsoft Entra ID is, right? What Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but an identity and access management solution, cloud-based identity management solution. What is identity management solution? That allows you to create users, manage users, right? Modify users, delete users, then authenticate them. So all those things is nothing but identity and access management solution. So Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but an identity and access management solution. So if I'm creating an account, user account using Microsoft Entra ID, that will become Microsoft Entra ID account. If I'm creating it using Active Directory, that will become an Active Directory account. Right? If I create a Google account using any of the Google services like YouTube or Gmail, that will become my Google account. These are the simple, whatever services you are using. If I'm using Microsoft Entra ID, it will become my Microsoft Entra account. All right. What is a tenant? It's nothing but a dedicated instance for one company, you can say, for one organization. All right. And tenant and directory is nothing but the same thing. There's one more term, Azure subscription. All right. Now here between tenant and subscription. So remember one thing, Microsoft Entra ID tenant helps you to manage your identities, your users, your groups, your applications. Subscription helps you to deploy resources. Now, what are resources? Deploy servers, deploy network, deploy storage. All right. So these are the two different things. Now, in order to give a simple example, again, I'll take Netflix over here. You can right now you can go into the Netflix and you can create an account. I can create an account that is free of cost. But if I want to watch any movies or any series, I need to buy a plan. I need to buy one of the plan, whatever plan they are offering. I need to buy those plans, right? So in order to watch any movie or any series, I need to buy that plan. I need to pay something. So similarly, Microsoft Entra ID tenant is free of cost. You can go ahead, you can create, you can sign up, and then you can start creating your users. But you will not be able to deploy the resources. You'll not be able to deploy virtual machine, let's say. You'll not be able to create any network. All those things will not be possible unless you buy a subscription. Okay, so subscription is required over here. All right. So you need to buy a subscription. Once subscription is there, then only I'll be able to deploy all these resources, whatever resources I want to deploy. There are two things. Tenant is a dedicated instance to an organization where if you're only using tenant, you can create your users, create your groups, create your, you can register your applications and all those things. But if you want to deploy resources, you want to host your application, then you need a subscription in place. All right. All right. Now there is a difference when it comes to Microsoft Entra ID and Active Directory domain services. I just before starting this topic, I explained what if you want to use on-prem identity and access management solution, then you have the option of choosing Active Directory domain services. All right. Microsoft Entra ID is a cloud-based identity and access management solution. All right. So what are the differences? So differences are between the protocols they are using, right? Apart from that, Microsoft Entra ID is a managed service. So what is a managed service? In order to use Active Directory domain services, I need a server. I need operating system to install. I need the role that needs to be installed on this on top of that Windows operating system. And then I need to promote it to the domain controller. And then only I'll able to create the user. So this is unmanaged service. Unmanaged service is nothing but user or company, they have to manage it. Organization will have to manage all this thing. That's why they need the professionals like Windows admin or Active Directory admin, where they can manage all these things. They can create domain controllers, they can create users, create groups, all those things, right? This is a managed service. That means everything what we need to do is given to us as a service. That means it is managed by someone else, not by us, not by the consumer. All right. So it's a managed service. So any services, like a simple example, Google Drive. Google Drive is a managed service or an unmanaged service? Google Drive is nothing but a managed storage service where you are only responsible to keep your data. Similarly, for Entra ID, we are only responsible for creating users and all. Behind the scenes, whatever infra is required, that is the responsibility of the provider. Same goes for Google Drive. Behind the storage service, whatever is required, it's their responsibility. I'm only responsible for my data. I just bring my data, put my data, share my data with anyone I want. All right. So that is the difference between managed and unmanaged. Now, Active Directory domain services uses this protocols LDAP, Kerberos, all right, for authentication. If any user is logging into the laptop and this laptop is connected to the domain, so when the authentication is happening over here, these are the protocols that will be used when it comes to Active Directory domain services. All right, protocol is nothing but the language. So both should speak the same language in order to identify whether the user is allowed to log in or not allowed to log in. Whereas Entra ID gives you REST APIs, like you can query your users using HTTP, HTTPS protocol. You can do the authentication using all these new age protocols, right? Like SAML, WSFed, OpenID, OAuth. With the help of this new age protocol, I can authenticate users from AWS to Azure to Microsoft Entra ID as well. That means I have my resources deployed over AWS. I can use Microsoft Entra ID for user creation. Right? That is possibility. How it is possible? Because of these protocols. right? So these are nothing but the language, or these are nothing but the language that is understood by Microsoft Entra ID. So if you want to use your application, if you are creating any application, if you're developing any application, you have a application over here, all right? So if you're developing an application and you want an authentication system, the authentication module for your application, you can make use of OpenID on OAuth over here. So you can write your application in such a way that they understand OpenID and OAuth. Once they understand once the application understand that, you can use Microsoft Entra ID for authentication. That means anyone tries to logging into my application will route that traffic for authentication purpose to Microsoft Entra ID. Microsoft Entra ID will authenticate that user, and once the user ID and password is correct, I will give access to my application. All right. WS Fed is nothing but the federation, and SAML is nothing but I don't know the full form, but SAML is like if you want to use, let's say for example, I don't know if you are aware of ServiceNow. ServiceNow is nothing but the ticketing tool. All right. So you might be using Office 365, Microsoft 365 in your day-to-day life. So Microsoft 365 is nothing but the suite of services like Outlook, like OneDrive, like Teams, like SharePoint, right? So these are nothing but the suite of services. So do I need to provide different email, different user ID and password for all these tools? Simple example, Gmail. Using Gmail ID, I can make use of all the Gmail product, all the Google product. Using Gmail ID, whatever ID you have got, you can use YouTube. Using the same email ID, you can use Google Drive. What else do we have from Gmail? Google Sheets. All this thing can be accessed. Google Meet, right? All this thing can be accessed using same email ID. So how this is possible? This is known as single sign-on. So this is possible using SAML protocol. All right. So that is the protocol which is used to do all these things. So for example, if I'm using any third-party product which is not coming from Microsoft, ServiceNow, for example, it's nothing but a ticketing tool. All right. So if I want to use it and I have users in my company, I don't want them to use different email ID for ServiceNow, different email ID for Microsoft 365, different email ID for any other service. So instead of providing them different email IDs, I can make use of single sign-on. I can provide them single ID and I can onboard ServiceNow into Microsoft Entra ID using the SAML protocol. All right. Then in Microsoft Entra ID, federation services is included. In Active Directory domain services, federation need to create separately. Now, what is federation? Federation is nothing but trusting any other identity provider. I can give you a very simple example which will help you to understand. So I don't know if I logged in over here. If I go to simplilearn.com and if I click on login, we have Google, we have Facebook, we have Apple, we have LinkedIn. So using this, what is happening over here? We are trusting Google's email ID, we are trusting Facebook email ID, we are trusting Apple IDs, and we are trusting LinkedIn as well. So this means you can log in here using your Google account. You don't need to create a separate account for Simplilearn. You can use the same account and you can log in. Similar, you can log in using your Facebook account, LinkedIn account, Apple account. So Simplilearn is trusting all these identity provider. So that is nothing but a kind of federation. Now it does not mean that we have created a federation over here. This is nothing but a kind of federation. That means we Simplilearn is trusting all this identity provider. So similarly, if you have two different organizations, right? Users are over here as well. And here you have few resources like virtual machine, like storage account, like SQL databases. You want this user from one company number one, to access these resources. So how to do that? So where the authentication will happen? So one thing what I can do, I can create the same number of users, same user ID over here as well. All right. So that is one possibility. But then you need to manage the user account on both sides. If let's say tomorrow this user resigns, so I need to delete the account from here. Similarly, I need to delete the account from here. So I need to manage identity both the sides. So that's an overhead. That's headache for your administrators. If I have thousands of users over here, I need to create thousands of users over here. So in order to avoid that, what I can do, I can create a federation server on both ends, right? And I can trust company 2's directory services. Company 2's directory services can trust company 1's directory services. Similarly, company 1's directory services can trust company 2's directory services. That means whenever any user wants to log into this resources, if I'm trying to log into, let's say, this resource VM, what will be happening? The directory server from company 2 will redirect the authentication request to directory 1. And if it's authenticated, then only the access will be provided. So that is nothing but the federation services. That's a big concept, all right? And that is included in Azure Active Directory, in Microsoft Entra ID. You don't need to create the federation services separately when it comes to Microsoft Entra ID. So that is directly included, all right? But when it comes to Active Directory domain services, I need to create a federation server. So I need to have a dedicated federation server. So that is nothing but the federation. Trusting someone else's directory services is nothing but federated authentication, federated services. Okay. All right. The last thing we have over here is a Microsoft Entra ID is a flat structure. So I'm not going into depth into this particular point, because if you're familiar with Active Directory domain services, and I promise that this is the last time you are hearing ADDS, unless you are joining an organization where they are using Active Directory domain services. From AZ 104 point of view, this is the last time I'll be mentioning ADDS. All right. So if you have worked with ADDS, it has an hierarchical structure where first of all you create a forest, you create trees, and then inside that you create a domain. All right. So this is nothing but the hierarchical structure. Then you have the option to create organizational unit and all those things. Here we don't have that kind of hierarchical structure. Here we have a simple tenant. That's all. If you have your tenant created, you simply go ahead and create your users. In Active Directory domain services, you need to create all these things, and then only you can create your users, groups, and all those things. Right. So this is what we have in ADDS, and this is what we have in Microsoft Entra ID. Right. So it's a managed service. It uses different protocol when it comes to Microsoft Entra ID. It uses HTTP, HTTPS. All right. Federation services is included. That means we do not need to have a separate server which will only focus on federation, right? But when it comes to Active Directory domain services, we should have a different server which will do the federation, right? And here we have a flat structure, only tenant. That's all. We have a tenant. You create users groups. Here we need to create all this thing first. All right. It's like a single sign-on protocol, so I can onboard all these third-party applications, SaaS-based applications. See, if you log in, you need to go to Entra ID. Where will you find the tenant and user-related details? In Entra ID, because Entra ID is nothing but an IAM solution. So you need to search for Entra ID. Once you click on Entra ID, on the overview page itself, you'll see the tenant ID. If you can go to this page, tenant, Microsoft Entra ID, you should be able to see the tenant ID. Okay. All right. So once I click over here, you might be on another screen. And then once I click over here, you might miss it. And then you won't be able to be on the same page as of me. All right. Forget about tenant now. Have you understood what cloud computing is? All right. Have you understood what Microsoft Entra ID is? What is Microsoft Entra ID? In short, IAM service. What do you get when you use IAM service? What we can achieve, what we can do? Why in the first place I'll use Entra ID? So that I can create my users. right? Why do you want users? So that you have your company where obviously you will be doing, your company is doing something, they're doing some kind of business. So they'll be using laptop, they'll be using devices, mobile devices, laptops, PCs, all those things. Now their employees will logging into this laptops and will do their work, right? They'll do their work. So in order to create the user account, I need some kind of IAM service. So Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but an IAM service. All right. Now this organization, if they want to use Microsoft Entra ID, they'll have to sign up. So they'll simply sign up. So this, let's say this organization name is organization A. So they'll sign up for Microsoft Entra ID. They'll sign up for Azure account and they'll get an access to Microsoft Entra ID. So for this organization, organization A, this is the tenant ID for them. Another organization will do the same thing. They'll also log in. They'll also have users and all those things. They'll also have computers and all those things. So they will have different tenant ID, whatever. Now your question is why my tenant ID is not similar to your tenant. Simplilearn has signed up for many directories. So whenever user is logging in behind the scenes, a new directory is being created and the user is part of that directory. So it's obvious that you will not get same tenant ID. If your two users of your company, they are logging into Azure, they will see the same tenant ID since both the users have been created in the same directory. All right. Prasanjit is again saying Simplilearn is not see, did I mention that one organization can create only one directory? If organization A creates another directory, this is a different tenant from Microsoft point of view. Think it from the Microsoft point of view. Are this the same tenant? Company is same, but they have created two different accounts over here, two different tenants using a Microsoft sign up feature. So they can have multiple tenant. One company cannot have single tenant. I did not mention that. One user can create thousands of directories. So every directory will have a unique ID. All right. It does not mean that I'm launching the lab and I'm part of the same directory. If you can see my account, this is my user account. If I go to manage section and go to the users, if you see my user account in your directory, then we are part of the same tenant. If you don't see my user account over here, we are not part of the same tenant. Okay. Tenant ID, you don't have to do anything about the tenant ID. It is just an identification from Microsoft point of view. If you are the service provider, you take an example of bank. Bank is nothing but providing the banking services. So if you are one customer, you'll have one customer ID. Other customer will have different customer ID. So similarly, one organization will have one tenant ID. If same user creates another account in bank, let's say joint account with his or her spouse, then they'll have different customer ID. So one user can have can avail two different services from the bank. They're not restricting users from using different services. All right. Now Microsoft Entra ID comes with different plans. Okay. So what are these different plans? First of all, Microsoft Entra ID comes with the free of cost. I mean, you don't need to pay anything. You just sign up and start creating your users. So if you see over here in the overview page itself of Microsoft Entra ID, you'll see what kind of license you have got. Right. So as of now, my license is free license. So it comes free of cost. You don't have to pay anything. You can simply sign up and you can simply start using Microsoft Entra ID. All right. Now, if you see license, it's showing as free. Apart from free, there are few different premiums that are available. P1, P2 governance. Now, why you would be choosing P1, P2 or governance? So as you can see over here, some of the features that are available only with premium. All right, some of the features that are only that are available only with governance. So if you need advanced security features, then you should be considering choosing the premium tier. All right, free tier, you don't have to pay anything, but obviously you will not get all the features. Consider it like your Google Drive. Google Drive is free of cost for every Gmail user. They give you 15 GB, but if you want to store more data, obviously you need to pay. Similarly, Microsoft Entra ID is free of cost, but if you want to use features, you can, if you want to use some extra features like advanced group management, if you see over here, if you want to use conditional access, if you see it's not available with the free tier. If you want to use automated user and group provisioning to app, it's not available in the free tier. Similarly, there are a lot of features like privilege identity management, not available in the free tier. So if you want to use those kind of additional features, which are nothing but the security features that gets covered in AZ 305, not covered in AZ 104. So if I want that kind of features, I would be needing the premium license. All right. So it comes with 4 different tier. Free tier, freely available, anyone can use it. But if you want to use additional features, you would consider to upgrade from free tier to premium P1 or premium P2. So I have a link over here which will give you detail about all the features. And as you progress in Azure journey, you'll understand what this feature is, what that feature is. Now, obviously, AZ 104 does not cover all the features. But if you have enrolled for AZ 305, there we cover conditional access and privileged identity management. So you see, we have a free tier, then we have a P1, right, which will cost you $6 per user per month. All right, we have P2, which will cost you $9 per user per month. Similarly, we have the governance tier, which will cost you $7. Now, depends on you which feature you require. So according to the feature requirement, you will be choosing your premium tier. You can try it for the free, try free for the first 30 days. After 30 days, you'll have to pay. All right, so you see there are few features which are available, like for example, multi-factor authentication is available partially on free tier. So I can configure multi-factor authentication even in the free tier as well. These are nothing but the additions available in Microsoft Entra ID. All right, so if I go back over here, as of now, I have the free tier. You can confirm your free tier, or you are having the premium tier, or you are having the premium P2 tier. Right. In order to try for the premium or premium P2, Microsoft provides you the 30-day free trial. You can try it from here. You just provide your email address and you can try for free. All right. You can also activate it from the portal itself. If I want to activate, I can go under the manage section over here. Under manage section, you should see licenses. From there, I can activate a free trial. Right, so you can see I can activate a Microsoft Entra ID P2. Right, so for 30 days you can activate it, and after 30 days, it will automatically be deactivated unless you upgrade to the payment model. All right, so you'll only be using the premium tiers when you want to use this kind of features. Otherwise, if you don't want this security features, you can simply go ahead and use the free tier as well. All right, security does not mean that if we are not using this premium tier, we are not secured. You have the authentication itself is secured. All right, so your data is secured, that is not compromised. But if you want to add some additional security to your accounts, to your tenant, then you should be considering upgrading to P1, P2. All right, so that's about the addition. Right. And the last topic for this we have for this module, or for this topic, you can say, is implementing self-service password reset. Now, what is self-service password reset? As the name suggests, you can allow your users to reset their password by their own. That means what happens when you forget the password? Let's say you have a Gmail account and you forget the password. What happens? How can you recover your account if you have forgotten the password? I have a Gmail account, but I, let's say, forgot my password. So what are the options? How to recover my account? Yeah, OTP to mobile number, security questions, correct, OTP. We have the option to click on forget and set a new password. So that is nothing but self-service password reset. Self-service means the application owner is allowing you to reset your own password. You don't need to reach out to the Google helpline. Right now, imagine how many people are using Gmail account. billions, right, all over the world. So these days everyone is having a Gmail account, right? So if anyone forget the password and Google is not allowing you to reset your password by yourself, then what is going to happen? Everyone will make call to the help desk. Everyone will make call to the Google and ask them to reset the password. First of all, Google is providing you the free email services, and then if you're forgetting password, you're calling them to reset the password. So that's not a best practice, I can say, right? So in order to reduce those kind of help desk thing, what you can do, you can make use of this self-service password reset. Now we are aware how this self-service password reset work. What we need to do when we create a Gmail account, we provide our details. What details do you provide? You provide your mobile number, right? You provide your mobile number, your contact number. You provide if you have a secondary email ID, you provide that email ID as well. You set up few security questions so that in case you forget the password, Gmail will ask you what was the first city you visited, or what was your school name. So whatever security questions you will be setting up, right? So you have OTP as well. If you have given your contact number, they will try to send an OTP to that contact number, and then you need to provide that one-time code, right? So these are the things that we need to provide first. We need to configure first, then only we will be able to reset our own password. Right. So these are the things that we need to provide. So Microsoft Entra ID provides you the option to configure the self-service password reset for your users. You understood the concept of Microsoft Entra ID. We'll be creating users and all, right? So I have a Microsoft Entra ID account over here, Microsoft Entra ID tenant over here. All right, we have this tenant. I have created thousands of users inside that tenant. I have created thousands of users inside that tenant. If two of the users are forgetting password, what they'll do, they'll log a ticket, or they'll ask their colleague to log a ticket, and that ticket will come to help desk team or whatever team is managing the Microsoft Entra ID, and your help desk team need to reset the password. Right. So in order just to reset the password, I have to hire a few people. All right. So in order to avoid that additional cost to your company, or you can use your human resources in a good required things, in a good requirement. All right. Instead of just resetting password. So what you can do, you can use this feature of self-service password reset. You can ask your user to provide few details. And once the user have provided all these details, in case in future, if they forget their password, they have the option to reset by themselves. They don't need to log a ticket to the help desk or a support team, all right, or the front end team, whatever team you have. So self-service password reset is nothing but a feature that helps your users to reset their own password, which is quite a basic requirement these days. All right. So user can reset their own password using a secure automated process, minimizing obviously the downtime. All right. What downtime is minimized? Since if user forget the password, it'll simply say the manager that I don't remember my password. I've forgotten the password. I cannot log in today. I cannot work today. So that one day productivity is gone for one user over there. Right. So we have given this option. Microsoft has given you this option to configure self-service password reset. And once you have configured it, your users should be able to reset their own password. You can also implement multi-factor authentication along with self-service password reset, so that, see, email ID is something which you share with your people. So if I have any email ID over here, emailid.com, whatever my name, @gmail.com. So this is my email ID, which I might have shared with people all over the world. So many people will have access to my email ID. They know my email ID. Obviously, they don't know my password. So what hackers can try to do, they can use my email ID and they click on forget password. And then they just guess all this thing. All right. So in order to avoid those kind of things, in order to avoid those kind of security risk, what we can do, along with self-service password reset, we can enable multi-factor authentication as well. All right. So that you can use just to ensure security. Then you have the option to select from what are the methods available for the user to recover the password. So you have all these options to select from. You can configure it and you can select whatever you want. All right. If you are selecting security questions, you can decide the number of questions that user will require to register for the self-service password reset. All right. Now you need to remember one thing here. One thing you need to remember is that self-service password reset is freely available for free tier. So you don't need a premium license if you want to use self-service password reset. Even free tier will work. All right. The only difference over here is, the only thing that I want to share here is, if you click on end user self-service, and if you see self-service password reset, you see self-service password reset. With on-prem users, it's not available in the free tier. That means if I have Active Directory domain services already in place, I have few users over there. And I have Microsoft Entra ID as well. I have few users over here in Microsoft Entra ID, and I'm synchronizing my Active Directory users to Microsoft Entra ID. So for this on-prem users, I will not be able to use self-service password reset using the free tier. So if you want to use, you need to go for the premium tier. All right. Got it. So self-service password reset in free tier is only available for Microsoft Entra ID users, not for the on-prem users. All right. So how you can enable self-service password reset for your users. So first of all, you need to go to portal.azure.com. You need to log in. All right. And once you log in, you can go to your Microsoft Entra ID. So you can search for Microsoft Entra ID in the search bar. All right. And you can simply scroll down under manage section. You can simply scroll down, and there we have the option of password reset. Obviously, it is grayed out for me because I am using Simplilearn directory, and everything is not available to the users that we are creating using the launch. But if you see that in your own tenant that you have created, either free tier or your company's tenant, if you have proper access, you should be able to see the password reset over here. All right, from here you can configure. You'll directly be landed to the same screen that we have mentioned over here. All right. So that's about self-service password reset. If you want to use self-service password reset, you just want to go to the password reset section from the under the manage section in Microsoft Entra ID, and you can configure all this. So what these options are saying, number of methods required to reset. So you can select either you will send an authentication email to a secondary email address, or you need the mobile phone, and or you need the security questions as well. So it's up to your administrator. If you are the Azure administrator, you're managing Entra ID. So you need to decide what are the methods available to the user with the help of which user can reset their own password. All right. So that's about topic number 1. On-prem integration is like I just explained. If you have Active Directory domain services that you are using on-prem, and you're synchronizing your users with Microsoft Entra ID. So in that case, if you want to use self-service password reset for your on-prem users, you can do that using this option, but you require a premium Microsoft Entra ID license, either a P1 license or a P2 license. You can go to that link and you can find out which license is required. All right, so that is nothing but on-prem integration. All right. See, commando script you can create by yourself, right? How you can create, you need the APIs and all those things. You need the knowledge of the scripting, and then you can create a script and then reset a password. Here we'll simply get the reset password option when I log off from here. So if I go back to the browser and if I do portal.azure.com, here you see can't access your account. You'll have to provide your email ID, you'll have to provide your password, and all those things will help you to reset your password if you have registered for the self-service password reset. Okay. Password reset is available with free tier. If I'm not wrong, you can see it over here, password reset, end user self-service. So self-service password change for cloud user is available with the free tier. If you see over here in the Microsoft documentation itself, this row is for this column is for the free tier. So if you see self-service password change for the cloud users that you have created using Microsoft Entra ID, they can reset their own password if you have enabled it. Okay. On-prem integration is not covered, Praveen. You need to go for SC300 if you want to learn more about. See, this is Azure Administration course. It's not about Active Directory or Microsoft Entra ID. All right. Azure Administration course will have different topics. Obviously, you need to know different services that Microsoft provides. You need to know those services. And Microsoft has included those services over here. On-prem things are not included in Azure Administrator. If you want to do on-prem synchronization with Azure, I would suggest you to go for SC300. I don't know, Simplilearn doesn't provide training on SC300, or you can go for Easy 800 or 801. All right, so these are the two certificates where on-prem things are covered in details. All right, so that's about the topic number 1. Now we'll start the second part of topic. This is the agenda which we will be covering. So now we come to the second topic, part number 2 of configuring Microsoft Entra ID. Okay. So configuring Microsoft Entra ID is how you can create users, how you can manage users. If you have a requirement, let's say your company is hiring people in bulk and next Monday they are joining. If they are hiring hundreds of users, obviously you need to create their account in bulk. We won't be creating one by one. So we need to have some kind of option where we can create user accounts in bulk. So that's what we'll see, how you can create user account in bulk, how you can create group accounts. All right. How you can assign licenses to your users. So the licenses that we're talking about, premium P1, premium P2, if you want to use it, if you have those licenses, how you'll be assigning those licenses to your users or groups. And then at the end, we'll do one demo where I'll show you how you can create a user and a group. And also I'll share one interactive labs link with you where you can do the interactive labs yourself. All right. So let's start with this topic. Let's come to the main topic where we'll be creating few users. All right. So what is a user? User is nothing but your employee. So if you have a company for which you're working and you are the Azure administrator and one of the user is joining in, first of all, you need to create their user account. Right. So what is a user is nothing but your employee who needs access to your company's resources. All right. So whatever resources you have, you might be having servers, you might be having applications, you might be having storage account, whatever. So whatever you have, if you want your employee to access those users or even a simple laptop that you're having, if you want your user to use that laptop, you need to create an user account for your user. All right. So user account is simply an account for your user, which you will be creating in Microsoft Entra ID. So user account in Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but an individual identity within that particular organization. Okay. So let's see quickly how you can create a user. If in order to create a user, you need to again go to your Microsoft Entra ID. All right. You should see some page like this, or some of the people should see all the options expanded. All right. Now, if you click on manage over here, you see the first option that we have under manage section is it shows users. All right. So from here, I can manage, create, or modify users. If there are any existing users, I can modify them. I can create a new user. So let me quickly show you how you can create a new users. All right. So as of now, I have only 2 users. If I want to create a new user, where I can go, you can go over here and you can create a new user. You see the option new user. From here, I can create a new user. Right, so I can click on new user over here. And the first option, as you can see, which says create a new internal user in your organization. All right. So I can click on it. And then I need to provide a few details over here, UPN, display name, and the password. So how do any IAM service work? We need to have some sort of credentials. So your credentials will be your username and password. So that is what we are providing over here, username and a password. Okay. So if you have multiple domains over here, you can see all the domains, Europe, Asia, and some other part of the world, right? Let's say Australia. So if you have these 3 domains, you need to add those domains as a custom domain, and any number of domains that you have added, you should see that over here. So if you want to create user for Europe domain, you should select Europe domain from this drop down list. All right. If you want to create for Asia, you need to do that from this drop down list. Okay. So as of now, I only have one domain. And in order to create an account, I can only create in this particular domain as of now. All right. So what we'll do, we'll use a simple name, user01. So what this will become, let me just open a notepad. This will become my UPN. All right. This will become my user ID. So this is my user ID. Once the account is created, I can use this user ID and can log into Azure tenant. All right. And apart from that, these are some details, display name. So I can type whatever I want, whatever your name, whatever your username would be, John Doe or whatever. Right. So this is a common name that we use for demonstration. So this will be my display name. Display name is nothing but the actual name of your user, which you want, what name you want to be displayed in Microsoft Entra ID tenant. Okay. And password you can keep. So this is an auto-generate password. So when you create a new user, whenever you create a new user, you can provide a default password. And then whenever that user logs in for the first time, Microsoft Entra ID will ask that user to change the password. Right. So we are creating the user over here, and we are giving a default password, and then account enable option is whether user can log in or not. So if your user is logging in next week, so till then you can keep the account disabled, and during the joining, you can again come over here and you can click enable checkbox over here, and user account will be enabled. So if you keep it disabled, user account will get created, but user will not be able to log in. Okay. So it's like account disable or account enable. So once you have provided all these details, you can click on review create and your account will be created. So as you can see, within 1 second, the account is ready. So everything okay. If you do not receive any error, in sometimes you should see your user account under Microsoft Entra ID tenant. Right. Now let's try to log in with this user. So in order to log in, what I need the username and the password. So these are the username and the password. All right. So I need to log into the browser. So I'll open portal.azure.com in another browser so that it does not conflict. All right. So what we need to provide? We need to provide the email ID or the user ID, which is nothing but this. I'm providing it over here, and then I'll click on next, and it will ask me for the password. So this is the password that was default generated password by Azure, Entra ID, and then I click on sign in. So this is the first time I'm signing in, so it will ask me to reset the password. All right, so I can keep now. So this user will keep its own his own password, whatever he can remember. Right, once he has provided the password, he can click on sign in, and now you're part of the same tenant. So once I have provided all those details, I am part of the same tenant now. All right. Now you can see that if you go to Microsoft Entra ID, you can search for Microsoft Entra ID from here, or you can enable the portal menu and you can go to Microsoft Entra ID. And from there, you can see you're part of the same tenant now. So if I click on Entra ID on another browser and the browser that I used to log in the new user, now you can confirm that these are nothing but the same tenant. Right, C568, C568. Okay. So user creation is quite simple. You just need to go to the users section. Under manage section, you need to go to users blade. You click on that, you click on create user, you provide the details, and your user will be created. All right. That's about user creation. Now the other section we have is managing user. Now who can manage the user? So I created the user because I have those kind of rights. I have those rights that is allowing me to create the user. Now, who can create users in Microsoft Entra ID? Who can manage the user? So in order to create or manage the user, you need these roles. Either you need to be a global administrator, or you need to be a user access administrator, right? Everyone cannot create the user, right? So in order to prove my point, what I'll do, I'll go to the user 01 section. So this is the user that we just created. Okay, this is the user that we just created, user 01. Okay, so as you can see, user 01, this is nothing but user 01. All right, so user 01 is the user that we just created. Now, can this user create another user? Let's see. You see, can I create another user? The option is grayed out. So as user 01, I cannot create a new user. Now, why I cannot create a new user? That is nothing but the authorization concept. Are you authorized to do something? All right. So in order to explain the authorization, we have a full topic over here, but I'll just brief it. What is the difference between PM and CM, Prime Minister and Chief Minister? What is the difference? Prime Minister has the authority over the country. So if Prime Minister today announces anything, it will impact all the citizens in that particular country. All right. So the difference between PM and CM is authorization, the authority. PM, whatever he passes, will impact entire country. CM, whatever he passes, will impact only a particular state. All right, so you see state laws and country laws. Right, so whatever PM says, if PM do the demonetization, it is for entire country. All right, CM cannot do that. CM will have different kinds of authority. CM has control over the state police. PM has control over the army. Right, so different level of authority over. Similarly, when I created user 01, what he can do? Can he create a new user 02? Can he do that? How to assign this? If CM wants to manage the RB, he needs to become the PM in the next election. Then only he'll be able to do that, right? So if user 02 wants to create another user, if user 01 wants to create another user, he needs to have some kind of admin roles. All right. So that admin roles are required. So in Azure Entra ID, or I should say in Microsoft Entra ID, you should have the global administrator or the user access administrator role in order to manage the user. You want to delete the user, get one of this role from your administrator. All right. User profile is optional, so not all the details are required. If I go back to the browser now, where I have logged in with the admin user, the user that got created when I launched the lab. If I want to, I logged in with that particular user, which has the authority to create the users. Creating a new user. If you see these properties, so these are the optional field. You don't need to provide each and every detail. So what is this property? These are nothing but the extra attributes. Okay. So if you want to add additional details for your user, what is the first name of your user? What is the last name of your user? What is the user type, whether he's a member, a guest, or what? Do you have any certificate? Are you doing the certificate related authentication? What is the job title of user? Let's say cloud administrator. What is the company name? So whatever your company name is. So these are not mandatory fields. These are optional fields that you can provide over here. All right. So user profile is not mandatory. You can add all these details. If I go back over here, I'll show you the deleted user letter. All right. So what is the next tab over here? Assignment. So I just said that if you want your user to manage other users, you need to provide them this particular role, user access administrator or global administrator. All right. So this role should be available, should be provided to your user if you want them to manage. So how to assign that role? So while creating the user, you have a tab which is known as assignment that you can make use of. So from here, I can assign whatever roles I want. So if this user is Microsoft Entra ID Administrator, so I can search for those particular role. For example, User Access Administrator. So I cannot see that role. Sorry, I clicked the wrong option. Okay. So as you can see, this is the option that we need to use. But because I'm using Simplilearn Lab, I am not allowed to add that particular role. So if you want your user to manage other users, you need to use this particular you can say option, and from there you can assign them the role. All right. So in order to assign any role to your user, you need to use this particular tab. All right. And once that is done, you can simply click on review and create. Now that's that's while you were creating the user. If you have already created a user and you want them to assign you need to assign them some role, you can simply go to the users page, you can select your user, and from there also you can assign the role. So under manage section, you see assign roles, and from here also you can assign whatever roles you want. This is after once you have created the user. While creating the user, you also have option to assign the role, but once you have created and after that you want to assign any assignments or any roles, you can select those assignment role and you can select for the role. For example, user administrator. Right, so I can select this and I can add this particular role. So once that role is added, you can refresh, and that role should be reflected over here. Right. So I have assigned user administrator role to user 01. Now let's go back to the browser where I have logged in from user 01. So I go back over there in order to refresh. Now that role is recently assigned to me. So obviously I need to refresh the token. So let's refresh, or you need to re-log in. All right. Now can I see? Now am I able to create a new user? All right. So this is where I can create, where I can manage. So that's what I'm using over here. All right. I have provided this particular user 01 user administrator role, and now this user can manage all other users as well. Okay. So now he has the option to create new user. If I go back to the slide over here, deleted users. So I can, once I have created user, obviously I'll be able to delete the user. When you'll be deleting the user, whenever your employee is resigning. So obviously we need to delete that particular user. Otherwise that user will have access to my company's resources. So whenever any user resigns, you'll be deleting that particular account. Okay. So how can I delete a particular account? That's quite simple. I can go back to the portal where I've logged in with the user account. All right. I go back to the user section, and from there I select that particular user, and here you can see the delete option. So I simply delete it and click on OK. That user will be deleted now. If everything is okay, you receive this notification, you just refresh few times, you should not see that users. Once you have deleted it, you can see all the deleted users over here. All right. All the deleted users will be reflected over here. Now, once you have deleted the user, Microsoft will still keep them until 30 days. After 30 days, it will be permanently deleted. But let's say your requirement is that you don't want to wait for 30 days. So you can select that user and you can delete that particular user permanently using this particular option. Or within 30 days, if you feel that this is the wrong user account which I deleted, and you start receiving the complaint, you can also restore those users within 30 days. After 30 days, you will not be able to recover. All right. Within 30 days, if you want, you can restore those users. All right. So that's about user management. And the last option we have in the slide is log on information. So who is logging in, who is not who is logging in, every information is available. So you don't need to do any extra logging features and all those things. So if you see over here under monitoring section, under Entra ID, you should see the sign-in logs over here. All right. So you see user 01 just logged in, ODL user just logged in, whatever. So whichever user is logging in, you should see all the account over here. Right. It's whether the login was successful or failure. So login information is available for you in any point in time if you want to. you can go and you can see. All right. So that's about logon information. That's about user, managing user. So in order to manage user, you need this particular role, either the global administrator or the user access administrator. The difference between these two roles is global administrator has full privileges. So it's like a root user, which is having entire access over your tenant. User administrator will only be able to manage the user section. Right? He can create users, modify users, assign users to any group, remove user from any group. He can delete users, all right, modify the properties of user. Okay. So all those things, if you just want a user to manage another users, then you can provide this particular role to that user. Global administrator, if you provide any user the global administrator role, that particular user will get the full privilege to your tenant. Okay. All right. Next topic that we have over here is performing bulk operations. As of now, I just created one user, user 01. Okay. Now, what if there is a scenario where hundreds of users are joining in? If hundreds of users are joining in, obviously I cannot go, how much time it will take for me. I can go over here under user section. I can go over here. I can click on create user. I can click on create new user. I can provide the details. I can click next, review, create. So one user is created. I can go back again to the user section. I click on new user, create new user. It will take another, if one user creation is 5 minutes, if I'm creating hundreds of user, it will be around 500 minutes. Right. So we should be having some kind of option where we can create users in bulk. So that's what this topic is about, bulk account updates. If you want to create or modify users in bulk, if you see the third option over here, bulk operations, from this you can do. All right. Now it's quite simple. If you have worked with Active Directory, you know that we need to create a script, or we need to create a batch script, and then only it is possible to create the bulk user account in bulk. Here, Microsoft Azure has given you a simple option where you can download a CSV file, enter the details, your username, your password, and all those details, upload that file back, and your users will be created. All right. So that's what this bulk operations mean. If I have any scenario where I need to create users in bulk, then I can use this particular option where I can download a CSV file. I can provide the details. I can upload back that CSV file, and the users in bulk will be created. Same goes for the deletion as well. All right. So I'll show you two demos over here. So I'll click on create bulk, create over here. So Microsoft is giving you a CSV template. All right. I can download that. Okay. Once I have downloaded that, I can open it. I just need to provide the required details. I clicked on open, so Excel will just open. All right. Here, if you see what details are need to be provided. Okay, so these are the required details. So you see in every cell, they have mentioned which detail is required. So if you just provide the required details, the CSV file will be, once you have provided all the details which is required, you can upload that details, upload this file after saving it, and then your users will be created. So what you need to provide your user name over here, right? So I have already created user 01. So what I do, I provide user 02, 03, 04, just to quick. All right. And here you need to provide the user principal name. So what is UPN? UPN is nothing but the user ID of your user. So for providing UPN, I need the domain name, whatever domain name I'm using over here. So this is my primary domain that I'm using. All right. So I can copy this name. I can go back to the CSV file, and I can just provide my user name over here, user 02 @ whatever your domain name is. All right. Same I can do user 03 @ whatever my domain name is. Same goes for user 04 @ the domain name, and then user 5 @ the domain name. All right. Same goes for user 06 @ the domain name, and then user 7 @ the domain name. And then user 8 @ the domain name. And then user 9 @ the domain name. And then user 10 @ the domain name. And then user 11 @ the domain name. And then user 12 @ the domain name. And then user 13 @ the domain name. And then user 14 @ the domain name. And then user 15 @ the domain name. And then user 16 @ the domain name. And then user 17 @ the domain name. And then user 18 @ the domain name. And then user 19 @ the domain name. And then user 20 @ the domain name. And then user 21 @ the domain name. And then user 22 @ the domain name. And then user 23 @ the domain name. And then user 24 @ the domain name. And then user 25 @ the domain name. And then user 26 @ the domain name. And then user 27 @ the domain name. And the domain name, right? Then password, what password you want. So you can provide whatever password. Make sure you don't have a space, since it will fail if I do not remove that space. The CSV Microsoft Azure Entra ID will not be able to read this, and your user creation will fail, right? So these are the details that you need to provide. These are the only required details that we need to provide. You see, required, required, required. So we need to provide only those details. These are not required, but if you want, you can get all these details from your HR, and you can fill all this detail and then upload this particular file. Okay. All right. So I am creating 4 users. Now, whatever password you want to keep, you can keep those password, and this password will be the default password for these users. When the user logs in, obviously it will ask the user to change the password. Okay. So I have provided the username. The file name is user create template 2. So I just upload that file now. I go back to the user section over here. I click on the bulk operations. I click on the bulk create, and now I just provide that file that should be under the download user create template 2, and I open it and I submit it. If you have proper spacing and all those things, your user accounts will be created. Okay. You can also see the operations details by clicking onto this information option over here, information button over here. So if I click on it, it should show me what is the status. All right. So it is completed. You see the status completed with no errors. That means all the users were successfully created. Okay. So if I now go back to the users, I should be seeing all the users that I just created. User 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So if you want to create thousands of users, you just enter those users in the Excel sheet, in the CSV sheet, and then upload that sheet. Same goes for the deletion as well. So for deletion, Microsoft has provided you another CSV template which you can delete, which you can download. You can open the delete file, all right? And you just need to provide the UPN. So in order to get the UPN, I can again go to the download folder, and from there I can get the UPN that we have in the user create template file. All right, I can copy the UPN. I can go to the delete file. I can paste it over here, and I can save the file, close it, go to the portal. Click on the bulk operation. Click on, sorry, this is not the portal from here. Click on the bulk operation. Click on the delete option over here. Just provide the delete file from the download folder and provide a confirmation that yes, you want to do it, and click on submit. Okay. So once it is done, your user should be deleted. So this is the operation. You can see if any error was there to my CSV file, there was no error. So 4 users were deleted. You can again go to the all users section, and you can confirm that all the users have been deleted. So you can do those bulk operations from here. All right. So this is quite a simple thing, which I'm showing over here. This will be your day-to-day activities if you become Azure Microsoft Entra ID Administrator, where you'll be creating users, modifying users. All right. These days, obviously, company will not have a dedicated person to only manage this creation and deletion of users. So it would be like managing entire Entra ID, where you'll be managing your devices, your users, and all those things. All right. So the next thing that we have is a group accounts. Okay, so now what is a group account? Now, when you create a user, are we having a single employee in a single team? So you have teams, different teams. You'll be having a project team, the development team. You'll be having managers. You'll be having virtual machine administrators, you'll be having Windows administrators. So you'll be having different teams. You'll be having cloud administrators, right? So if 5 people are joining in and they all are cloud administrator, they need the similar kind of role. They need the similar kind of access. How to do that? How to achieve that? For example, let's say 5 people are joining in as Microsoft Entra ID administrator to my company. So they are Microsoft Entra ID administrators. As the name specifies, they'll be managing Microsoft Entra ID. So the role that we just saw, user administrator, we need to assign them this role. So one way is just manually create the user or use the bulk option to create the user and then assign all the user administrator role. So that's one way, but obviously that's not a best practice. What I can do over here, I can create a group account in Microsoft Entra ID. I can add all these 5 users to that group account. All right. And then instead of assigning all the users individual roles, I will assign that role to this group. So whoever user belongs to this group will automatically has this particular role. Right. So that's why you will be using group accounts in Microsoft Entra ID. So this is the basic concept where you'll be using group accounts. So you'll be part of one group. You'll be assigning roles to that group. And once the role is assigned, every member of that group will attain that particular role. So that is nothing but the group account. In Microsoft Entra ID, we have 2 types of groups: security group and Microsoft 365 group. So these are the 2. When I click on create groups, I can see that these are the 2 options that is given to me. Either I can create a security group or I can create a Microsoft 365 group. So what is the difference between these 2 type of group? So security groups are used to manage users. If you want to assign any kind of permission to your users, like user access administrator, like global administrator, any other role which we have in Microsoft Entra ID, whatever role you want to provide to your user, you will be creating the security group types. Right? So that is the purpose of security group. If I want to assign any kind of role to multiple people, so I'll create a security group. I put them in that group and then I assign a particular role, whatever role I want to provide. So what are the use cases of security groups? Assigning access permissions to resources or applications, right? Managing access to Azure resources, or if you want to assign any kind of policies to your group, you can assign that to the security group. Another kind of group that we see in Microsoft Entra ID is Microsoft 365 group. So 365 groups are designed for collaboration. Like if you want to use Outlook, SharePoint, Teams, or any Microsoft 365 app, if you want your users to have access to those apps, you will be creating Microsoft 365 group. All right. Access in the sense, I'll give you a simple example over here. We have a group of monitoring team. So in that team, we have, let's say, 10 people, 10 employees. So what is the job role of monitoring team? What is their day-to-day task? To monitor your infrastructure. So they'll be monitoring your infrastructure. Any issue, they should be notified somehow. So how they'll be notified whenever there is any issue. So one way we can use is email. Right? So there should be a common email for all these 10 people. So if that kind of requirement we have, where if I send any email to this common email, all the 10 people should be notified. How to achieve that? So you can create a Microsoft 365 group for that. And you can put all those 10 people into that group. And then that group will have an email ID. And whenever you send an email to that email ID, all the 10 people will receive. All right. So for that reason, you can use Microsoft 365 groups. Another use case I can say is Teams channel. I don't know if you are using Teams, but I see most of the companies are using Teams. So in Teams, there we have the features of creating channels, right? Where I can create a channel for one group. All the members in that particular group will be part of that channel, and they can chat, they can notify themselves whatever issue they are facing, or if anything, they can within the group, they can just communicate with themselves. Right, so you can create a Teams channel using Microsoft 365 group. Right, apart from that, if you have any SharePoint site where people need access in groups, so you can create a Microsoft 365 group and you can provide them access to the SharePoint site. So these are the two types of groups that you see. All right. Now, if I quickly go to the portal Microsoft Entra ID, in order to create a group, right beneath the users options, we have the groups option over here. If I click on it, it will take me to the group page. I can click on new group from there, and I need to provide all these details. So what are the details you see? This is what just we discussed, the type of group. Are you creating Microsoft 365 group, or are you creating a security group? Okay, so if I select Microsoft 365 group, you see automatically and group email address is getting created. So whatever members you are adding to this group, all those members, if you send an email to this particular email ID, all those members will be notified about that particular email. All right. Mostly we deal with the security group. And the second thing that you need to provide is the group name. So let's keep it simple, group 01, and then description, why this group is being created or who belongs to this group. You can provide that. And the option that you can see over here is membership type. So there are 3 different membership type that you can provide when it comes to group creation and assigning the membership types. So there are 3 types of assignment that you can select from: assigned, dynamic user, and dynamic device. Now, before explaining this thing, just give me the difference between manual and automatic. What is the difference between manual and automatic? Manual is something you're doing yourself. Automatic, it is automatically happening. All right. So that is the difference. So that is the same thing. That is the same concept over here. Assign means you have to assign the users to that group. When I create a group, I select the assigned membership. That means I, as an administrator, manually need to add all the users, whatever user need to belong to that particular group. I need to manually add those users to the group. All right. Dynamic means it will happen automatically. Now, how it will happen automatically? So if you remember, when we created the user, there were a lot of properties to choose from. The user profile information. So if I again go back to the user creation page, there are a lot of properties to choose from. You can assign all these properties, right? Like city, email, age group, usage location, even the job profile related to the job title. So all these things you can provide, right? Now, if 10 users are joining as cloud administrator, what will be their job title? If 10 users are joining as cloud administrator, the job title should be either IT administrator, cloud administrator, or whatever, help desk administrator. So you will enter that detail over here, cloud administrator. That detail will get entered over here. All right. So dynamic membership means you can create few dynamic rules with the help of which, if a particular condition is meeting, user will be automatically added to a certain group. For example, we have a group of cloud administrators. So if job title says cloud administrator, Azure Entra ID or Microsoft Entra ID will automatically add that user to the cloud administrator group. So you can create few rules with the help of which Azure will add those users to the to any group that you have created. Right. So there are 2 types of assignment. Assigned membership, that means once you have created the group, you need to add users manually. All right. Dynamic means using some properties, user will automatically get added to the group. So that is the only difference between assigned and dynamic. Now in dynamic also we have two types over here: dynamic user and dynamic device. All right, so dynamic devices is nothing but you will be having Windows laptop, you will be having Mac laptops, you will be having Linux machines. So if you want to segregate your devices from on the basis of operating systems, you can do that using dynamic device type of membership. All right. So assign static, you just need to add manually. Dynamic, it will happen automatically just by looking into the properties. All right, so let me just go back to the portal. I'll just simply give you a demonstration how you can create a group. I'll click on new group over here. You can select whether you want to go with the security group or the Microsoft 365 group. So let's say we want to go with the security group. What is the group name? Let's go with Cloud Administrator. Okay, group description. This group, sorry. All right, whatever you want. And here is the membership type. Now it is grayed out. But if you have a premium P1, if you want to use dynamic membership, you need premium P1 at least. So if you see over here under somewhere where we have the group, can find group membership of something, you just find for that and you'll be able to see the dynamic group membership. For dynamic group, I don't see it, nothing. If I just search for membership. All right, so I know that if you want to use dynamic groups, you need at least premium P1. Okay. Now you need to go through each and every feature where it will be mentioned that in order to use the group assignment, here it is mentioned application. So in order to assign any application to a group, you need premium P1 or premium P2. Similarly, somewhere they might have mentioned if you want your user to be dynamically assigned, then you need premium P1 or premium P2. All right. So if you read through each and every feature, you'll get those features. You'll get that. Okay. So as of now, I have a free Microsoft Entra ID, so I cannot change from assigned. All right. One more option Microsoft has given to you is that you can assign owners to your group. Now, who can be the owner? Owner will have the full privilege over the Microsoft Entra ID group. That means whoever is the owner can add or remove the users from this particular group. Only this particular group. We covered, I told you that Microsoft Entra ID is a flat hierarchy. We do not have any hierarchy. So if I want someone to only manage a particular section, a particular organizational unit, it's not happening over here in Microsoft Entra ID. But Microsoft has given you another feature where you can assign an owner to the group, and that owner will be responsible to add or remove users from this particular group. All right. So it's just to segregate the different level of, you can say, different level of access over here. You can assign owner role to the team leader or the manager, and then that manager or team leader can add or remove that particular user. Right? While creating the group, if you want to assign members, you can assign members from here. So if I want to assign the user that we just we are logged in with, if you want this user to be part of this particular group, you can assign while creating the group itself, or you can do it later as well. Once you click on create, your group will be ready. And sometime you should see your group reflected over here. Okay. As of now, there's no members to this group. So this is the group that we created. I can click on that group and then I can add the members over here. All right. I can select the user. As of now, we only have one user, so I can select it, and that user will be part of group 01. All right. And then you can assign the roles and administrators as well. So this role will be given to this particular group. Okay. So that's about group management. The next topic that we have is licensing. Now, what is licenses? Licenses are nothing but the licenses that we just discussed, P1, P2. Apart from that, there are many products that we have from Azure, from Microsoft. There are many products that we have from Microsoft that you'll be buying, your company will be buying. All right. For example, Microsoft 365 license. So what do we get with Microsoft 365? We get access to the suite of services like Microsoft Teams, Microsoft OneDrive, SharePoint, Yammer, all those things, Excel, Microsoft Office, right? So all access we get when we buy license. So your company needs to buy the licenses from Microsoft. So if you have thousands of employees, you'll be buying those thousands of licenses, one for each employee. So how to assign those licenses to your employees, right? That's what this topic is about. Now you can assign licenses to users as well as groups, right? So if group has 5 members, 5 licenses will be consumed. Instead of going to one user and assigning licenses to that particular user, you can simply assign licenses to the group. But again, you need the premium feature for that, either P1 or P2. All right, so you can gain that functionality either with P1 or a P2 license. So if you have P1, P2 license, then only you can assign licenses to the groups. Okay, so how to do that? It's quite simple. If I go back to the group over here or user over here, in order to assign licenses, I can select a particular user or you can select a group as well. Okay, if I scroll down over here, you should be able to see the licenses option. So from here, you can assign licenses to your users. All right. Same you can do with groups as well. If you go to the group section, you can assign licenses to the group, but obviously you need a premium feature for that. Okay. You can click on license and you can assign licenses to your users, to your group. And whoever is the member of this group will be able to get those licenses, right? So I cannot select any since I don't have a premium license. So in order to assign licenses to your groups, you need to have Microsoft Entra ID P1 or P2. Okay. I'll go back to the users section in order to assign a license. But obviously you need to buy that product from Microsoft first. I don't have any product. I need to pay if I want to buy. If you see licenses and click on add licenses, these are the licenses available. So if you save all these licenses, all the licenses will be assigned to this user. Okay. Now it says failed. One thing I deliberately did it. One thing that you need to do before assigning any license to your user is you need to make sure that user under user properties, you have assigned the usage location. Okay. So where is the usage location? You need to find now. Maybe under job information. If you scroll down, you should see the usage location somewhere. So while creating the user, you have the usage location option. Now here I need to search for it. Yeah, this is the license. This is the usage location that needs to be provided, all right, before assigning any license to your user. Okay, so this is updated now. Now you can go and you can assign the license, but obviously I don't have this licenses with me, so I cannot assign those licenses. You need to buy these licenses from Microsoft first, and then only you'll be able to assign those licenses. As you can see, all these licenses are paid license. I need to pay Microsoft in order to buy those licenses. Okay. All right, so that's about licenses. The last topic is demo, and I have already demonstrated all these slides. First of all, we did the user creation, how you can create a user, how you can manage the user. In order to manage the user, you can provide them the global admin right or the user access administrator right. You can provide them. The user profile is optional, not mandatory, but that data obviously is required. You'll be getting that data from your HR. All right. You can recover the deleted users within 30 days. Okay, so Microsoft retains your users for 30 days. After that, it will be automatically deleted, right? And you in Microsoft Entra ID, Microsoft keeps the log information, so you can analyze the logs if you want. We can do the bulk account updates. We can create group accounts. In group, we have 2 types of groups, security groups and Microsoft 365 groups. Security groups are used when you want to assign any kind of access to your users. Microsoft 365 groups are used for collaboration, like You want a single email address for multiple users. You want to create a Microsoft Teams channel. You want to create a SharePoint site for your users. So any Microsoft 365 tool that you want them to access, or you want them to create a single mailbox for multiple users, those kind of requirement, then you will be creating Microsoft 365 groups. You have two different assignment types, all right? Assigned and dynamic. So if you want to manually add all of your users to the group, you'll be using assigned membership type. If you want users to be automatically added, you'll be selecting dynamic membership type, all right? In dynamic, we have two types, for users and for device. Now, how the user will be automatically added? You can select the properties, all right? You can have any property, for example, the job title, the city where user belongs to. You can use any of the information from the profile. You can create a condition, and once the condition is matching, user will be automatically added to one of the group, whatever group you want them to be added to. Then you can add licenses, but in order to add licenses, you need to make sure you yourself have the license. You have bought the license from Microsoft in the first place. Once you have the license, then you can assign licenses to your users, right? What a guest user is, okay? So in Microsoft Entra ID, we have the option to invite external users. So what do I mean by external user? External user are the users who are not part of your tenant, but you want to collaborate with them. Okay. So they are part of any other tenant or any other identity providers. So they just need an access to an email address. That's all. All right. So when you'll be inviting external users, just you want to collaborate with them. For example, you have a virtual machine in your subscription under Azure tenant. Under this tenant, you have a virtual machine, and you want someone from different tenant or from any other identity provider. You just want them to come to your tenant, access the VM, and do whatever their job is. So whenever you use it when you are collaborating with any other partner organization and they need access to your resources. So in that case, I can invite them to my tenant, and then I can assign whatever access is required. So that kind of scenario where this user is part of any other tenant or any other email providers like Gmail, Hotmail, or whatever, they should be part of the requirement. The basic requirement here is the user that you want to invite to your tenant should have an access to the email address. Okay, so they should have an email ID. So external user is not an user belonging to your tenant, but you can create an user object for that user by inviting them into your tenant, and then you can assign whatever access you want them to be, you want them to assign. You can add them in any group you want, all right? So it's quite simple when it comes to inviting or inviting any external user. So you just need an email address. So for example, I have one Gmail account. I just need an access to any of the email. It's not mandatory that you should be having a Gmail. You can have Hotmail, you can have any email ID, your company's email ID as well. All right. Now, if you see over here in Azure portal in Microsoft Entra ID, we do not have any user, any external user over here. We only have users who are member users. These are not guest users. So what I'll do, I'll invite an external user from here, from this option. All right. Now, why you should be inviting? Because you want to collaborate. So let's say this root cloud AZ, the account that I'm using over here, is a developer, and I want this user to develop an application for me. So in order to develop an application for me, for my organization, I would be needing the developer would be needing an access to my resources, right? He would be needing an access to my development resources, my production resources, and all those things. So in order to provide the access, first of all, I need to have an object ID over here. So there are two ways. Either you can create a user or you can invite an external user. Now, in which case you will be creating user and will be inviting an external user. You will be creating an user when that user is working for you in the sense he has joined you full time. He has joined your organization full time. All right. If this root cloud AZ is a freelancer and I only want him to work for me until the application development is done. So in that scenario, I'll only invite that user for a certain period. After that, I can delete this user account. All right. Instead of creating a new user account for this user root cloud AZ, what I can do, I can invite him. Now, what is the difference over here? When you invite any external user, the management is at the identity provider. That means if user forgets the password, user need to reset their password using the Gmail option, not using our option. Okay. Inviting external user, you cannot manage that user. You can only delete that user. You can only modify the properties of that user. Apart from that, you cannot manage the password and all those things for that particular user. So inviting is quite simple. You click on invite external user and provide the email address to whom you want to invite. So I'll just provide this email address. Should be a valid email address where user can receive the email. Okay, so I provided that. Display name, you can provide anything, whatever you want. And just send an invite message. Once that is done, properties assignment are same. If you want this user to be part of any group, you can assign that user directly to the group while creating the user. You can do that later as well. So I'm not going into those things, but it is the same thing that we saw while creating the users. All right. As of now, I'm not doing it. So I'll simply click on review plus invite and I'll click on invite. So once I click on invite over here, user should receive an email address from Microsoft Entra ID, right? And he should be accepting your invitation. Once user accepts your invitation, then only he will join your tenant. All right. So that is quite simple. You just invite the user using the email address. And once the user accepts the invitation, then you should see that under user section. Now, for some reason, it is failing. So what I'll do, I'll just refresh my portal. It's maybe because of token reactivation, or maybe I'm not able to communicate with the Azure. Okay, so let's provide the email address over here. And then simply click on review create and click on invite. Or maybe I don't have proper access over here. Let's just see. If I just go to portal.azure.com, since I'm using Simplilearn credentials, might be the access is restricted. We can confirm that. If I go to Microsoft Entra ID, you can confirm that under properties, whether user can invite the external user or not. Sorry, not under properties, under user setting. You see guest user access, guest users restrictions. So from here you can provide the restrictions, and you can provide whether non-admin users can whether guest users have the same access as members or not. So all these settings you can do from here. Okay, under the properties you can do those settings. Under the user settings you can do those settings. So it's failing. I don't see any error over here, but it's because of the service connection. So might be I need to re-log in or something, or as of now might be something is down from the Entra ID thing or from the Gmail thing. Yeah. You see, I've already received an email over here, but here it's quite failing. So let's just confirm that by going to Entra ID, whether user is invited or not. It might be misleading from here. Yep, since you see email has already been triggered, but we have been misled by this notification. So behind the scenes, it is already on the email is already triggered. All right. You can see the user type over here, what type of user it is. It's a guest user, right? It's not a member. So guest user, we cannot change the password. If I click over here, you should not be able to change the password of the guest user. You see, this is not the home directory for this particular user, so you cannot change the password. Okay, so password is managed. Now, this is nothing but what we call as a federation. If you remember yesterday, I told you that federation is included with Microsoft Azure, so you don't need to do any extra setup. So here, what is happening? I have invited a Gmail account, right? I have invited a Gmail account. I have my own tenant over here. I have invited a Gmail account. So my tenant is trusting Gmail for the authentication for this particular user. So this is nothing but federated services. Okay, a simple example for federation. Now, if you do federation in your on-prem, it's quite a lot of tasks, lot of steps are involved. Here, it's out of the box. You just invite the email address, that's all. Right? Now, this user needs to accept the invitation first. So I need to go to this particular email and I need to accept the invitation from here. Let's not do that from here. I just copy the link and I open a incognito. All right. And once I open incognito, it will ask me to just provide the email address and the password of my Gmail account. All right. So it is asking me to enter the password. Now this password is my Gmail's password. Then authentication will be done by Gmail, not by Microsoft. Okay. Once I click yes over here, you see some permissions are required. If you accept, you will be landed to the same tenant. All right, now I can go to portal.azure.com and I'm part of the same tenant now. Now, once user object is created, you can assign whatever access you want. Okay, so I can go to Entra ID, I can search for Entra ID and go to the Entra ID from there. And you can see I'm part of the same tenant. Okay. I'm logged in with 2-3 different users over here. That's why it's giving me an issue. And if you see, there are a lot of emails that I have received. So probably behind the scenes, something is wrong. I accepted using this particular link. Let's try another link. What is the tenant ID? Let me just confirm the tenant ID. C568 something. Yep, so let's try accept the invitation from this link. Praveen is asking me to report the federation. Federation is like trusting other tenant for authentication. So here what we are doing, we have one tenant which we have created. We have invited user which belongs to Gmail. So authentication is where authentication is happening over here. Gmail is doing the authentication. Gmail will check whether the username and password is correct or not. And once it is done, then the login will be allowed. Okay. So that is nothing but federation where you are trusting other identity provider. No, that is not required, Prasanjit. Okay. So here, as you can see, now I'm part of this particular tenant. And you should see the tenant ID as well. It's same. If you see the users, you should see the ODL user as well. All right. Now I cannot see because of insufficient privileges. So even the read access is not given to this user. So if you give the read access, then user will be able to see other users as well. All right. So this is how you can invite your user. You can confirm that by seeing over here. This is the tenant ID C568. If you go to the if you go to the account where you have logged in from ODL user, here you can see the same thing. All right. So this is how external user works. So in the knowledge check, that is what the question, what type of user account allows an external organization to access your resources? So if you want any user from any other organization, if you want them to access the resources in your tenant, so what type of user account you should be, the question is what type of user account it should be, which can access, which user can access your resources from external organization. That means we have two different organizations over here, and I want users from one organization to access resources from another organization. So what type of user is it? It's nothing but the guest user. Okay. Subdomains also not required. Did you see whether I added the Gmail or anything? I did not, right? So it is federation out of the box. You don't need to add anything. I did not add any domains over here. You need to make sure that user that you're trying to invite should have access to the email ID. That's all. Okay. So that's about the guest users, right? Now someone was asking me to show the dynamic thing, membership as well. So fortunately, I've got the access to the premium Entra. Okay, so this is my personal account. So if I go to Microsoft Entra ID over here, in order to create a dynamic group, I'm showing you a demo of dynamic groups. All right. So this is a different tenant. If you see the license over here, what license I'm having as of now. Now this is not mine actually. This is my friend's. Okay, so since you asked, I called my friend and get an access to the premium P2. Got an access to the premium P2. Okay, so this is the license type, Microsoft Entra ID P2. Now with P2, you can create dynamic groups as well. So I'm just showing you a simple demo where you can create dynamic groups and you can add users automatically. All right, so quickly let's create a user. So here you should see the users, different users over here, which belongs to my friend, and I can click on create new user. I can give it a name. You see different domains. So he also has access to different domains over here. So it doesn't matter how many domains do you have. If you have added that as a custom domain, you should see the list over here. This is what I was explaining earlier while creating the user. Okay. So I'll stick to Azure services.in and I'll just name it whatever. So let's name it test user. All right. Same I'll keep as a display name. Okay. Now, in order to use dynamic membership, I need to make sure that I have some kind of properties over here. So let's make use of the city. So let's consider that this user belongs to Mumbai. All right. And then assignment, if you want to assign it to any group or anything, but we are seeing the dynamic group membership over here. So I'm not assigning directly from here. If I assigned this user to any group, this is the assigned membership. This is not the dynamic membership. Okay, dynamic membership, it should happen automatically. You should not be assigning the user to any group, right? And last review create. So a user will be created with the name test user. So if everything is okay, you should see the test user over here. All right, you need to refresh quite a few times and you should be seeing the test user. Here you see the test user. If you go to the test user and you see the membership, he is not part of any groups as of now. All right, now let's create a group now. So if I go over here, I create a groups. I click on new group over here and I name it. Let's keep it simple, dynamic group. Any name you can provide. Okay. Now you see the membership type here, assign dynamic user, dynamic device. So I'll go for dynamic user since we are creating a group for user. If you are creating a group for device, you should keep it as device. Okay. I'm creating it for user. So let's keep it user. And then you need to add a query, a dynamic query. On the basis of that query, user will be added to this group. Okay, I'm not, you see, Here we don't have any option to add the user directly. In assigned membership, you should be having an option to add the members. In dynamic, you do not have that option. You have the option to create a query. Okay, so I'll create a query over here, and my query would be, if in the property city is equals to Mumbai, this is my query. If user city is equal to Mumbai, then add that user to this particular group. So if I create the group, you just wait for a few minutes and the user should automatically be added to that group. So if I go to the users over here, if I click on test user, and if I click on groups over here, in some time you should see that the group is added over here automatically. I did not add it, I just provided the query. Okay, if you wait for some time, 5 minutes or something, won't take 5 minutes, but yeah, just need to refresh quite a few times, and this user will be added to that group. We can verify, cross verify by going to the groups as well. So this, if I go to the group and if I search for, what was the name of group? Dynamic group, right? So if I click on the dynamic group, under manage, under members, you should see that user. So you see test user automatically added. We did not add that user, right? If I go back to, we can cross verify by going to the users again and select test user and then select the membership, select the groups over here, and you should see is automatically added to dynamic group. All right. So that's how you can make use of dynamic membership as well. Now, since this does not belong to me, I'll simply click on remove membership. Yeah, I cannot remove it since it's a dynamic one. I'll go back to the user, I'll delete the user. Make sure that it is deleted from the deleted users as well. Since this is not my tenant, I'm deleting it, whatever I have created. I go back to the group. All right, and I select the group and delete. Right, so delete groups will be automatically deleted. You don't have the option to permanently delete them. So that's about dynamic membership and inviting the guest users. Let's start a new topic of governance. So now we are on the second part of identity and access management. So far we have understood what identity is. Okay, what is an identity? It is nothing but a user account, you can say, or a group account, you can say. All right. Now we are coming to the second part. All right. Now what is that second part? That is the governance. What is governance? Governance is nothing but restricting your users from doing something. For example, we have laws in our country, right? In the land, we have some laws that we need to follow. Similarly, when you join any organization, they will restrict you from doing something. They'll allow you to do something, right? For example, when you join a new company, if you join as a virtual machine administrator, you should only be able to do the virtual machine related task. You should not be touching databases. If you're joining as a database administrator, you should only be doing the database related task. You should not be touching anything else. If you join as a network administrator, you will be doing the network related thing, right? If I don't do any kind of restriction, and if I create a user and all the users are having same kind of access, what problem can occur? If you do not implement governance properly, I have, let's say, 2 users in my company. I do not have governance. This user has similar kind of access. This user has similar kind of access. If I do not have governance, now here I'm taking only example of 2 people, but you'll be having thousands of employees. If you do not do governance, governance is nothing but access control mechanism, access control management. If you do not do that, what could go wrong? Anyone can access anything. For example, you have a prod server. And let's say this guy is joined Simplilearn AZ 104 course as of now. So they just want to try. If you do not implement governance, what is the possibility over there? They can log into the prod server. They can try whatever they have seen in the class. And once they try that on production server, there is a possibility that your prod application will go down. So if you do not restrict your users, then these are the possibilities, and you may lose your business. All right, you may lose some amount if your production service is down for that, but for more than 4-5 hours, and if you have SLAs to give to your, if you have given SLAs to your end users, they might sue you. Right, so we need to have restrictions in place. Okay, we need to make sure that only users who required proper access, only users who required access, they have the proper access. You need to make sure that they have the limited access, they do not have the full access. So how to achieve all those things? So that can be achieved using governance and compliance. So what is covered in this topic? Regions, subscriptions, what is resource group, what is the service limit, what is hierarchy in Azure, what are tags, how you can optimize cost, what is Azure policy, what is role-based access control, and resource logs. So what is a region? When it comes to cloud computing, regions are nothing but physical data center. Okay, every cloud provider have created lots of data centers all across the world, and they call those data centers as region. So region is nothing but collection of data center. Now, what is a data center? That might be the question. So I don't know if you know or not. So if you search for data center, this is what data center is. This is how it looks like. Yeah, these are all the different data centers. You can search for Microsoft data center as well, and you should see the image. Okay, so what is a data center? It's a huge room where you have your servers. These are nothing but your racks. Okay, inside the rack, you'll be having all the computing devices, your servers, your routers, your databases, all those things. So what these cloud providers have done, they have gone to each part of the world, and they have created this big data centers. So for example, if I take an example of India. So in India, Azure is having 3 regions. One in Central India, one in West India, and one in South India. So this is the name that Azure has provided. All right. So in Central India, Azure is having multiple data centers. Same goes for West India, same goes for South India. So the collection of data center is nothing but a region. All right. So region is just the physical location where Azure has its data center. Okay. Now, which region you should be using when you are deploying your resources? So you should be deploy resource to your nearest region. Now, what are the resources I'm talking about? Well, why do you need the cloud computing in the first place? Why do we need cloud computing? So cloud computing is a way of delivery of computing resources over the internet. Right? So why do we need the computing resources? To host our application. So if I want to host my application, in order to host an application, you need a server. So that server will be physically present somewhere, right? So that will be present in one of the data center. So when I deploy application using Azure portal or any other way, that application is physically hosted somewhere. Although I can access that application using the internet connectivity, but that application physically is going and get deployed in one of the data center. Right now, where you should be deploying it, you can deploy it anywhere, wherever the region is available, wherever that Microsoft or any other data center, any other cloud provider has their region. You can put your data or your application over there. All right. Now, if you do not have cloud computing, and let's say you want to serve your users sitting in United States, your user base is in United States. Does it make sense to deploy and keep your server in India? Your user are connecting to your application and your user base is United States. So if I ask my user sitting in United States to connect my application, and I'm hosting my application in India, what possibly issues we can face? We can face latency issues, right? Going via US, going from US to India, there would be latency issues, and my application will not behave properly. So at the end, what issue will be having? Our application is not working properly when user are trying to access it. So this is not the best practice, I would say. So what you will be doing, you'll be deploying your resources in United States itself. So you need to deploy your resources closest to your user base. Where is your user base? If it's in India, deploy your resources in India. If it's in US, deploy your resources in US. Okay. So it provides you the flexibility and scalability, so you can deploy anywhere you want. But the recommended way is to deploy it closest to your user. Wherever your user is, deploy closer to them. Okay. It preserves data residency. So if you have any compliance requirement where you need to have your resources only in India, so deploy it in India. Azure will not transfer the data beyond India. Okay. Global services. So with the help of cloud computing, we can deploy services anywhere. So any user from any part of the world can access my application. So if I have user base all around the world, what I can do, I can have one instance of my application in India, one instance in US, one instance in Australia. Wherever you have your user base, you can deploy your application if data center is present over there. All right. All the regions are paired with each other just to make sure that you are not losing your data, just to make sure that you can achieve high availability. Okay, so in order to achieve high availability, we need to make sure we have more than one instances which are deployed. All right, so this is the link from where you can access the Azure Globe, where you can see all the regions, all the available region. Yep, so you see these are the regions. You can also see the map instead of globe. It is quite heavy application. I mean, it will utilize you a lot of resources. So it's better to go to the map instead of globe. If you see over here, these are all the regions, the global compliance and all. Okay, so you can see all the regions wherever we have the regions. So if you see India over here, you have Central India, you have South India, and somewhere here you should have West India, but it's not visible because Central India and West India are quite nearer to each other. And this is the new region that they have announced, India South Central. It's still not up, but it will come up soon as per them. Okay. Now there are a lot of regions. How many regions they have? I don't have a proper answer, but if you count, you should see, or if you go to Microsoft documentation, you should see. Okay. So as of now, I don't know when was this updated. So if I just search for it, as of now, it's showing as 60 regions. So we have 60 regions, 60 plus as per Copilot. Right? So you have 60 regions around the globe. So if you go to any of the Microsoft documentation, you should get an exact answer. Okay, so if you read the documentation from Microsoft, somewhere you should get an exact answer if they have mentioned, right? And the last point that I mentioned over here is region pair. So every region is paired with another region just to make sure that your data is not lost. Okay, so if you see India, Central India, West India, and South India, all these regions are paired with each other. So Central India is paired with South India. Central India again is paired with West India. And then West India is paired with South India. Right, so these are all the regions which are paired with each other. Now, why Azure has done that? So we need to make sure that what happens. See, if I'm deploying my application in Central India, so this application goes on Central India. Central India is nothing but Pune. So in Pune's data center, my application is being hosted. Now, if there's some natural calamities or there is some power failure in the data center, what is going to happen to my application? Even though you are using cloud computing, your application will go down since physically the data center is not available. If data center is not available, I cannot access my application. So you could lose business if you're making money from your application. So in order to avoid that, what you can do, you can deploy one instance in Central India, one instance in South India. So if Central India goes down, you can route your traffic to South India. So that's why they have made a paired region. So every region is paired with another region, just to make sure, so you can have high availability. You can design high availability. By default, there will not be high availability. You need to design it. Right. So if you're planning to design high availability, you need to deploy one instance over here, one instance in the second region. So if one region, entire region or a data center is going down, you still have your application up and running from another region. All right. So that's why if you just go ahead and see, all the regions are paired with each other. South Africa, we have two regions, north and west, so they are paired. China, we have multiple regions, so they are paired with each other. Okay, it's been paired so that you can design it by deploying multiple instances. It's not by default. If I only select one instance and if I'm deploying over here, by default, Azure is not replicating your data. Okay, by default, it will not do that when it comes to the resources. Now we have understood what regions are. So regions are nothing but the physical location, physical data centers. Whatever data center Azure has created, Microsoft has created, you can deploy your application or your resources over there. All right. Now, in order to deploy your resources, first of all, you need Azure subscription. If you do not have subscription, you cannot deploy any resource. Now, understand the difference over here between tenant and subscription. So you have an Azure tenant with you. That tenant is nothing but a dedicated instance to your organization. All right. Tenant is a dedicated instance to your organization. With tenant, what I'm getting a directory where you can create your users, you can manage your users, you can modify your users, you can delete your users. You can create thousands of users as per your as per your plan, as per your addition. Your Active Directory, your Microsoft Entra ID edition. All right. But these users will not be able to deploy resources unless you buy an Azure subscription. So in order to deploy resources, I need the subscription in place. If I don't have the subscription, I cannot deploy any resources. All right. Now let me just give you a quick overview on the portal itself. If I go to the portal and if I search for subscription now, you see, if I click on subscription over here. So this is the subscription that Simplilearn has already bought. I need to have this subscription. If I don't have the subscription, I cannot deploy the resource. So let me just show you a quick example. I click on disks over here. I search for disk. I'm just showing you that I have the subscription. If I have the subscription, I am being landed to this particular page and I can create a resource. So disk is nothing but a resource over here. You consider this as your hard disk. Okay. Now the third option that it is asking is a region. So I can deploy it anywhere I want. If you scroll down, you have options to all the regions. Right, so let's select whatever you want. If I want India, I can search for India. So these are the three regions we have in India. So I can select whatever region I want. Once I have selected the region, I can change the size just to make sure that I'm not being charged. Any resource you deploy, you'll have to pay. All right, so that's why I'm getting very low resource. And I click on review create. And then I click on create. So my resource is getting deployed. See here, you just need to understand that I can deploy resource. Now, why I can deploy resource? Because I have access to the subscription. If I do not have subscription, I will not be able to deploy the resource. So here, your takeaway is you just need to understand here that in order to deploy any resource, you need to have subscription in place. All right. Now so you see resource is deployed now. This is the resource that I have deployed. Now let's go back to the Entra ID and create a user. Do we have user 01 or I deleted it? So if I go back to the deleted users. Yeah, so let's restore user 01. and let's try to log in with user 01. Okay, so I just copy the user principal name. I go to the incognito window. I sign out from my root cloud account and I log in from the user 01 account that we created, right? So I'm just using the user 01 name, clicking on next, and I'm providing the password. So what I'm trying to show you over here is that can user 01 deploy a resource? So if I search for this, I'm searching the same resource that I deployed with other user. But as you can see, I search for disk, but I have been landed or I have been redirected back to this page. If I search for virtual machine, if I click on it, I'm again coming back to this page. Why is that so? Because this user does not have access to subscription. So in order to deploy resources, you need subscription in place. If you do not have subscription, you cannot deploy any resource. Whatever resource you search for, you won't be able to deploy it since we do not have the subscription over here. Whatever resource I select. You see, I'm landed back to the same page. Okay, so you need to deploy the in order to deploy the resources, we need access to the subscriptions. What is the subscription? Subscription is nothing but the billing boundary where Azure will charge you. So doesn't matter what resource you are deploying, Azure will charge you by seeing at your consumption, right? An example of if you want if you want to use electricity, you need the connection to you need to apply for the connection, and then you get your get electricity delivered to your home, right? And then whatever you'll be using, they'll see how they see that you have a meter. So they take the reading every month and then send you the bill. Right. So similarly, here Azure will provide you the subscription, and whatever you will be whatever your usage is, according to your usage, you'll have to pay. So what is subscription? Subscription is nothing but the billing boundary. You can have as many subscriptions as you want. There's no limitation, right? You can deploy resources into your subscription, and according to your usage, Azure will charge you. Got it? Now, what are the different types of subscription and where you can get the subscription? So yesterday I showed you how you can create a free tier account. So one of the type of subscription is free tier. Another type is pay as you go. Free tier will give you just 30 days of free credit, and you can use those credit for 30 days. All right. Pay as you go is like the amount of resources you are deploying. According to that, you'll be charged. So pay as you go. According to your consumption, you'll be paying. Right. Another type of subscription is cloud service partners. So you can buy subscription from Microsoft partners, right? From them you can buy the subscription, and if you're buying and if you're using a lot of resources, they could provide you the offers as well. Enterprise subscription, again you can get that from enterprise agreement with Microsoft. You can go on an enterprise agreement with Microsoft. So if you become Microsoft partner, they'll give you an enterprise level of subscription. All right. And the other one is student. All right. So these are the types of subscription. And where to get this subscription from? You can directly buy it from Microsoft by going into an enterprise agreement. You can buy it from resellers. There are various cloud resellers that's mentioned over here, cloud selling partner or cloud services partner. You can buy it from Microsoft partners as well, or you can create your personal free account. Okay, so these are the 4 different ways of buying a subscription. Now, if you want to enroll for the pay as you go or free subscription, you can do that from here only. If I go back to the page, the portal where I have logged in from user 01, you see the first option that you're getting over here is nothing but start with an Azure free trial. So if you're eligible, you can create a free trial, but again, you need a credit card. You need to provide the credit card, and you need to provide a email address that you have not used earlier. All right. So I can click on start and it will take me to the start page, and from here I can create a free tier account, right? This is the free tier. Apart from that, what other subscriptions you can buy? Yep. You can access student benefits as well. So if you're a student, you need to provide your student account, but only certain universities who are partner with Microsoft, only for them you get the student benefits, right? It's not for all the universities, it's only for few universities, right? Apart from that, if I go over here and if I search for subscription, you can add from Azure portal as well. So if you search for subscription over here, you'll be landed to this page. And in this page, you can click on add and you can add a subscription. Right, so there are different types of subscription. You see free trial, pay as you go, Azure for students. You can explore our other offers as well. So Azure provides Azure Pass sponsorship. You need to buy this from Microsoft partners. Yeah. So these are the different types from where you can, these are the different ways from where you can get the subscription. All right. So subscription is nothing but the billing boundary. In order to deploy any resource, you need to have subscription in place. If you do not have subscription, you cannot deploy the resource. All right. Now I created the disk, so let me just delete that disk first. Otherwise, it will incur the charges. So what I'll do, I'll just delete the resource that I just created. All right. So let's go back to the page where we are discussing. All right. So the next topic that we have is resource group. Right. In Azure, we have something called as resource group. So resource group is nothing but a logical container where you can keep your resources. Now, what are the resources? Resources are nothing but virtual machine, your storage account, your SQL databases, your virtual network, your disk that we just created. So these are nothing but the resources. The resources are the actual resources that you're deploying. What is virtual machine is nothing but a server where your application will be hosted. You have storage account where you can keep your files. You have databases where you can create a tabular format databases, your schema, right? So where we keep all these resources. So in order to keep all these resources, you can create a resource group first. Inside that resource group, you can create all the resources that you want. Okay. Now, why do we have this concept of resource group? It's a good concept. It's a resource group is something that which is not physical. You can physical in the sense which is not tangible. It's just a logical resource. All right. So it's just a metadata where your resources will be, you can keep your resources. It's like grouping your resources together. Now, why do we need to create a resource group? To separate your instances. So you can use resource group in any format you want. For example, you're distinguishing your resources from the environment type. Like for example, all the production related resources will be in one resource group. All the development environment related resources will be in development resource group. All the testing resources will be in test resource group. So you can separate your resources like that, or whatever strategy you want to follow, you can follow those strategies. For example, all the resources in India should belong to one resource group. All the resources in US should belong to one resource group. Or you can follow all the resources, similar type of resources, like all the virtual machine belongs to one resource group. All the network belongs to one resource group. So you can follow whatever you want. So resource group is just the way to keep your resources together. All right. However you want to deploy it, however you want to use it, you can use it. Now there are a few points that you need to understand over here. What are those points? Resources can exist only in one resource group. That means at a time, one resource can part of only one resource group. That means this virtual machine can belong to one resource group at a time. You can move resources between resource group, but at a time, one resource is part of one resource group only. So this VM will be under resource group 01. Cannot be under two different resource groups. Okay. So RG01 is a resource group. Under that resource group, we have VM1. Now I can move VM1 from one resource group to another. That is possible. But at a particular point in time, one VM will only reside in one resource group, not two resource groups. All right. You can have different types of resources in one resource group. Like you have a VM over here, you have a storage, you have a SQL, you have network, you have disks. So different types of resources can be part of one resource group. There's no limitation on that, right? Once you have created the resource group, there's no way to rename the resource group. So if I have given the resource group name as RG02, I cannot rename it. That's not possible, right? As of now, we don't have that feature. That is a limitation as of now, all right? And you can move resources from one resource group to another. So I can move this VM from one resource to another, one resource group to another. That is possibility. All right. So what is a resource group? It's just a logical container which will keep your resources. So you can keep any type of resources inside the resource group. Now, what is the advantage of having a resource group? So it will help you to manage your resources efficiently. So in case, for example, I'm creating a resource group for demo purpose today, and I'm deploying hundreds of resources just for testing, just for demo purposes. I'm doing testing, but if I forgot to delete these resources, what is going to happen? I'll have to pay to Microsoft because I'm utilizing their resources. So I'll have to pay them. So what can I do at the end of the demonstration or at the end of the testing? If I'm only doing the testing, I can simply delete this resource group, and whatever we have inside that resource group will get deleted. So I don't need to go one by one to each and every resource and delete them. I can simply delete resource group and all the resources will be deleted over here. So what is a resource group? It's nothing but a logical container provided by Microsoft Azure, which helps you to organize and manage your resources so you can keep any resource that you want. You can divide your resources. You can create resource group on the basis of environment like production, development, test, or you can create on the basis of country, maybe all the US related resources will be in one resource group. All the India related resources will be in one resource group. Or you can do on the basis of resources, like all the VMs will be in one resource group. However you want, however your management team or you decides, you will be keeping your resources like that, right? What happens? It is nothing but a logical grouping, resource group. Resources within the resource group can be managed collectively, right? That means if I delete the resource group, all the resources inside that resource group will be deleted. So it is helpful to do the testing, right? I am doing the testing, so I'm deploying lots of resources, and at the end of testing, once my testing is done, I simply delete the resource group. So all the resources will be deleted.
Imagine you are at the forefront of your company's shift to the cloud. They need a cloud expert, and you see this as your chance to shine. By earning a Microsoft Azure certification, you can become that expert. With Azure certification, you are not just keeping up with the change, you are leading it. You know how to deploy virtual machines, secure data, and optimize resources. Your team relies on you, and your boss notices your pivotal role in a smooth migration. This certification also boosts your career. Companies everywhere need Azure certified professionals, whether it's a promotion, a raise, or new job offers. Your opportunities expand. The journey itself is rewarding, connecting you with a vibrant community and keeping you ahead of tech trends. In other words, a Microsoft Azure certification does not just boost your skills, it transforms you into a cloud hero, essential to your company's success and your career growth. In this video, we will discuss about the top Azure certification path and how you can prepare for Microsoft Azure certification exams. But before we begin, if you want to be a successful cloud professional,
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
then check out the Simplilearn's Cloud Architect Certification course. This course will build your AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform expertise from the ground up. You will learn to master the architectural principles and services of the top cloud platforms, design and deploy high scalable, fault-tolerant application, and develop skills to transform yourself into an AWS and Azure cloud. If you are interested in this program, check out the course link from the description box and the pinned comments. So without any further ado, let's get started. So what is a Microsoft Azure certification? Microsoft Azure certification encompasses a series of over a dozen credentials designed for professionals in cloud computing or those aspiring to enter the field. Azure is an approach that enables you to innovate rapidly by using cloud-native architectures with loosely coupled microservices, managed databases, AI, DevOps support, and many others. So there are 4 levels of Microsoft Azure certification: fundamental level, associate level, expert level, and specialty level. So the first one is fundamental level, ideal for non-technical individuals starting in cloud computing and cloud professional at the beginning of their career. The next is associate level certification, best suited for candidates with a solid understanding of Azure basics. The third one is expert level certification, designed for those with a strong cloud background, including associate level certification and hands-on experience. The fourth one is specialty certification, focus on specific areas such as Azure AD Developer, Specialty, and Azure for SAP workloads. So now let's discuss why to pursue an Azure certification. So in the dynamic world of cloud computing, obtaining a certification in platform like Microsoft Azure is a strategic career move. So here are several reasons to pursue an Azure certification. The first one is industry recognition and credibility. The second one is alignment with industry trends. The third one is diverse career opportunities. The fourth one is increased employability and job security. The fifth one is career advancement and higher earning potential. So now move forward and discuss top Azure certification path as per the designation. As you can see this chart, we have 3 types of levels in certification: expert level, fundamental levels, and associate level. So now let's discuss one by one. So first one is fundamentals level certification. So in this first we have Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamental AZ900. The course fundamentals is designed to teach you the foundational concept of Azure. Crafted by AZ900 certified expert, this course aligns perfectly with the Azure fundamental exam syllabus. The exam format is multiple choice questions, exam duration is 45 minutes, and the cost for this exam is $99. Please note that certification which we are discussing in this video might be discontinued in the future or their syllabus can be changed. And the second one in fundamentals is Microsoft Certified Azure AI Fundamentals, AI 900. The AI 900 Microsoft Azure Fundamental course is designed to help you learn machine learning and artificial intelligence. This certification is intended for you if you have both technical and non-technical background. Data science and software engineering experience are not required. Exam format is MCQ and exam duration is 45 minutes. The cost for this exam is $99. Next, we have associate level certification. So first one on the list is Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator Associate, AZ104. As an Azure administrator, you often serve as a part of a larger team dedicated to implementing an organization's cloud infrastructure. You also coordinate with other roles to deliver Azure networking, security, database, application, development, and DevOps solution. The skills covered are managing Azure identities and governance, implementing and managing storage, configuring and managing virtual networking, deploying and managing Azure compute resources. Exam format is multiple choice questions and exam duration is 100 minutes. The cost for this exam is $165. The second one we have AZ500, Azure Security Engineer Associate. In this, you implement, manage, and monitor security for resources in Azure, multi-cloud, and hybrid environments. As a part of an end-to-end infrastructure, you recommend security components and configuration to protect the following: identity and access, data, application, networks. Your responsibilities as an Azure security engineer include managing the security posture, identifying and remediating vulnerabilities, Exam format is multiple choice question, exam duration is 100 minutes, and the cost for the exam is $165. The next we have AZ204 Azure Developer Associate. You are responsible for participating in all the phases of development, including requirements gathering, design, development, deploying, security maintenance, performance tuning, and monitoring. You should be proficient in Azure, SDK, data storage options, data connection, APIs, app authentication, and authorization. As a candidate, you should have at least 2 years of professional development experience and experience with Azure. Exam format is multiple choice question, exam duration is 100 minutes, and the cost for the exam is $165. The third one, we have expert level certification. So the first one is we have Microsoft Certified DevOps Engineer Expert AZ400. As a DevOps engineer, you are developer or infrastructure administrator who also has subject matter expertise in working with people, processes, and products to enable continuous delivery of value in an organization. Your responsibilities for this role include delivering Microsoft DevOps solutions that provide continuous security, integration, testing, delivering, deployment, monitoring, and feedback. You must have experience both administrating and developing in Azure with strong skills in at least one of these areas. You should also have experience implementing both GitHub and Azure DevOps solution. The exam format is multiple choice questions, exam duration is 150 minutes, and the cost for the exam is $165. The second one, we have Microsoft Certified Azure Solution Architect Expert AZ305. Your responsibility for this role include advising stakeholders and translating business requirements into design for Azure solutions that align with the Azure well-architected framework and cloud adoption framework for Azure. In this role, you implement solutions on the Azure by partnering with various other job roles, including developers, administrators, security engineer, data engineers. So as a candidate for this certification, you should have advanced experience and knowledge of IT operation, including networking, virtualization, identity, security, business continuity, disaster recovery, data platform, and governance. You should manage how decisions in each area affect an overall solution. Exam format is multiple choice question, exam duration is 160 minutes, and the cost for this exam is $165. So as we conclude our Azure certification roadmap, we have covered the significance of Azure certification and delve into the fundamentals, associate, and expert level.
This video is based on Microsoft Azure certifications. Microsoft Azure is a cloud provider that holds the second highest market share in the US after Amazon Web Services. According to quickstart.com, plenty of companies are switching to Microsoft Azure. This proves that companies across the world embrace the cloud computing, which means the popularity of Microsoft Azure services and Azure professionals is on the rise. The salaries of Azure professionals are pretty much higher compared to professionals working on other technologies. In the United States of America, salaries of Azure developers range from $1,15,000 to $1,75,000 US. So you're thinking about taking up an Azure cloud certification? In that case, I could definitely help you. In this video, I'll be talking about Azure certifications, which will help you grow your career. Some of you must be wondering which certification is the right choice for your career. Don't worry, we will be discussing that as well in this session. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Coming back to the topic, let me tell you that Microsoft Azure certification consists of 13 certificates, and all these certifications are organized into 4 levels: fundamental level, associate level, expert level, and specialty level. Now, let's get started with the first certification, Azure Fundamental Exam AC 900. This is a very basic level of certification for candidates who are willing to begin their career in Azure cloud computing. Now, the skills covered in this certificate are core Azure concepts like high availability HA, scalability, fault tolerance FT, disaster recovery, scalability of applications, and the difference between CapEx and OpEx. CapEx is defined as a business expenses and OpEx is the operation cost. Next is deep understanding of relational and non-relational data on Azure. Then comes analytics, workloads, modern data warehousing and Azure architectural components on Azure. Then knowledge of data ingestion, data visualization, Azure firewall, DDoS protection and network security group. Now moving forward, it's time to know the important details of this examination. Coming to prerequisites, there are no prerequisites for this certification, which means it is launched especially for non-techies. Next, this exam consists of 30 to 40 questions which should be answered within 60 minutes. The minimum passing score required for this certification is 700 points. And finally comes the cost. The cost for this certification is $99 US. Moving forward, let's talk about our next certification, which is Microsoft Certified Azure AI Fundamentals Exam AI 900 Beta. This certification is designed for individuals who are willing to learn the basic knowledge of how to implement artificial intelligence, machine learning on Microsoft Azure. Let us talk about the topics covered in this certification. Understanding the core concept and features of common artificial intelligence workloads and guiding principles of AI. Basic principle of machine learning on Azure and features of computer vision workloads on Azure. Next comes the process of identifying common types of computer vision solution, knowledge of Azure tools and services for computer vision tasks. Then, it is important to understand the concept of Azure tools and services for NLP workloads, which is covered in this certification. Next is conversational AI workloads on Azure. Finally, it involves the process of identifying common use cases for conversational AI Azure services. Now moving forward, it's time to know the important details of this examination. For this certification, there are no prerequisites and the cost of completing this certificate is $99. Next, we will talk about the third certification, that is Microsoft Certified Azure Data Fundamentals Exam DP 900 Beta. The certification will give the knowledge of core database concepts such as relational and non-relational databases so that they can be implemented on Microsoft Azure architecture. Now, let us jump right into the topics covered in this certification. First, the exam covers the core data workloads, batch and streaming data of data analytics. Next, it has the concept of relational Azure data services such as comparison of PaaS, IaaS, and SaaS delivery models. Then comes identification of fundamental management tasks of relational database and various techniques in describing query techniques for data using SQL language. Next comes the concept of non-relational database workloads and non-relational data offerings on Azure. Then it covers the analytics workloads and components of modern data warehouse. Now moving forward, it's time to know the important details of this examination. The certificate requires no prerequisites. Next, the cost. The cost for this certification is $99 American. Now talking about the next service, that is the Microsoft Azure Administrator Associate Exam AC103. It is an associate level Microsoft Azure certification. It trains a candidate by improvising an individual skill in implementing, monitoring, and managing Azure services. So let's jump right into the topics covered in this certification. It helps in understanding the management of Azure resources, groups, and role-based access. Next, creating and configuring storage accounts, Azure files, and Azure backup concepts are explained. Then the concept of deploying and managing virtual machines and VM backups are covered. Next comes the concept of configuration and management of visual networks, implementation of Azure Load Balancer, and network security group. Finally, it also covers the concept of creating and managing Azure Active Directory, AD objects, users, and groups. Talking about the exam details. This exam requires completion of Microsoft Azure Fundamentals Exam AZ900. The exam consists of 40 to 60 questions which should be answered within 150 minutes. A minimum passing score for this certification is 150. And talking about the cost, the completion of this certification is $160 American. So going further, let's talk about the next certification. Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator Associate Exam AZ104 Beta. This exam is conducted for the candidates who know the configuration and management of compute, storage, and virtual networking Azure services. So let's jump right into the topics covered in this certification. It has concepts of Azure AD objects, role-based access control. Next, it explains how to manage storage accounts and data in Azure Storage and covers the different ways to configure Azure Files and Azure Blob Storage. Then, it shows how to create and configure VMs, containers, and web applications on Azure platform. Finally, it explains the concept of configuration and management of virtual networking. Now moving forward, it's time to know the important details of the examination. This examination has only one prerequisite, that is completion of Azure Fundamentals Exam AZ900. The cost for this certification is $165 American. Did you know that exam AZ104 is updated version of certificate AZ103? After completing this certificate, an Azure administrator is given the responsibility of implementing Azure-based cloud infrastructure. Our next certification is Microsoft Certified Azure Developer Associate Exam AZ203. This exam is created for the candidates who have the knowledge of designing, building, and maintaining Azure applications and services with the coordination of cloud database administrators. Now, let's see the topics covered in this certification. First, it covers the concept of building Azure Resource Manager templates. Then, it explains simple ways of monitoring and implementing batch jobs. Next, it involves the concept of building Azure App Services like web and mobile application, API applications, and implementation of Azure Functions. Then comes the main concept. It explains how to develop solutions for usage of storage tables, blob storage, Cosmos DB storage, and relational databases. Finally, it helps in learning the process of implementing Azure security in terms of user authentication, user access control, and data security.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit Skill Up by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, let us discuss the examination details as you can see on the screen. Talking about prerequisites. This certification requires completion of Microsoft Azure Fundamentals Exam AZ900, and the exam will have 40 to 60 questions which should be answered within 180 minutes. And finally comes the cost. The cost of this certification is $160 American. Next comes Microsoft Certified Azure Security Engineer Associate Exam AZ500. This certification helps an individual to master the knowledge of implementing and managing security protocols. Apart from that, it also includes the concept of identity and access management of cloud security data. So let's jump right into the topics covered in this certification. It covers the concept of the configuration of Azure AD Privileged Identity Management and Azure Security. Next, it helps an individual to learn how to implement management security and container security on the applications on Azure platform. Next, an individual can gain a deep understanding of concept of Azure Log Analytics, security alerts, and security policies. Finally, the process of configuration and security management of data infrastructure, SSL TLS for application, is explained. Now, let us discuss the examination details. As you can see on the screen, this certification too requires the completion of Microsoft Azure Fundamentals Exam AZ900. And the exam has a set of 40 to 60 questions which should be answered within 150 minutes. Talking about the cost for this certification will be $165 American. Also, this exam requires strong skills in automation and scripting, a deep understanding of virtualization technology and virtual networking, and a strong familiarity with Microsoft Cloud services and products. Moving further, let's see what our next certification is. It is Azure AI Engineer Associate Exam AI 100. This certification is conducted for candidates who have a deep understanding of NLP, natural language processing, speech computer vision, bots and agents using cognitive services. Now it's time to dive deep into the topics covered in this certification. First, it has the concepts of AI models and services and identifying automation requirements. Then comes the process of how to design a strategy for ingesting and egress data, pipelines for artificial intelligence applications, and different ways of implementing AI solutions in a suitable project. Next is AI concepts. It helps an individual understand how to develop AI pipelines and implement AI workflow. Finally, the management process. This certification involves the process of monitoring artificial intelligence components for continuous improvements. Candidates appearing for this exam must have a basic knowledge of artificial intelligence, should know which AI tools should be used in the projects, and should have problem-solving skills in order to meet the project's performance requirements. This certification requires completion of Microsoft Azure Fundamentals Exam AZ 900. Like the previous certification, the exam consists of 40 to 60 questions which should be answered within 180 minutes. And finally comes the cost. The cost for this certification will be $165 American. Now let's see what the next certification is. Well, it's the Microsoft Azure Data Engineer Associate Exams DP200 and DP201. Let's talk about the Microsoft Azure Data Engineer Associate Exam DP200. This exam is designed for candidates who want to improve their skills in management, development, and data processing. Now it's time to dive deep into the topics covered in this certification. It helps an individual to understand how to implement relational and non-relational data storage solutions. Next, the certification helps in understanding the concept of managing data security by implementing data masking and encrypting data in the process. Then, the certification helps an individual to gain knowledge in development, streaming, and batch processing solutions. Finally comes the monitoring process. An individual learn how to monitor data storage and few simple ways of implementing data processing systems and how to optimize Azure data solutions in a business. Now let's talk about the details as you can see on the screen. This certification requires completion of Microsoft Azure Fundamentals Exam AZ 900. The exam consists of 40 to 50 questions which should be answered within 180 minutes. Now talking about the cost. A candidate will have to pay $165 American as the exam fee. Next, let's talk about the exam DP201, which is launched for designing an Azure data solution. This is the second exam for becoming an Azure data engineer. It helps candidates to improve their skills in designing data storage models, mastering the concept of data processing and data security for Azure services. Now, it's time to dive deep into the topics covered in this certification. First comes the implementation of relational and non-relational cloud data storage in applications. Next is the designing techniques for real-time and batch processing solutions and provision of compute resources. Then it has the concept of designing security solutions such as encryption, auditing, and privacy of data. Finally, it is the design data retention policies and plan archiving strategies. Now, let us discuss the examination details. As you can see on the screen, for this certification, completion of Microsoft Azure Fundamentals Exam AZ 900. Next, the exam consists of 40 to 50 questions, which should be answered within 150 minutes. And finally comes the cost. The cost of this certification will be $165 American. While appearing for this exam, candidates must have an understanding of designing Azure SQL databases, Azure Cosmos DB, Azure Data Lake Storage, Azure Stream Analytics, and Blob Storage services. Okay, now let's see what is the next certification to discuss. It's Azure Database Administrator Associate Exam DP300 Beta. This exam is ideal for professionals who are willing to gain knowledge on administering cloud-based database systems. Now, it's time to dive deep into the topics covered in this certification. First, it consists of the basic concept of implementing appropriate database solutions on selected platforms. Next, it tells how to implement an Azure AD authentication service on a running application. Then, it explains about monitoring activities, basic concepts of how to configure resources to achieve an optimal performance. Next, it teaches how to review queries and database tables. Finally, it explains the planning and implementation strategy for continuous and backup services at the time of disaster recovery. Now, let us discuss the examination details as you can see on my screen. There are no prerequisites for this certification. Talking about the cost, the exam fee is $165 American. Moving further, let's discuss what a Microsoft Azure Solutions Architect Expert Exam AZ300 and AZ301 are. Basically, these are expert level Microsoft Azure certifications. To become an Azure Certified Solutions Architect, you have to pass two examinations, AZ300 and AZ301. Let's first talk about exam AZ300, Microsoft Azure Architect Technologies. This exam is suitable for architects who are the advocate for their business. To achieve this certification, an individual should have advanced knowledge in IT operations, including virtualization, data security, networking, and business continuity. Now it's time to dive deep into the topics covered in this certification. First comes the concept of analyzing resource utilization and management of Azure Active Directory. Next comes how to migrate an application to Azure and different ways to manage role-based access. Then it explains how to build, configure, and run apps in Azure Kubernetes Service, AKS. Finally, it explains how to implement MFA, that is multi-factor authentication, for users on Azure platform. Now, let's discuss the examination details as you can see on my screen. For this certification, completion of Microsoft Azure Fundamentals exam AZ900 is necessary. Next, the exam consists of 40 to 60 questions which should be answered within 150 minutes. And finally comes the cost. The cost of this certification will be $165 American. Next exam is AZ301, Microsoft Azure Architect Design. This is the next expert level exam suitable for Azure Solutions Architect. To achieve this certification, the candidate should have complete knowledge in various aspects of IT fields. Now, it's time to dive deep into the topics covered in this certification. To achieve this certification, a person should know how to plan networking and monitoring strategy based on client requirement. He should be able to collect data and infrastructure requirements and define logical groupings. He should be proficient in designing data flows and data protection strategies. He should know about site recovery and data archiving. Now let's discuss the examination details as you can see on my screen. First comes prerequisites. The certification requires completion of Microsoft Azure Fundamentals exam AZ900. Next, this exam consists of 40 to 60 questions which should be answered within 150 minutes. And finally comes the cost. The cost for this certification will be $165 American. Next comes the last certification, that is Microsoft Azure DevOps Engineer Expert Exam AZ400. This certificate is suitable for IT professionals who want to become Azure DevOps Engineer Expert. Now, it's time to dive deep into the topics covered in this certification. To achieve this certification, a person should know how to design a secure DevOps development lifecycle and tool integration process. An individual will learn how to implement version control on the project and manage to build infrastructure. Next, an individual will be able to analyze and manage an Azure Kubernetes service infrastructure. Then he will be able to implement infrastructure as code, compliance, and security of the infrastructure. Now, let us discuss the examination details as you can see on my screen. This certification does not require completion of AZ900 certification, but requires the completion of Azure Administrator Associate or Azure Developer Associate certification. The candidate should have a general knowledge of DevOps concepts. The exam consists of 40 to 60 questions, which should be answered within 180 minutes. And finally comes the cost. The cost of this certification will be $165 American.
In this video, we are going to guide you through the steps to become a proficient Azure data engineer. Whether you are a beginner looking to enter the field of data engineering or an experienced professional seeking to specialize in Azure data solutions, this roadmap will provide you with the structured approach to build your skills and expertise.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
Now before we move on, just a quick info guys. You can transform your career with the Cloud Architects Master Program from Simplilearn. In this course, you are going to learn about AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. You will master the architectural principles, services of the top cloud platform, design, deploy highly scalable, fault-tolerant application, and develop skills to transform your career in this domain. Now, before we move on and begin with our roadmap tutorial, let us discuss our agenda for today's session. So we are going to start our session with an introduction to what is a data engineer. Moving ahead, we are going to learn about what does an Azure data engineer do. Then we will learn about why to choose this field. And at the end, we are going to conclude our session with a discussion on roadmap to become a data engineer. So guys, let's start with what is a data engineer. So guys, a data engineer is a professional who specializes in designing, implementing, and managing data solutions. In this case, they will be using Microsoft Azure Cloud Services. Basically, they are responsible for building scalable and reliable data pipelines, data warehouses, and analytic solution on the Azure. I hope so. You would have got a brief idea regarding what is a data engineer. Now you would be wondering, what does an Azure data engineer do? So guys, the key responsibility of an Azure data engineer includes, first one is architecting data solutions. It means that you are going to design data architectures and solutions using Azure services, such as Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Data Factory, Azure Databricks, Azure SQL Database, Azure Cosmos DB, and others. Next one is building data pipelines. You're going to develop data pipelines to ingest, processes, and transform data from various sources into Azure data stores, data warehouses, or data lakes. Third one we have all over here is data transformation and ETL. You're also going to perform data transformation like cleansing, enrichment using Azure services like Azure Data Factory, Azure Databricks, or Azure Functions. Next one we have all over here is monitoring and optimization. You're going to monitor the performance availability and the cost of Azure data solution and optimizing them for scalability, efficiency, and cost effectiveness. These are some of the key responsibilities what an Azure data engineer can do. Now guys, let us move on and discuss that why should you choose this field. Guys, working as an Azure data engineer can be both challenging and fulfilling. As a data engineer, you will play a crucial role in helping companies succeed by providing data solutions. You'll also be collaborating with data scientists, analysts, and decision makers with the information they need to perform their tasks effectively. You'll utilize your programming skills and analytical abilities to create scalable solutions. Now, here are some of the key reasons why I should recommend you to become a data engineer. The first one is, in today's scenario, there is an increasing demand. With increasing adoption of cloud computing and data analytics, there is a high demand for professionals who can design, implement, and manage data solutions on Azure. Next one we have all over here is Microsoft Azure market dominance. This is also one of the reasons why you should join as an Azure data engineer. Guys, Azure is one of the leading cloud platforms globally, which offers a vast ecosystem of services and tools for data engineering. Specializing as an Azure data engineer provides access to a dominant player in the market. Now, third one we have is there is continuous learning. You will have an effective learning curve throughout your career span. Next one we have all over here is data services. Now, if I talk about comprehensive data services, Azure offers a comprehensive suite of data services, including storage, integration, warehousing, analytics, machine learning, which empowers data engineers to build end-to-end solutions tailored to diverse business needs. Fifth one we have all over here is scalability and flexibility. We all know that Azure's scalability and flexibility enables data engineers design highly scalable and elastic solutions that can adapt to changing business requirements and data volumes. Sixth one we have all over here is integration with Microsoft ecosystem. Azure seamlessly integrates with Microsoft's suite of products and services, allowing organizations to leverage existing infrastructure and technologies effectively. Next one we have all over here is robust security and compliance. Azure provides robust security features and compliance certifications, making it suitable for handling sensitive and regulated data with confidence. Next one we have all over here is lucrative salaries. Do you know, friends, that Azure data engineers command competitive salaries with average annual earnings ranging from $100,000 to $150,000 in the US. Higher salaries are often attainable with experience, certifications, and expertise in Azure data solutions. So guys, becoming an Azure data engineer offers not only the opportunity to work with the cutting-edge technology, but also to contribute to organizational success, but also the potential for significant financial rewards and career advancement. So that's why you should join this field. Now let's move on and discuss the most crucial part of this video. That is roadmap to become a data engineer. So guys, here is the roadmap for becoming a data engineer. The first step is building the foundation. Now guys, what you're going to do? You're going to learn the programming languages. Start with Python, SQL, and then learn PowerShell for Azure automation. Familiarize yourself with the basics of Microsoft Azure, including its services, architectures, and deployment models. And finally, study data structures and algorithms. Understand the fundamental data structures and algorithm as they form the backbone of an efficient data processing. Next step is learning about Azure data services. So guys, all you have to do is dive into the Azure data services, such as Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Data Factory, Azure Databricks, SQL Database, Azure Cosmos, and others. Next one we have all over here is that you have to learn about the database systems. Learn about both relational databases like Azure SQL Database and also NoSQL databases. For example, Azure Cosmos DB. Third one, learn about data warehousing. Understand data warehousing concepts and how to build data warehousing using Azure Synapse Analytics. Fourth one we have all over here is gaining expertise in big data technologies such as Azure SG Insight, Azure Databricks for processing and analyzing large volumes of data. And finally, we have all over here is learning about the big data technologies. I hope so you would have got an idea regarding the step 2. Now let's delve into the step 3. Third step is developing data engineering skills. Now, what are these skills? First one is you have to learn how to build data pipelines using Azure Data Factory so that you can extract, transform, and load data from various sources. Next one, in this process, you will also have to learn about data integration. You have to understand how to integrate data from an on-premises system like SaaS application and external sources into Azure data solutions. Next one we have all over here is data transformation and ETL. Use Azure Databricks, Azure Data Factory, or Azure Functions to perform data transformation, cleansing, and enrichment. And finally, we have all over here is learning about data modeling. This is the most crucial part in enriching your skills as a data engineer. You will learn about data modeling techniques and schema design for optimizing data storage and retrieval in Azure data services. So I hope so guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding step 3. Next step is gain expertise in data analytics and visualization. Learn about analytics services. Explore services such as Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Analysis Service for performing advanced analytics and building data visualizations. Next is master the tools like Power BI for creating interactive dashboards and report to visualize insights derived from Azure data solutions. This is step 4. And the final step is getting certified, guys. Attain Microsoft certification. Consider pursuing certifications like Microsoft Certified Azure Data Engineer Associate, which validates your expertise in designing and implementing data solutions on Azure. And this way, the roadmap gets completed. And after this, apply for jobs, internship on LinkedIn and other job portals. And definitely, you'll be able to become a data engineer.
We'll go over the Microsoft Azure certification test in this video and present useful information to assist you to decide on a career path. Microsoft offers 3 certification paths for a variety of technical jobs. To gain certification, you must complete a series of exams. And the first one is Fundamentals Certification. These certifications are suitable for those who are just getting started in technology or considering a career shift. Second is Role-Based Certification. To begin acquiring valuable job role abilities, choose a role-based certification. Third is Additional Certification. Examine Microsoft Office technical qualifications as well as Specialist and Microsoft Certified Educator certifications. Now in each category, we have sorted the certifications for your better understanding. In the first category, Fundamental Certification, are Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals, Microsoft 365 Certified Fundamentals, and Microsoft Certified Power Platform Fundamentals. In the second category, role-based certifications are Microsoft 365 Certified Security Administrator Associate, Microsoft Certified Azure Developer Associate, and Microsoft Certified Dynamics 365 Sales Functional Consultant Associate. And in the third category, additional certifications are Microsoft Certified Azure for SAP Workload Specialty, Microsoft Certified Educator, and Microsoft Office Specialist, Microsoft Word Expert. So let's start with the first one, Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals. The Azure Fundamentals certification allows you to demonstrate that you understand cloud concepts, Azure services, Azure workloads, Azure security and privacy, and Azure pricing and support. Candidates should have basic understanding of technical fundamentals such as networking, storage, computation, application support, and application development. Candidates for the Azure Fundamentals certification should have a solid understanding of cloud services and how Microsoft Azure deliver them. This certification is for applicants who are new to Azure or who are just starting to work with cloud-based solutions and services. Moving ahead, let's look into its skills requirement. Describe cloud concepts, describe core Azure services, describe core solutions and management tools on Azure, describe general security and network security features, describe identity governance, privacy and compliance features, and describe Azure cost management and service level agreements. This certification is suitable for job roles like administrator, business user, developer, student, technology manager, and its exam code is AZ900. Price of this examination is $99 and the renewal time is 2 years. Coming to the next one is the Microsoft 365 Certified Fundamentals Certification. It verifies that you are familiar with Microsoft 365 feature and benefits, as well as the advantages of using cloud services, the software as a service, cloud model, and the Microsoft 365 cloud service. These are the skills required to earn this certification. Describe cloud concepts, describe core Microsoft 365 services and concepts, explain security, compliance, privacy, and trust in Microsoft 365, and describe Microsoft 365 pricing and support. This certification is apt for job roles like business user and administrator, and the exam code for this examination is MS900. The examination fee is $99 and the renewal time is 2 years. Next is Microsoft Certified Power Platform Fundamentals. If you're a student, a business user, or a new technical professional, using your Microsoft Power Platform skills to better your team's efficiency, this certification can help you advance your career. To prepare for it, you only need a basic understanding of computer technology, data analytics, cloud computing, and the internet. Consider a fundamental certification, the initial step towards expanding your skill set and moving on to more advanced certifications like Microsoft Power Platform Functional Consultant. And the skill set required for this certification are: describe the business value of Power Platform, identify the core components of Power Platform, demonstrate the capabilities of Power Platform, describe the capabilities of Power Apps, demonstrate the capabilities of Power Automate, demonstrate the business value of Power Virtual Agents. This certification is perfect for job roles like business user, functional consultant, student, and its exam code is PL900. The examination fee for this exam is 99 USD and its renewal time is 2 years. Now let's dive into the second category, which was role-based certification. The first certification exam in this category is Microsoft 365 Certified Security Administrator Associate. Microsoft 365 Security Administrators protect Microsoft 365 enterprise and hybrid environments by proactively securing them and implementing and managing security and compliance solutions, responding to threats, and enforcing data governance policy. This exam assesses your ability to use Microsoft 365 to implement and manage identity and access, threat protection, information security, and governance and compliance features. The skills required for this certification are: implement and manage identity and access, implement and manage threat protection, implement and manage information protection, manage governance and compliance features in Microsoft 365. Now, this certification is perfect for the administrator role, and its exam code is MS500. Its examination fee is 165 USD and its renewal time is again 2 years. Then comes Microsoft Certified Azure Developer Associate. Candidates for the Azure Developer Associate certification should have experience designing, developing, testing, and supporting Microsoft Azure cloud applications and services, participating in all aspects of cloud development from requirements, definition, and design to deployment and maintenance, as well as performance tuning and monitoring is part of its role responsibilities. Now, the skill set essential for this certification are: develop Azure Compute Solutions, develop for Azure Storage, implement Azure Security, monitor, troubleshoot, and optimize Azure solutions, connect to and consume Azure services and third-party services. Now, this certification is for a job role like developer, and its exam code is AZ204. Its examination fee is 165 USD with the renewal time of 2 years. Moving on, next is Microsoft Certified Dynamics 365 Sales Functional Consultant Associate. This certification could help you advance in your career. If you're a functional consultant, a Microsoft Dynamics 365 sales professional, or a developer wishing to improve your consulting skills, it enables you to better pitch yourself for projects and demonstrates to your company how Dynamics 365 sales can be used to empower salespeople. You have expertise with Microsoft Power Platform and are familiar with Dynamics 365 model-driven apps and data modeling techniques as a candidate for this certification. For this certification, skills required are: perform configuration, manage core sales tables, configure additional tools and services, configure Microsoft Dataverse, create apps by using Microsoft Power Apps, create and manage Microsoft Power Automate, implement Microsoft Power Virtual Agents chatbots, integrate Microsoft Power Apps with other apps and services, and manage solutions. Now, this certification is suitable for the functional consultant profile, and the exam code for this exam are PL200 and MB210. The examination fee for this exam is 165 USD and the renewal time is 2 years. Now comes the third category, additional certification. And the first certification exam in this category is Microsoft Certified Azure for SAP Workloads Specialty. Architects or engineers with substantial experience and knowledge of the SAP system landscape and industry standards that are particular to the initial migration or integration, as well as the long-term operation of an SAP solution on Microsoft Azure, should apply for this certification. making recommendations on services, and modifying resources as needed for optimal resiliency, performance, scale, provision, size, and monitoring are among the responsibilities of an architect or engineer for Azure for SAP workloads. Skills required for this certification are migrate SAP workloads to Azure, design and implement an infrastructure to support SAP workloads, design and implement high availability and disaster recovery, maintain SAP workloads on Azure. Now, this certification is perfect for job roles like administrator, solution architect, and its exam code is AZ120. Its exam fee is $165 USD with the renewal time of 2 years. Then comes Microsoft Certified Educator. The Microsoft Certified Educator (MCE) credential verifies that teachers possesses the global educator technology literacy competencies required to provide students with a rich, personalized learning experience. Educators in training, instructors at teachers' education colleges, and in-service educators all benefit from MCE certification. So these are the skills required. Facilitate student collaboration, skilled communication, self-regulation, real-world problem-solving and innovation, facilitate student use of information and communication tools, and use ICT to be an effective educator. Now, this certification is suitable for developer and educator profiles, and its exam code is 62193. Its examination fee is $127 USD, and its renewal time is 2 years. Now comes the last but not the least one in this category, and it is Microsoft Office Specialist Microsoft Word Expert. Earn the Microsoft Office Specialist Word Expert certification to show that you have the skills needed to get the most out of Word. This credential demonstrates proficiency in the creation and management of professional papers for a variety of purposes and scenarios. The skills essential to gain this certification are manage document options and settings, use of advanced editing and formatting features, creating a custom document elements, and use advanced Word features. Now, this certification is suitable for job profiles like business users, and its exam code is MO101. The exam fee for this certification is $100 USD, and its renewal time is 2 years. So this was all about Azure certification part. Apart from this, not only will you need to learn how to design, manage, and protect Azure cloud systems in order to become certified and land a job, but you'll also need real hands-on experience.
On AWS versus Azure versus GCP.
Talking about market share, Amazon Web Services leads with around 32% of the worldwide public cloud share.
Azure owns up to 16% of the worldwide market share.
And GCP owns around 9% of the world's market share.
Let's talk about each of these service providers in detail. AWS provides services that enable users to create and deploy applications over the cloud. These services are accessible via the internet. AWS, being the oldest of the lot, was launched in the year 2006.
Azure, launched in 2010, is a computing platform that offers a wide range of services to build, manage, and deploy applications on the network using tools and frameworks.
Launched in the year 2008, GCP offers application development and integration services for its end users. In addition to cloud management, it also offers services for big data, machine learning, and IoT.
Now let's talk about availability zones. These are isolated locations within data center regions from which public cloud services originate and operate. Talking about AWS, they have 69 availability zones within 22 geographical regions. This includes regions in the United States, South America, Europe, and Asia Pacific. They are also predicted to have 12 more additions in the future.
Azure, available in 140 countries, has over 54 regions worldwide grouped into 6 geographies. These geographical locations have more than 100 data centers.
GCP is available in 200 plus countries across the world. As of today, GCP is present in 61 zones and 20 regions, with Osaka and Zurich being the newly added regions.
Now let's talk about pricing. These services follow the pay-as-you-go approach. You pay only for the individual services you need for as long as you use them without requiring long-term contracts or complex licensing. Now on screen, you can see the pricing for each of these cloud service providers with respect to various instances like general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, and GPU. Now let's talk about the compute services offered. First off, we have virtual servers. For AWS, we have EC2. It is a web service which eliminates the need to invest in hardware so that you can develop and deploy applications in a faster manner. It provides virtual machines in which you can run your applications.
Azure's virtual machines is one of the several types of computing resources that Azure offers. Azure gives the user the flexibility to deploy and manage a virtual environment inside a virtual network.
GCP's VM service enables users to build, deploy, and manage virtual machines to run workloads on the cloud.
Now let's talk about the pricing of each of these services. AWS EC2 is free to try. It is packaged as part of AWS's free tier that lasts for 12 months and provides 750 hours per month of both Linux and Windows virtual machines.
Azure Virtual Machine Service is a part of the free tier that offers this service for about 750 hours per month for a year. The user gets access to Windows and Linux virtual machines.
GCP's VM service is a part of a free tier that includes micro-instance per month for up to 12 months.
Now let's talk about Platform as a Service or PaaS services. For AWS, Elastic Beanstalk is an easy-to-use service for deploying and scaling web applications and services developed with Java, .NET, Node.js, Python, and much more. It is used for maintaining capacity, provisioning, load balancing, auto-scaling, and application health monitoring.
The PaaS backbone utilizes virtualization techniques where the virtual machine is independent of the actual hardware that hosts it. Hence, the user can write application code without worrying about the underlying hardware.
Google App Engine is a cloud computing platform as a service which is used by developers for hosting and building apps in Google data centers. The App Engine requires the apps to be written in Java or Python and store data in Google Bigtable and use the Google query language for this.
Next, let's talk about virtual private server services. AWS provides Lightsail. It provides everything you need to build an application or a website along with the cost-effective monthly plan and minimum number of configurations.
In simple words, VM Image is a more comprehensive image for Microsoft Azure virtual machines. It helps the user create many identical virtual machines in a matter of minutes.
Unfortunately, GCP does not offer any similar service.
Next up, we have serverless computing services. AWS has Lambda. It is a serverless compute service that lets you run your code without facilitating and managing servers. You only pay for the compute time you use. It is used to execute backend code and scales automatically when required.
Azure Functions is a serverless compute service that lets you run event-triggered code without having to explicitly provision or manage infrastructure. This allows the users to build applications using serverless simple functions with the programming language of their choice.
GCP Cloud Functions make it easy for developers to run and scale code in the cloud and build event-driven serverless applications. It is highly available and fault-tolerant.
Now let's talk about storage services offered by each of these service providers. First off, we have object storage. AWS provides S3. It is an object storage that provides industry standard scalability, data availability, and performance. It is extremely durable and can be used for storing as well as recovering information or data from anywhere over the internet.
Blob storage is an Azure feature that lets developers store unstructured data in Microsoft's cloud platform. Along with storage, it also offers scalability. It stores the data in the form of tiers depending on how often data is being accessed.
Google Cloud Storage is an online storage web service for storing and accessing data on Google Cloud Platform infrastructure. Unlike the Google Drive, Google Cloud Storage is more suitable for enterprises. It also stores objects that are organized into buckets.
Amazon provides EBS or Elastic Block Store. It provides high-performance block storage and is used along with EC2 instances for workloads that are transaction or throughput intensive.
Azure Managed Disk is a virtual hard disk. You can think of it like a physical disk in an on-premises server but virtualized. These managed disks allow the users to create up to 10,000 VM disks in a single subscription.
Persistent storage is a data storage device that retains data after power to the device is shut off. Google Persistent Disk is durable and high-performance block storage for GCP. Persistent Disk provides storage which can be attached to instances running in either Google Compute Engine or Kubernetes Engine.
Next up, we have disaster recovery services. AWS provides a cloud-based recovery service that ensures that your IT infrastructure and data are recovered while minimizing the amount of downtime that could be experienced.
Site recovery helps ensure business continuity by keeping business apps and workloads running during outages. It allows recovery by orchestrating and automating the replication process of Azure virtual machines between regions.
Unfortunately, GCP has no disaster recovery service.
Next, let's talk about database services. First off, for AWS, we have RDS or Relational Database Service. It is a web service that's cost effective and automates administration tasks. Basically, it simplifies the setup, operation, and scaling of a relational database.
Microsoft Azure SQL Database is a software as a service platform that includes built-in intelligence that learns app patterns and adapts to maximize performance, reliability, and data protection. It also eases the migration of SQL Server databases without changing the user's applications.
Cloud SQL is a fully managed database service which is easy to set up, maintain, and administer relational PostgreSQL, MySQL, and SQL Server databases in the cloud. Hosted on GCP, Cloud SQL provides a database infrastructure for applications running anywhere.
Next, we have NoSQL database services. AWS provides DynamoDB, which is a managed, durable database that provides security, backup and restore, and in-memory caching for applications. It is well known for its low latency and scalable performance.
Azure Cosmos DB is Microsoft's globally distributed multi-model database service. It natively supports NoSQL created for low latency and scalable applications.
GCP Cloud Data Store is a NoSQL database service offered by Google on the GCP. It handles replication and scales automatically to your application's load. With Cloud Data Store's interface, data can easily be accessed by any deployment target.
Now let's talk about the key cloud tools for each of these service providers. For AWS, in networking and content delivery, we have AWS Route 53 and AWS CloudFront. For management, we have AWS CloudWatch and AWS CloudFormation. For development, we have AWS CodeStart and AWS CodeBuild. For security, we have IAM and Key Management Service.
For Microsoft Azure, networking and content delivery, we have Content Delivery Network and ExpressRoute. For management tools, we have Azure Advisor and Network Watcher. For development tools, for management, we have Azure Advisor and Network Watcher. For development, we have Visual Studio IDE and Azure Blob Studio. For security, we have Azure Security Center and Azure Active Directory.
For GCP, we have the following tools. For networking and content delivery, we have Cloud CDN and Cloud DNS. For management, we have Stack Driver and GCP Monitoring. For development, we have Cloud Build and Cloud SDK. And finally, for security, we have Google Cloud IAM and Google and Cloud Security Scanner.
Now let's talk about the companies using these cloud providers. For AWS, we have Netflix, Unilever, Kellogg's, NASA, Nokia, and Adobe.
Pixar, Samsung, eBay, Fujitsu, EMC, and BMW, among others, use Microsoft Azure.
So as seen on your screens, the companies that use GCP are Spotify, HSBC, Snapchat, Twitter, PayPal, and 20th Century Fox.
Let's talk about the advantages of each of these services. Amazon provides enterprise-friendly services. You can leverage Amazon's 15 years of experience delivering large-scale global infrastructure, and it still continues to hone and innovate its infrastructure management skills and capabilities. Secondly, it provides instant access to resources. AWS is designed to allow application providers, ISVs, and vendors to quickly and securely host your applications, whether an existing application or a new SaaS-based application. Speed and agility. AWS provides you access to its services within minutes. All you need to select is what you require and you can proceed. You can access each of these applications anytime you need them. And finally, it's secure and reliable. Amazon enables you to innovate and scale your application in a secure environment. It secures and hardens your infrastructure. More importantly, it provides security at a cheaper cost than on-premise environments.
Now talking about some of the advantages of Azure. Microsoft Azure offers better development operations. It also provides strong security profile. Azure has a strong focus on security, following the standard security model of detect, assess, diagnose, stabilize, and close. Azure also provides a cost-effective solution. The cloud environment allows businesses to launch both customer applications and internal apps in the cloud, which saves on IT infrastructure costs. Hence, it's OpEx friendly.
Let's now look at the advantages of GCP. Google bills in minute-level increments, so you only pay for the compute time you use. They also provide discounted prices for long-running workloads. For example, you use the VM for a month and get a discount. GCP also provides live migration of virtual machines. Live migration is the process of moving a running VM from one physical server to another without disrupting its availability to the users. This is a very important differentiator for Google Cloud compared to other cloud providers. GCP provides automatic scalability. This allows a site's container scale to as many CPUs as needed.
Google Cloud Storage is designed for 99.9% durability. It creates server backup and stores them in a user-configured location.
Let's talk about the disadvantages of each of these services. For AWS, there's a limitation of the EC2 service. AWS provides limitations on resources that vary from region to region. There may be a limit to the number of instances that can be created. However, you can request for these limits to be increased. Secondly, they have a technical support fee. AWS charges you for immediate support, and you can opt for any of these packages. Developer, which costs $29 per month, Business, which costs more than $100, and Enterprise, that costs more than $15,000. It has certain network connectivity issues. It also has general issues when you move to the cloud, like downtime, limited control, backup protection, and so on. However, most of these are temporary issues and can be handled over time.
Talking about some of the disadvantages of Microsoft Azure. Codebase is different when working offline and it requires modification when working on the cloud. PaaS ecosystem is not as efficient as IaaS. Azure Management Console is frustrating to work with. It is slow to respond and update and requires far too many clicks to achieve simple tasks. Azure Backup is intended for backing up and restoring data located on your on-premises servers to the cloud. That's a great feature, but it's not really useful for doing bare metal restores of servers in a remote data center.
Let's now look into the disadvantages of GCP. So when it comes to cloud providers, the support fee is very minimal, but in the case of GCP, it is quite costly. It is around $150 per month for the most basic service. Similar to AWS S3, GCP has a complex pricing schema. Also, it is not very budget friendly when it comes to downloading data from Google Cloud Storage.
So what is Azure DevOps? Azure DevOps enables teams to organize work, collaborate on code development, and build and deploy applications using developer services. Azure DevOps is a culture and set of protocols that brings together developers, project managers, and contributors to collaborate on software development. It enables businesses to create and enhance products more quickly than they could with traditional software development methods. You can use Azure DevOps services in the cloud or Azure DevOps server on premises. Azure DevOps has built-in functionality that you may access via a web browser or an IDE client. Depending on your business needs, you can use one or more of the following standalone services. Azure Repos. Azure DevOps are built-in functionality. So for source management of your code, Azure Repos offer Git repositories or Team Foundation version control. Azure Pipelines. Build and release services provided by Azure Pipelines to assess continuous integration and delivery of your applications. Azure Boards. Using Kanban and Scrum methodologies, Azure Boards provides a set of agile tools for planning and tracking work, code bugs, and issues. Azure Test Plans. Manual and exploratory testing and continuous testing are among the options available in Azure Test Plans for testing your applications. And at last, Azure Artifacts. This allows teams to share packages from public and private sources, including Maven, NPM, NuGet, and more, and incorporate package sharing into their pipelines. So this brings us to the features of DevOps. First we have is dashboard control. You can rapidly navigate to different regions of the project, build and manage dashboards, and set dashboard widgets using the DevOps dashboard functionality. Then we have improved source control. Git and Team Foundation version control, a centralized client-server system, which are two prominent methods of source control supported by Azure DevOps solution. To observe change history, you can add and manage Azure Git tags, reviews, downloads, and modify files. Following that, we have plan and track your work. You can utilize Azure DevOps systems to track features, requirements, user stories, tasks, issues, and more using a variety of work items. Then we have integrated collaboration servers, a tool that allows teams to collaborate throughout the whole Azure DevOps feature set, including team dashboards, project wiki, discussion within work item forms, and many others. Then we have support for exploratory testing. Manual exploratory and continuous testing are made easier with Azure DevOps, which include workflow customization, end-to-end traceability, criteria-based selection, and real-time visualization that show the test activities. And at last comes continuous integration and deployment. Many developers use CI/CD, and Azure DevOps makes it so easy to do so. Developers may automate various design activities with Azure pipelines, including defining and building association steps, writing test instructions, and managing simultaneous releases. Well, this brings us to Azure DevOps Services. You get an integrated set of services and tools with Azure DevOps to manage your software project, from planning to development to testing and deployment. A client or server model is used to deliver these services. Many of them are offered via a user-friendly web interface that works with all major browsers. So source control, build pipelines, and work tracking are just a few of the services that may be managed through a client. You can see the left pane is where you access Azure DevOps Services as demonstrated in the figure below. So now that we have covered Azure DevOps Services, let's move on to Azure DevOps Server. Version control, reporting, requirements, management, project management, automated builds, testing, and release management are all capabilities of Azure DevOps Server, a Microsoft product. It provides DevOps features and spans the complete application cycle. So now that we know what Azure DevOps Services and Azure DevOps Server are, so let's have a crisp comparison between them to know how exactly they differ from each other. Despite the fact that Azure DevOps Service is a hosted version of Azure DevOps Server, there are several features that differ. Some functions of Azure DevOps Server aren't available in Azure DevOps Services. So when deciding which platform to use or considering a transition from on-premises to the cloud, keep the following points in mind: scope and scale data, authentication, users and groups, and manage user access. So first is scope and scale data. Azure DevOps Services and Azure DevOps Server are slightly different. Organizations and projects are currently the only alternatives for scoping and scaling data. Azure DevOps Services organization get their own URLs and always have exactly one project collection, whereas deployment, project collection, and projects are the three methods for scoping and scaling data in Azure DevOps Server. Then we have authentication. To connect to Azure DevOps Services using the public internet, depending on your organization's arrangement, you can use Microsoft account credentials or Azure AD credentials to log in. You can also configure Azure AD to require multi-factor authentication, IP address restrictions, and other security features. But you connect to an intranet serving using Azure DevOps Server. Windows authentication and your Active Directory domain credentials are used to log in. So this method is completely open and you will never be asked to sign in. Next we have users and groups. You may use a similar technique to grant access to groups of users in Azure DevOps Services. Azure AD groups can be added to Azure DevOps Services group. So you must add users one at a time if you utilize Microsoft account instead of Azure AD. On the other hand, by adding Active Directory groups to multiple Azure DevOps groups, you may grant user access to deployment in Azure DevOps Server. The membership of AD groups are kept in sync, so users gain and lose access to Azure DevOps Server as they're added and withdrawn in AD. And at last, there is Manage User Access. You manage access to features in Azure DevOps and Azure DevOps Server by assigning users to an access level. Each user in your Azure DevOps Services organization must be assigned an access level. As usual, as Visual Studio subscribers sign in, Azure DevOps Services verifies them. So without a Visual Studio subscription, you can give basic access to 5 users for free. Whereas all use of Azure DevOps Server is on the honor system. Specify the access levels on the administration page to set access levels for users based on their license and assign unlicensed user stakeholder access only. So now that we have covered all the important features and concepts of Azure DevOps, now let's move on to the next very important aspect of Azure DevOps, which is Azure DevOps Lab. The Azure DevOps Lab is a place where you can learn about software development and operations with Azure DevOps services. You can simplify and speed up the DevOps process. It explains how to use Azure DevOps services to automate software delivery and satisfy business requirements. So to understand it in a better way, let's have a demo of Azure DevOps Lab. So let's start with our Azure DevOps demo. So first, what we need to do is navigate to this website, azure.microsoft.in, or we can directly log in through dev.azure.com also. So first, what we need to do is sign into a Microsoft Azure account. So after signing in, you'll be led to this page that you just need to click on continue. And here what you need to do is create an organization under which you're gonna create your projects, multiple projects, and you're gonna attach your team members to it or group members to it whom you want to give the access to your projects. So what is the difference between organization and project is, if you have given anybody access to your organization or somebody is a part of your organization, then that particular individual will have access to all of your projects. But if you have given somebody only access to your project, then he'll be only restricted to that particular project. He won't be able to access any other project that is present under that particular organization that you both are part of. So basically, organization is something that is used to connect to groups of a related project or somebody who is already a part of a particular organization. So here we will give it a name. So I am giving simply demo as an organization name. And here you can see that the projects under this organization will be hosted under the South India region. And we need to enter the captcha. And click on continue. Just a second. So now you can see it is saying that it is taking you to an organization. Okay, so we already have an organization of the same name, so let's just change it to something else. Let's give it simply demo org. So here you can see this saying that it's taking to your Azure DevOps organization where you'll be creating your projects. So now you can see your organization name here, and here you just need to create a project name. So I'm giving it simply demo project. Now below you can see visibility. We can opt either public or private. So what is public or private? So basically, if you keep the visibility of the project public, then once you copy this URL, so as I was saying, once you copy this URL into some other browser or incognito mode, you will be able to have the access to the project. But if you keep its visibility private, then only the people who have real access to your organization or to your project will be able to access that project or will be able to see that project or work on it. As you can see, public projects are disabled for our organization, so we can't select public. So we'll go for private and click on create project. Now here you can see the home page of your organization where you have this project, and here you can access the statistics of project, how it is performing, how much time you have contributed to it, or what all services you have added to your project. And down below you will be able to see that there is just one member, which is the root user of this project. And once you start adding more members to your project, their details will be added to this particular block. So now here you can see these are the services, boards, repos, pipelines, test runs, and artifacts services that is provided to you to add to your project. So now let's have a look at them one by one. So first one is boards. As we click on boards, you can see multiple options, your work items, boards, backlogs, sprints, queries, delivery plans. Here you can see it is all empty as we haven't added any service or we haven't worked on a project yet. So let's just click on new work item. So here you can see one is epic, issue and task. So epic is an option that is, you can see a pro option for work items. So basically epic represents business initiative to be accomplished, and it is basically available for basic, agile, scrum and CMMI process templates. So what it exactly does is increases customer engagement, that whatever your project is, if it's the engagement of your project, that how it's performing and how it is performing towards the people whom you have given access to the project. Also helps to create new architecture to improve the performance of your project, and it also supports mobile applications. So basically when you're deploying any mobile application in your project or creating a mobile application as a project, so it will be able to support that as well. Let's click on Epic. So here you can see you need to enter a title for your Epic option. So here you need to add the title of your Epic, like for say we are creating a healthcare or an e-commerce application. So obviously it will be segmented into different parts. Like you'll be having search options or support options or home page. So we just need to give it a name. And here you can see its state is to do. For now we just have to do because we haven't actually created anything in our project and we haven't given any input. So it's in to-do list, and once we start working on it, we can change the state. It can be in progress or completing. So there are multiple states for your Epic. And here you can see the area is simply demo project. That means that we want to assign this search new Epic into this project. And we can also click description over here, that what exactly our new Epic is about. Like for search options, we need to specify or give a description that this is for searching options related to our application. Like for healthcare, one can type medicines or doctors or slots. So that is thing that we can add in our description, that it will help the user to understand what this feature is about. So this was Epic, and once done we can click on save. So here you can see other stuffs also, like priority. So we can select priority according to our will. So here by default it is priority 2. So priority basically is which function will come first. And here you can mention start date, target date. So once it's done, you can click on save. Now let's move to the next one. Second, what we have is issue. So basically issues are for you to track your work, and epics are used to track the group work and the large scenarios. But this is track like we saw the project statistics, so it will help you to understand the individual progress. So basically issues are raised when you find any obstacle in your progress or in your work. So it can be compared to impediments also. So when you're working with Agile, you need to deal with issues. So by default we have Agile to our project assigned. So
Like, for example, we can see that we have a meeting. So during the meeting, members report if they have encountered any bug or any impediments. So what next we have to do is we have to track them and resolve it. So these are the issues that can one can find, like possibilities. So you can assign here and give it a description again and just save it. So once a user faces these issues, we can keep a track of it, and once it is raised, we can resolve it. Coming to the next one. Next we have is task. So by the name only we can well understand what task is. So a task is a smaller item or smaller segment to track activity that contains all the information needed to accomplish a part of an issue, or you can say user story requirements. So this option is available for basic, Agile, Scrum and CMMI process templates. So again we can give it a name, what task we want to assign, and give it a description, and according to that we can select the priority and save it. So the task will be added to your project. We are not assigning any task right now because, as I said, we haven't added any particular project or particular details or application, or we haven't deployed any application yet in our project. So that is why we are not adding anything over here again, because first we need to understand what these services are and what these services are used for. Next we have backlogs. So backlogs helps you to understand the flow of your project. Like today you have contributed 10% of your time, and you have completed the 10% of the work, or you have worked on certain segments of the project, like for say you have worked in the support area. So it helps you to understand and keep a track of the flow of your project, how it is performing and how it is developing and how it is built every day. Next we have is sprints. So sprints are basically a time-boxed intervals that supports your team's ability to work using the agile processes and tools. So what you can do is, whether you're having, let's say you're having a healthcare application, so you just need to have a segment of it and drop it over here. So what it will do is it will get the attention of all the team members. So basically what it does, it makes your project more manageable. It increases the quality of your project and also makes it work even more faster and more frequently once you add the segment to the sprint. So you can say it in one way, it gets the priority and people need to work on it, and it gives your project more flexibility to adapt to change. Now sometimes what happens is many associate Scrum sprints with Agile software development. So sometimes Agile are often thought to be the same thing. Coming to the next one, we have queries. So the query page basically remembers the view you have last navigated, and when you log in again or when you come back again to the same portal, it returns you to that very particular view only. So you can say that it runs with Azure DevOps command line interface, and all the open like all the pages like you have gone through, you can keep a track of it over here. You just need to click over here all, and you can just see all the queries you have defined in all this while. And also you can share the queries with the team members, so they can also know that where you have been working lately, or which segment you have been working on, or what was the last navigation which you have been going through in this whole project. So it can help you manage your project in a more efficient way and keep a track of how and what all segments you have been working on and what all segments you need to work on in your project. Coming to the next one, we have delivery plans. So here you can see we haven't created any plan yet. So basically, delivery plans are a calendar view of multiple teams or team backlogs or individual backlogs from different projects. So basically, it replaces the delivery plans marketplace extension, and it is only available for Azure DevOps services. So here you can say it's a summary or time summary of all the projects you have been working on in a particular organization. So now that we have covered both, let's move to the next one, which is repos. So with the name itself, we can well understand that repo stands for repositories. So basically, it is a set of repositories that allows you to control and manage your project code. Like, for say, you're deploying a healthcare application. So these repos options help you create repositories and manage your code of that particular application in a more efficient way. So what you can do is you can connect project solutions by using the repos link. As you can see here, it is shown. So let's look into its option one by one. First, we have files. So in files, your project solution will be available in this section. So repositories can create, manage, and import those solutions. Okay, so you just need to upload your solutions of your code or your project here, and it will just create repositories for it, and it will help you manage those solutions in a better way. And you can see these clone to your computer, push an existing repository from command line, and import a repositories if you want to import any solution. Like here, you can just click on import and add the solution to a repository. So this is what files do. Basically, you can see it's like a physical folder itself where you have all your mini files or repositories or solutions, you can say, of data. So basically, it functions like a physical folder itself. So it helps you keep a track of your codes and everything. Next comes is commits. So in commit section, we can manage commit history for your repositories that you have created in files. So it just commits those repositories with author details from branches. Like, per se, we have a team, one from support branch and one from management branch. So whoever creates that repositories and adds the solution, it commits that repositories under that particular member of the team with the branch name. Then comes pushes. So push histories are available in this section from each pull request done by the developers. Developers, per se, the team members who have been working on this particular project and creating repositories and solutions. So what is pull request? So pull request or PRs are a way to change or review or merge code in our repositories. So basically, team uses these PRs to review code and give feedbacks or changes, whether for say you are deploying a code or a solution. So one can review them, what all changes needs to be made or what all upgradation needs to be made, or whether the code is already fine or not. So basically teams use these PRs to review the solutions and codes stored in these repositories, or you can merge multiple solutions or multiple codes into the main branch. So basically reviewers can step through the proposed changes and leave those comments and vote to approve or reject that particular code, or you can say to upgrade or what all changes we want to make it. They vote for it, that whether that needs to be made to that particular solution or not. So these are the PRs. Next, we have branches. So we can manage multiple branching information in this particular section. You can create or release branches from master to dev. Okay, so all users can actually create or release branches from branching information available in this particular section. Next come tags. So tags are used to point out specific commits, like giving message tags and data information to branches. You can create your naming conventions to branches by using commit tags. And the next one is pull request, which we have already discussed. The PRs that are basically used in pushes. So now we have completed repos also. So let's move on to the next one, which is pipelines. So here you can see that we don't have any pipeline created for us yet. So let's have a look at its provided options one by one. So the first one is environments. So basically it is a collection of resources where you actually deploy your application that you're working on. So you can say it contains one or more virtual machines, containers, web apps, etc. Whatever resources you have actually used for deploying your application, or what all services you have used for creating the environment for the deployment of your application. For say we need to deploy our application and it needs an Windows Java environment. So whatever resources you need to create that environment, that will be added to this environment list. It will be listed over this section. Next we have releases option. So basically this pipeline stores the data of your pipelines or stages or tasks and deployments in Azure pipelines, that deployments you have done so far in your applications, for your applications actually. So you can say that it helps your team continuously deliver software to your customers at a faster pace with a very minimum, you can say lower risk. So you can fully automate the testing and the delivery of your software or applications on multiple stages. Or you can also set up an automated process with approvals and on-demand deployments. Then comes library. So again you can see the page is blank. From the name itself you can scrutinize that it will be a collection of assets from Azure DevOps projects. So basically, it is a collection of build and release assets of a particular project. So assets defined in a library can be used in multiple builds and multiple releases pipelines of the project. Okay, so all assets that are defined in a library share a common security model. So you can control who can define new items in a library and who can use an existing item that you have already added in this library. So roles are defined for library items. Per se, you have added a particular asset or particular item to this library segment, and you can assign a particular member who will be working on this item. Okay, so roles are defined here for these, and these governs the operation you can perform on those items. That person will be keeping track of whatever changes have been made or whatever upgradation has been made to the particular item that has been added to this segment, library segment. So then comes task groups. So task groups are a way to standardize and centrally manage deployment steps for all applications in your projects. So when you include a task group in your definition and then make a change centrally to the task group, the change is automatically reflected in all the definitions. So we can conclude with this that a task group allows you to encapsulate a sequence of tasks already defined in, you can say, build or a release pipelines or into a single task group. So it just encapsulates all those sequence of tasks. So you can choose to extract the parameters from those encapsulated tasks as configured variables and abstract the rest of the task information. So what happens is the new task group is automatically added to the task catalog, and it is ready to be added to other release and build pipelines. So task groups are stored at the project level and are not accessible outside the project group. So the task groups will be only limited to the members who you have assigned in this project, and it won't be accessible to the other people or other team members from different projects, even though they are the member of the same organization. So you can say it's more of a private segment. Now that we have covered task groups, next we have deployment groups. So deployment groups are only available with classic release pipelines, and it is totally different from the deployment jobs. It is basically a collection of deployment related steps defined in a YAML file to accomplish a specific task. So in nutshell, it is a logical set of deployment target machine that have agents installed on each one. The deployment groups represent the physical environment, for example, testing or development or production environment. So a development group is just another grouping of agents, much like an agent pool, you can say. So what you can do with this is you can specify the security context and runtime targets for the agents, or you can let yourself view live logs for each server as a deployment take place. Or you can also enable you to use machine tags to limit deployment to a specific set of servers. So this was about deployment groups. Now that we have covered one more service, let's move on to the next one, that is test plans. So test plans, the first one we have is progress report. So you can analyze with this only. The progress report will be the progress of the project you have been working on, or the deployments you have been doing, or the tasks you have been performing. So basically it lets you analyze and view data for more than one or an individual test plans in a particular project. So data for test plans can migrated can be migrated from an on-premises Azure DevOps server that won't show up in this report. Okay. So basically this section lets you drill down by each test plans and give you summary of each test plan in it. So this section also lets you to navigate to a test plan or suite of choice by double clicking on it. Okay. So this was the progress report. Next we have runs. So basically it represents the execution of pipelines. So during a run, the pipeline is processed and agents process one or more jobs. So when you run a pipeline, many things happen under the cover. While you often won't need to know about them, occasionally it's useful to have the bigger picture, right? So Azure pipelines will get processed under this test runs segment. So you'll be able to see what all performance is happening over here. Like while you're running a pipeline, you can see the running state, the date you have started that, or what all that running pipeline includes, like jobs, steps, and tasks. So runs power both continuous integration and continuous delivery pipelines. Next we have load test. So basically Azure load testing is a fully managed Azure service that enables developers and testers to generate high scale load with custom Apache JMeter scripts and gain actionable insights to catch and fix performance bottlenecks at scale. So basically, application performance and resiliency are more important than ever before. So how you can run an Azure DevOps test? So first you need to click on it and select a test suite that contains all the automated tests, and you can just choose the run test option. And it will start processing it. So this service basically simulates traffic for your application, you can say, regardless of on which platform or where it is actually hosted. So now that we have covered test plans as well, let's move on to the next one, that is artifacts. So this is the last service that is provided to your project by Azure DevOps. So artifacts is a byproduct produced during the software development process. So it mainly consists of the project source code, dependency, or binaries or resources that could be represented in different layout depending on the particular technology. So it's like an extension that makes it easier to discover, install, or publish, and Maven packages in Azure DevOps. It's basically deeply integrated with other hubs like Build, so that package management can become a seamless part for your existing workflows. So what is exactly it is used for? So it can be used for both public and private organization with teams of any size. It basically manages your NPM or NuGet packages via feeds, and it allows you to create and share your Maven. So it's a package management solution integrated with your Azure DevOps. So this was all about the services that is provided to your projects. So now that you know what all services do for your project and what are their benefits and how they function, now you can actually plan your project and start creating and working on it and start deploying with the users and what all services you want for your particular project. So what you can do is click here on project setting. Just a second. Yeah, you can just click on project setting. So now what you can do is you can add in description that what your actual project is about. So for say, like I said, if you're creating in a healthcare application, so you can just give it a description that it is for healthcare related issues, queries, and helps needed, and like you're tying that particular application with different hospitals or healthcare organizations. So you can actually add those information in this description. And the process, which basically it is basic for private one, but you do get a range of process for your project when it, depending on the visibility of it, like for Agile or Scrum, you can say. So now here you can see that only my ID is attached to it, as I'm the only member here and I'm the administrator. So you can add members here, and scrolling down, you can, now that you know what all services provide you or what they provide to your project, so depending on the need of your project, you can just select the services you want to assign to your particular project. Like, for say, if I don't want boards assigned to it, or you can say if I don't want the services provided by the boards, you can just click on it and select remove boards, and I just need to refresh it. So, yeah, here you can see I have overview, repos, pipelines, artifacts, but I don't have test plans and boards. As you can see, test plan is basically all the collection of whatever you're managing, which is indirectly assigned to boards. So as you remove the boards, the test plans also get removed. Okay, and once like this, you can just select what all services you want specifically, and if you want to delete your project, you can just go ahead and delete it. So this was all about the Azure DevOps services and Azure DevOps Virtual Studio, we can say, and how the demonstration of how a project actually functions in.
Now, what are the components of Azure Virtual Network? One of them is the subnets. Then you have routing. Then you have network security groups. Now, what do we mean by subnets? The subnet is one of the major or a prime important component in the virtual network. So what you have to do is, first, obviously you would be creating a virtual network. Inside that, you can create the subnets. Subnets, you can consider it a logical partitioning or virtual partitioning inside the virtual network. Subnet lets user segment the virtual network into one or more subnetworks. For example, let's assume that you're working in an organization, and in the organization there are different departments. For every department, there should be some set of IP addresses that you want to allocate to the machines that the employees are using. Or all the departments should be isolated. That means that they should have their own network IDs and the network addresses allocated to their machines. And in that case, what you would do is you would create the subnets and the subnet IDs that would be allocated to those departments. These subnetworks can be separated logically, and each subnet consists of a server. So what you do is, when you create a subnet, you can create a server or an instance inside that subnet. And how do you want to give an access to that instance depends on criteria or the requirement. Hence, a subnet can further be divided into two parts, one as the public subnet and the other one as the private subnet. These are the naming conventions of the subnet. Then how do you want to give the internet connectivity depends on how the public subnet should be interacting with the internet. And for the private subnet, as the name suggests, that the internet is blocked. So that means it is completely isolated in the virtual network. The private instances, though, if you want that any instance created in the private subnet should have the internet connectivity or an access, you can primarily go with the NAT gateways in that case, which is a network address translation or kind of a translator which converts the private to public and vice versa. And that would actually enable the internet connectivity to your subnets. Then in the public instances, they can directly access the instance. As the name suggests, public instances, that public subnets, that means they have the direct internet connectivity. Next component is routing. and the routing is primarily a routing rules, you can say, that are applied, and those are actually applied to the routers only. So since on the cloud we cannot have a direct router access, and hence using the routing as a component, we can define some routing rules which are directly applied to the router in the infrastructure. It delivers the data by choosing a suitable path from source to destination. For each subnet, Azure Virtual Network automatically routes traffic and creates a route table. When you create a virtual network, automatically a route table is created, and that basically is required to route the traffic, and that can be used by every subnet. That doesn't mean that you only have to create a single route table in the virtual network. You can have multiple route tables also created, which can be associated with different subnets as well. Then you have the network security groups. It is kind of a firewall that protects the virtual machine by limiting the network traffic. It restricts inbound and outbound network traffic depending upon the destination IP address, port, and the protocol. So it is basically the network security group sits on the instances and or virtual machines, and they basically define that how the traffic should be reaching to the ports onto the virtual machine. So how do you want to open up the ports, and for which IP addresses you want to open up the ports? That is something the end user or the administrator has to specify or design. So they act as a kind of a firewall rules only that protects the virtual machines. So how to launch an instance using Azure VNet? So first of all, you have to create a virtual network. So virtual network act as a container for subnets. So first thing is that you would be creating a virtual network. Then you would be creating subnets which are considered as a subset within the virtual network. So cloud instances included in the subnet. So first VNets are created, then the subnets are created, and then you configure the properties in the security group. Have a look at this in detail. Now with respect to the virtual network, what you need to do is you have to create a virtual network in the Azure cloud. Then you have to create subnets into each virtual network, which is kind of a subset of a virtual network. So you can create one as a public subnet, the other one as a private subnet, for example. Now you have to assign instances. So when you create an instance, you have to specify that what is the virtual network, for which virtual network you are creating an instance. Within that virtual network, you have to select that on which particular subnet the instance should be created, and then connect instance to a relevant network security group. So attach your network security group to the instances, and based on the properties or the rules that are defined in the network security group, that will be applied to the instances within the subnets. Finally, configure the properties in the network security and set the policies. As a result, you will be able to launch your instance on Azure within the virtual network. Now we will be seeing one demo that how we can create Azure Virtual Network subnets and the network security group. So just be there to watch our demo on the Azure Virtual Network. In today's session, I would be showing how you can create the virtual networks onto the Azure. And for that, you require the credentials on Microsoft Azure, and here you can see on my screen that I have already logged in into the Azure console. Now what you need to do is, in order to search virtual network, you can type and search in the dashboard, in the search bar, with respect to the virtual networks. And here you can find the virtual network and the gateways. So what you need to do is you just have to click on the virtual networks, and then it will give you the options to add the components inside the virtual networks. So let me first open up the virtual network. Right. Now, in theory, we discussed that the virtual network comprises of multiple components and subcomponents. So primarily is that first you have to create a virtual network. Then you have to assign the IPv4 CIDR block to the virtual network. And then you create the subnets inside the network, which is a subset of the virtual network. Along with that, you define the routing rules. And likewise, you create the instances inside the subnets that will be part of the virtual networks. So that's what we are going to do in this demo. So I would be adding up a new virtual network. So you can see here there are already two virtual networks that have been added. One is the demo VNet, which is by default. So when you created the Azure credentials, the demo virtual network was already created by the Azure so that it can provide you the default settings. And then the test one has been created by me, and that's the customized one, or you can say a non-default virtual network. So I'm going to add another VNet and would define the name to it. So let's wait for the details to appear. So here you have to define the virtual network to create. Obviously we will be going with the free trial only. And then you have to create a resource group. So what is a resource group? It is primarily a collection of resources that share the same lifecycle, permissions, and the policies. So if you have a resource group created, you can use it. Otherwise, you can create a new resource group. So I already have one, that is the demo one. I would be using that. In the instance details, you have to specify the name of the virtual network. So these are certain parameters that you have to go with while defining the name. So let's say I put something like test VNet as the virtual network that I want to create, and that is, you have to select a region where you want to get that created. So these are the available regions that you can select. I would go with US East US only, and then we have to define the IP addresses also. So in the IP addresses, the CIDR blocks are allocated to the virtual networks, and that becomes a fixed IP address for that VNet. So what you can do is you can specify a range of IP addresses. Now whenever we talk about a virtual network and the IP addresses, we primarily focus on the private IPs only. So this is the private IP that we are actually talking about. So I can reserve some IP address CIDR for our VNet, and that is the range of 40.0.0.0/16 I'm going to reserve. So now we'll create one subnet, and we'll name that subnet. So as we discussed, that subnets are the subcomponents of the VNet. So here you can see we have already created one subnet with the name public subnet. So likewise we can add another subnet also, and let's name it to something like demo subnet. Right, and the subnet should have the IP address range, and that IP address range should be part of the VNet only. In V18, so same subnet address range you would be defining in the subnet as well. So that will be 40.0.1. or we can select 2.0/24. The rest of the things would be default. We are not attaching any route table as of now, so just click on OK, and here you can see that the subnet is created. Now once the subnet is created, now we are going to create a virtual machine inside that subnet, and for that we'll go to the search bar, and here we'll type virtual machines. Now we'll create a virtual machine in the same VNet, that is the test VNet, and inside the demo subnet, so that our virtual machine gets the private IP address from the subnet that has been created in the VNet itself. So what you need to do is you have to open up the virtual machines, click on add, and here you should add a new virtual machine. So you should select the name of the virtual machine and the network details where we would be defining the VNet as well as the subnet where the virtual machine should be created. So in the subscription we'll go with the free tier, and in the resource group we'll go with the demo that has already been created. We'll put a virtual machine name, something like test VM, and the rest of the things will be default. So we'll quickly skip the disk check also. Now in the networking we would be selecting the test VNet as our virtual network, and in the subnet we would be selecting the demo subnet. So that is the recently one added in the test VNet, and we want that our virtual machine should be part of that subnet only. Now obviously since we are creating a virtual machine, so it should be part of, it should have the public IP also assigned, since from the public network we need to access those virtual machines. So we'll keep it enabled, right? And the next would be the default settings that we are going to proceed with. So let's review all the configurations and then create your virtual machine. So here you can see that our virtual machine has been created, validation has been passed, and it takes a couple of minutes to get that updated. So let's wait for a few more minutes so that our virtual machine is ready. And primarily what we want to look into is that our virtual machine is created in a correct VNet, and it gets the private IP address from the subnet that has been part of the VNet which has been defined in the creation of a virtual machine. So let's wait for a couple of more minutes and we'll look into the status of the VNet. Now you can see here our test virtual machine has been created. Now what we wanted to look into is that our virtual machine is created in a correct subnet or not, and that is something which we can validate by checking the private IP address. So it got the private IP from the range of the IP address that we have specified in the subnet. Now in order to access this particular virtual machine, you have to use the public IP since we have to access it from the internet. So from the private IP, this virtual machine will not be accessible. So that's the reason that when we created a virtual machine, we allocated the public IP address also for this instance. So that is with respect to the virtual network and the demonstration on it, and how we can create a VNet and the subcomponents of the VNet, how they are associated or interlinked with each other, and that actually creates a kind of an isolated environment on the public cloud, which gives you the understanding that you can work into just like an on-prem environment. First of all, let's look into why is Azure Virtual Network important. So why Azure Virtual Network is required? So somewhere far away at an office, a company was struggling with few challenges. The company got a bigger projects which lead to the following challenges. That includes poor network connectivity, time-consuming process in building network topologies, could not divert network traffic to its destination on time. So these were a couple of challenges the company was facing. So the employees thought that what could be the possible solution to these challenges? And then we require the Azure Virtual Network in that case. So first of all, let's understand what is Azure Virtual Network is. An Azure VNet or a virtual network represents your network or environment to run VMS and applications in the cloud. When it is created, the services and virtual machines within the network interact securely with each over the internet. So virtual network, you can consider it as a virtual cloud, which is basically kind of a cloud space virtually assigned to the users or to the organization, which they can dedicatedly use for their purpose. So for example, if you have to create some instances or virtual machines onto the Azure cloud, and you want to connect it with the on-prem servers, for example, then you might require the virtual network in that case. Let's assume that those instances that are created in the virtual network require the range of IP addresses that you want to allocate to them, and that is something you can customize using the Azure Virtual Network. How do you want that the traffic should be routed to your instances in the virtual network, how the firewall securities should be applied? Everything the end user can control in the virtual network. So it seems like that you are working in your own data center. Ideally, you would be working onto the Azure cloud using the virtual network. Now, what are the advantages of using the Azure Virtual Network? So a couple of them are, it provides an isolated environment for your application. So as I said that it seems like that you are working in your on-prem environment. That means within your data center. But ideally it is a virtual space that is allocated to you, which is a kind of an isolated environment that is specifically designed for your task and the activities. Generally a subnet in a VNet can access the public internet by default. So we create a subnet inside the virtual network which can access the public internet. So there is a public network connectivity that is enabled in the virtual net so that a subnet which will be created in the VNet can be accessed. Traffic can be easily filtered from different resources. So you can have some control lists defined, you can have some security groups created, and how do you want to allow the traffic onto the servers or the application? That is something which you can control. It is a highly secure network, and the security groups and the policies are basically implemented by the end user. So you can design how the security should be implemented. High network connectivity, so you have a higher bandwidth as compared to the normal internet connection you might be having in the data center. Compared to that, you use the Azure network only, which gives you the higher network connectivity. It builds sophisticated network topologies in a simple manner, and which is easily manageable, as well as there are less troubleshooting issues that we would encounter.
Hi guys, welcome to another video by Simplilearn. Today we are going to learn about the Azure Virtual Machine. So without further ado, let's get started. Before getting in depth, let me tell you what's in store for today. First, I'll be talking a little about Azure. Next, I'll start off by explaining the Azure Virtual Machine. Then, I'll be focusing on few benefits of Azure Virtual Machine. Moving forward, I'll be going in depth with the Azure Virtual Machine components. And finally, we will be looking into a demo on Azure Virtual Machine. All of us may have heard of Azure at one point of time, but what is Azure? Let me explain. Azure is a cloud service created by Microsoft for building, testing, and managing applications and many services through the Microsoft data centers. The Azure hosts web applications over the internet with the help of these data centers. Azure is very flexible. It gives an option to have the functionality as required. You can pay as you consume, switch to Azure, and accommodate the business fluctuations. There is no need to worry about the infrastructure all the time. Azure is very reliable and has 24/7 tech support. Azure offers pay-as-you-go pricing, and hence it is very cost-effective. Staying online all the time ensures customers or users trust. Azure supports backup and disaster recovery tools. Now we know what Azure is and its key benefits. Let's now move on to Azure Virtual Machine. Before that, let's consider a scenario. Rachel had to host 10 virtual machines at once for a project. There was an issue when her computer RAM was not compatible with the instances. The computer RAM was only 8 GB and the instances that required were 10 GB. Then she says, I wish there is a service that's cost effective and also provides extra RAM memory. One of her colleagues heard this and he comes up with an idea. He says, can we use Azure Virtual Machine? It has a pay-as-you-go pricing and has disks for storage. You can pay for what you use and create any number of instances with high storage capacity. Also, if any technical difficulty arises, you can easily retrieve the files through the backup server. So now she's happy and she wants to know more about Azure Virtual Machine. Azure Virtual Machine is one of the wide range of services that Azure offers to create your instance. A virtual machine is a computer file, typically called an image, which behaves like an actual computer. It runs in a window, giving the user the same experience on a virtual machine as they have on the host operating system itself. Multiple virtual machines can run simultaneously on the same physical computer. Each virtual machine provides its own hardware, like CPUs, memories, and other devices. Azure Virtual Machine offers a high range of flexibility and it maintains the physical hardware that runs on it. Let me explain some of the benefits of Azure Virtual Machine. First, we have easy development and test. Azure Virtual Machine has a quick and easy way to configure the computer that is required to code and test an application. Next, agility and scale. Azure Virtual Machine is agile, and the ability to clone and spin up multiple instances of the same virtual machine allows us to scale services and applications rapidly, efficiently, and very cost effectively. Azure Virtual Machine provides enhanced performance. Demands for applications can fluctuate, so you pay for the virtual machines you need and shut down the unnecessary ones to save the cost. Azure Virtual Machines provide extended data center and can be easily connected to an organization's network. It is easy to set up your redundant infrastructure on Azure, and Azure provides a full disaster recovery site at a fraction of the cost. Furthermore, let me explain Azure Virtual Machine components in details. Virtual Machine comes under the compute domain of Azure. It also offers various services like availability sets, snapshots, disks, images, and many other services like hosts. Virtual Machine can be clubbed with other services like disks, images, availability sets, hosts, and many more. So, the first component and the most important component is the operating system. The operating system creates connections to the remote desktop session host. There are many operating systems available like Ubuntu, Red Hat, Linux, Windows Server, CentOS. You can also set the operating disk size so that the memory is not wasted. The next component is disks. Azure virtual machines use attached virtual hard disks for storage. There are two types of virtual hard disks. First is an image. It is a template for creation of new Azure virtual machine. Then we have disks. It is a bootable virtual hard disk. All durable disks are backed up by page blobs in Azure storage. Therefore, the disks inherit the benefits of blob storage, high availability, durability, and many more. The disks are mounted as drives on the VM. The next component is virtual network. Many components operate the virtual machines in a scalable and secure manner. Virtual networks could include equipment such as separate network spaces for internet-facing and backend servers, load balancers, firewalls, and more. Many of these components are deployed into an Azure virtual network. Azure Virtual Network provides many features such as subnet, IP address, load balancer, and network security group. Another important component of Azure Virtual Machine is availability sets. If in case there's a slight chance there could be a failure in physical servers, then these come into picture. So in case of such failure, the Azure platform will migrate the failed virtual machine to a healthy host to reconstitute the VM. It is highly recommended to deploy at least 2 instances of the virtual machine, and virtual machines placed on an availability set perform identical set of functionalities. Now that we know what Azure Virtual Machine is, let's look into the demo. In this demo, first we are going to create a virtual machine, connect it, and then create a web server and modify the web server, and finally launch the web application. So let's go ahead into the demo now. So the first step is to log into Microsoft Azure with your credentials. Now let's click on virtual machines and create a new one. So I can put add, and you can use the subscription you want, either pay as you go pricing or free tier. Resource group will create a new one, that is payroll 1. Okay, virtual machine we can create, I'm going to use VM web 001, and then region I'll be using East US. Then image I'll be using Windows Server R2 data center. Size I'll be using B1MS. Select username root admin, and then password of your choice. And then I'm going to allow selected ports and choose RDP 3389 and next. So OS tab I'll be using standard HDD, and then next. So I can see a default virtual network and a default subnet and public IP as well as default. Then next. You can allow for auto shutdown, but again, it's entirely your choice. I'm going to select an extension to install, and I'm going to install Microsoft Anti-Malware. Create, okay. I'm going to create a few tags now. Let's go ahead with it. So I've created 5 tags. Now review plus create. Okay, so everything seems good. Let's create now. So the deployment is going to take a few minutes. Let's wait for it. Okay, so that's done. Now let's go to virtual machine and see our virtual machine. Okay, so it's been deployed. Now let's get into the virtual machine and copy the IP address. Then hit Windows plus R and open MSTSC and paste the IP address and connect. Let's use a different account. You have to use the administrator account that we created before with the same password. Click OK. Now the remote desktop session host opens. The next step is to click on Server Manager and add rules and features. Click on Next. Select role-based or feature-based installation and click on Next. Then select the virtual machine you've created and Next. And then we are going to select Web Server IIS. Next. Next. Okay, so it's already installed on my computer, but you have to install this. Then let's close this and open Internet Explorer. Let's type in HTTP localhost. Yeah, so now we can see the default browser opening. Let's minimize this and let's try it here. Here you have to just put the IP address. I think there's an issue. Okay, so let's add an inbound port. Networking, select networking and add inbound port. Let's move port 80 and add. Okay, so it's added. Now let's go and refresh it. Now we can see the default web browser opening. So the next step is to modify the web browser. Let's go ahead with that. Go back to your remote session host. Let's go to File Explorer. So certain folders are created in the C drive. Let's open that. It would be under inetpub. So this is where the default browser is coming from. Now let's make a new text document. Open that and put hello, welcome to this demo by Simplilearn. Save it, close it. Let's rename this as index.html. So this is a text document, so we need to change that. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, that's done. Now let's go back to our Internet Explorer and hit F5. Let's refresh this. Let's try now. Okay, so let's so it's done. Now let's go back to the previous browser and try. Let's refresh. Yeah, that's done.
Now moving to the next module. Okay. In this module, our primary focus is to understand about virtual machines, how the VMs get created in Microsoft Azure, and what are the extension points, what is the virtual networks and other things which affects your virtual machine. What is exactly that the offering that Microsoft is giving and how we can create it. Now, here, one thing which I would like to clearly mention is that Azure, the first thing is that whatever we want to do, we can do through the portal. So portal is always there to go and work. The second option is your PowerShell. Now, the people who have PowerShell on your machine, you can directly connect to your Azure infrastructure by using PowerShell. So here, for an example, I have Windows PowerShell on my local machine. So I can use PowerShell to connect to my Azure portal, and thereafter, whatever operations you want to do, we can do it through the PowerShell command. I'll show you a few of the basic commands to just get started with Windows PowerShell. We are not going to take a deep dive into PowerShell at this point in time. Okay, it's just about getting acquainted with all the tools that are surrounding Microsoft Azure from a development point of view. Okay, now so in this module, we are going to first of all create a virtual machine and see that what are the properties and settings that we can actually change for the VM. What are the workloads? Yes, the workloads like you have SharePoint, Dynamics, SQL, all other workloads, whatever is available, depending on what is the resource criteria of that workload, we can decide on the virtual machine. What would be the size of the virtual machine that we want to use for provisioning? We are going to take a look at that. Thereafter, what are the migration options available in Azure Virtual Machine instances? Obviously, in our on-premises, we may be having we are having several machines. What would be the best way to do the migration without breaking any of the workload? If there's any customizations and configurations that has been done on the machines, then it's very important that we should be successfully able to migrate it to Microsoft Azure. Okay. Thereafter, highly available Azure Virtual Machine, we have something called as availability set. Any one of you has used availability set here in combination with Microsoft Azure availability set? Okay, so we are going to discuss about availability set. Availability set is one mechanism through which we can create a highly available virtual machine environment. We are going to discuss about fault domain and update domain. We'll take a deep dive into it. Okay, so we'll see that what are the offerings we have under Azure to create a highly available this environment. Thereafter, virtual machine configuration management. As one of you yesterday asked that is there a support available for configuration management tool? The standard products like Chef and Puppet is there. So yes, we have clear support for Chef and Puppet here also in Microsoft Azure, and we are going to discuss also about desired state configuration. I'm not sure that has any one of you got chance to work on DSC also. We'll touch base on desired state configuration also, that how exactly we can define our own configuration. Whenever a new machine is opening, is getting created, we would like some configuration to be done for that machine. So how exactly we can do it. Thereafter, customizing the Azure Virtual Machine Networking, how exactly we create a virtual network. In virtual network, again, we can create our own subnets, and depending on that, we can put our virtual machine to a specific VNet, or we can put it inside a specific subnet under the VNet. And thereafter, we have something called as network security group, to restrict the inbound connection to our VM, to restrict the traffic. And we are also going to do a little bit of comparison between your generation 1, that is your version 1 versus version 2 virtual machines. I told you that the VMs which were created in the classic portal, those were all like V1 IAS virtual machines that we call, and now in this new portal it's all V2 version 2 based virtual machines. So yesterday someone asked that, no, what is the primary difference, and I told you that there are like a couple of differences. We are again going to see that what are the main differences and how exactly it is better as compared to the previous offering whatever Microsoft was giving under the classic portal. Okay. So again, we have a exercise over here. We'll do the exercise also. That is why I've requested all of you to keep your Azure account up and running. The people who are joining today for the first time, please, you have some time. Just like go ahead and create your Azure account and keep it ready. Okay. So in this lesson, we are going to discuss about the virtual machines and what are the images that are available. I'll create a simple VM first of all to show you that how exactly it works. Okay. So virtual machines are like totally based on computing factors. You need to understand that we are working in a distributed environment. When we are talking about Microsoft Azure, it's all about your distributed computing. So virtual machine is nothing but a computing instance. It is used for doing some computation. That means it is going to do some task, and to do this task, it will have certain resources. It will have certain processor, memory, disk associated attached to this virtual machine. There may be a storage account which is associated with this VM. There will be a network which will be associated with this VM. So any VM is just an instance of computing. It falls under compute services of Microsoft Azure, and the VMs that we are going to create, either it can be a Windows OS based virtual machine or a Linux based one, and based on Hyper-V virtualization, we can transfer the virtual hard disk between various data centers. What exactly it means is that yesterday I told you that the people who have already used Hyper-V, hypervisor, you know that each of the disk that we use in our machine, it is actually a .vsd file. In Hyper-V creates disk in the format of .vsd. So if at all we want to migrate any of the machines or like any of the data from here to Microsoft Azure, then one of the ways to do it is upload your .vsd file. Take your VSD file and upload it to your storage account, and thereafter you can create as many VMs as you want and replicate this virtual hard disk. You can directly associate that VSD with whichever virtual machine that you want to actually create. Okay. So the data can be transferred in the form of .vsd file, that is your virtual hard disk, between even like from one data center to another data center. If we have two different storage accounts, one storage account is in East US and the second one is in East Europe, then we can actually migrate. There are tools available through which we can copy the virtual hard disk .vsd file from one data center to another data center. Now, when we are creating any of the virtual machine, Microsoft is already providing certain images. Now this images, you can see that there's like a long list of all the images that Microsoft is providing. We can create a BizTalk server, or we can create a dynamic server, a SharePoint server, a system center server, depending on what exactly you want to create. This workloads are, the templates are predefined. We just need to go choose that particular instance, and the VM will be provisioned as per the workload that we are choosing. Now here it is saying that there are some specific images which are available under the MSDN subscription. Okay. Now, when you're going and creating a virtual machine on Microsoft Azure is providing the support for third-party images also, and all of these are available in the management portal. So you can explore each of these images that here. This is my virtual machine, and I'm creating a new virtual machine. Yesterday itself I showed you that these are the various virtual machine images which are available by default. We can use depending on our need. Now here, for example, it's a SharePoint 2013 a non-highly available farm, which you can go and create. This can be created either from portal or PowerShell, whichever is your preferred option to do it. Okay. We'll create one of the instances in a while. Okay. Whatever existing VMs that we have, we can even capture any of the virtual machine. For an example, we have a production machine which is already running on Azure. And in that case, what we can do is that we can take a snapshot of the current virtual machine, and it can be created as a template. So the way we are seeing a Windows server, this template which are available, which we can use to create a VM, very much similar to that, we can actually create an instance, or like we can create a template from the virtual machines that is already running with a customized state. It is running in a customized state with its own configuration. So it can be done with the help of your system preparation tool. Now, usually developers will not be responsible for doing such activity. It's a typical admin activity, right? VM Depot is a community-driven collection. Whichever template that you are looking for, you can actually check all the templates that are available, that is supported by Microsoft Azure. Very well, you can go and check the entire list on vmdepot. This msopentech.com, and we can use any of this template, whatever is available in VM Depot. Whenever there is any new vendor like OS offering which comes in the market as a standard, once it is standardized, then it becomes available over here in VM Depot. And from VM Depot, again, once it is available, we can create an instance of our VM with the help of whatever templates that are available in the VM Depot. Okay. Creating a virtual machine. So here I'll create a VM just to get it started and see that how exactly it provisions. Okay, we can create a VM and thereafter take an RDP and see that how it works. So here this is my Azure portal. So in this Azure portal, I have more services. I click on more services, and here I have virtual machines. Either you go from here or you can directly open from here. And now this is my @ I can type in the OS that I want to use. So this is my Windows Server 2012 R2. Okay, there's one question here asking that can we convert classic virtual machine to new virtual machine? No. So this is my data center. and I select this. Now it is asking a deployment model. Now, this is what you're asking whether it's a classic or resource manager, the deployment model. The IAS, this V1 VMs that you are asking about, the classic image, the classic VM, it can communicate with V2 machines, okay, the machines which have been created with the new portal, but it is not possible to do the conversion. Okay. Now here, this is, I'll give name something like VM 20532 demo, okay, and this is asking that what is the disk type that you want to use. So we have two options. So I'm going to use HDD as of now, and here after this I need to give a username. So this is, I'm giving instructor, and I'll give the password over here. Subscription, I have a different subscription. I'll keep it as Ultimate. I'm going to use it with Visual Studio Ultimate with MSDN. And here in this, I'm going to create a new resource group. Okay, so I give it name something like 20532 virtual machine. Okay, and location, again I'm put up in India right now, so I'll prefer to choose Southeast Asia. So you can see that there are all these options available, but we can even like choose India data center, but there are several services which are not available at India level right now. Okay, so that is why, just to keep this thing in control, that we should be able to use all other services in combination. That is why it's preferred that you choose Southeast Asia. Participants sitting in United States can choose USA data center. Okay. Here in this case, now yesterday I gave you a glimpse of this. This is your VM pricing tier. You can check the this documentation in MSDN for different tiers that Microsoft is providing, and in each of this tier, depending on your need, you can go and choose the most basic one, which we are going to use here as of now is the A2 standard. So this is A2 standard. The A2 standard, any of the virtual machine that you create, okay, it clearly says what is the number of core that is going to use, the CPU cores. This is the RAM that would be assigned to the machine. There are 4 data disks that you can attach to this VM, and each of this virtual hard disk, okay, will be having a maximum of 500 input output, your the throughput that you can have per disk. So that is the reason why it is written over here that the 4 data disks, each of this disk can have a maximum IOPS of 500. So that is why it is written as 4 into 500. Now, depending on what is the kind of operation that you are planning to do on the data disk, if there's a lot of input output operation that you are planning to do, then you choose such a tier wherein like you have more IOPS available. Or if in case if you are planning for like more RAM, then it totally depends on your planning, that which is the tier that you are planning to use to create the virtual machine. Okay. Now, See, okay, there's one question here asking that can you provide some example of high IOPS operation? See, high IOPS operation is like, let's say that you are writing something to the data disk. You are creating a log file. There are a whole set of log files that you are actually writing in the disk. There's a lot of transaction which is happening. Or if at all there are some files that you are storing in the disk, and every single time an application is running, it is actually reading and writing, doing like a lot of operation on your disk. That is where your IOPS, the overall input output of your disk will go high. So, and in contrast to that, we have database operations. In case of like database operation, if at all you are using a platform as a service, Azure SQL you are using, in that case your IOPS is not going to increase, right? Because it is already available in a hosted environment. So IOPS is for like any, if at all there is any PDF files, any doc files, or anything else you are storing, that there are TXT file, you are trying to write something every single time there are some logs, or anything else that you are trying to do on the disk, on the data disk. In that case, your IOPS will go high. Now, here in this case, this would be load balanced, automatically load balanced. Okay, so load balancing option is available, and so here I'll choose this. Now once we have selected the size, thereafter the next thing is that you want to use a managed disk. Now see here, it is clearly saying that if at all you are planning to use managed disk, then it would be the responsibility of Microsoft to do a proper data redundancy, so that we don't lose the data that is stored in the disk. So that is the reason why here it depends on you that whether you are choosing a managed disk or unmanaged disk. Okay. Storage account, these are all like right now these are all getting created by default, because I don't have a dedicated storage account which I want to use right now. So on an ad hoc basis, on the fly, while creating the VM, it is giving us all this default values. Okay, so right now I'm not going to modify any of these. Okay, slowly we'll see that how exactly we can plug in our virtual network and so things like that. Okay, so now here, thereafter I told you there's something called as network security group. Network security group is mainly to control the inbound traffic which is coming to your virtual machine. So we can define rules under NSG. Okay, what are the like client IPs that you want to include, which should be able to connect to your VMs and things like that. Okay, now after this there's availability set. I'll discuss about availability set. Availability set is something which helps us to create a highly available VMs. So in the next step, I'll show you how to create. First of all, I would discuss the theory around availability set, that how Microsoft provides high availability on the virtual machines, and thereafter we'll come back and create an availability set and see that how exactly we can scale the resources, how we can automate the provisioning of the instances. Okay. Now after this, so to keep things simple, right now I'm not going to change much things over here, and I'll click OK. So it will do a validation. Now one thing which you should note down is that while creating the virtual machine, there are multiple ways we can do the same thing to the PowerShell, and there's something called as deployment templates. Microsoft is also providing deployment templates. So here, if you see in this part over here, we have download templates and parameters. So if I click on this, okay, you can see here that whatever we have, we choose, whatever we are planning to create. Okay, this is actually a JSON format file, which can also be used. Many a times in enterprise scenario, we create templates, deployment templates, and it is nothing but a JSON file. So I'll download this. It is also one of the options through which you can actually go and deploy your virtual machines. Azure gives you the flexibility to create the deployment templates as per your choice. Fill in whatever details you want to put. You can put it over there in the JSON file. So let me open this. So this is your deployment PowerShell script. Okay, and just show you. This is your template. Okay, so I'll open with Visual Studio. This is basically the template, and this is your. Right now, you can see that it is a JSON file, and this JSON file has all the details, whatever data that we have given. It is available in this JSON file. I can very well go and modify the values over here, and this JSON file we can create nested template with it can contain all the complexity. It is not just for like very basic level of provisioning. The deployment templates can be used for a very detailed provisioning based on how exactly you want to do the things, under which particular storage account it should go, how many VMs you want to create. We can use even deployment templates. It is a normal JSON file. Once you have created in enterprise segment, we'll go and keep our JSON file ready with all the required information, and we can on the fly go and use this deployment template to provision all the resources, whatever is there. Okay. So in this case, right now here, I'm not going to use the template way to deploy it right now. We are going to first of all do it through the portal. So I'm going to create this VM. So once we submit our request to start creating the VM, it is still in creating status. Okay. It will take a while to create this VM. You know what? The most preferred way of creating the resources on Microsoft Azure is using templates. The resource template, that is the most preferred way. Many a time people have this query, then why not PowerShell scripting? We can do the same thing through PowerShell scripting. What is the difference? The good thing about doing a resource template based deployment is that the provisioning happens in parallel. So it is like much quicker as compared to PowerShell. And it checks for the dependency. Obviously, you cannot create a VM. If at all you have a virtual network that you are creating and then only the VM needs to be added, the template will actually take care of that and it will do the parallel provisioning. So the overall, if at all we need to provision 100 VMs real fast, then in that case, if we are doing it through the resource template, this JSON way we are doing it, then you will see that it is much quicker and it's much easier to even like from maintaining point of view. So resource template is something which will always be the okay. There's one question here asking that the cost that is associated with the VM type is for the VM running for the whole month or something else. It is the cost will always be calculated based on the number of hours for which you have for which you run the machine. The costing is provided based on, you can view it on hourly basis also, on your monthly basis also. But the thing is that eventually up to level of minutes, I like, yes, up to level of minute. It's not just up to level of hour. Okay, it's up to level of minute. That is what I'm saying. It's not that hour is the minimal this measurement unit. It's based on minutes. Okay, so every minute cost, you will see that how much, how many dollars or how many like Indian rupees it is going to cost you. So it will be depending on the number of for the total amount of time for which your instance is running. It is not on a commitment that I need to pay for the entire month, though I have not used it. Okay, it's not going to be like that. For example, right now in our Azure trial account, see, can you check this chart? Just give me a moment. I'll give you this chart. I think yesterday I had given you. This is the this is your this is for your sizing. Okay, I have given you the link, and there's for pricing also available. Availability create this virtual machines. Okay. So here you can see that it is based on hour, but you will see that if you are using it for half an hour, then it will do a pro rata calculation. Okay. I have pinged you the link. Check it. Okay. So now here I have this virtual machine which is now in running status. You can go to all resources and see whatever resources are there in this. This is my virtual machine. I've clicked on this, and here I would like to connect to this machine. So what I'm going to do is that I'll click on this, and in this part here we have the connect symbol. So I'll click on connect. It's my connect. Now it is giving me the RDP file. I save this RDP file and I would like to connect. So fine, the way we take RDP to any of the machine. Okay, I want more choices. I want to use a different account. Now this account is the one which I gave. Okay, so I gave instructor. Okay, and I gave the password. Okay, don't ask me for connection. Now, whatever resources, this is a compute instance that we have created. You call it as VM or you say it as a computing instance. It doesn't make any difference. This is a compute instance, and this compute instance, whatever component that you are going to use, whether it's like the storage account or like the internet, whatever you are using, whatever resources that you are using on this particular computing instance, it is going to, everything is going to get calculated and you will build based on that. Okay, so this is my window and I can connect to my portal to the same machine. Okay. Okay. So you can surely check out this part again. Okay. So here, just a moment. This is my system over here, and you see right now in this case we chose A2 plan, right? So in A2 you can see that this is your operating system based disk that Azure has given, and this is your temporary storage. Now this is what I was like pointing to. If you save anything on this particular disk, this data is this disk is temporary, so you are not sure that this data is going to persist. For example, if I copied any of the file, then in that case I'm not sure that this disk data is going to persist. It will obviously not persist. So this is where you can actually have data disk. You can have more data disk. You can create more data disk, and you can attach data disk. You can have multiple data disks depending on what is the virtual machine. For example, here we saw that we can have 4 into 500 IOPS, right? So I can have 4 data disks which I can create over here, and each of this disk again will have a maximum of 500 IOPS. So from my programming code, whatever you want to write, you can write on this disk or you can write on any of the disk, but the maximum IOPS that you can get is going to be 2000 overall. That is 500 for each of this data disk. And this data disk that will be creating this data disk that will be creating, it would be persisted. It would be persistent. Okay. So when I say persistent, that means it must be saved somewhere. this disk needs to be saved somewhere. So we can use a storage account. We can use a storage account to save this persisted data disk. Whatever data disk that we are going to create, add over here, you can actually persist it inside your storage account. So eventually the data disk which are going to reside in your virtual machine. Your virtual machine will be writing to the disk, using that disk, but yes, from persistence point of view or from disaster recovery point of view, those data disks will be kept inside a storage account, and that would be redundant depending on what is the plan that you have chosen, whether it's a locally redundant account that you have selected, or zone redundant, or it's like geographically redundant. Based on that, the data disk will be persisted. Okay. Any question on this part, guys? Any question? Anything which is not clear you would like to ask? Okay. Okay. There's one question here asking that can I discuss about temporary disk? I'll give you one link. Just give me a moment. I was just checking it. Just a moment. Where it is? Okay. I already gave you this link, I think. Okay. There's no temporary disk is not available here. Just a moment. I selected A2, standard A2, local STD 500. See, yeah, so there's a question here that what exactly is this temporary storage, right? See, temporary storage. Okay, so there are a couple of questions over here. Okay, so the first question is that what exactly is a temporary disk? Okay, see, temporary disk is something which you are getting here as part of this like VM that we have created, and we are actually not sure that whatever files that you are actually going to keep under the temporary storage, the disk that you are seeing over here. Okay, so this is one of the disks that is available. The C drive is your operating system disk, and this is another disk which Azure is giving you along with this VM that you have created. But yes, what I'm saying is that if you put any file over here, okay, can you see the warning that Microsoft has put over here? What it is saying is that this disk is not going to get persisted. If you put any data on this particular disk, Microsoft is not responsible. When you restart the machine, whenever the machine will be shut down, this disk will be released. This disk is not permanently attached with your virtual machine. So why at all they are giving a temporary disk? They are giving it if at all there is some temporary activity that you want to do. Any temporary storage you want to do and again retrieve it from here, you can do it. But one thing we should always keep in mind is that if this machine is rebooted, the temporary disk data is not going to get persisted. That is the reason why we create separate data disk, okay, and we attach it to our virtual machine. We can attach as many, depending on what is the type of virtual machine that you have created, you can associate the data disk. Here, in this case, you saw that we can associate 4 data disks with our Azure virtual machine. So yes, first I create the VM. Thereafter, in the virtual machine, I can include more virtual hard disk. So here, in this case, this is your disk, right? This is my Microsoft Azure. And here, this is my VM that I have created just now. And in this part, this is my disk. So right now, I don't have any disk like any data disk which is associated with this VM. But yes, you will see that we can create new virtual hard disk. We can create a new data disk, put it inside a storage account, and thereafter attach it to this virtual machine. So once we attach it, we'll start seeing new disk over here in our our machine, and that would be a persistent disk. That would be a persistent data disk that will be available. You can write on it whatever you are going to do. When your VM gets rebooted, then still you will not lose that data. Okay. Now the next question is that when is the data erased in temporary disk? Is it on a specified time or on a shutdown? It will always be at shutdown. Because I told you that resources are not in a dedicated mode assigned to your virtual machine. It's just a temporary storage that Microsoft is giving to you to do a temporary operation. But yes, the data will not be persisted. So when the machine will be rebooted, the storage will be released.
Let's now move on to Azure Virtual Machine. Before that, let's consider a scenario. Rachel had to host 10 virtual machines at once for a project. There was an issue when her computer RAM was not compatible with the instances. The computer RAM was only 8 GB and the instances that required were 10 GB. Then she says, I wish there is a service that's cost effective and also provides extra RAM memory. One of her colleagues heard this and he comes up with an idea. He says, can we use Azure Virtual Machine? It has a pay-as-you-go pricing and has disks for storage. You can pay for what you use and create any number of instances with high storage capacity. Also, if any technical difficulty arises, you can easily retrieve the files through the backup server. So now she's happy and she wants to know more about Azure Virtual Machine. Azure Virtual Machine is one of the wide range of services that Azure offers to create your instance. A virtual machine is a computer file, typically called an image, which behaves like an actual computer. It runs in a window, giving the user the same experience on a virtual machine as they have on the host operating system itself. Multiple virtual machines can run simultaneously on the same physical computer. Each virtual machine provides its own hardware, like CPUs, memories, and other devices. Azure Virtual Machine offers a high range of flexibility and it maintains the physical hardware that runs on it. Let me explain some of the benefits of Azure Virtual Machine. First, we have easy development and test. Azure Virtual Machine has a quick and easy way to configure the computer that is required to code and test an application. Next, agility and scale. Azure Virtual Machine is agile and the ability to clone and spin up multiple instances of the same virtual machine allows us to scale services and applications rapidly, efficiently, and very cost effectively. Azure Virtual Machine provides enhanced performance. Demands for applications can fluctuate, so you pay for the virtual machines you need and shut down the unnecessary ones to save the cost. Azure Virtual Machines provide extended data center and can be easily connected to an organization's network. It is easy to set up your redundant infrastructure on Azure, and Azure provides a full disaster recovery site at a fraction of the cost. Furthermore, let me explain Azure Virtual Machine components in details. Virtual Machine comes under the compute domain of Azure. It also offers various services like availability sets, snapshots, disks, images, and many other services like hosts. Virtual Machine can be clubbed with other services like disks, images, availability sets, hosts, and many more. So, the first component and the most important component is the operating system. The operating system creates connections to the remote desktop session host. There are many operating systems available like Ubuntu, Red Hat, Linux, Windows Server, CentOS. You can also set the operating disk size so that the memory is not wasted. The next component is disks. Azure virtual machines use attached virtual hard disks for storage. There are two types of virtual hard disks. First is an image. It is a template for creation of new Azure virtual machine. Then we have disks. It is a bootable virtual hard disk. All durable disks are backed up by page blobs in Azure Storage. Therefore, the disks inherit the benefits of blob storage, high availability, durability, and many more. The disks are mounted as drives on the VM. The next component is virtual network. Many components operate the virtual machines in a scalable and secure manner. Virtual networks could include equipment such as separate network spaces for internet-facing and backend servers, load balancers, firewalls, and more. Many of these components are deployed into an Azure Virtual Network. Azure Virtual Network provides many features such as subnet, IP address, load balancer, and network security group. Another important component of Azure Virtual Machine is availability sets. If in case there's a slight chance there could be a failure in physical servers, then these come into picture. So in case of such failure, the Azure platform will migrate the failed virtual machine to a healthy host to reconstitute the VM. It is highly recommended to deploy at least 2 instances of the virtual machine, and virtual machines placed on an availability set perform identical set of functionalities. Now that we know what Azure Virtual Machine is, let's look into the demo. In this demo, first we are going to create a virtual machine, connect it, and then create a web server and modify the web server, and finally launch the web application. So let's go ahead into the demo now. So the first step is to log into Microsoft Azure with your credentials. Now let's click on virtual machines and create a new one. So I can put add, and you can use the subscription you want, either pay as you go pricing or free tier. Resource group will create a new one, that is payroll 1. Okay, virtual machine we can create, I'm going to use VM web 001, and then region I'll be using East US. Then image I'll be using Windows Server R2 data center. Size I'll be using B1MS. Select username root admin, and then password of your choice. And then I'm going to allow selected ports and choose RDP3389 and next. So OS tab I'll be using standard HDD, and then next. So I can see a default virtual network and a default subnet and public IP as well as default. Then next. You can allow for auto shutdown, but again, it's entirely your choice. I'm going to select an extension to install, and I'm going to install Microsoft Anti-Malware. Create, okay. I'm going to create a few tags now. Let's go ahead with it. So I've created 5 tags. Now review plus create. Okay, so everything seems good. Let's create now. So the deployment is going to take a few minutes. Let's wait for it. Okay, so that's done. Now let's go to virtual machine and see our virtual machine. Okay, so it's been deployed. Now let's get into the virtual machine and copy the IP address. Then hit Windows plus R and open MSTSC and paste the IP address and connect. Let's use a different account. You have to use the administrator account that we created before with the same password. Click OK. Now the remote desktop session host opens. The next step is to click on Server Manager and add rules and features. Click on Next. Select role-based or feature-based installation and click on Next. Then select the virtual machine you've created and Next. And then we are going to select Web Server IIS. Next. Next. Okay, so it's already installed on my computer, but you have to install this. Then let's close this and open Internet Explorer. Let's type in HTTP localhost. Yeah, so now we can see the default browser opening. Let's minimize this and let's try it here. Here you have to just put the IP address. I think there's an issue. Okay, so let's add an inbound port. Networking, select networking and add inbound port. Let's move port 80 and add. Okay, so it's added. Now let's go and refresh it. Now we can see the default web browser opening. So the next step is to modify the web browser. Let's go ahead with that. Go back to your remote session host. Let's go to File Explorer. So certain folders are created in the C drive. Let's open that. It would be under inetpub. So this is where the default browser is coming from. Now let's make a new text document. Open that and put hello, welcome to this demo by Simplilearn. Save it, close it. Let's rename this as index.html. So this is a text document, so we need to change that. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, that's done. Now let's go back to our Internet Explorer and hit F5. Let's refresh this. Let's try now. Okay, so let's so it's done. Now let's go back to the previous browser and try. Let's refresh. Yeah, that's done.
So all this time I've been mentioning that data lake is a very important part when it comes to Azure Data Factory's proper functioning. So now let's talk about what exactly is data lake. Now data lake is a data storage or a file system which is highly scalable and distributed. It is located in the cloud and works with multiple analytics frameworks, which is external frameworks like Hadoop, Apache, and so on. So now let's have a look at it. So first you have your output data set, which is data from the mobile, video, web, social media, so much more. It is sent into the Azure Data Lake store, and then it is provided to external frameworks like R, Apache, and Spark so that they can be worked on. Now, there are two main concepts when it comes to data lake storage. So one of them is storage and the other one is analytics. Now, storage is of unlimited size. It can be petabytes, terabytes, gigabytes, and so much more. It stores a wide variety of data. It could be unstructured or structured data, and it can store really large files. And another concept when it comes to data lake is analytics. Now, how it works. Now, here are two examples of how analytics works when it comes to data lake. Now, when it comes to analytics, you can monitor and diagnose real-time data. For example, data that you're getting from vehicles or buildings. These can be used to optimize how they work, respond to certain events, or generate alerts in case something goes wrong. Then you can also identify fraudulent transactions on your credit card, or you can identify the geographical position of your card. Perhaps monitor how many transactions have been taking place on that card, and so on. So now we're going to have a look at how we can use the Azure Data Factory to move data from an SQL database to a blob storage on the cloud. So here's what we're going to do. So first off, to make a database, what you're going to need is software known as SSMS. So you can find it on Google. You just need to Google it, SSMS. The first link you can take here, and there you have it. So you just need to click here and download the file. So I've already downloaded the file. So basically this is used to create a database which we'll be transferring to the blob storage. So this will take about, depending on your computer speed, pretty long or little to no time. I've already downloaded it. The process is very simple. Just directly go on saying yes, yes. And finally, once the installation is done, here's what we're going to do. We should go into the dashboard of Microsoft Azure. We need to create a data warehouse. So we'll go into all resources, create resource, go to database, and select SQL data warehouse. There we have it. Now, it's very important that you remember the names of the service of everything that you're going to write here, because each of these become very important later on. So I've already set up a possible set of names. YouTube, it's free trial. The resource is already created. A blank database. The server, we need to create a new one. So we'll name it as YouTube server. YouTube admin as the server admin login. The password as alright, the location does not matter. Okay, that's done. Now here the server is done, and here we need to change how much you want the lowest, how much computation you want, how much the workload, how important your workload is. So we'll put it at the lowest since we don't require much. We'll apply. The rest is normal and create. So now we're creating an SQL data warehouse. So we'll wait. So now the deployment is done. So we'll go to the notification and go to the resource. Here, now this is done. So we'll go to the SSMS, which I've already opened here, and then go here and copy this. Paste it here. SQL authentication, login, which details we have already stored here, which is admin, YouTube admin, and the password, which is also given there. Right. Go to options. We go to the database name, which is YouTube. Everything else is there. We need to change it to TCP/IP and connect. We sign in. We'll add the password. Again, we're going to sign in now. Right. So now that that's completed, you can see that this is what will pop up. So this is the name of the server we've given, as you saw earlier. We go to databases, and here you have the YouTube database that we just created. Right click this and add a new query. I already have a code for this program. It's a very simple program, so copying and pasting this. Now, if you need the code for this program, let us know in the comments below. It's very simple. What we're doing is creating a table called demo tab with first name Clark Kent and last name is Bruce Wayne, and the table that's created will have these two rows. So now we're going to execute this. And there you have it. Two rows have been affected. So now let's have a look at our table. Execute this line, and there you go. The table's here. So now that this is done, we're going back into Azure, and we need to create a storage account. So that's where the blob storage is going to happen. So we're going to storage accounts and click on add. So here it's a free trial. The resource group is YouTube. Storage account name is Simply Store. That's all. Okay. US performance is standard. General purpose you can do locally since we don't need it to be very reliable, at least for this one. Advanced is fine. View and create. That's done, and we create. Now we'll wait for the deployment to finish. And that's it. The deployment is done. So we'll go to the resource and go to blobs. So this is where the storage is happening. We need to create a blob. Simply blob, which does not exist. And okay, it has been created. Now for the next bit, we need to create the data factory now. So we go to all services, search for data factory. We press add. So here we'll free trial, use existing, which we have YouTube, East US, and create. So now we've created a new data factory. Now we'll wait while it's being deployed. So now it's created. So we'll go here, and here we click on copy data, and this opens up. We'll name it. Our description, run once now. Okay. Right, so we press next. So we need to connect to a data source. So what you need to do is select Azure SQL Data Warehouse. So one second, go to previous. Here we select Azure SQL Data Warehouse. Go here, search for source, Azure subscription, free trial, here YouTube server, and the database is YouTube. You also need to provide your username and password. I've saved it here. YouTube admin. Right. Okay, now we can select the table, which is demo tab. Next. And now for our destination. So where are we going to connect this to? We're going to Azure Blob Storage. Next. Destination. Azure subscription free trial. And Simply Store. Now we need to name our storage path. Next. All of this can be passed on. So here's what we're doing. We're copying whatever is inside this to the Azure Blob Storage. That's what's happening right now. All of that is set, and next. It's validating, and we'll wait now. It's registering connections, creating database, and in the end it's creating a pipeline. So you can monitor the pipeline from here if you feel like it. Now, here's what we're going to find. So here's a visual representation of what's happening. It's being copied into the blob storage. Now let's have a look if it's actually worked out. We go to our database. We'll go into storage accounts, Simply Store. Go to blobs. We've created a new one. And there you have it. So based on the container that you've named there, it's created a new one here. So actually I had earlier created the name called Simply Blob, but as you can see here, as long as you name a container, it will create a folder inside which you will find your particular thing that you copied. And that's it. You've copied data. Similarly, you can do a number of multiple operations on this container, on the pipeline you just created with the data factory. Now, why should you be interested in data factory? Now let's consider a scenario. So here we have two colleagues having a conversation with each other, and they say that the data that they're generating from their applications or products is increasing exponentially. Now, considering that this data is coming from a number of different products, it'll be a bit of a task to analyze and store all of this data. So he wonders how they're going to manage that. His friend suggests that they use Azure's Data Factory. Now, what does Azure's Data Factory actually do? First, it stores data with the help of the data lake storage. Now, any kind of data can be stored in the data lake storage. Then you can analyze the data, you can transform the data with the help of pipelines, and you can publish the organized data. You can visualize the data with third-party applications like Apache Spark or Hadoop as well. Now, what exactly is Data Factory? So now let's have a look at what exactly is Data Factory. Now, Data Factory falls under the identity domain of services in the Azure catalog and is a cloud-based integration service. Basically, what it does is it works on your data, it stores your data, it orchestrates and automates the movement or transformation of data. It works heavily on the data that you store. Now, let's see how it actually works or how the flow of its processes are. Firstly, we have the input data set, which is nothing but the data that you have within your data store, the one that you need processed. Then you pass this data through a pipeline. Now, what does a pipeline do? A pipeline basically performs an operation on the data that transforms it, which could be anything from just data movement or some data transformation. Now, data transformation is possible with the help of USQL, some stored procedures, or Hive. Now, after this is done, you get an output dataset. Now, this output dataset will contain data that is in a structured form because it's already been transformed and made structured in the pipeline stage. Then it is given into linked services like Azure Data Lake, Block Storage, or SQL. Now, what it does is these store information that is very important when it comes to connecting to an external source. Now, this is, if you wanted an example, how in an SQL server you need to mention the source and destination of your data. Now, for example, consider an SQL server. So you need a connection string so that you can connect to an external device. You need to mention the source and the destination of your data. This is how the link services work. And finally, you need a gateway. Now, a gateway basically connects your on-premises data to the cloud. So you do need a client installed on your on-premises system so that you can connect to the Azure cloud. And finally, you have the cloud. Here what happens is your data can be analyzed or visualized with a number of different analytical softwares like Apache Spark, R, Hadoop, and so on. What is Azure Active Directory? Now, here we are in a situation where we have two colleagues having a conversation with each other. So one of them complains that he is finding a hard time managing multiple user logins at the same time. His friend suggests that he has a solution, that the company start using Azure Active Directory. He says that with Azure AD, they'll be able to handle multiple user logins without any issue. So just like the question in all our minds, the friend asks, how is Azure Active Directory going to help us? So to help you understand, let's think about a scenario. Now you're an employee working for an organization and you want to use a particular service, in this case SQL Database. So you're assigned a set of username and password. Then you want to use another service, a machine learning service. Again, you're assigned a different username and password. And likewise for any number of services that you want to use. So for every service that you're going to choose, you need to be assigned a new username and password. But this becomes a huge issue for the administrator as they have to handle a large number of username and passwords. Now, if you think about a large organization where there's more than 1,000 people working, you can understand how much of a hassle it's going to be for the administrator. At the same time, it's also a really difficult thing for you to remember that many numbers of username and passwords. It's difficult on the user as well. And that's where Azure Active Directory helps. Now, here's a scenario where we're applying Azure Active Directory. Now, you're an employee, you want to use a particular service, and you're assigned a single username and password. And with this username and password, you can access all the services that you want. So there's only one set of username and passwords that you need to remember. You can use any of the services that you want as long as the administrator has given you access to it. So what is Azure Active Directory? Now, Azure Active Directory is a service that falls under the identity domain. It allows multiple users and is a cloud-based directory and identity management service. Now, here's an ideal scenario. You're joining an office newly. The admin helps you sign up to whatever services you want, and you can access these services anywhere over the cloud. So now let's talk about something different, Windows AD and Azure AD. Now, Windows AD was the previous version of Azure AD. So now we'll talk about why we needed to change from Windows Active Directory to Azure Active Directory. So what is Windows Active Directory? Now it's an OS directory service which allows you to work with multiple systems, multiple network resources in a unified manner. Now the biggest draw when it came to Windows AD was that it had many layers. Now different layers that did different bits of work. So now let's talk about each of these layers. The first layer is ADDS, or the Windows Active Directory Domain Services. Now each layer, as I said before, has a different role to perform. ADDS allows admin to manage information relating to user logins and other details like when they signed up, how much they're using, and things like that. The next layer is ADLS, or the Azure Data Lake Storage Services. This layer is for allowing you to store any amounts of data of any type or size. Then you have the ADFS, or the Active Directory Federation Services, where you're given a single option for sign up with which you get access to all systems and applications. Then we have the fourth layer, the ADCS, or the Active Directory and Certification Services. This enables administrators to customize services and then be able to manage and issue public certificates. And the final layer is ADRMS, or the Active Directory Rights Management Service, and this is used for data protection. Now here's where Azure Active Directory changed the whole game. This means that there's a large number of layers that administrators need to take care of. Now how about there was a solution for this? And Azure AD is that solution. Azure Active Directory integrates all these 5 layers into 2, and these are the Windows Azure Active Directory, or the WAAD, where it combines all the problems when it comes to identification management, which is almost all 5 layers taken into one. And the Windows Azure Access Control Service enables the federation or the division of all these services of an organization. And by division, I mean assigning each of these services to these users. So that is taken care of by the Windows Azure Access Control Service. Hence, Azure Active Directory is able to simplify a lot of the problems that Windows Azure Active Directory had. For example, the application Office 365 uses Azure Active Directory to manage user identities. Here's how. Now you're an employee who wants to access one of the Office 365 services, which could be Excel, PowerPoint, Microsoft Word, or something like that. So you go talk to the administrator and he gives you access to these services with the help of a single username and password. Now, as long as you have this username and password and the administrator has given you access to it, you can use any of these services. So who's the service audience? Who is using the Active Directory service? Now, there are 3 types of audience when it comes to Azure Active Directory. The first one is IT administrator, the second one application developers, and online customers. So the IT administrators, their main emphasis is to ensure that the sign-in takes place. They take care of all the sign-in procedures. They also solve issues when it comes to authentication. For example, to authenticate a particular user, the problem is solved by the IT administrators. Then you have application developers who use these services to develop applications. And with this, they have an easier time developing applications as all these resources are easily available. You have online customers who make use of services like Office 365 and other CRM services and have all their demands catered immediately. So now let's have a look at how we can use Azure Active Directory to provide access to a particular individual. So if you log into the Azure account, this is what you see, or you go into Active Directory, a list of all the people who are using or have been given permission to use resources from Azure. Okay, now we're going to create a profile. We need to set up his name, which is John, and second name, Jacob. Now for properties, we need to determine the source of authority, which is already the Active Directory, so that's fine. We can select a group or add them to a particular group if we feel like it. Now, if we add them to a particular group, it means that they have access to all the resources that everyone in the group has access to earlier. So we'll do that later. We'll select their directory role, or we can select it here if we need to. It could be user, administrator, or a limited administrator. And now we'll set up a password. So we already got one, and we'll create. And that's it. We have created a user. Now we'll go to their profile. So what we can see here is that you have access to every bit of detail related to this account. So you have the name, your first name, the username, the object ID, job info, everything. You can even have other details like how often they've signed in, when did they sign up. You can check their password, you can reset the password, delete their account, and so much more. Now we can even add a directory role which we saw earlier. And now let's add this person to the admin group. So, he gets access to all the services that those people have access to. And select. That's it. We've added them. Now, the other things that you can see here, there are applications, licenses, devices. These are all restrictions you can add or remove, like which device you can use the system through or with and stuff like that. So that's it. And with that, we've created a user and given him access to certain services.
And they are definitely using Azure for a reason, like Pixar, Boeing, Samsung, EasyJet, Xerox, BMW, 3M. They are major multinational, multi-billion companies. They rely, run, operate their IT in Azure. And this CEO has a thought that his IT person is still not very convinced unless and until he shows him a visual of how easy things are in Azure. So he goes on and explains about a practical application of Azure, which is what exactly I'm going to show you as well. All right, a quick project on building an Azure app using or building a .NET application in Azure Web App and making it connect to an SQL database will solidify all the knowledge that we have gained so far. So this is what we're going to do. I have an Azure account open, as you see, logged in, and everything is fresh here. Let me go to resource group. There's nothing in there. It's kind of fresh. All right, I'm logged in, and this is what we're going to do. So we're going to create an application like this, which is nothing but an to-do application, a to-do list application, which is going to run from the web app, get information from us, and save it in the database that's connected to it. So you can already see it's a two-tier application, web and DB. All right. So let me go back to my Azure account. The first thing is to create an resource group. Let's give it a meaningful name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn. All right. And it's going to be a free trial. And the location, pick one that's nearest to you or wherever you want to launch your application. Now for this use case, I'm going to pick Central US and create. It's going to take a while to get created. There you go. It's created. It's called Azure Simplilearn. Now what do we need? We need an web app and a separate SQL database. Let's first get our web app running. So go to App Services and then click on Add. It's not the web app plus SQL that we want. We want web app alone for this example. So let's create an web app. Give it a quick name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn. The subscription is free trial. And I'm going to use my existing resource group, a resource group that we created some time back. It's going to run out of Windows, and we're going to publish the code. All set, we can create it. All right, while this is running, let me create my database. All right, SQL database, create a database. Give it a name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn DB. Put it in our existing resource group that we created. It's going to be a blank database, all right? And it's going to require some settings like the name of the server and the admin login, the password that goes along, and in which location this is going to be created. The server name is going to be Azure Simplilearn DB. That's the server name. And the admin login can be, what can be the admin login name? Let's see. So let's call it Simplilearn. That's my admin login name. And let me pick a password. Click on create. So what have we done so far? We have created an web app and we have created a database in the resource group that we have created. So if I go to resource group, it's going to take some time before things show up. So if I go to my resource group, I only have one resource group as of now, Azure Simplilearn, and there I have a bunch of resources being created. It's still being created. Right. In the meantime, I have my application right here that's running out of or that's in Visual Studio as of now. Right. So once the infrastructure is set and ready in the Azure console, we're going to go back to Visual Studio, feed these inputs in the Visual Studio, so the code knows what the database is, the credentials to log into the database, stuff like that. So we're going to feed those information in Visual Studio. By that, we're actually feeding it into the application, and then we're going to run it from there. Deploying these applications takes quite a while. We really got to be patient. Right, now we have all the resources that we need for the application to run. Here's my database, and here's my app service. There's one more thing we need to do, that is create an firewall exception rule. So one more thing needed is to create an firewall exception rule, right? So the application is going to run from my local desktop, and it's going to connect to the database, right? So let's add an exception rule by simply adding the client IP. It's going to pick my IP, the IP of the laptop I'm using as of now, and it's going to create an exception to access the database. So that's done. Now we can go back to our Visual Studio. I already have a couple of apps running, or a couple of configurations pushed from Visual Studio. I'm going to clean that up. If you're doing it for the first time, you may not need to do this. Alright, so let's start from the scratch. This is very similar to how you would be doing in your environment. Alright, so we're going to select an existing Azure app service. Now before that, I have logged in. As you can see, I have logged in with my credentials. So it's going to pull a few things automatically from my Azure account. So in this case, I'm going to use an existing Azure app. So select existing and then click on publish. Alright, if you recall, these are the very same resources that we created a while back. Right, we have clicked on save, and it's running, kind of validating the code, and it's going to come up with an URL. Now initially the URL is not going to work because we haven't mapped the application to the database. So that would be the next thing. Alright, so the app has been published and it's running from my web app as of now. It's going to throw an error. Like you see, it's throwing an error. That's because we haven't mapped the app and the DB together. So let's do that. Alright, let's do that. So let's go to Server Explorer. This is where we're going to see our databases that we have created. Now let's quickly verify that. Go back to the resource group, right? Appropriate resource group, which is right here. And here I have my database, Azure Simplilearn database. Right, it has some issues connecting to my database. Give me a quick moment. Let's fix it. Alright, so we'll have to map the database into this application. All right, so let's go to the Solution Explorer, click on Publish, and a page like this gets shown, and from here we can go to Configure. Here is our web app, all right, with all its credentials. Let's validate the connection, number 1. All right, and then click on Next. This is my DB connection string, right, which the app is going to use to connect to my DB. Now, if you recall, our DB was Azure Simplilearn DB, and that's not being shown here. So let's fix that. Right, so let's fix that. Click on Configure, and here let's put our DB servers URL. Now before that, let's change this to SQL Server. All right, and then in here put the DB's URL. So go back to Azure. Here is my DB or server's name. Put that here. Right, the username to connect to the server, that's right here. Put that in, and the password to connect to the server, let's put that in. All right, it's trying to connect to our Azure portal or the Azure infrastructure, and here is my database. If you recall, it's Azure SLDB, that's the name of the database. Let's test the connection. Connection is good. Click on OK. So now it's showing up correctly, Azure Simplilearn DB. That's the name of the database that we created. Now it's configured. All right, let's modify the data connections. Right, let's map it to the appropriate database again. All right, so our name of the database is Azure Simplilearn DB, and then it's going to be SQL Server. That's the data source. The username is Simplilearn, and the password is what we have given in the beginning. All right, let's validate the connection. It's good. Click OK. Now we're all set and ready to publish our application again. Now the application knows how to connect to the database. We have educated it with the correct connection strings, the DNS name, the username, and the password for the application to connect to the database. So Visual Studio is building this project, and once it is up and running, we'll be prompted with an URL to connect, and anytime we put or we give inputs to the URL, that's going to receive the input and save it in the database. Alright, so here is my to-do list app, and I can start creating to-do list for myself. Alright, so I have the items already listed. I can create an entry, and these entries get stored in the database. I can create another entry, take the dog for a walk, that's gonna get stored. I can create another entry, book tickets for scientific exhibition, and that's going to receive and put that in the database. And that concludes our session. So through this session we saw how I can use Azure services to create a web app and connect that to the DB instance, and how those two services, which are decoupled, by default, which are separate by default, how I can use the connection strings to make connection between the app server and the database and be able to create an working app.
Now let's talk about Azure services. Now Azure services have 18 categories and more than 200 services, so we clearly can't go through all of them. It has services that cover compute, AI and machine learning, integration, management tools, identity, DevOps, web, and so much more. You're going to have a hard time trying to find a domain that Azure doesn't cover. And if it doesn't cover it now, you can be certain they're working on it as we speak. So first, let's start with the compute services. First, virtual machine. With this service, what you're getting to do is to create a virtual machine of Linux or Windows operating system. It's easily configurable. You can add RAM, you can decrease RAM, you can add storage, remove it. All of it is possible in a matter of seconds. Now let's talk about the second service, cloud service. Now with this, you can create an application within the cloud, and all of the work after you deploy it, deploying the application that is taken care of by Azure, which includes, provisioning the application, load balancing, ensuring that the application is in good health, and all of the other things are handled by Azure. Next up, let's talk about Service Fabric. Now with Service Fabric, the process of developing a microservice is greatly simplified. So you might be wondering, what exactly is a microservice? Now a microservice is basically an application that consists of smaller applications coupled together. Next up, functions. Now with functions, you can create applications in any programming language that you want. Another very important part is that you don't have to worry about any hardware components. You don't have to worry what RAM you require or how much storage you require. All of that is taken care of by Azure. All you need is to provide the code to Azure and it'll execute it, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Now let's talk about some networking services. First up, we have Azure CDN, or the Content Delivery Network. Now the Azure CDN service is basically for delivering web content to users. Now this content is of high bandwidth and can be transferred or can be delivered to any person across the world. Now these are actually a network of servers that are placed in strategic positions across the world so that the customers can obtain this data as fast as possible. Next up, we have ExpressRoute. Now with this, you can actually connect your on-premise network onto the Microsoft cloud or any of the services that you want through a private connection. So the only communication that happens is between your on-premise network and the service that you want. Then you have virtual network. Now with virtual network, you can have any of the Azure services communicate with each other in a secure manner, in a private manner. Next, we have Azure DNS. So Azure DNS is a hosting service which allows you to host their DNS or domain name system domains in Azure. So you can host your application using Azure DNS. Now for the storage services. First up, we have disk storage. With disk storage, you're given a cost-effective option of choosing HDD or solid-state drives to go along with your virtual machines based on your requirements. Then you have blob storage. Now this is actually optimized to ensure that they can store massive amounts of unstructured data, which can include text data or even binary data. Next, you have file storage, which is a managed file storage and can be accessible via the SMB protocol or the server message block protocol. And finally, you have queue storage. Now with queue storage, you can provide durable message queuing for an extremely large workload. And the most important part is that this can be accessed from anywhere in the world. Now, let's talk about how Azure can be used. Firstly, for application development. It could be any application, mostly web applications. Then you can test the application, see how well it works. You can host the application on the internet. You can create virtual machines like I mentioned before. With the service, you can create these virtual machines of any size or RAM that you want. You can integrate and sync features. You can collect and store matrices. For example, how the data works, how the current data is, how you can improve upon it. All of that is possible with these services. And you have virtual hard drives, which is an extension of the virtual machines where these services are able to provide you a large amount of storage where data can be stored.
So the wide variety of services available on Azure includes artificial intelligence plus machine learning plus analytic services to get or to give us a good visual of how the data or how the application is performing or the type of the category of data stored, and to read from the logs, and variety of compute services, different VMs with different size and different operating systems, different containers available, different type of databases available, a lot of developer tools that are available for us, and identity service to manage our users in the Azure cloud. And those users can be integrated or federated with, let's say, Google, Facebook, LinkedIn. So there are some external federation services. They can be used to integrate with our identity system, IoT services, IoT tools and technologies available, and management tools to manage the users. Creating identity is one, and then managing them on top of it is a totally different thing. And we have tools, technologies to manage the users. Cool services for data migration. Data migration is now made simple. Tools and technologies available for mobile application development. And I can plan my own network in the cloud with the networking services. I can implement my own security, both Azure provided and third-party security services on Azure cloud. That's now possible. And a lot of storage options available in the cloud. So these are just a glimpse of the big list of services available in Azure cloud. So that was a glimpse of what's available in the cloud. Let's talk about the services in specific. Let's take compute for example. Whenever we're building a new application or deploying existing ones, the Azure Compute Service provides the infrastructure we need to run and maintain our application. We can easily tap in the capacity that Azure Cloud Service has, and we can scale our compute requirement on demand. We can also containerize our application. We have the option of choosing Windows or Linux VM machine and take the advantage of the flexible options Azure provides for us to migrate our VMs to Azure and a lot more. And these compute services also include a full-fledged identity solution, meaning integration with Active Directory in the cloud or on-premises, and a lot more. Let's look at some of the services that this compute domain provides. Some of the services the compute domain provides are virtual machines. And this Azure Virtual Machines gives us the ability to develop and manage a virtual computer environment or a virtualized environment inside Azure's cloud environment, that too in a virtual private network. Now we will talk about virtual private network at a later point, but as of now just know that there are a lot of services available in Azure Compute Service that we can get benefited from. We can always choose from a very wide range of compute options. For example, we have an option to choose the operating system. We have the option to choose whether the system should be in on-premises or in the cloud, or do we want to maintain the environment both in on-premises and in the cloud. We have the option of choosing the operating system, whether we want to use our own operating system with some software attached to it, or do we want to go and buy the operating system from the cloud, from Azure Marketplace. And these are just a few of the options available for us when we want to buy the compute environment. And these compute environments are easily scalable, meaning we can easily scale our VM instances from one instance to thousands of virtual machines in a matter of minutes, or simply put, in a couple of button clicks. And all these services are available on a pay for what we use model, meaning there is no upfront cost. We use the service and then pay for the services that we have used. There is no literal long-term commitment when it comes to using virtual machines in the cloud. And most of the services are built on a pay-per-minute billing basis. Alright, and at no point, because of the pay-per-minute billing model, at no point we will be overpaying for any of the services. That's attractive, isn't it? Now let's talk about batch service. Now, batch service is always independent, regardless of whether you choose Windows or Linux, it's going to run fairly well. And with batch service, we can take advantage of the environment's unique features. And not only that, in short, the batch service helps us to manage the whole batch environment, and also it helps to schedule the jobs. Now this Azure batch service actually runs on a large scale parallel and high performance computing. Because of that, batch jobs are highly efficient in Azure. And when we run batch services, this Azure batch creates a pool of computer nodes and installs the needed applications that we want to run, and then it schedules jobs to those individual nodes in those pools. As a customer, there is no need for us to install a cluster, or there is no need for us to install a software that actually schedules the jobs, or even to manage or even to scale those infrastructure or the software, because everything is managed by Azure. And this batch service is a platform as a service. There is no additional charge for using this batch service, except for, the only charges that we'll be paying is for the virtual machines that the service uses, and the storage that we will be using, of course, and the networking services that we will be using for this batch service. Let's summarize. This batch service, we have a choice of operating system that we can pick and use, and it scales by itself. Now the alternative for the batch would be queues, but in queues we'll have to pre-provision and pay for the infrastructure even if we're not using it. But with a batch, we only pay for what we use. And this batch service helps us to manage the application, manage the scheduling as a whole, as if they are just one thing. As next thing in the compute domain, let's talk about this Fabric service. Now this Fabric service is actually a distributed system platform that helps us to package, deploy, and manage a scalable and a very reliable microservice and containers. And what does it help? This Azure Fabric service helps us, or it helps the developers and administrators so they can avoid the complex infrastructure problems, and they can focus only on implementing workloads or taking care of their development, taking care of their application instead of spending time on infrastructure. So what's Service Fabric? Service Fabric, it provides runtime capabilities and life cycle management to applications that are composed of microservices, no infrastructure management at all. And with Service Fabric, we can easily scale the application to tens or hundreds or even to thousands of machines. Here, machines represent containers. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about virtual machine scale set. Now, this virtual machine scale set, it lets us to create a group of identical load balanced VMs. I just want to mention it again. It helps us to manage a group identical and load balanced VMs. The number of instances or the number of VM instances in a scale set can increase or decrease in response to the demand or in response to a schedule that we define. The resources needed on a Monday morning is not the same as that would be required on a Saturday or a Sunday morning. All right, and even within the day, the resources that would be needed in the beginning of the business hour is not the resources that would be needed at noon or after 8 or 9 in the evening. So the demands could actually vary in the environment, and this scale set helps us to take care of the varying demand or take care of the different infrastructure requirement at a different schedule throughout the day, throughout the week, throughout the month, or could be throughout the year as well. The scale set also allows us to provide high availability to our applications, and it helps us to centrally manage, configure, and update a large number of VMs as if they are just one thing. Now you might ask, well, virtual machines are enough. Why would we need a virtual machine scale set? Just like I said, this virtual machine scale set helps us with a greater redundancy and improved performance for our applications. And those applications can be accessed through a load balancer that actually distributes the requests to the application instances. So in a nutshell, this virtual machine scale set, it helps us to create a large number of identical virtual machines, number one. And with scale set, we can increase or decrease the virtual machines. With virtual machine scale set, we can centrally manage and configure and update a big group of VMs. And it's a great use case when it comes to big data or container workloads. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about cloud services. Now this Azure Cloud Service is actually a platform as a service, and it's very friendly. In fact, it is designed for applications that support scalability, or an application that requires scalability or reliability, and on top of it you want them to be very inexpensive to operate. So Azure Cloud Service provides all these. So where would this cloud service run? Well, it runs on a VM, but it's a platform as a service. VMs are infrastructure as a service, and when we run applications on VM through cloud service, it becomes platform as a service. So here is how you got to be thinking. With infrastructure as a service like VMs, we first create and configure the environment, and then we run applications on top of it. Let's look at the responsibility. The responsibility for us in VM is that we manage everything end to end, like deploying new patches, picking the versions of the operating system, and making sure they are intact and all that stuff. It's all managed by us. But on the contrary, with platform as a service, it's as if the environment is already ready. All that you have to do is deploy your application in it and manage the platform. Manage the platform not as an administrator, because all the administration is taken care by Azure, like deploying new versions of the operating system. It's all handled by the Azure. So we deploy the application and we manage the application. That's it. Infrastructure management is handled by Azure. So what does cloud service provide? This cloud service provides a platform where we can write the application code, and we don't have to worry about hardware. Simply hand over the code and cloud service takes care of it. So no worry on the hardware at all. So responsibilities like patching, what do we do if something crashes? How do I update the infrastructure? How do I manage the maintenance or the downtime in the underlying infrastructure? All that is handled by Azure. It also provides a good testing environment for us. We can simply run the code, test it before it's actually released to the production. I want to expand a bit on these testing applications. So this Azure Cloud Service, it actually gives us a staging environment for testing a new release without it affecting the existing release, which actually reduces the customer downtime. So we can run the application, test it, and anytime that's ready for production, all that's needed for us to do to move it to production is simply to swap the staging environment into the production environment, and the old production environment will now become the new staging environment, where we can add more to it and then swap it back at a later point. So it kind of gives us a swappable environment for testing our applications. And not only that, it gives us health monitoring alerts. It helps us to monitor the health and availability of our application. And there is a dashboard we can benefit from when we use Azure Cloud Services, and that shows the key statistics all in one place. And we can also set up real-time alerts to warn when a service availability or a certain metrics that we are concerned about degrades. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about functions. Now, functions are serverless computing. Many times, if you've heard about Azure being serverless, a lot of time they are referencing, or the person who's talking to you is referencing to serverless computing, or Azure Functions, which is a serverless computing service hosted on Microsoft Azure. The main motive of a function is to accelerate and simplify application development. Functions helps us to run code on demand without we need to pre-provision or manage any Azure infrastructure. So Azure Functions are script or a piece of code that gets run in response to an event that you want to handle. So in short, we can just write a code that you need for a problem at hand without actually worrying about the whole application or the infrastructure that will be running that code. And the best of all the best is when we use functions, we only pay for the time that our code runs. So what does functions provide, or what does Azure Functions provide? Azure Functions allow users to build applications using serverless simple functions with a programming language of our choice. So the current programming languages that are supported is C#, F#, Node.js, Java, and PHP. So here we really don't have to worry about provisioning or maintaining servers. If a code requires more resource, yes, Azure Functions handles, or it provides the additional resources needed by the code. And the best part is we only pay for the amount of time the functions are running, not the resources, but the amount of time the function is running. as next thing, and moving to the new domain, let's talk about the container domain in Azure. Now the container domain or the container service, it allows us to quickly deploy a production ready Kubernetes or a Docker Swarm cluster. Now what's a container? A container is a standard unit of software that packages of code and all its dependencies so the applications run quickly and reliably from one computing environment to another. It could be testing to staging to development environment to staging to production, or from one production to another production, or on premises to cloud, or one cloud to another cloud, vice versa. Now imagine we had an option not to worry about the VM and just focus on the application. Well, that's exactly what containers helps us achieve. So these container instances enable us to focus on applications and not worrying about managing VMs, or not worrying about learning the new tools required to manage the VMs or even the deployment. And our applications that we create, they run in a container. And running in a container is what helps us to achieve all these, not being able to manage or not needing to manage the virtual machines. So these containers, they can be deployed into the cloud using a single command if you're using a command line interface, and a couple of button clicks if we are using the Azure portal. And these containers are kept lightweight, but they are equally secure as virtual machines. Let's talk about container service as next thing. The container service, or sometimes called as Azure Kubernetes service, it helps us to manage the containers. Container is one thing, and a service that's used to manage the container is another thing. Now this Kubernetes service, or ACS, it helps us to manage the containers. So let's expand on this a bit. So this Azure Container Service, or ACS, it actually provides a way to simplify the creation, configuration, and management of a cluster of virtual machines that are pre-configured to run containerized applications on top of them. Deploying these containers might take like 15 to 20 minutes, or deploying the virtual machines that run containers in it might take 15 to 20 minutes. And once they are provisioned, we can actually manage them by using simple SSH tunnel into them. And this ACS, when it runs applications from Docker images. What does that mean? Docker images makes sure that the applications the container runs are fully portable. Images are portable. And ACS also helps us to orchestrate the container environment. Not only that, it also helps us to ensure that these applications that we run in containers can be scaled to thousands or even tens of thousands of containers. So in a nutshell, managing an existing application into a container and running it using AKS or ACS is really easy, or that's what it is all about, to make the application management or migration easy. Now, managing the container-based architecture, and we discussed that containers could be tens or even tens of thousands of containers. So managing them is made simple using this container services. And even training of model using a large data set in a complex and resource intensive environment, this AKS helps us to simplify that environment. Alright, as next thing in container domain, let's talk about container registry. We spoke about registry a little bit when we spoke about Docker images. So container registry is a single place where we can store our images, which are Docker images. When we use containers, it's Docker images that we use for our image purposes. So these container images are a central registry that can be used to ease container development by easing the storage and management of container images. So there we can store all kind of images like Docker Swarm, or the images used in Docker Swarm are in Kubernetes. Everything can be stored in container registry in Azure. Now, anytime we store a container image, it provides us an option for geo-replication. What that means is that we can efficiently manage a single registry replicated across multiple regions. Now, these geo-replication, it actually enables us to manage global deployments, assuming we are having an environment that requires a global deployment. So it helps us to manage global deployments as one entity because we are geo-replicating. We would be updating, we would be editing one image, and that image gets replicated throughout the global replication centers we would have set up. And so just one editing would have actually edited the global images, and those global images would have provisioned the global application. So one edit, replication, and then provisioning of the applications global wide. And this replication also helps us network latency, because anytime an application needs to deploy, it does not have to rely on a single source which can be reached only through high latency network. Because we have global replications around the world, anytime the application wants to check back, it would check back the application which is in a very nearby location for the application itself. Global replication means that we are managing it as a single entity that's being replicated across the multiple regions in the globe. As next thing in our learning, let's talk about Azure databases. Now, these Azure databases are relational. In fact, they have many flavors in them. We're going to look at different flavors, SQL, NoSQL, cache type of database that Azure offers. So we're going to learn one at a time, or we're going to learn one by one. So this Azure SQL database is a relational database. In fact, it's a relational database as a service. It's managed by Azure. We don't get to do a lot of management in it. So it's a relational database as a service based on Microsoft SQL Server database engine. And this database is a high performance database. It's very reliable, and it's very secure as well. And this high reliability, high performance, and for this high security, we really don't have to do anything. It comes along with it, and it's managed by Azure. And there are two things that I definitely need to mention about Azure SQL Database. That is, it's an intelligent service, number one. It's fully managed by Azure. And it also has this one good thing, which is it has built-in intelligence that learns app patterns and adapts to maximize performance and reliability and data protection of the application. That's something that's not found in many of the other cloud providers that I'm aware of. So I thought I'll mention it. So it uses built-in intelligence to learn about the user's database patterns and helps improve performance and protection. And migration or importing data is very easy when it comes to Azure SQL Database. So it can be readily or immediately used for analytic reporting and intelligent applications in Azure. As next thing, let's talk about Azure CosmoDB. Now, Azure CosmoDB is a database service that is for NoSQL type, and it's created to provide low latency and an application that scales dynamically or that scales rapidly. Now, this Azure CosmoDB is a globally distributed service, and it's a multi-model database. This can be provisioned in a click of a button. That's all we got to do if we need to provision an Azure CosmoDB in the Azure. It helps with scaling the database. We can elastically and independently scale throughput and storage across this database and in any of the Azure geographic regions. It provides a good throughput, it provides good latency, it provides good availability, and it provides, or Azure promises, a comprehensive SLA that no other database can offer. That's the best part about CosmoDB. So this CosmoDB was built with global distribution in mind, and it's built with the horizontal scale in mind. And all this we can use by only paying for what we have used. And remember, the difference between Azure CosmoDB and the SQL database is that Azure CosmoDB supports NoSQL, whereas SQL doesn't. Alright, few other things about Azure CosmoDB is it allows users to use key value, graph, column, family, and document data. It also gives users a number of API options like SQL, JavaScript, MongoDB, and few others that you might want to check in the document at the time of reading. And the best part here is that all that we mentioned, we get to use only by paying for the amount of storage and throughput that are required. And the storage and the throughput can be elastically scaled based on the requirement of that R. Alright, let's talk about Redis cache. Discussion about Azure database won't be complete without we talking about Redis cache. Now, Redis cache is a secure data cache. It's also sometimes called as messaging broker that provides high throughput and low latency access to data for the applications. Now, Redis Cache is based on a popular open source caching product, which is Redis, sometimes called as Redis Cache. Now, what's the use case? It's typically used to cache to improve the performance and scalability of a system that rely heavily on backend data stores. Now, performance when we use Redis Cache is improved by temporarily copying the frequently accessed data to a fast storage located very close to the application. Now, with Redis Cache, this fast storage is located in memory with Redis Cache instead of being loaded from the actual disk in the database itself. Now, this Redis Cache can also be used as an in-memory data structure store. Not only that, it can be used as a distributed non-relational database and a message broker. So there are a variety of use cases for this Redis Cache. And by using Redis Cache, the application performance is improved by taking advantage of the low latency and the high throughput performance that this Redis Cache engine provides. So to summarize, this Redis Cache, when we use Redis Cache, data is stored in the memory instead of the disk to ensure that there is high throughput and low latency when the application needs to read the data. It provides various levels of scaling without any downtime or interference. Now, this Redis Cache is actually backed by Redis server, and it supports string, hashes, linked list, and various other data structures. Now let's talk about security and identity services. Now, identity management in specific is a process of authenticating first and then authorizing using security principles. And not only that, identity management involves controlling information about those principal identities. You might ask, now what's a principal identity? Now, identity or principal identity are services, applications, users, groups, and a lot more. The speciality about this identity management is that it not only helps authenticate and authorize principals in cloud, it also helps authenticate and authorize principals or resources on premises, especially when you run an hybrid cloud environment. So all these services and features that this identity management helps us to get additional level of validation, like identity management can provide multi-factor authentication. It can provide access policies based on condition, a permit or deny based on condition. It can also monitor suspicious activity, and not only that, it can also report it. It can also help generate alerts for potential security issues, and in a way to mitigate it, can send us an alert so we can get involved and prevent a security accident from happening. So let's talk more about identity management. So some of the services under security and identity management are Azure Security Center. Now, this Azure Security Center provides security management and threat protection across the workloads in both cloud and in the hybrid environment. It helps control user access and application control to stop any malicious activity if present. It helps us to find and fix vulnerabilities before they can be even exploited. It integrates very well with analytic methods that helps us to identify, or it gives us the intelligence to identify or detect attacks and prevent them before it can actually happen. And it also works seamlessly with hybrid environments. So you don't have to have one policy for on-premises and one policy for the cloud. It's now a unified service, both for on-premises and the cloud. The next service in security and identity would be Key Vault. Now, a Key Vault is a service or a feature that helps safeguard the cryptographic keys and any other secrets used by the cloud applications and the services. In other words, this Azure Key Vault is a tool for securely storing and accessing the secrets of the environment, the secret keys. Now, a secret is anything that you really want to have a very tight control access, like the certificates, like the passwords, stuff like that. Now, if I tell you what Key Vault actually solves, that would actually explain what Key Vault is. Now, Key Vault is used in secrets management. It's helped in securely storing the tokens, the passwords, the certificates. It helps in key management. it really helps in creating and controlling the encryption keys that we would use to encrypt data. It helps in certificate management. Talking about certification management, it helps us to easily provision, manage, and deploy public and private SSL, TLS certificates in Azure, and a lot more. So in a nutshell, this key vault, it provides users the ability to provision new vaults and keys in just a matter of minutes, all that in a single command, or all that in a couple of button clicks. It also helps users to centrally manage their keys, secrets, and policies. Next in the list, let's talk about Azure Active Directory. Now, Azure Active Directory helps us to create intelligent-driven access policies to limit resource usage and manage user identities. What does that mean? Now, this Azure Active Directory is a cloud-based Active Directory and identity management service. Now, Azure Active Directory combines, it's actually a combination of the core directory services plus application access management plus identity protection. And one good thing about this Azure, in fact, there are a lot of good things, but especially when you're running hybrid environments, you might wonder, well, how this Azure Active Directory is going to behave. Now, this Azure Active Directory is built to work on on-premises and cloud environment as well. Not only that, it also works seamlessly with mobile applications as well. So in a nutshell, this Azure Active Directory, it acts as an central point of identity and access management for our cloud environment. It also provides good security solutions that protect against unauthorized access of our app and the data. Now that we've discussed about security and identity, let's talk about the management tools that Azure has to offer. Azure provides built-in management and account governance tools that helps administrators and developers, that helps them to keep their resources secure and very compliant. And again, it helps both in on-premises and in the cloud environment. And these management tools help us to monitor the infrastructure, monitor the applications. It also helps in provisioning and configuring resources. It also helps in updating apps. It helps in analyzing threats, taking backup of the resources, build disaster recoveries. It also helps in applying policies and conditions to automate our environment. We use Azure management tools, and it's also used in cost control methods. So this Azure management plays a wide role across the Azure services. And in the management tools, first comes the Azure Advisor. Now this Azure Advisor, it acts as a guide to educate us about Azure best practices. It throws recommendations that we can select on the basis of the category of service, and it also provides the impact it can have, or the impact that would happen in our environment if we follow the recommendations given. And recommendations are, first one is the recommendations are kind of templatized, and it throws the templatized recommendations. Not only that, it also provides customized recommendations on the basis of the configuration, on the basis of our usage patterns. And these recommendations are not hard. It's not like something that it recommends and then just leaves us hanging there. These recommendations provided are very easy to follow, very easy to implement and see results. You can think of Azure Advisor as a very personalized cloud consultant that helps you to follow best practices to optimize our deployments. It kind of analyzes our resources, our configurations, our usage, and then it recommends a solution for us that really helps in improving the cost effectiveness, improving the performance, improving high availability, and improving security in our Azure environment. So with this Azure Advisor, we can get a proactive, actionable, and personalized best practice recommendations. Now, you don't have to be an expert. Just follow the Azure Advisor and your environment is going to be good. It also helps in improve the performance, security, high availability of our environment. And also it helps in bringing down the overall Azure spend. And the best part is It's a free service that analyzes our Azure usage and provides recommendations, how we can optimize our Azure resource to reduce cost. And reduce cost at the same time boost the performance, helps in strengthening the security and improve the overall reliability of our environment. Next in the list would be Network Watcher. Now this Network Watcher helps users identify and gain insights in the overall network performance and the health of the overall environment. Now these Azure Watchers provides enough tools to monitor, to diagnose, to view the metrics, and to enable or disable logs, which means generate and collect the logs for resources in the Azure Virtual Network. So with Network Watcher, you can monitor and diagnose issues in networking without even logging into the virtual machines. With just the logs, which are real time, we can actually come to a conclusion what could be wrong in a certain resource, in a VM or in a database, by just looking at the logs. And not only that, it's used for analytic or to gain some intelligence of what's happening in our network. We can gain a lot of insight to the current network traffic pattern using the security group flow logs that this Network Watcher offers. It also helps in investigating VPN connectivity issues using detailed logs. Now, you might or might not know that VPN troubleshooting requires both parties, or it involves two parties. The person, the network administrator on this side and the network administrator on the other side. And they will have to check logs in their end, and we'll have to check logs in our end, stuff like that. But with the Network Watcher, it kind of takes it to the next level. The logs itself, we could easily identify which side is having the issue and suggest an appropriate fix. And the next in the list would be Microsoft Azure Portal. Now, this Microsoft Azure Portal, it provides a single unified console to perform various number of activities like building, not only building, managing and monitoring the web applications that we build. Now, this portal can be used to organize our environment or the appearance of the environment or the visual of the environment based on our work style. And using Azure Portal, users can control who gets to manage or access the resources, all from the Azure Portal. And this Azure Portal gives a very good visibility on the spends that happen on each resource, right? And if we can customize it, we can also identify spends based on team, spends based on days, spends based on department, stuff like that. So it kind of gives us a good visual of where the money is spending or where is the bill consumed within the Azure environment. Next in the list would be Azure Resource Manager. Now, Azure Resource Manager enables us to manage the usage of the application resources. Now, we use Resource Manager to deploy, monitor, and manage solution resources as a group, as if it's one single entity. Now, the infrastructure of our application is typically made of various components, which includes virtual machine, storage, virtual network, web app, database servers, some other third-party services that we might use in our environment. And they are by nature separate services. But with Azure Resource Manager, we don't see them as different components or different entities. Instead, we see them as related services in a group that supports an application. Now, we kind of get the relation between them. Instead of, letting them spread, Azure Resource Manager identifies the relation between them and helps us to visually see them all as one or single entity. Not only that, Azure Resource Manager helps or it ensures that the resources that we provision are deployed at a constant rate along with the other application. It also helps users to visually see their resources and how they are connected, and that helps in managing the resources a lot better. Resource group also is used to control who can access the resources within the user's organization. Kind of gives you the fine-grained control over who gets to access and who does not get access. And the last one in the management tools would be automation. And this automation gives us the ability to automate, configure, and install upgrades across hybrid environments. It provides a cloud-based automation and configuration service. Not only that, this can be applied for non-Azure environments as well, which is on-premises. So some of the automation we could do is process automation, update management automation, configuration features automation, stuff like that. And this Azure automation provides complete control during the deployment, operation, and also during the decommissioning of the workloads and resources. With automation, we can actually automate time-consuming or mundane or any task that's error-prone because of human errors. Those things can be automated. So irrespective of how many times you run it, it's going to run the same way. And that really helps in reducing the overall time and also the overhead cost, because a lot of the things are automated, which means it's human error-free, which means the application is not going to break and keep running for a longer time. With automation, we can actually build a good inventory of operating system resources and configuration items all in one place with ease. And this really helps in tracking the changes and investigating the issue. Let's say something happened. Because we have automation, because it's logging the configuration changes, it's easy to track, easy to identify what has changed lately that has broken the environment, go back and fix it or kind of roll it back. That solves the problem. And that actually summarizes the Azure management tools or management services. Now let's talk about the networking tools or the networking services available in Azure. There are a variety of services, especially networking services, that Azure offers, and I'm sure it's going to be an interesting one. Let's begin our discussion with Content Delivery Network. Now, the Content Delivery Network, in short CDN, it allows us to perform secure and a very reliable content delivery. Not only that, it also helps in accelerating the delivery time, or in other words, reducing the delivery time, also called as load times. It also helps in saving bandwidth and increases in responsiveness to the application. Let's expand on this. The Content Delivery Network is actually a distributed network of servers that can efficiently deliver web content to users. Now, CDNs, we're going to use the word CDN here. CDNs store cached content on global edge servers, also called as POPs, point of presence locations, that are very close to the end users, so the latency is minimized. It's like taking a copy of the data or taking a multiple copy of the data and storing it in different parts of the world, and whoever is requesting it, the data gets delivered to them from a server which is very locally to them. So this CDN offers developers a global solution for rapidly delivering high bandwidth content to users by caching the content in a strategically placed location which is very near to them. So these content delivery networks, it really helps in handling. That's one advantage you get for content delivery network, that's we can handle spikes and heavy loads very efficiently. And we can also run analytic against the logs that gets generated in content delivery network, which helps in gaining good insight on the workflow and what would be the future business need for that application. And this, just like a lot of other services, this is on a pay as you go type. So you use the resource first and then you only pay for what you have used. The next one in networking would be ExpressRoute. Now ExpressRoute is actually a circuit or a link that provides a direct private connection to Azure. And because it's direct, it gives low latency link to Azure. It gives good speed and reliability for the Azure data transfer. It could be on-premises to Azure. So it gives very good speed. It gives increased reliability and low latency for that connection. Let's expand on this a bit. Now this ExpressRoute is a service that actually provides a private connection between Microsoft data center and infrastructure in our premises or in a different co-location facility that we might have. Now these ExpressRoutes do not go over the public internet. And because they don't go over the public internet, they offer a high security, reliability and speed and low latency compared to the connections which are in the internet. because it's fast, because it's reliable, because it has low latency, it can be used as an extension of our existing data center. Users are not going to feel the difference whether they are accessing services from an on-premises or in the cloud environment, because latency is minimized as much as possible. Users are really not going to see the difference. And because it's a private line and not an public internet line, it can be used to build hybrid applications without compromising privacy or the performance. Now, these virtual private cloud, these express routes can be used for taking backups. If assume a backup going through the internet, that would be a nightmare. If you use express route for backups, that's going to be fast. And imagine recovering a data through the internet, from the cloud, through the internet, to the on-premises in a time of disaster. That would be the worst nightmare. So these express routes can be used not only to backup, but also to recover the data. Because it provides good speed, low latency, recovering the data is going to be a lot sooner. The next product or service we're going to discuss in networking is Azure DNS. Now, Azure DNS allows us to host domain name in Azure, and these domain names come with an exceptional performance and availability. Now, Azure DNS is used to set up and manage DNS zones and records for our domain name in the cloud. Now, this Azure DNS is a service for DNS, just like the name says, and it provides name resolution by using Azure's infrastructure. And by using this domain, we can actually manage the DNS ourselves through the Azure portal with the same credential. Imagine having a DNS provider which does not even belong in our IT. Imagine that environment. We would have a separate portal to manage the DNS environment. Now, those are gone. And now we can actually manage the DNS in the very same Azure portal where we use the rest of the other services. And this Azure DNS very much integrates with other DNS service providers. It uses a global network of name servers to provide fast response to DNS queries. And these domains are having additional availability compared to the other domain service providers' availability promises. These are going to have more availability than the rest because most of the servers are maintained by Microsoft, and it helps resolve sooner. It helps resyncing. Let's say a server fails, it kind of helps resyncing with the rest of the servers. So all the Microsoft's environment, all the Microsoft's global network of name servers kind of ensures that our domain names are resolved properly, not only properly, but also are available most of the time. Right, next in the list in networking services is virtual network. I'm sure this is going to be very interesting, and I'm sure you're going to like it. So this networking or virtual networking in Azure, it actually allows us to set up our own private cloud in the public cloud. It gives us an isolated and highly secure environment for our application. Let's expand on this. So this Azure Virtual Network helps us to provision Azure virtual machines, and it helps us to securely communicate with other on-premises and internet networks. It also helps in controlling the traffic that flows through or flows in and out of this virtual network to other virtual networks and to the internet. Now, this Azure virtual network, sometimes called as VNet, is actually a representation of our own network in the cloud. It's actually a logical isolation of the Azure cloud dedicated to our subscription. All our environments are provisioned in a VNet that is separate from another customer's VNets. That way we have that logical separation there. So this virtual network can also be used to provision VPNs in the cloud, so we can connect the cloud and the on-premises infrastructure and a lot more, especially in an environment where we have hybrid environment. Surely we will be using virtual network because that's going to require a VPN for secure data transfer in and out of the cloud and in and out of the on-premises environment. Alright, so it kind of gives us a boundary for all the resources. So all the traffic between the Azure resources, they kind of logically stay in between or logically stay within the Azure Virtual Network. And here we can design the network. It's given over to us. You can pick the IP, you can pick the routing, you can pick the subnet. A lot of freedom is given, or I would say a lot of control on how the network is designed. It's not like something that's already cooked and we only get to use it. No, we can actually build the network from the scratch. We can pick the IP address that we like. We can pick which subnet needs to communicate with the other subnet, stuff like that. And like I said, if you are using hybrid environment, you definitely would be requiring a virtual network because it helps connect the on-premises and the cloud in a secure fashion using VPN. The last product we're going to discuss in networking is a load balancer. This load balancer actually provides application a good availability and a good network performance. So how does it work? It actually works by load balancing the traffic to and from the virtual machine and the cloud resources. Not only that, it also load balances between cloud and cross-premises virtual networks. With Azure Load Balancer, we can actually scale our application and create high availability for our services, which means our application will be available most of the time. If any of the server goes dead, the server does not get traffic. What happens if the server gets traffic? User is going to experience downtime. What happens if the server does not get traffic? User won't experience any downtime. The connection is shifted to an healthy service, so the user experiences uptime all the time. So this load balancer supports inbound and outbound scenarios, and it provides low latency. It gives high throughput of the data transfer, and we can actually scale up the flow of the TCP and UDP connections from hundreds to thousands to even millions because we have a load balancer now in between the user and the application. So how does it operate? This load balancer actually receives the traffic and it load balances the traffic to the backend pool of instances connected to it according to the rule and the health probe that we set. That's how it maintains high availability. So what does load balancer help? It helps in creation of high available scalable application in the cloud in minutes. It can be used to automatically scale the environment with the increasing application traffic. And one feature of load balancer is to check the health of the user's application instance, and it removes or it stops sending the request to the unhealthy instance and kind of shifts that connection to the healthy instance. That way a user or a connection does not get stuck with an instance that's not healthy. That's all that you need to know about the networking services. Now let's talk about the storage services or the storage domain in Azure. Now Azure Storage in general is a Microsoft managed service providing cloud storage, which basically is highly available, secure, durable, scalable, and redundant because it's all managed by Azure. We don't get to manage a lot of it. And these Azure storages are a group of storage services. They cater different needs. And the storage products include Azure Blobs, which is actually an object storage. It includes Azure Data Lake. It includes Azure Files. As you see, it includes Azure Queues. It includes Azure Tables and a lot more. But let's start our discussion with Azure Store Simple. Azure Store Simple is an hybrid cloud storage solution that actually lowers the cost of storage to nearly 60% of how much you would be actually spending without using it. So Azure Simple Storage or Store Simple is an integrated storage solution that manages the storage task between on-premises and the cloud storage. What I really like about Azure is that it's built around a hybrid environment in mind. There are a lot of other cloud providers that are there where running an hybrid environment is a big challenge. It has some compatibility. You won't be able to find an hybrid or a on-premises and cloud solution for your need, stuff like that. But with Azure, especially when it comes to storage, a lot of the things that we're going to see, it clearly is designed with hybrid environment in mind. All right, so let's come back and talk about Store Simple. So Store Simple is an very efficient, cost-effective, and a very easily manageable SAN, storage area networking solution in the cloud. I thought I'll throw in this information. The reason why it got Store Simple is really because it uses Store Simple 8000 series devices services which are used in Azure Data Center. And this Store Simple or Simple Storage, it comes along with storage tiering to manage the stored data across the various storage media. So the very current data is actually stored in on-premises on solid-state drives, and data that is used less frequently is stored in HDDs or hard disk drives. And the data that requires archived or that needs to be archived, very old data, let's say less frequently used data, candidate for archive, they are actually pushed to the cloud. So you see how this storage tiering automatically happens in Store Simple. And another cool feature of Store Simple is that it enables us to create an on-demand and scheduled backups of data and then store the data locally or in the cloud. And these backups are actually taken in the form of incremental snapshot, which means that they can be created and restored quickly. It's not a complete backup, it's an incremental backup. And these cloud snapshots, they can be critically important when there is a disaster and when there is a disaster recovery scenario, because these snapshots can be called in and they can be put on storage systems and then they become the actual data. So recovering is faster if you have proper scheduled backups or if you have frequent backups. And this Storage Simple, it really helps in easing our backup mechanism, which means it kind of eases our disaster recovery steps or procedures as well. So this Store Simple, it can be used to automate data management, data migration, data movement, data tiering across the enterprise, both in cloud and on premises. It actually improves the compliance and accelerates the disaster recovery for our environment. And if there is one thing that's increasing every new day in our environment, that would be storage. And this Store Simple addresses that need, and we really don't have to pre-plan or think in deep for having a proper storage, because now we have a simple storage available in the cloud, and moreover it's on a pay-as-you-go type. So not much pre-planning on storage is needed. Yes, there will be a need, but not as much as I would without the cloud or without the simple storage. And the next service under storage that we would like to discuss is the Data Lake Store. This Data Lake Store or storage, it's a cost-effective solution for big data analytics in specific. So let's expand this. So this Data Lake Storage is an enterprise-wide repository for big data analytic workload. Now that's the major service that's dependent on this Data Lake Store. And this Data Lake enables us to capture data of any size, of any type, and of any ingestion speed, and it kind of collects them in one single space or in one single place for operational efficiency. And for analytic purpose. Hadoop in Azure is very dependent on this Data Lake Storage. And this Data Lake Store is designed with performance for analytics in mind. So anytime you think of, or anytime you're using analytic in the cloud, or anytime you're using Hadoop in the cloud in Azure, we are definitely using, or we will be to the most part, or the normal procedure or the right storage to pick would be Data Lake Store in Azure. It's designed with security in mind. So anytime we use Azure storage, we can be rest assured that we are using storage from within a data center which was built with security in mind. So this data store also uses Azure Blob Storage behind the scenes for global scale, durability, and for performance. Let's talk about Blob Storage. Now, Blob Storage provides large amount of storage and scalability. Now, this Blob Storage is the object storage solution for Azure Cloud. Let's expand a bit on Blob Storage. Azure Blob Storage is Microsoft offering for object storage. Now, this Blob Storage is optimized for storing massive amount of unstructured data, which could be text or binary data. It's designed and it's optimized for rapid reads. If I explain to you on what scenarios we would be using blob storage, that might help you get a good understanding of what blob storage is. So it's designed, as of now it's being used in many IT environments to serve images or documents directly to the browser. It helps in storing files for distributed access. A lot of fetchers can fetch data from Azure Blob Storage. and it's currently helping users stream video and audio. It's currently being used for writing log files. It's currently being used to store data as backup and restore at a later point in times of disaster recovery. It also is used as an archiving storage in a lot of cloud IT environments. It's widely used in storing analytic data, not only storing but also running analytic query against the data stored in it. So that's a wide use case for blob storage. Not only that, in addition to all that we mentioned, it also supports versioning. So anytime somebody updates an data, a new version gets created, which means at any point I can roll back as and when needed. And it provides a lot of flexibility on optimizing the user's storage need. It also supports tiering of the data. So based on need, when I actually explore, I would find a lot of options I can pick from that suits to my unique storage environment or unique storage need. And like I said, it stores unstructured data, and this unstructured data is available for customers through REST-based object storage environment. The next product and storage service would be queue storage. Now, queue storage provides durable queues for large volume cloud services. It's a very simple and a cost-effective, durable messaging queue for large workloads. Let's expand this queue storage for a moment. Now, this queue storage is a service for storing large amount of messages that can be accessed from anywhere in the world through HTTP and HTTPS calls. A single queue or a single queue message can be up to like 24 KB in size, and a single queue can contain millions of such 24 KB in size messages. And how much can it hold? It can hold up to the total capacity of the storage account itself. So that's kind of easy to translate. How much would it hold? And this Azure Queue Storage, it provides an messaging solution between applications and components in the cloud. What does it help? It helps in designing an application for scale. It helps in decoupling the application, so it's not very dependent, or sometimes it's not at all dependent on the other application, because now we have a queue in between which kind of translates or which kind of connects or which kind of decouples both the environment. Now we have a queue in between, both the environment can scale up or scale down independently. The next in the storage service would be file storage. Let's talk about file storage. Now, these Azure files provide secure, simple, and managed cloud file shares. Now, with file share in the cloud, it actually extends the user server's on-premises performance and capacity. And a lot of familiar tools for the cloud file share management can be used along with the file storage that we're talking about. So let's expand a bit on file storage. Now, this Azure Files or Azure File Storage offers a fully managed file shares in the cloud that can be accessed via the SMB protocol, Server Message Block Protocol. Now, this Azure file shares can be mounted concurrently by cloud or in on-premises deployments. A lot of operating systems are compatible with it. Windows are compatible, Linux is compatible, Mac OS is compatible. In addition to all this being able to run on-premises and on the cloud, or being able to access from on-premises and on the cloud, it can also offer cache for caching the data and keeping it locally, so it's immediately available when needed. So that's some additional feature, I would say that's some advanced feature that it offers compared to the other file shares available in the market. Let's talk about table storage. Let's talk about table storage. Now, table storage is a NoSQL key value pair storage for quick deployments with large semi-structured data sets. The difference between one important thing to note with table storage is that it has a flexible data schema, and also it's highly available. Let's expand a bit on table storage. So anytime you want to pick a schema-less, a NoSQL type table storage is the one we'll end up picking. It provides an key pair attribute storage with a schema-less design. This table storage is very fast and very cost effective for many of the applications, and for the same amount of data, it's a lot cheaper when you compare it with the traditional SQL data or data storage. So some of the things that we can store in the table storage are, of course, they're going to be flexible data sheets, such as user data for web application, address books, device information, and other types of metadata for our service requirements. And it can have any number of tables up to the capacity limit of the storage account. Now, this is not possible with SQL. This is only possible with NoSQL, especially with table storage in Azure. Explanation of storage really concluded the length and breadth of the explanation this CEO was giving his IT personnel. But this IT personnel is not done with it yet. He still has a question even after this lengthy discussion. And his question was, well, there are a lot of other cloud providers available. What made you specifically choose Azure? I mean, from the kind of question that he asked, we can say that he is very curious, and he definitely had asked a very thoughtful question. So his CEO went on and started to explain about the other capabilities of Azure, or how it kind of outruns the rest of the cloud providers. So he started, or he again started his discussion, but from a different angle now. So he started to explain what are the capabilities or how Azure is better than the competitors. So he started with explaining the platform as a service capabilities. And I'm going to tell you what the CEO told his ID person. So this platform as a service, or in platform as a service, the infrastructure management is completely taken care by Microsoft, allowing users to focus completely on the innovation. No more infrastructure management responsibilities. Go and focus on innovation. That's a fancy way of saying it. When we buy platform as a service, that's what we get. We can contribute our time on innovation and not just maintaining the infrastructure. And Azure especially is .NET friendly. Azure supports the .NET programming language, and it has, or it is built or designed, or it is optimized to work with old and new applications deployed using .NET programming framework. So if your application is .NET, most of the time you would end up picking Azure. I mean, if you try to compare, most of the time you would end up picking Azure as your cloud service provider. And the security offerings that Azure offers is it's designed based on the security development lifecycle, which is an industry-leading assurance process. When we buy services from Azure, it assures that the environment is designed based on security development lifecycle. And like I mentioned many times in the past, and I would like to mention it again, Azure has well thought about the hybrid environments, which a lot of other cloud providers have failed. So it's very easy to set up an hybrid environment, to migrate the data or not to migrate the data and still run a hybrid environment. They work seamlessly with Azure, because Azure provides seamless connection across on-premises data centers and the public cloud. It also has a very gentle learning curve. If you look at the documentation, it's picture rich, and the documentations are neat and clear. It would encourage you to learn more. It would encourage you to think and imagine and try easily get a grasp of how services work. So it has a very gentle learning curve. Azure allows the utilization of technologies that several businesses have used for years. So there is a big history behind it. It has a very gentle learning curve. The certifications, the documentations, the stage-by-stage certification levels, it's all very gentle learning curve, which is generally missing in other cloud service providers. Now, this would really impress the CTOs or people working in finance and budgeting. If an organization is already using Microsoft software, they can definitely go and avail or be bold and ask for a discount that can reduce the overall Azure spending. In other words, overall pricing of the Azure. So that's what helped, or they are the information that helped the CEO pick Azure as his cloud service provider. And then the CEO goes on and talks about the different companies that are currently using Azure.
Welcome to this tutorial about Google Cloud Platform, and here we will learn about cloud computing. What is cloud computing? What is GCP? That is your Google Cloud Platform. What are the benefits of Google Cloud Platform and what are its different services? a little bit about Google's infrastructure, a comparison of different cloud providers, such as Google offering GCP, that is Google's cloud platform, Amazon offering Amazon Web Services, and Microsoft, which offers Azure. We will also learn about Domino's Pizza use case and then have a quick demo on using some of the services on GCP. Before we begin, let's understand why cloud computing. And it would be always good to learn about cloud computing based on a use case. There are varied use cases where organizations are adopting or moving their solutions or their infrastructure into cloud, or I can simply say integrating with cloud. Now, here is one use case. Nina started a company that relates to website development. The challenges which Nina was facing were low memory space whenever required for processing or for any other kind of application related work, high traffic to website that crashed it, and also less number of servers. Now, with these challenges, she was then referred to concept of cloud computing and how that could benefit and help her in solving her issues. Most of her issues were solved when she started using cloud computing, and with cloud computing she could increase her memory space as required, that is on demand, control the load to the website, that is basically load balancing and handling more requests on the website or requests per minute, buying servers at a lower price, that is scaling up or down based on the requirement. When we talk about cloud computing is use of hardware and software components which a cloud provider offers as a service, which can be accessed over network. Cloud computing is use of these resources, which could be either dedicated resources or coming from a pool of resources which cloud provider offers to deliver a service to clients. Users can access these different services, applications, files from any device which can basically access internet. Cloud computing allows automatic software integration. It allows backing up and restoring of data. It basically offers unlimited storage, memory, or computation capacity. It gives access to reliable sources, which usually the cloud provider themselves are using for their use case. And it is a cost-efficient model, which helps organizations to quickly integrate or basically modernize their infrastructure. Cloud computing is usually used with IT or within IT space, wherein there are 5 traits. If there is a requirement of resources as the business dynamically changes or grows. So for this, cloud computing offers on-demand self-service. So users could be using on-demand computing resources or memory resources, storage, network, and so on provided by cloud provider, and also do a self-service. All this is possible using a simple interface, and users can be using processing power, storage, network as they need and pay as they go. So there is least or no human intervention required. When it comes to projects which might need scalable network access, cloud computing offers broad network access, that is accessing resources over network across geographical regions or what we call as availability zones, which might be multiple sites within a particular geographical region. Cloud providers also have what we call as resource pooling. So this basically provides a huge pool of resources which are shared and can be accessed by customers at a lower cost. Now, there might be customers which are interested in not sharing the resources and would be interested in dedicated resources. And in this case, cloud provider also have sole tenant offerings which help such customers. If an IT business or any other business needs rapid elasticity, then cloud providers also have resources which are offered, which are elastic. You can get more resources rapidly as needed, and thus you can scale up and down. Think of a gaming company which would be interested in launching a new game, and they would have predicted a certain number of users which would get onto the portal playing the game. And what happens if the request per minute, or if the number of users who are joining in might increase? Now, in this case, organization would want an underlying solution which handles this dynamism, scales as needed on demand, and once the demand is done, scales down. This is possible using a cloud computing solution. Cloud computing solutions also include measured services, that is pay-as-you-go model, for the usage or for the reservations which a user or organization would have made for resources offered by cloud computing. So when we talk about cloud computing, one of the questions which always arises is, why is this model so compelling? Why is this so interesting for organizations or users who would want to use one or many services from cloud computing? So first wave of trend which brought storage cloud computing was what we call as colo, that is co-location. IT shops that have been using or managing huge amount of data from decades basically wanted to build their infrastructures to handle their business needs. Now, instead of building costlier data centers, they would rent space or share facilities, and this was being done by organizations even in past. Thus, they would free up the capital for other use cases. Now, this was more of user configured, managed, and maintained by them. Later, organizations started thinking of virtualization. So that was again user configured, but provider managed and maintained. So components of a virtualized data center matched that of a physical data center, and organizations would have virtual devices separately managed from underlying devices. Then later came container-based architectures, or basically automated services. So within Google, services are automatically provisioned and configured, letting your infrastructure scale on demand. There are various reasons why an organization would think of integrating with cloud or benefiting by using cloud, and thus instantaneously reaping the benefits of modernizing their infrastructure. Now, few famous cloud providers are here. So you have Amazon, which offers Amazon Web Services and a huge list of services which come in with this. You have Microsoft's Azure, you have Oracle's cloud, you have SAP's cloud solutions, GCP, which is offered by Google, Salesforce, and so on. There are many other small players which are also providing different services which are cloud-based, or organizations which are partnering with these main cloud providers, thus offering cloud services to their customers. When we talk about why Google Cloud Platform, there are various reasons why someone would choose Google Cloud Platform. GCP has better pricing compared to its competitors. When it comes to speed and performance, it is very fast and increases the performance of the project. Live migration of apps, and there are huge number of solutions which I will show you further in further screens, which help an organization to adopt to a cloud platform and integrate with cloud platform, or even completely migrate into a cloud platform. None of Google's competitors provide live migration of apps. When we talk about big data, AI, machine learning kind of solutions, GCP provides a lot of innovative solutions in comparison to other cloud providers such as AWS, Azure, and so on. So what is Google Cloud Platform? It is a set of cloud computing services provided by Google that runs on the same infrastructure that Google uses to and for its end user products like YouTube, Gmail, and so on. Let's learn about benefits of Google Cloud Platform, such as high productivity, working from anywhere, quick collaboration, high security, fewer data stored on vulnerable devices, reliable resources which can be used across organization, across geographical regions, across countries, very flexible, which allows organizations to scale up and down as the demand rises or as the demand declines, and cost-effective solutions for various use cases. These are some of the benefits. And if we look into different services which Google Cloud Platform offers, we could look into detailed benefits which each service offers in a different use case, which basically helps organizations working in different domains, handling different kind of small, mid, or larger businesses, and with different business goals. When we talk about Google Cloud Platform services, here is a list of services, or I could say high-level domains or categories of services. So you have compute related services, you have storage and database, you have networking, big data, developer tools, identity and security management, Internet of Things, cloud AI, management tools, and also data transfer solutions. When we talk about Google's infrastructure, Google has one of the most powerful infrastructure in the world. The infrastructure is available in two levels, the physical and the abstract layers. You have physical infrastructure and then you have the abstract infrastructure. Physical infrastructure consists of data centers, extensive development of high efficiency backend data centers. You have a very strong backbone network, which is used by Google itself and also offered as services to customers via GCP platform services. So you have global meshed redundant backbone network. Points of presence, when we talk about Google, it has 110 plus edge points of presence in more than 200 countries. And when we talk about edge caching platform at periphery of their network. So this is what defines the physical infrastructure of Google. Now there is much more to it rather than just these 4 points. When we talk about abstract infrastructure, that is divided in global, regions, and zones. When we talk about zone, a zone is roughly equivalent to a data center and a single point of failure. So you could have your compute engine, which is within a zone, or you could say compute engine is a zonal resource. You have regions, which are geographical areas which contain multiple zones. So you could have a region for US Central or Europe Central, Europe West, and so on. And within a region, you would have one or multiple zones, and zones basically would allow high availability of resources. So you have cloud load balancer as an example, which is regional resource. Then you have global resources, and they are available and shared across the planet. So you have various global resources such as network, which could be even your IP addresses and so on. Now let's do a quick comparison of AWS vs Azure vs GCP, and let's look at what each cloud provider offers. Later we will also look into different services in detail when it comes to Google Cloud Platform, what each service does, what you can benefit from, which service should you use in what case. We will learn about those in later slides. If I compare your different cloud providers, when we talk about Amazon and its cloud offerings, that is Amazon Web Services or AWS as we well know it, Amazon Web Services has 69 availability zones within 22 geographical locations, and soon it will have 12 more in future. So this number keeps growing based on the spread of the services which a particular cloud provider offers. Here we are talking about availability zone specific information. When we talk about Microsoft's Azure, it has 54 regions worldwide and is available in 140 countries across the globe. When we talk about Google Cloud Platform is available in 200 plus countries across the globe. When we talk about virtual servers, Amazon's EC2, that is Elastic Compute Cloud, it is a web service which basically helps to resize your compute capacity where you can run your application programs on a virtual machine. So using EC2 service, you could launch virtual instances that could have any distribution of Linux, Windows. You could have different specifications when it comes to RAM or CPU cores or disk. You could also decide on what kind of storage a particular instance should use, whether the storage should be local to the instance or whether that should be an elastic file system or even an object storage. When it comes to Azure or Microsoft's offering, Azure Virtual Machine, that is infrastructure as a service, gives a user the ability to deploy and manage a virtual environment inside a virtual network on the cloud. And this virtual network on the cloud would be managed by cloud provider. Google Cloud or the offerings from Google Cloud Platform, that is GCP VM instances, enables users to build, deploy, and manage virtual machines in order to run different kind of workloads on the cloud. Now, when we talk about compute engine, here it would be good to discuss a little bit more about compute engine and what are the different options which Google Cloud offers. So when you talk about your compute engine, you have scalable, high-performance virtual machines. Compute Engine delivers configurable virtual machines which run in Google's data center with access to high-performance networking infrastructure and block storage. And you could select VMs for your needs. That could be general purpose or workload optimized. And when we talk about workload optimized, you have predefined machines or you have custom machine sizes. You can integrate compute with other Google Cloud services such as AI or ML and go for your data analytics. You have, when we talk about your GCP VM instances, just to expand on that, you have general purpose instances, which we call as N2, which provide a balance between price and performance, and they are well suited for most workloads, including line of business applications, web servers, and databases. Google Cloud also offers compute optimized instances, which we call as C2 instances, which offer consistent high-end virtual CPU performance, which are good for AAA gaming, EDA, HPC, and other applications. Now, when we talk about compute optimized or general purpose, how would we leave memory optimized instances? Those are M2 machines, which Google offers. So these offer highest amount of memory. These VMs are well suited for in-memory databases such as SAP HANA, real-time analytics, and in-memory caches. So if I would summarize this, when we talk about different instances, AWS also offers different kind of instances which are memory or compute or disk optimized. You have general purpose, and each category of machines has a different pricing model. You can always go to an AWS website, look for the pricing models, and that will give you an idea of on-demand instances or dedicated instances, reserved instances, and so on. Similarly, if you talk about Google Cloud also has instances with various options, which become the key features of why customers would choose Google Cloud Platform, such as live migration for VMs. So Compute Engine within your GCP can live migrate between host systems. And when I say live migrate, it basically means without rebooting, which keeps your application running even when the underlying host systems require maintenance. You also have preemptible virtual machines, wherein you can run batch jobs and fault-tolerant workloads on preemptible VMs to reduce your virtual CPU and memory cost by up to 80% while getting the same performance. So these are your preemptive or preemptible virtual machines. The only demerit is these can give you a really cost-efficient resource usage, however, can be taken off the shelf anytime. and that's why we call them preemptible virtual machines. You also have sole tenant nodes, which are physical compute engine servers dedicated explicitly or exclusively for users' use case. And when we talk about sole tenant nodes, these are usually good when you are dealing with or when you're working with your applications, which we call as bring your own license applications. So sole tenant nodes give you access to same machine types and virtual machine config options as regular compute instances. So there are different options which Google Cloud offers when it comes to these instances which we are talking about, and it takes care of different use cases in comparison to other cloud providers which are also offering these services, such as you can have predefined machine types, you can have custom machine types, preemptible VMs, as I said, live migration of VMs. You can use persistent disks, which could give you durable high performance block storage. You have local SSDs. You also have GPU accelerators, which can be added to accelerate computational intensive workloads such as machine learning, simulation, medical analysis, and so on. And you have features such as global load balancing, which makes Google Cloud a unique choice. When we talk about platform as a service, Amazon has platform as a service offering, which we call as Elastic Beanstalk. Among one of its services, it's an orchestration service for deploying applications and helping in maintaining these applications. Azure Cloud Service provides a platform to write the user application code without worrying about the hardware resources. Google App Engine is a service used by developers for building and hosting applications on Google's data centers. When we talk about serverless computing, so Amazon's AWS Lambda is a serverless compute service. It is used to execute backend code and scales automatically when required. When we talk about Azure, you have something called as functions, which allow users to build applications using serverless simple functions with a programming language of their choice. When we talk about Google Cloud, GCP has Cloud Functions, which is easiest way to run your code in the cloud, and it is highly available and fault tolerant. So in these days, when we are talking about microservices architecture, which organizations are preferring, when we are talking about organizations which can scale, which can dynamically change their underlying architecture, organizations would be interested in serverless computing, where they do not have to have a infrastructure set up, planned in advance before going for their use case. And this is where monolithic applications are really not a preferred choice. A lot of organizations are decomposing their applications into microservices based on business capability or decomposing based on subdomains. We can learn about microservices architecture later, but just to know that serverless computing, which basically helps any organization, if, for example, if you have a web application that receives non-linear traffic and you cannot keep an eye on your server always, it would be good to have someone to auto scale your application. Serverless is basically a computing model where cloud service provider is responsible for managing the piece of code without the developer having to bother about infrastructure setup, management, maintenance, and so on. Now, when we talk about applications being serverless or benefiting from serverless computing, one of the key things would be zero administration, so deploying application without any provisioning and management. Auto scaling capability, that is, let the service provider worry about scaling the application up and down. You have pay per use model, which any customer would want to benefit from, that is, pay only for the resources that you have used or that you are continuing to use, right? Shorten the time between idea implementation and deployment, and this is something which any organization would want, that you would want a faster bring to the market solution timeline in comparison to getting entangled with deployment, management, and maintenance of your underlying infrastructure when your applications are facing a high demand. So when we talk about serverless, it is a function as a service, because each part of your application is divided as functions and can be hosted over multiple service providers. You have serverless apps, which are usually divided as separate units or functions based on functionalities or domains and so on. So serverless computing is gaining quite popularity these days in comparison to the traditional three-tier architecture, where you had a presentation layer, you had an application layer, you had a database layer. Now that kind of infrastructure is not really preferred in today's modern times when organizations are working on different kind of newer applications. When we talk about object storage, Amazon has simple storage service, that is S3. It provides object storage, which is built for storing and recovering information or data from anywhere over the internet. Azure comes up with blob storage, that is binary large objects storage, offers large amount of storage and scalability. It stores the object in the tiers and depending on how often the data is being accessed. Now same thing applies to even S3, which is from Amazon. So S3 also has different kind of storage classes which can be selected when a user or an organization intends to use a storage service. And when I speak about storage classes, it basically means having a frequent access storage or a infrequent access storage, or what we call as just an archival solution. Google Cloud has cloud storage, and it provides unified object storage for live or archive data. This service is used to store and access data on GCP infrastructure. When it comes to advantages, Amazon Web Services has enterprise-friendly services, easy access to resources, increase in speed and agility, and that too on demand, and takes care of your security and reliability of resources which are offered. When it comes to Azure, it has better development operations, strong security profile, provides a lot of cost-effective solutions, and operation execution friendly. When we talk about Google Cloud, one of the key features here is better pricing than competitors, live migration of virtual machines, which really interests a lot of organizations would want to modernize their infrastructure without having any kind of disruption in their existing services, improved performance, redundant backups, and so on. When it comes to disadvantages, in AWS, you have limitations when it comes to EC2 service. Well, there are different options in the kind of machines which you can choose, which you can work on. You have a technical support fee, which is incurred, network connectivity, and then also downtime, which might be in case when you're migrating. Azure, it has different code base for cloud and premise. Platform as a service ecosystem is not really as efficient as infrastructure as a service. Poor management of GUI and tools, integrated backup. When we talk about Google Cloud, support fee is quite hefty. It depends on what kind of solution or support you would or organization would be interested in. It has a complex pricing schema, although it has different use cases for which any user or any organization can benefit from. Downloading data from Google Cloud services is an expensive option. Storage might not be. However, uploading data or downloading data would be an expensive option. When we talk about Domino's Pizza use case, now while we were discussing about these features, I would really want to spend more time in discussing each of these features or services in detail, such as you have compute engine, you have storage, you have big table, you have data proc, and so on. So there are a huge list of services. Now, before we get into your Domino's Pizza use case, let me show you this page on Google Cloud where you can look at different services. So if you go to cloud.google.com and if you look at get started option under doc. So here you can find build solutions, look at different use cases, learn from basics of what is your Google Cloud, what are cloud basics. Then you can look at different cloud products. So here you have products in different categories such as AI and machine learning, API management, compute, containers, data analytics, databases, developer tools, and so on. And you can always click on any one of these to look into different solutions which are being offered, what are the different use cases, what are the best practices when it comes to migrating VMs to compute engine or operating containers or building containers and so on. You can always look at featured products, and that gives you a quick snapshot of what are the different products, such as you have compute engine, you have cloud run, BigQuery, which is a data warehouse, you have cloud SQL, which is a managed MySQL or Postgres, you have cloud storage to basically push in any kind of data there, you have security key enforcement, AI and machine learning, and so on. So you have different featured products. Now if you scroll down to the lower end of this page, you can again look at different solutions, and that would be really interesting to read and learn from. So you have infrastructure modernization, you have application modernization, you have data management, and so on. So if I look at infrastructure modernization, you could basically look at the solutions which Google Cloud offers and what it does when it comes to having your infrastructure modernized or benefiting by integrating with cloud and having immediate benefits of infrastructure modernization. You can look at different use cases, what they are doing, how Google Cloud really helps when it comes to migrating the workloads to a cloud, and how your different cloud solutions such as VM migration, you have SAP on Google Cloud, VMware as a service, and so on. And you could learn from these different solutions which are offered. You can also look at application modernization. So not only infrastructure modernization, but organizations would also be interested in relooking at their applications, relooking at how these applications could be moved from monolithic to microservices architecture, or how applications can benefit from modernization and cloud computing offerings. So you have again different use cases here, which talks about different ways in which Google Cloud can help, how you can modernize your applications, how you can use different solutions which Google Cloud is offering. Now, when we talk about cloud computing services, you can always go into cloud.google.com. If you have created a free account, then you can just log in, and every user by default gets a $300 free credit, so wherein they can try out different products, where they can use different services. So here, if I click on console, where I'm already logged in with my Gmail account or my Google Cloud account, wherein I have $300 free credit, out of which some is being used. You have a Google Cloud console, and here from the hamburger menu, you can click and you can look at different services within different domains. So you have compute domain, which has different services such as app. You have compute engine, and that basically allows you to use your VM instances, which we were talking about previous slides, different instance groups, create your templates, use sole tenant nodes, create snapshots or backup of your data, use different zones. You can go for Kubernetes, which is containerized based engine. You have cloud functions, you have cloud run, and then you have storage related different options such as Bigtable, you have data store, Firestore, file store, storage, and so on. And for each of these services, you can read about from the Google's documentation, or anyways, I will be explaining that later. You can also look at networking related, operation related, and other tools which are offered by Google Cloud. So these are huge list of services which Google Cloud Platform offers in different ways for different use cases. Now, let's look at this Domino's Pizza use case and see what it helps us learn about. So you can always access this page by going to this link which talks about customers, and then which shows you different use cases. So Domino's increasing monthly revenue by 6% with Google Analytics Premium, Google Tag Manager, and Google BigQuery. So this is basically when Domino's started using GCP and what was the result of that. Now let's look further into this. So we all know that Domino is most popular pizza delivery chain operating across the globe. But how was that possible? Let's take a look. So the challenges were they wanted to integrate marketing measurement across various devices, connecting CRM and digital data to create a clear view of customer behavior, to make cross-channel marketing performance analysis easy and efficient. Now, for these challenges which Domino's was facing, the solution was using Google Analytics Premium, Google Tag Manager, and BigQuery, which were used to integrate digital data sources and CRM data. Reporting was made easier and more efficient by implementing Google Analytics Premium because it had the ability to access a single Google Analytics account to evaluate web and app performance. By using the new Google Tag Manager implementation, Domino's were able to act fast. They were able to connect CRM data with digital analytics, which basically provided Domino with greater visibility on customer behavior. What was the result? There was an immediate 6% increase in monthly revenue, 80% of costs in ad serving and operations were saved, increases agility with streamlined tag management. They obtained easy access to powerful reporting and customized dashboards. Now that was just one simple use case. Before we go on to hands-on, we can also talk a little bit back about the services which Google Cloud offers, as we discussed, and some of these services which can really make you think, why not Google Cloud Platform? So when we talk about your different cloud platform services, let's learn about some of these services in brief, in what each service is, what it does, and how it can help us in handling our use cases or working with different products. So let's learn briefly about different services which Google Cloud Platform offers. Now, one of the domains is compute, and then let's look at the compute services which GCP offers. Now here I can log into the console, and this hamburger menu on the top left corner, I can click on this one and go into the compute engine section. So this is the compute domain, which has app engine, Kubernetes engine, cloud functions, and cloud run. So these are your different services which are offered within the compute domain. And here we can get into compute engine by clicking on this one and then basically going to VM instances. So before we see how we can use this compute engine, let's understand about some of the features of compute engine, which basically offers scalable, high performance virtual machines, which are configurable and which runs in Google's data center with access to high performance networking infrastructure and block storage. So from here, you can select VM for your needs, for your general purpose or workload optimized, predefined or custom machines. Now here you can integrate compute with other Google Cloud services such as AI, ML, and other data analytics services. You have different machines which are offered here, such as general purpose, which provide a balance between price and performance, which are well suited for most workloads, including line of business applications, web services, and databases. You also have compute optimized machines, which offer consistent high-end virtual CPU core performance and which are mainly good for gaming, EDA, high process computing, and other such applications. Apart from general purpose compute optimized, you also have memory optimized machines, which offer highest amount of memory. And these VMs are basically well suited for in-memory databases such as SAP HANA, real-time analytics, and in-memory cache. Now, we can see these options here. You can click on VM instances while you're logged in into your Google Cloud console. Here, You can even create an instance template which can be used to spin up instances. For example, if I click on new VM instance from a template, there are some templates which I have already created for my usage. Now here I can basically use one of these templates, or what I can do is I can go back, I can go into instance templates, and this basically allows me to create a template. So you can click on create instance template, which basically allows you to create templates which can be used to spin up different instances. We can give a name to the template. For example, we can say template instance. Now here I can choose machine configurations, and this is where you have different options. So you have general purpose, as I mentioned, which provide a balance between price and performance. You have memory optimized, which are large memory machine types for memory intensive workloads. You also have compute optimized, which basically give you high performance machine types for compute intensive workloads. So you can choose any machine configuration which is available here based on your requirements. Now, if you click on general purpose, that has different options here. So you look into the series where you have N1 series, you have E2, which are CPU platform selection based on availability. You have N2 and N2D. So let's just have N1 selected. Now you also have here, which talks about machine types. And here we can choose the configuration which we are interested in. Depending on the applications which will run within the machines, we can choose a machine. So by default, it shows one virtual CPU core and 3.5 gigabyte of memory or RAM. You could choose a higher end machine. So as of now, I'll just say N1 standard. Now that basically allows me to choose these machines. So there are different features which your compute offers, such as you have live migration for VMs, you have preemptible virtual machines, you have sole tenant nodes, and all those options can be seen here. Now in this machine, for my boot disk, I can select a distribution which I would be interested in. For example, I could be going for public images, and I can choose, for example, Ubuntu. And then I can choose a version. So it shows me 16.04. And you also have latest versions such as Ubuntu 20. You can choose one of these. And here it asks you to choose the boot disk type. So that could be standard persistent disk, which is HDDs, which are low in performance and you can say low in cost in comparison to SSDs. So SSDs give you better performance, but then they are a little expensive than using standard persistent disk. We can choose this and we can give a disk size, for example, 20 gigabyte, and I can click on select. Before clicking on select, I can click on custom images, and that shows me if you have any other images created in your project, you could use those. You could also learn about images by clicking on this link. So we'll click on public images. We have chosen this distribution. Let's do a select. And now here you have identity and API access management. So let this be default. You can say allow default access. And what you need is, depending on the services, we can choose it allows HTTP and HTTPS traffic. Now, we would also need some way to connect to these machines. So when you set up an instance, by default, you can do SSH into it using the Google Cloud Console or from Cloud Shell. You can also give a private and a public key. So here you have the option where you can give all these details. So when it comes to management, it tells you would you want to go for reservations, and you can say automatically use created reservation. You could also say no, you would not want to use a reservation. You can also set up or provide a startup script which you would want to give whenever your machines come up. And here you have the options of preemptibility. So compute offers preemptible virtual machines. So that is mainly when you would want to run batch jobs and fault tolerant workloads on these machines, and you can benefit with a reduced cost for your virtual CPU and memory by 80%. So these are virtual machines which would be lasting less than 24 hours. Now by default this is off, and it purely depends on your workload, what you would want to run on these instances. I could just go ahead and select preemptible being on that and use this feature of compute. You also have on host maintenance, which talks about what would be happening with this compute engine instance. So when compute engine performs periodic infrastructure maintenance, it can migrate your VM instances to other hardware. And this is one of the features which compute engine offers, which we call as live migration for VMs. Here, your compute engine can live migrate between host systems, that is the underlying systems on which these VM instances are based on, without rebooting, which will keep your application running even when host system require maintenance. And here it says migrate VM instance recommended, and let that be as it is. You can also say that if there is a maintenance happening, you can terminate the VM instance. Now, it also talks about automatic restart, which is on, which basically means compute engine can automatically restart VM instances if they are terminated from non-user initiated reasons. So these are all the settings which are available in management, and it also tells us the different features which we have. There is also a feature called sole tenancy, which basically means sole tenant nodes which can be chosen. So you can have physical compute engine servers dedicated exclusively for your use, and this is usually good when you're talking about bring your own license applications. So sole tenant nodes give you access to same machine types and VM configuration options as regular compute instances. However, these might be a little expensive. We can choose this one. We can also look into networking, which basically shows the default setup, which goes for auto subnet. You can also choose a particular IP if that is required, but that would cost more. You can click on disks, which talk about what do you want to do with the boot disk when the instance is deleted, what is the encryption mechanism you would want to use. And here, finally, you have security. So basically, as I said, you can SSH into instance using the Cloud Console option, and you can also provide a public SSH key. So one way of doing that, if you intend to use an external SSH client such as PuTTY to connect, you can create a key. So for example, I can go into PuTTY Gen, and here I can say generate, just move my cursor over here, and that will create a key. I can give a name to this one. So I'll say SDU will be username. I'll give a simple password, which I will use to log in to this machine. And then I can save this private key, which will get saved. So let's say SDU new key, and this gets saved in a .ppk file, which is usually used when you use an external SSH client to connect. So save this one, and that saves a ppk file on your desktop. What you can also do is you can copy this public key content from here, and this is what we would want to give in our instance here. So that the public key gets stored on the instance, and private key is what we will use to connect. So once I paste it here, it resolves the name to HTU, and we have given the public key. Now in certain cases, you may want to use a software which uses SSH to connect to the machine, and that software might not be such as your PuTTY. So in that case, you may want a PEM file or a private key which is saved as a .pem file. So you can also do that by going to conversions and do a export OpenSSH key and then save it. So I'll say HDU new key, but then this one will be saved as a PEM file on my machine. So you have ppk file, which allows you to use PuTTY to connect to the instance. You have a PEM in case a software needs directly SSH to these machines. You also have the public key, which we have already provided in the machine. Now, once this is done, I can close PuTTY Gen. I can go back to this page where I'm creating an instance template, and then I can just click on create. So this has created an instance template, which I can use to spin up my instances, any number of instances using the same template. Only thing which I would have to do is change the region where I would want the instance to run. So now that we have created instance, and that's this one, the third option, I can go back to VM instances. Now I can click on create, and here I can either create an instance from scratch by giving all the details again, or I can just use my template. So I can click on new VM instance from a template, choose my template, click on continue. And once this is done, I can give my instance name. So let's say C1. I can choose the region. So I will choose Frankfurt, and then rest everything is auto populated based on the template what you have given, and you click on create. Now this basically allows you to spin up an instance, and you can create any number of instances using your template. You could have already created a new instance right from scratch. Now once the instance is created, this has a public IP and a private IP. Private IP will not change unless you would want to set up a new machine, but public IP will change every time you stop and start the machine. Now this is what we need to connect to this machine. I can also do a SSH from here by doing this and open in a browser window. Let's click on this. So this is an internal way of connecting to your instance using SSH. Let's wait, because it would be transferring the SSH keys to the VM. It establishes a connection, and I'm connected to my machine. What we can easily do is to confirm if we are in the right machine. We can just do a ls to look at the file system. What we can also do is we can basically log in as root by doing a sudo su, and that allows you to get into the machine as root. And from here I can switch to HDU user, which will have a .ssh directory in home, and that basically has authorized keys. And if we would want to see if this one contains my public key, I can just do a cat.ssh and then look into authorized keys, and this shows me the public key which we had initially added to our instance. So this confirms that we are logged into the machine which we created. Now I can close this, and what I can also do is I can copy this public IP. So let's do a copy to clipboard. Now go to putty, and here I will say host name, where I'll say HDU, give my public key. I'll click on SSH, and in SSH I'll go to authentication. Now here we need to give our PPK file. So the PPK file was HDU new key. Select this one, come back here, come to the session, give it a name, for example C1, save it, and then you can just say open and say yes, and you are logged in to your machine. Now once you're logged in, you can always do a -SSH, and that shows you the file. So this is how you have just used the compute engine to spin up an instance, but we used a template which basically allowed me to create this instance, and then I can connect to this instance, and then I can start working on this. So when we talk about features of compute engine, it has predefined machine types as we saw. So compute engine offers different predefined virtual machines, and they have configurations for every need, from small general purpose instances to large memory optimized instances with up to 11.5 terabytes of RAM. You can have fast compute instances optimized up to 60 virtual CPU cores. You also have custom machine types, so you can create a VM that best fits your workload, and by tailoring a custom machine type to your specific need, you can realize significant savings. There are preemptible VMs, which we saw. There is also a facility which allows you to take the benefit of live migration. For VMs, you have durable high performance block storage for virtual machine instances in the form of persistent disks, where data is stored redundantly for integrity, flexibility, and to resize storage without interruption. And you could be choosing HDDs or SDDs for your instances. Now you also have options such as GPU accelerators. So for example, if I just click on create instance, and I can look into that. So here, let the instance name be instance 1. And what I would be interested in looking at this one, which says CPU platform and GPU. So CPU platform configuration is permanent. You can also do add GPU. So GPUs can be added to accelerate computationally intensive workloads like machine learning, simulation, medical analysis, and virtual workstation applications. So you can add and remove GPUs to a VM when your workload changes, and pay for GPU only while using. So these are some of the features which basically compute engine offers, and we already know that Google bills in second level increments, so we only pay for the compute time. Now there are different savings which are possible. So you have commitment savings, which basically means you can save up to 57% with upfront cost per instance type lock-in. You have container support, so you can basically run, manage, and orchestrate Docker containers or compute engine instances. So here, when we are setting up our instances, there is an option which basically allows you to use or deploy Docker images. Now that can be done. You can also benefit from sustained use savings, that is sustained use discounts, which are automatic discounts for running compute engine resources for significant portion of the billing month. You can create a reservation for VM instance in a specific zone, which is basically seen under your management section here, and you can ensure your project has resources for future increases in demand, and if no longer needed, delete the reservation. So these are some of the features of Compute Engine. What we have done is we have created Compute Engine using the console. Now you can go back. You can also do that using Cloud Shell, and you can click on this one, which activates Cloud Shell. You could also have the Cloud SDK support set up on your machine, which can be used. Now I can just open this in a new window, and from here I can start giving commands if I would be interested in setting up an instance from my command line. So here you have different options. Now to begin with, you can just do a G Cloud and just hit enter, and that will show you different options which are available, which can be used. So you have G Cloud Compute here, which shows an option to create and manipulate compute engine resources. Now I can just do a Q to quit. I can do G Cloud Compute, and that basically will again show me different options which are available if you would be interested in setting up instances from the command line. So here I can say G Cloud Compute and then go for instances. And if you do not know the commands, you can just hit enter. That will show you all the different options which we have. So here we have different options such as list or create or start or update. For example, I can just do a list here to see what instances I have. And the instance which we just created shows up here. It says that status is running. I can just stop this instance. I can delete this instance. I can even create an instance by using a create command here, and you can just do a create help, which will show you what are the different options you can give. So it says instance name is what you need. You can choose an accelerator, you can choose the boot disk, and various other options. So I can just say create, and then I can give a name, for example C2, and once I click on this one, it says, did you mean Europe West 4 zone? So it is asking me for the region and the zone, and I can say yes. And these settings are coming from my default profile. I can always change those by changing the metadata. So now we have created an instance. It says running. If we do a list again to see, we see 2 instances created. One was in Europe West 3, one was in Europe West 4. Both of them have internal and external IPs. Now you can do a describe to look at the different options here. So G Cloud basically allows you different commands which you can use to work with your instance, to create instances, to change the metadata. If you would want to change the region, if you would want to add a startup script, all those options are possible from the command line, which we can learn in detail in later sessions. So this is your compute engine as a service. Now that we have learned about the compute domain and compute services, which is offered by GCP, let's also learn about storage and databases. That's again within the storage domain and the services which are offered by Google Cloud Platform. Now you can go back to console, and here you can click on this one. And here you can just scroll down to see what are the different options in storage. So you have options such as Bigtable, you have Data Store, Firestore, File Store, you have SQL based services, you have storage, which is object storage, and then you have other options which are available. So Google Cloud Platform offers different storage based services, out of which storage, which is your object storage, is quite popular one. Click on storage, and that basically shows you an option which talks about storage browser. So this is your Google Cloud's object storage. So when we talk about object storage, it is basically a storage where you could store any kind of data. And when we talk about object storage, it is a bunch of bytes which we address, wherein every object will have a unique key. These unique keys are in the form of URL, which allows you to access the object. So cloud storage is comprised of what we call as buckets, which are used to store and hold your storage objects. These storage objects are immutable, and every change creates a new version. Now you can also have control access via IAM, that is Identity Access Management, or via Access Control List. So there is also an option called object versioning, which basically says if it is on, every time you try to store the same object, a new version of the object would be created. Otherwise, newer option will override old one, as we cannot archive the old version. So let's see how we work with this object storage. So here you can click on create bucket. Now once you click on create bucket, it needs a name. So let's say test bucket. And here I can just give, say, number 1. So that says this is the name of my bucket. Now I can directly click on continue, or it would be good to look at different options which are available here. So when you click on choose where to store your data, so it already gives me an option. It says the bucket name is already taken. So let me give it a unique name. So let's say test buck, and let's call it AUA. So that should be unique. Now here it says choose where to store your data. So this one gives you location type. So you can have region specific buckets which give you lowest latency, that is fastest response time within a single region. However, it does not make your storage highly available. You can make it dual region, which is basically allowing your bucket or storage to be accessible across regions. You can also make it multi-region, which is highest availability offered. As of now, we can choose region specific, and now it asks you to choose a location. Now, as always, I will choose Frankfurt. Now I can click on continue and let all the storage options be default, or you can click on a default storage class. Now that tells you based on your storage class, there are variant costs when it comes to storing, retrieving, or doing any kind of operations. So you have a standard option which says best for short-term storage and frequently accessed data. You can also go for cold storage such as nearline, which is best for backups and data access less than once a month. You can go for freezing storage such as cold line, best for disaster recovery and data accessed less than once a quarter. Or you can go for archiving, where the data is accessed less than once a year. Let's go for standard as of now. And now you can choose how to control access to objects. So you have fine-grained or uniform. Let it be fine-grained, wherein you can give additional permissions at bucket level using IAM, or object level permissions using access control list. In advanced settings, you can choose the encryption, and you can also choose a retention policy. So a retention policy to specify the minimum duration that this bucket's objects must be protected from deletion or modification after they are uploaded. You can always learn about this more by clicking here. Now, once I've chosen all the relevant options, I can click on create, and that basically will create a bucket by the name I have given. I can click on overview to basically see brief details about my bucket, such as region, what is the default storage class, and it also shows you the link URL, which can be used to access your bucket. It also gives you the link for gsutil. Now, gsutil is a command which can be used in your Cloud Shell to basically work with your buckets. You can click on permissions to basically see what kind of permissions are already in place, and you can then make changes. You can basically add members. You can view by different roles. So for example, here by default it shows other services such as data proc or your bucket owner or bucket reader related permissions which have been already granted. Now, once I've looked at my bucket, I can start using it. I can drag and drop and push in files here. So as of now, there are no live objects in my object storage that is in my bucket, what I can do is I can click on upload files, and then I can choose a location from my machine. For example, I'll go into data sets, and what I can do is I can choose some of the files here in any format. Let's choose CSV or text and just to open. So this one will basically upload my data sets here. Now, once I've uploaded the files, I can basically close this one. I can look into options here which says edit permissions, edit metadata, if you would want to download it, if you would want to copy, move, or rename it, if you would want to export to a different service called Cloud Pub Sub, which is Publish Subscribing Messaging System. You can scan the data. Now you can click on a particular file, and that basically shows you the URL, which basically allows you to access this file. You can try copying this. You can click on download and download this file. You can even try accessing this from public, and that basically shows you the content of this file based on the permissions. So this is basically your object storage, which is one of the service which is offered. What you can also do is you can create folders, and within folders you can then upload your data. So this is your Google Cloud storage option, which is for your object storage. That is, you can add different items, you can give different permissions, and you can use this Google Cloud Platform's storage service offering. Now you also have other options such as Bigtable, and we can go into that by clicking here and click on Bigtable. So Bigtable is one of the service which kickstarted NoSQL databases. Today in market, we see different NoSQL databases such as Cassandra, HBase, MongoDB, CouchDB, Neo4j, and many others. So you can basically use Bigtable, which was the pioneer when it comes to your NoSQL databases, or not only SQL databases. So the problem initially faced by Google was that the web indexes behind search engine were taking too long to build. So company wanted to build database that would provide real-time access to petabytes of data. And that's where Bigtable began. So Bigtable powers different other Google services such as Gmail, Google Maps, and other services. And in 2015, it was launched as a service for customers. So when it comes to scalability, with use of Bigtable, you can increase your machine count without any downtime, and you can handle admin tasks like upgrades, restarts, and so on, which are basically taken care by the cloud provider. Data present in Cloud Bigtable is encrypted, and you can use IAM roles to specify access. So data written to or from Bigtable is through data service layers such as managed virtual machines, HBase REST servers, Java services, HBase client, and so on. Here, if I would want to use Bigtable, I can click on Create Instance, and that basically tells me Cloud Bigtable Instance is a container for your clusters. Now here you can give an instance name. So for example, I will say AUA and then say, for example, test, and let's say Bigtable. So that will be the name of instance. This will be permanent. You can choose the storage type. Again, you can go for lower latency, more rows read per second, typically used for real-time serving use cases, or you can go for SDDs, which have higher latency for random reads, good performance on scans, and typically used for batch analytics. So let's go for SSDs as of now. Here you have cluster ID, which is auto-populated. You can choose a region. So let's go for our favorite one here, where I can say Europe West 3. I can choose a zone here, and I can then choose how many nodes would I want to use for my Bigtable. So when you talk about Bigtable service, it will have a cluster underlying, which will have various nodes, which will control your data throughput, storage, and rows read per second. So as of now, let it be just one node, and that's enough for our demo. When we talk about performance, it basically tells you based on the current node and storage type, it tells you how many reads can happen at milliseconds. So it says 10,000 rows per second at 6 milliseconds. You have writes which are 10,000 rows per second or you have scans which are 220 megabytes per second. Storage which is taken care here would be 2.5 terabytes, and I can then basically click on create. Now there is also some option called replication guidance, which basically says replication for cloud table big table copies your data across multiple regions, enabling you to isolate workload and increase the availability and durability of your data. Depending on your use case, you can have big table which can be used to have your data across regions. Now you can click on create with all your specifications chosen, and that's going to set up a cluster, or you can say a fully managed NoSQL database, which will give you low latency and replication for high availability. Now, once we have a new instance, you can connect to it with the CBT command line tool. And for instructions, you can click on learn more here. You can just click on this instance ID to see the details again if you would want to look into your big table setup. So it tells me here that we have one instance, what is the CPU utilization time, how many rows were read or written, what is the throughput, and this is auto-populated based on your usage. You can click on monitoring, and that basically will give you different widgets which will display information for your CPU utilization, what is your hottest node, depending on how many nodes you have, system errors, automatic failovers, storage utilization, and so on. You can click on Key Visualizer, which will allow you to look into your table if you have already created some data here, and you can click on Tables to see how many tables you have added here. So that's in brief about your big tables, which is one thing which we need to remember is it's not good for all use cases. So should be used for low latency access, that is fast access, and good if at least data is greater than 1 terabyte. For smaller amount of data, the overhead is too high. So big tables performance will suffer if you store individual elements larger than 10 megabytes. If you want to store bigger objects such as images, video files, then go for object storage, and that would be a better option. So always remember, big table is not a relational database, it's a NoSQL database. And when you talk about multi-row transactions or online transaction processing, big table is not the right choice. So it can be used for wide range of applications, especially when you talk about your OLAP, that is online analytical processing. So it is designed to store key value pairs, and there can be different use cases. So for example, if you are using something like Cloud Data Flow or Cloud Data Proc, where you would want MapReduce kind of operations, big table can act as a good storage because it has very high throughput and scalability. And the best thing is that it supports HBase API, thus allowing easy integration with Apache, Hadoop, and Spark clusters, which you can bring up using one more service which Google Cloud Platform offers, which is called Cloud Data Proc. So big table is good for real-time analytics. It's commonly seen in financial services, IoT, and others. And if you are thinking of running interactive SQL, then big table would not be the right choice, but the other choice would be BigQuery. You should also remember that this has a cluster running, and you would be charged if this cluster kept on running. So you have to be very careful in your free account when you're using such services. Now we have clicked on this one, so I can select this one, and basically I can look at the permissions, I can look at the labels, I can look at inherited permissions here. I can also click on my instance which we created, and either you can edit or you can just do a delete. So as of now, we will just delete this, which needs you to give in the name. So we'll say AUA test BT and then click on delete. So whenever you're trying out different services, the first approach should be setting up these different services, seeing how they work, basically trying connecting to them. And once you are satisfied with the initial test, then you can plan your actions and come back and use the service for a longer duration. Now that's your big table, which is one of the offerings. We can go back into storage, and here you have other options which are available. So for example, we were in big table. You also have an option such as Cloud Data Store. Now that's one more service which is offered by Google Cloud Platform when it comes to storage domain. So Google added software on top of Bigtable, which supports more than simple key value pairs. When you talk about secondary indexes, instead of just having one primary index, when you talk about asset properties for reliable transactions such as SQL query-like language, so these features or these services were added to or on top of your Bigtable, which gave birth to a new service which was released as Cloud Data Store. So this is where you have Cloud Data Store and you can select a Cloud Firestore mode. So you can go for a native mode, enable all Cloud Firestore's features with offline support, or you can go for Cloud's data store system on top of Cloud's Firestore. So these are different options here. And here we look at the API or scalability, engine support, how many writes it supports, and so on. You can choose one of these, and then you can choose where to store your data. So for example, if I click on this one, then it asks me to choose a location. So it says the location of your database affect its cost, availability, and durability. Choose a regional location, lower write latency, lower cost, or multi-region location. Here I can basically choose, for example, Europe, and then I can go ahead and create a database. So it says initializing Cloud Firestore in data store mode services in EU3. This usually takes a few minutes. You'll be redirected to your database once it is ready. So if we compare the pricing structure between Cloud Data Store and Cloud Bigtable, always remember Cloud Data Store, you pay for monthly storage, which is also in the case of Bigtable. However, here you are paying for monthly storage for reads and writes. But in case of Bigtable, you are paying for cluster when it is running. So Cloud Data Store is a good option for small data, infrequent access, and it acts cheaper. When you talk about large amount of data or big data and frequent access, then you're talking about Cloud Bigtable. So Bigtable is cheaper when you talk about larger amount of data. So here it says, since your database is empty, you can still switch to Cloud Firestore in native mode to get more features. You could do that. You could learn. You could say query by GQL. As of now, we don't have any data here. Let's look at the dashboard, which says since your database is empty, you can still switch to Cloud Firestore in native mode to get more features. So this is your Cloud Data Store, and it has many features which help you to work with your data. However, some features or important features of RDBMSs were still missing, and that's where Google created yet another Bigtable based service called Cloud Spanner. Now we can continue working on Cloud Data Store, which basically gives you one option to work with your data. You can create an entity here by clicking on Create Entity, and that basically gives you options such as default namespace. You can give a kind, you can give numeric ID, and you can start adding properties. But to learn more about data store, we will learn about this in further sessions. So as of now, I'm going to click on cancel. I'm going to go back to my data store, and this basically, let's go to data store option, or I can go into admin here, which basically says if you have entities, you can import or export them. So let's go back and let's again look into storage options. So as of now, we were in data store. Let's click on this one. So as I mentioned, your Cloud Data Store, which basically gives you some additional features on top of your Bigtable. But what Google also did was it realized that there was a need for RDBMS feature support. That is, there were a lot of features. Now here we have created a data store, and it says your database is ready to go. Just add data. You can create entities, start putting in data, and then you can go ahead and query this. So if you would want to learn more about your data store, you can just click on this one, and that takes you to the complete documentation of native mode and data store mode. What is Firestore in native mode? What is in data store mode? What are pricing and locations? How you choose a database mode? What are the feature comparisons, what you can do, what you are allowed to do here, what programming languages can be used, different regions, pricing, and so on. As of now, we'll click on this one, and let's look at one advanced service which Google Cloud came up with when it comes to your additional features of RDBMS. So Google created yet another big table-based service called Cloud Spanner. Now that you might not see here, but if you scroll down, you should be able to see your Cloud Spanner in the options here. Or did we miss it on the top? So let's again look here. Yeah, so it is here. And you can click on Spanner. So Cloud Spanner was released in 2017. It basically supports relational schema. So it offers strong consistency for all queries, which can be SQL based. You can have multi-region deployment. Now, when it comes to massive scalability requirement and strong consistency, Cloud Spanner is a good option. So it says Cloud Spanner is a managed, mission-critical, globally consistent and scalable relational database. So if you would want to use this, then you will have to enable this API, which shows you an option here. It says try this API. So it's a managed service. So it is one of the Google's most expensive database services. There is also one more database service, which is Cloud SQL, which can be used. So when we talk about your Cloud Spanner, it is fully managed relational database service. It is massively distributed. You can have millions of machines across hundreds of data centers with support automatic sharding and synchronous replication. It gives you low latency and schema updates without downtime, making data high availability and reliability. So we'll learn about Cloud Spanner with more details later in other sessions. Now, we can also go back to storage and we can look at the different options which we have here. So you have object storage, you have Spanner, you also have your SQL based service, which is yet another managed service offered by Cloud or Google Cloud, I would say. So that's called Cloud SQL. So this is basically a service which allows you to have fully managed relational MySQL, Postgres, and SQL Server databases. Google handles replication, patch management, database management, and other things which are related to this managed or fully managed database service. It can allow you to handle terabytes of storage capacity with 40,000 IOPS with huge amount of RAM per instance. So you can click on create instance here, and then you can choose one of the database which you would want to use. So Cloud SQL is a managed service. You can choose one of your MySQL or Postgres and SQL Server. Say for example, I choose MySQL. Now that basically tells me what is the instance ID. It sets up a password. You can always change the password. You can change the region. You can choose your database version. And then you can also look at other configuration options which talk about machine type, which will be used, what is about your backup and recovery, maintenance, and all that. And if you click on create, this will basically create a fully managed SQL service, which can allow you to straight away start using MySQL on cloud, thus allowing you to store your relational data. When we talk about storage options, how can we not talk about a data warehouse solution, or basically an option which allows you to run your queries by directly updating data? So you can use a data warehouse service which Google Cloud Platform offers, and that's called BigQuery. So basically you can be looking into the big data section here, and here you have an option called BigQuery. So this basically brings ease of implementation and speed. So building your own data warehouse can be expensive, time consuming, and difficult to scale. So with BigQuery, you just load data and pay only for what you use. So when it comes to features, you have features such as capability to process billions of rows in seconds. And if you would want to do real-time analysis of streaming data, that is also possible here. So here we have clicked on BigQuery, which basically shows you the option where you can start typing your query and test your data access. For example, if I have uploaded some data, so it shows me there are some queries which are saved here. Now I can schedule a query. I can basically choose the format of a particular query by clicking on this more. Here I have an option which says add data. So I can pin it to a particular project. I can explore public data sets. I can create a connection. So if I click on explore public data sets, then it takes me to a page from where you can get different kind of data sets which are already available, which you can put into your BigQuery and start querying your data. By default, it shows that it is aligned to my project and I don't need to worry about it. I can look at saved queries if I have already saved a particular query. I can look at job history. I can look at transfers, scheduled queries, and reservations. So BigQuery basically initially had its own version of SQL, which was slightly different from standard SQL. But in 2016, BigQuery 2 was released that supports SQL 2011 standard. You can always select standard SQL. Now, BigQuery, when it comes to pricing, we need to remember that the storage cost is very less here, approximately 0.02 cents per GB per month. It is almost similar to Nearline, where you can also have low cost, that is 0.01 cents per gigabyte per month. There is no charge for reading data from storage. When it comes to querying, and that's where the cost is incurred. So 1 terabyte per month is free, and after that it costs few cents per gigabyte. So this is mainly for high volume customers. There is a flat rate pricing which can be used. So when you talk about querying, you can save your query results. You can create data set to store the results. Now results are put in a temp table in cache, and after you're done with that, you can delete data set and delete all the data. So when you talk about loading data into BigQuery, you can get the data from cloud storage, Google Drive, Cloud Data Store, Stack Driver, Stack Driver, other options. You have Cloud Bigtable or other web interfaces. So you can download from URL such as CSV, JSON, Avro. You can create dataset, create table, and create from source by doing a file upload. So 10 megabyte or less files can be uploaded using web interface. As an option, you can also use command line, and then you can start working with your BigQuery. So here you can also work with streaming data by basically pushing in streaming data into your BigQuery, which allows you to add one record at a time. Now you could use something like Cloud Data Flow, which allows you to use a particular pipeline. About Cloud Data Flow, we will learn later. So you can benefit from different features of BigQuery and thus use Google's offering to work on your structured data, or I would say data which suits well in data warehouses. Now, these are some of the storage related services which Google Cloud offers. Although we will learn about using BigQuery and running or uploading some data by creating add data set here, by say creating connection or using a public data set. So as of now, I have this. You can also access the command line to work with this, but we will learn in detail about BigQuery in later sessions. Now here you can scroll down and you also have an option within big data space, and that is your data proc. So when you talk about data proc, this is again a managed service which allows you to run Spark or Hadoop jobs. So especially if you are interested in big data workload. So for big data processing, for machine learning, you can always use Cloud Data Proc. This uses compute engine instances under the hood, but takes care of management of these instances. So it's a layer on top to spin up clusters. It's a managed service. It's cheaper, pay when the jobs are running only. It's fast because it is integrated with other Google Cloud services. You have open source components pre-installed, and Dataproc is integrated with Yarn to make cluster management easier. When you talk about Dataproc, you can click on Create Cluster, and that basically allows you to set up your cluster by choosing a particular region which you would want to use. For example, I'll choose Europe West 4. Here it tells what kind of machines you would want to use, and by default it has populated as the machine here, which is 4 CPU and 15 gigabyte. Now since you might be using a free account, let's not go for the high-end machine. Let's go for N1 standard 2, and then you can scroll down. It says what is the primary disk, what is the disk type, and this one was for your master machine, that is machine which will have the master processes running. Then you have your worker node configuration, which tells this will be, let's choose a lower end machine, and we can choose how many worker nodes you would have. So it says minimum 2. You can choose the SSDs and their capacity. It talks about yarn cores and yarn memory which will be allocated, and here we have then option of clicking on create. So once you click on create, this will basically spin up a cluster wherein you can straight away start submitting jobs to this. You can basically go ahead, once your cluster is ready, you can go into the cluster, you can submit a job, you can choose a type which is Spark or any other application which you would want to run, and then basically you can use this fully managed service which allows you to run your big data clusters. You can obviously control access via roles or access control list, and you can have access as it is at project level or based on your Dataproc cluster or even at your worker nodes. So we'll learn about Dataproc in later sessions. So as of now, you see here the cluster is getting created. It says the cloud storage bucket which it is using is this one. Now I can click on this and open link in a new tab. It still takes me into console, but now it is showing me the bucket which is being used by your Dataproc cluster. This is the bucket which is being used, and it is being used for underlying metadata which gets stored here. So you look at the cluster related folders, you can click in these folders and then it can see what is the script output, what it is doing, and so on. Now I can come back here to my bucket, which will basically show me what kind of buckets have been created. So you see Dataproc service automatically created some buckets which will be holding some data. You also have some other buckets which were created based on other services which we used. The access control is fine-grained in all cases, plus it also shows our bucket. So underlying, it is using compute instances. It is basically using, let's go here and let's go to compute engine and let's look into VM instances. So Dataproc, which has spun up a cluster, is also using the VM instances which we see here are running. It is using the buckets and it has made a cluster ready to use. So you can click on this cluster and that shows me my cluster related details, if there are any jobs running, what are VM instances, what kind of configurations it has used, and you can look at different details here. You can look at the logs, you can click on jobs, and that will show you if you have basically run a job on this ready to use cluster. So it says there is this particular job which was run, which was a Spark job. You can click on submit, and this one tells you what is the job ID, what is the region you would choose. For example, we will again choose, for example, Europe West 4. It tells what is the job type. So you can run all these type of jobs in this cluster, such as Hadoop, Spark, PySpark, Hive, Pig, Presto. You can give your jar file. So if you have packaged your application as a jar, you can mention that here. You can pass in some arguments. You can also say some other jar files, add some properties, and then click on submit, which will run your job on this ready to use cluster. Now, since we have tested it, I can basically go ahead and do a delete. I don't want to incur any cost on these managed services which are running. So there are a lot more information about using these services which Google Cloud Platform offers, and we can continue learning about these services as we explore your Google Cloud Console or even your command line option. Now we can come out of this one by clicking on this menu, and then we have other options such as Kubernetes, you have Cloud Functions, you have your networking related services, monitoring related services, different kind of tools what you have. You have other big data specific services which you can learn about, and for each of these services, Google has a very good documentation available. For example, when you talk about publish subscribe messaging system, it is a real-time managed service which basically is a pioneer which was used, and now you have a famous service such as Kafka, which is being used for your publish, subscribing, or messaging system kind of requirements. So to conclude about Google Cloud Platform services, you can always go to cloud.google.com and look into the document section. Now here you have list of different featured products. You also have list of your different domains and services which Google Cloud offers, and you can learn about all the different services which are offered by Google Cloud. Here you can click on featured products, and that basically shows you Compute Engine, Cloud Run, Cloud Storage. You have Cloud SQL, BigQuery, Vision AI. You can scroll down and look at your artificial intelligence and machine learning related services, platform and accelerators, API management. So Google Cloud Platform offers different services mainly in your compute, storage and databases. You have networking related services, big data specifics, developer tools, cloud AI, identity and security, IoT management tools, API platform, and so on. So basically learn about the GCP services which Google Cloud Platform offers, and in detail you can play around with different services which are offered by creating a free account, and as I demonstrated, you can use any one of these services, quick start them, basically connect to them, put in your data, or use a managed service to manage your data and benefit from Google Cloud Platform, thus having modernized infrastructure for your different use cases.
Azure. First, let's understand what is Microsoft Azure. Microsoft Azure is a growing set of cloud-based computing services offered to corporations, developers, government, and anybody else who wants to build an app or run a business on the internet without having to install and manage hardware or server software. In recent years, it has eclipsed both Windows and Office in terms of sales, making it Microsoft's fastest growing business sector. The Azure platform is designed to assist organizations in overcoming obstacles and achieving their objectives. It supports a wide range of industries, including e-commerce, finance, and a number of organizations. And it is open source compatible. This gives consumers the freedom to use whatever tools and technologies they want. Now coming to how Azure works, customers who subscribe to Azure get access to all of the services available through the Azure interface. These services allow subscribers to create cloud-based resources such as virtual machines and databases. Azure comes with 5 different customer support solutions from Microsoft: Basic, Developer, Standard, Professional Direct, and Premier. The scope and cost of these customer assistance programs vary. All Azure accounts get basic assistance for free. However, Microsoft charges a premium for the other support options. Developer support is $29 per month, $100 per month for standard assistance, and $1,000 per month for professional direct support. Microsoft does not provide pricing information for Premier support. Now that we have covered the basics of Microsoft Azure, let's dive down and explore the services offered by Azure. Well, there are multiple services offered by Azure, like machine learning, analytics, containers, compute, databases, developer tools, DevOps, hybrid, and multi-cloud, identity, integration, Internet of Things, management, media, migration, mobile, networking, security, storage, web, and virtual desktop. But among these, we will be discussing only a few which are widely used by organizations and individuals around the world, and we will be vividly discussing these features in depth. And these services are compute, containers, databases, identity, security, networking, and storage. Now let's start with the first one, that is Compute. Azure Compute is a service that allows you to run cloud-based applications on demand. Disk, CPUs, memory, networking, and operating systems are among the computing resources it supplies, and the resources are on demand and can be accessed in minutes or even seconds. You only pay for what you use and for how long you use it. Azure offers a variety of computing solutions for development and testing, application deployment, and data center expansion. Linux Windows Server, SQL Server, Oracle, IBM, and SAP are all supported by the service. The following are some of the most well-known services: Azure Virtual Machines, Virtual Machine Scale Sets, Azure Container Instances, Azure App Service, and Azure Functions are also serverless computing. Now let's discuss each of this one by one. First is Azure Virtual Machines. Virtual machines are software-based computer simulations. A virtual processor, memory, storage, and networking resources are among the resources available. Virtual machines, or VMs, run on operating system and allow you to install and run software much like a regular computer. You can use and operate the virtual machine as if you were sitting in front of it by utilizing a remote desktop client. Azure Virtual Machines allow you to construct and operate virtual machines in the cloud. Infrastructure as a service is provided through virtual machines, and they can be used in a variety of ways. Virtual machines are an excellent solution when you need complete control over an operating system and its surroundings. All of the software running on the VM can be customized just as on a real machine. Also, when you're running custom software or hosting arrangements, this capability comes in handy. Now coming on to the next one, that is virtual machine scale sets. Scale sets are an Azure compute resource that may be used to deploy and manage a group of identical virtual machines. Virtual machine scale sets are meant to provide real autoscale when all VMs are set up the same. Virtual machines do not need to be pre-provisioned. As a result, developing large-scale services for big computing, big data, and containerized workloads is easy. More VM instances can be added as demand grows. VM instances can be withdrawn when demand decreases. The procedure might be human, automated, or a hybrid of the two. Now moving on to the next one, that is Azure Container Instances. Container instances are Azure compute resources for managing and deploying containers. Containers are virtualized application environments that are lightweight. They're built to be dynamically formed, scaled, and stored. On a single host machine, you can run many instances of a containerized application. Then comes Azure App Services. You can create, deploy, and scale enterprise-grade web, mobile, and API apps on any platform with Azure App Services, while employing a fully managed platform to handle infrastructure maintenance. You can meet stringent performance, scalability, security, and compliance requirements. A platform as a service solution is App Service. And following that, we have Azure Functions. When you simply care about the code that runs your service and not the underlying platform or infrastructure, functions are great. They are frequently used when you need to respond to an event, typically via REST request, a timer, or a message from another Azure service, and the job can be accomplished rapidly in seconds or less. Now that we have completed all the services offered by compute, let's proceed to the next one, that is containers. Containers are a type of virtualization system. You can run several containers on a single physical or virtual host, in the same way that you can run numerous virtual machines on a single physical host. Unlike virtual machines, you don't have control over a container's operating system. Containers are lightweight and designed to be built, scaled out, and stopped dynamically, whereas virtual machines appear to be instances of an operating system that you can connect to and administer. Containers are built to help you to react to changes on the go. Containers allow you to swiftly resume in the event of a crash of hardware failure. Docker is one of the most popular container engines, and Azure supports it. Containers offer these particular services: container instances, Azure Container Services, and Container Registry. Container instances are the quickest and easiest method to operate a container in the Azure without needing to manage virtual machines or use any extra services. It's a PaaS service that lets you upload your containers and have them run for you. Moving on to the next one are Azure Container Services. Azure Container Services or Azure Kubernetes Services allows users to manage, deploy, and control operations of a Kubernetes container. Orchestration is a term used to describe the process of automating, managing, and interacting with a large number of containers. Azure Kubernetes Service is a comprehensive container orchestration service for distributed architectures and high volumes of containers. And then comes Container Registry. A container registry is used to ease container development by easing storage and management of container images. Now that we have covered containers and the services offered, let's move on to the next Azure service, that is databases. Azure Database is a fully managed platform as a service database engine that automates the majority of database management tasks, such as updating, patching, backups, and monitoring. Microsoft has released a managed instance aimed at on-premises clients. So if we have any SQL databases on-premises that we want to migrate to Azure without any complex configuration or ambiguity, we can use managed instances. The most prominent services under database service are Azure Cosmos DB, Azure SQL Database, and Azure PostgreSQL. Now coming to the Azure Cosmos DB. Azure Cosmos DB is a multi-model globally distributed database service. You may increase throughput and storage across any number of Azure locations around the world in an elastic and independent manner. You can use any way of several common APIs to get single-digit millisecond data access. Throughput, latency, availability, and consistency assurances are all covered by Azure Cosmos DB's service level agreements. Now, Azure Cosmos DB enables schemaless data, allowing you to create extremely responsive and always-on apps that can handle constantly changing data. This functionality can be used to store data that has been updated and maintained by users all around the world. So next comes Azure SQL Database. Azure SQL Database is a relational database based on the Microsoft SQL Server database engine's most recent stable version. SQL Database is a fast, dependable, well-managed, and secure database. You may use it to create data-driven applications and websites in your preferred programming language without having to worry about infrastructure. So SQL Database's PaaS capabilities allows you to concentrate on the domain-specific database administration and optimization tasks that are vital to your business. SQL Database is a fully managed service with high availability backups and other typical maintenance features built in. Microsoft is in charge of SQL and operating system code changes. You don't have to worry about the infrastructure. Coming to the next one, the Azure PostgreSQL. Now, Azure Database with PostgreSQL is a cloud-based relational database solution. The server software is based on the open source PostgreSQL database engine's community When you use Azure Database for a PostgreSQL, your experience with tools and knowledge comes in handy. Moreover, it has various benefits like in comparison to on-premises resources, there is built-in high availability to ensure that your apps are always online. No additional configuration, replication, or cost is necessary. Pricing is straightforward and adaptable. You can expect consistent performance thanks to a pricing tier that includes software patching, automatic backups, monitoring, and security. Within seconds, scale up or down as needed to ensure that your service adapts to usage. You can grow computation and storage independently as needed. Automatic backups can be customized and restored to a specific point in time for up to 35 days. And enterprise-level security to safeguard sensitive data in transit and at rest. This protection includes data encryption on disk as well as SSL encryption for client-server communication. Now we have covered one more crucial service offered by Azure. Now let's move ahead and explore another service, that is security and identity. These two services are integrated, so we will be discussing them together. Identity management in specific is a process of authenticating first and then authorizing using security principles. And it involves controlling information about those principal identities. It provides these important services: Azure Security Center, Key Vault, and very important aspect of Azure service, that is Azure Active Directory. Azure Security Center. First, Azure Security Center is a collection of tools for monitoring and managing the security of virtual machines and other cloud computing resources in Microsoft's public cloud. The Azure Security Center is accessed through the Azure Management Interface by administrators. They may find a number of security tools in the Security Center to help them prevent, identify, and respond to possible security risks to their Azure deployment. To use the Security Center, organizations must have an Azure subscription. Next is Azure Key Vault. Azure Key Vault is a cloud service for storing and accessing secrets in a secure manner. Anything you want to restrict access to, such as API keys, passwords, certificates, or cryptographic keys, is a secret. Vaults are managed, and hardware security module pools are two types of containers supported by the Key Vault service. Software as well as HSM-backed keys, secrets, and certificates can be stored in vaults. Only HSM-backed keys are supported by managed HSM pools. Coming to the next one is Azure Active Directory. Azure Active Directory, or Azure AD, is a cloud-based identity and access management service from Microsoft that allows your employees to sign in and access resources such as Microsoft 365, the Azure portal, and thousands of other SaaS apps. Internal resources such as apps on your company's intranet and network, as well as any cloud apps built by your company. Azure AD is required for sign-in and identity protection in Microsoft Online Business, such as Microsoft 365 and Azure. If you sign up for any Microsoft Online businesses, you'll be given access to Azure AD, which includes all of the free services. Now we covered one more Azure service. Let's move on to the next service, which is networking. Now, Azure provides the scalability, performance, high availability, and enterprise-grade security you need to satisfy your most extreme workloads requirements with more than 165,000 miles of private fibers across 60 plus regions and 170 plus network POPs around the world. Customers will have a consistent low latency experience thanks to service and integrate smoothly across on-premises, multi-cloud, and edge locations. So when you use Azure Networking's Network as a Service, you can concentrate on delivering your application logic Network Watcher, Express Route Monitor, Azure Monitor, or VNet, Terminal Access Point are all Azure networking services that can be used to monitor your network resources. So the first one we will talk about are virtual network. Azure Virtual Networks allow Azure services such as virtual machines, web apps, and databases to connect with one another, with internet users, and with on-premises client computers. An Azure network is a collection of resources that connects other Azure resources. Isolation and segmentation. Internet communications communicate among Azure resources, communicating with on-premises resources. Route network traffic, filter network traffic, and connect virtual networks are some of the core networking features provided by Azure Virtual Networks. Next, we will talk about VPN gateway. A virtual network gateway, or VPN gateway, is a form of the virtual network gateway. Azure instances are installed in Azure Virtual Network instances and provide connectivity for services such as a site-to-site connection connects on-premises data centers to virtual networks. A point-to-site link connects individual devices to virtual networks, and a network-to-network connection connects virtual networks to other virtual networks. So now moving on in ExpressRoute. With the support of a connectivity provider, ExpressRoute allows you to expand your on-premises networks into the Microsoft Cloud over a private connection. You can connect to Microsoft Cloud services such as Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365 using ExpressRoute. An any-to-any IPVPN network, a point-to-point Ethernet network, or a virtual cross-connection through a connectivity provider at a co-location facility can all be used for connectivity. So ExpressRoute connections are not made through a public network. As a result, ExpressRoute connections provide more reliability, quicker speeds, constant latencies, and higher security than traditional internet connections. Now we have reached the last service offered by Azure that we will discuss. Storage. Microsoft Azure Storage Platform is a cloud storage technology designed for current data storage scenarios. A massive scalable object stored for data object, disk storage for Azure virtual machines, a file system service for the cloud, a messaging store for reliable communications, and a NoSQL store are all available through core storage services. The services offered by are Azure Blob Storage, Azure Table Storage, Azure Queue Storage, and Azure File Storage. So the first one is Azure Blob Storage. Blob Storage is a Microsoft Azure service for storing binary big objects made up of unstructured material like text, photos, and videos, as well as associated metadata. Blob storage objects can be accessed through HTTP or HTTPs from anywhere in the globe by users or clients' applications. Blob storage objects can be accessed using the Azure Storage REST API, Azure PowerShell, and Azure CLI, or a client library for Azure Storage. Coming to the next one is Azure Table Storage. Large volumes of structured data are stored in Azure Table Storage. The service is a NoSQL data store that takes requests from both inside and outside the Azure cloud. Now, Azure tables are great for storing non-relational structured data. Table storage can be used to store and query large amount of structured, non-relational data, and it will scale as demand grows. Moving on to the next one, that is Azure Queue Storage. Azure Queue Storage is a service that allows you to store massive amounts of data. Authenticated HTTP or HTTPs call allow you access the messages from anywhere in the world. A queue message can have a maximum size of 64 KB. A queue can hold millions of messages, up to the storage of account's overall capacity limit. Queues are widely used to build a backlog of work for asynchronous processing. Now coming to the last one is Azure File Storage. Azure Files provides fully managed cloud files that can be accessed via the industry standard server, message block, or network file system protocols. Cloud and on-premises deployments can both mount Azure file shares at the same time. Windows, Linux, and Mac OS clients can access SMB Azure file shares. Clients running Linux or Mac OS can access NFS Azure file shares, additionally using Azure file synchronization. SMB Azure file shares can be cached on Windows servers for rapid access near where the data is used. So now that we have covered all of the important services offered by Azure and their functionality, let's dive deeper into the concept and look into how Azure is better than other cloud platforms. So first is Microsoft Azure PaaS gives developers the environment, tools, and building blocks they need to create and deploy new cloud services quickly. It also provides the critical DevOps linkages required for monitoring, maintaining, and fine-tuning such apps. Microsoft handles much of the infrastructure management behind the scenes with Azure PaaS. As a result, Azure deployment allows for a singular emphasis on innovations. Second is the compatibility of Azure with one of the most beneficial feature of Azure, and that is the .NET programming language, which gives Microsoft a significant advantage over AWS and the rest of the competition. Azure was designed and tuned to work seamlessly with both old and new apps built on the platform framework for .NET programming. Now, Azure was built using the security development cycle, which is a leading assurance process in the industry. It has security at its core, ensuring that private data and services are kept secure and protected while on Azure Cloud. Fourth is, on Azure, hybrid apps can be created that take advantage of resources in data centers at the service provider's end or within Azure itself. To increase usability and speed, Azure now offers a greater selection of hybrid connections, such as virtual private networks, caches, content delivery networks, and express route connections. Fifth is, if a company already utilizes Microsoft software, it is likely to be covered by Microsoft Enterprise Agreement. It is eligible to discounts on Microsoft software because Microsoft frequently modifies these agreements to reduce Azure pricing. As a result of the Enterprise Agreement, businesses can often get large discounts for adopting Azure. Let's have a quick demo for Azure services for the better understanding. So in this demo, we will first create our resource group and an SQL database for it, and a server also. So first you need to log in your Microsoft Azure account and then click here and go to resource groups. Click on create button. So for subscription, we will have our free trial option and give it a name according to our requirement. Like for now, I'm giving it Azure Demo Simply, and the region according to your area, like where you want to deploy your apps, that you will be publishing here, and click on review plus create. Here you will get all the information that you need to review, that all the information here are correct or not, and then click on create button. It will take a few seconds. Now you can see this notification that your resource group is created, and here you can see that the name of your resource group, the subscription, and the location. So now what we need to do is we will create a SQL database for it. Here you can see all the details. So to create our SQL database, we will first need to create a web app. So where we need to go is we will go to App Services, and here we will click on Create button. And again we need to give it a first we need to select our resource group. So we will click on the resource group we just created, and we will give it a name. So here I'm giving it Azure Demo Simply Web App, and click on Code, so that while publishing we can upload our code. And runtime stack, we can select the language we have created our application in, again the region, and click on Review plus Create. So here you can just review all the details you just mentioned. It's taking a while. Yeah, so here you can see subscription resource group which you just created, name you gave, and the publishing runtime stack. Now all you need to do is click on Create. You can see it's initializing deployment. You need to be very careful with the region because sometimes it may create problem while deploying. You can see deployment is in progress. Now you can see your deployment is completed. So you just need to go to resources. Coming back to the page, you can see the name of your application you just created. Now as we are done with our web app, now we need to create our SQL database. So coming to the SQL database page, we will click on Create button. Again, the subscription we have to give free trial, and the resource group we just created because that's where we are publishing our web application, and that's where we need to attach our database with. So now we need to give a name to our database. So here I'm giving it Azure Demo SQL DB. And here you can see that we don't have any items to select as a server, so we will click on Create New. Here we will create a server for our SQL database and give it a name. So I'm giving it a name. I'm giving it a name Azure Simply Server. As you can see, it's already taken, so I need to change it. So let's take Azure demo server. Yeah. So now we are done with the name. Again, for location, we need to mention the region. So here you can see I've selected. Now coming, here we have to enter our admin login. So here I'm giving my organization's name. I need to give it a password. Then confirm password. And click on OK. So here you can see that database name has already been attached to it, the database we just created. For Elastic Pool, we will go for no option only, and then again we will click on review plus create. So here you can see all of the information that you just mentioned, whatever privileges you will have with your SQL database, and click on create. You can see deployment has been initialized. It's gonna take a while. You can see the status constantly and track them. Here you can see deployment is in progress, and in a while you will see the name being flashed over here. Now you can see your deployment is completed, and in deployment details you can see your database being created and the demo server you just created. Now going back to your resource group, the one we created at first, clicking on the name, we can see all the tasks we just did, like creating a web app, creating a database for it, and also a server for your database. Now all you need to do is publish your application that you created for yourself and deploy it over here.
Let's look into what is AWS. AWS is a broadly adapted cloud platform which offers several on-demand operations like compute power, database storage, content delivery, etc. And that helps corporate scale and grow. AWS services can be used to create and deploy any application in the cloud. For example, it provides services over the internet just like World Wide Web, and AWS is the largest cloud platform available that you can use for either creating the application, creating the databases, likewise the other features also you can use simultaneously. Now what are the benefits of AWS? The first is it is easy to use. For using the AWS, you require the good internet connectivity, and then you can actually browse it using the web console, and also you can use the command line interfaces as well. Second, flexibility. AWS offers you a flexibility so that you can actually change or tweak your solutions whenever you require. Reliability. So with the help of the redundant infrastructure across the globe, the AWS gives you the reliability that any application or any databases, if you are running on the AWS, that would be basically up all the time, and there will be no or very less downtime. Then comes the scalability. So scalability is one of the important features of AWS, and in that case you can actually scale up your resources at any time you require. So for example, if any of your application is overutilized and you require more resources to run your application, you can do that on the fly. Then comes cost effectiveness. So AWS is a very cost effective platform because here whatever the service that you use, that is charged on a per hour usage only. So you don't have to pay the complete cost like you do when you procure the infrastructure in the data centers. You don't have to basically pay for the complete package or usage of the service. You just have to pay for whatever time duration that you have actually used that service and the associated charges with it. And that makes the AWS a very cost-effective solution. Then comes the security. So AWS is a secure platform, and a lot of measures have been taken so that the security can be enhanced and upgraded in the AWS. So from the infrastructure level, the AWS have a very high level of security that is implemented, and from the application and the solution perspective, it gives you a lot of features where you can actually apply the security as per your requirement onto your applications. Coming to the AWS services, so essentially AWS services are compute, storage, database, migration, networking and content delivery, developer tools, management tools, media services, machine learning, analytics, security, identity and compliance, mobile services, application integration, AR and VR, which is augmented reality and virtual reality, customer engagement, business productivity, desktop and app streaming, Internet of Things, which is IoT. Now let's look into the compute service, which is one of the widely used service on the AWS. And what does the compute service do? These services help developers build, deploy, and scale an application in the cloud platform, that is EC2, Lambda, Elastic Container Service, Elastic Load Balancer, Lightsail, and Elastic Beanstalk. These are the services which lie in the compute service section only. One of the most widely used service within the compute section is EC2, which stands for Elastic Cloud Compute. It is a web service that allows developer to rent virtual machines and help to resize the compute capacity. So here what you can do is you can run the virtual machines and you have the privileges to select the type of operating system that you want should be running on your instances or on your virtual machines. And likewise, later you can customize as per your requirement. Lambda is a serverless compute service. It is also responsible to execute code for a specific application. So those who are from the development background, they can focus more on creation of a code. They don't have to create a server, manage it. Instead, they can use a Lambda where they can deploy their code directly onto the Lambda server. Then comes the storage service. Now, couple of storage services are S3 Glacier, EBS, which is Elastic Block Storage, Storage Gateway. Now, AWS provides web data storage service for archiving data. Also, its main advantage is disaster data recovery with high durability. Let's look into some of the essential storage services, and one of the most widely used storage services is S3, which stands for Simple Storage Service. In the Simple Storage Service, what you need to do is you have to create a bucket, and in that bucket you have to put the files in it. So S3 gives open cloud-based storage service which is utilized for online data backup. Then comes the EBS, which is an Elastic Block Storage. Now you can understand EBS as a virtual hard drive also, which attaches with the EC2, and it provides high availability storage volume for persistent data. It is mainly used by Amazon EC2 instances. Then you have the database services. AWS Database Domain Service offers cost-efficient, highly secure, and scalable database instances in the cloud. And some of the database services are RDS, which is a relational database service, DynamoDB, the non-relational or NoSQL or NoSQL database service, Elasticache, and Amazon Redshift. Now, one of the essential database service is the DynamoDB. It is a flexible NoSQL database service which offers fast and reliable performance with no scalability issues. It is fast, reliable, highly scalable, and suitable for small scale applications like mobile applications, gaming applications, or anything with respect to the Internet of Things devices. There, the DynamoDB is most widely used or suitable. Then comes the relational database service, that is the RDS, which is a structured database service. It is a managed distributed relational database cloud service that helps developers to operate and scale database in a simple manner. So RDS has different vendors platform with respect to the database usage, and that includes the PostgreSQL, MySQL, then you have Oracle, Microsoft or MS SQL, and they have their own customized database as well, that is called as the Amazon Aurora. Along with that, they have a Maria database or MariaDB as well. So these are a couple of vendors that give their database engines that you can use on the RDS. Now coming to the networking services, it offers a highly secure cloud platform and helps in connecting your physical network to your private virtual network with high transfer speed. Now, some of the services in the networking and content delivery are VPC, which is a virtual private cloud, a very important service in order to make your applications or services more secure. Route 53, which is a DNS mapping service. Direct Connect, which directly connects with the AWS services and with your data centers. And the CloudFront, that is basically a content delivery service. Now coming to the VPC or a virtual private cloud, it helps a developer to deploy AWS resources such as Amazon EC2 instances in a private virtual cloud, so that you can actually make your EC2 isolated or make it more secure, and even you can make it for a public access also. Depends on the administrator that how they want to customize it. So the complete control of a VPC and its networking is with the admins. Then comes the Route 53 service. It is a web service with highly available domain name system or the DNS that helps user to route software by translating text into IP address, and that is why it is called as a DNS mapping service. And that helps you to use your domains or the external domains pointed to the AWS services in case if you use AWS for hosting your websites or the applications. Note, DNS translates text into the IP address. Now coming to the developer tool services, it helps a user build, deploy and run an application source code automatically. It also updates the server and instance on the workload. So first is the CodeStar, Code Build, Code Deploy, Code Pipeline. So CodeStar, it is a service designed to manage application development at a single place. Here developers can quickly develop, build and deploy applications on AWS. So all the managed app development can be done with the CodeStar. Code Build removes the hassle of managing physical servers and helps developer build and test code with continuous scaling. So security, identity and compliance services helps in monitoring a safe environment for your AWS resources by providing limited access to specific users. So in case, let's assume that you have to give an access to someone but with limited privileges, you can primarily use IAM in that case. And if you want to make your applications or deployments more secure, then you can use these services like KMS, IAM, Cognito, WAF, which acts as a firewall. Now, the IAM service, which is the Identity Access Management, is a framework that helps in maintaining access to AWS services in a secure way. So what happens is that the admin who has the complete access of the AWS console provide access to users, and there can be different users, and they would have the privilege accesses defined by the admin. So what type of permissions the admin gives them, they would have those limited access on the AWS console. KMS enables users to create and manage the encryption keys that are used for encrypting data. Coming to management tool services, with the help of management tools using this service, an individual can optimize costs, minimize risk, and automate all the resources running on the AWS infrastructure efficiently. So with the management tools, you can monitor the resources application, its tools and the utilizations, and along with that you can scale up, scale down the resources likewise. With the help of the management tools, you can also do the auditing task. So one of the essential service in the management tool service is the CloudWatch. It is a monitoring tool for AWS resources and customer applications running on AWS platform. So let's assume that you have used EC2, DynamoDB, S3, RDS, and you want to monitor those resources. You can use the CloudWatch that can give you the results. Coming to the CloudFormation, this service helps you in monitoring all your AWS resources at one place so that you can spend minimum time in managing those resources and maximum time on developing the application. So with the help of the CloudFormation, you can deploy the entire solution with the help of creation of a template. You just need to create one template and you have to deploy it. The rest of the things will be done by the AWS, and hence it is a kind of an automation task only. Now let's look into the demo of some of the essential services. So we'll start with the EC2, and I have already logged in into my AWS account. So where exactly you can find the EC2? Just click on the services. Under the compute section, you can find the EC2. EC2 stands for Elastic Cloud Compute Service, primarily used for creating the virtual machines. So I'll click on this service and quickly I'll show you how the virtual machine is created and how we can basically access it. So I would be creating one virtual machine or an instance with the Windows operating system. So here you can see there are 3 instances which are already running. Let me create another one. So you have to click on Launch Instances, and here you have to select some configuration details. So most of the configuration details I'll be taking as default, and wherever it is necessary I'll be making the changes. So first of all, you have to select the operating system in the form of AMI, and I would be looking for Windows 2016, and then you have to select the type of instance with respect to the CPUs, number of CPUs, and the memory capacity. So I'll go with T2.micro, which is a free tier eligible instance. In the configure instance details, the rest of the things we'll keep it as default as of now. Click on Add Storage. This is basically the virtual hard drive, or the EBS, the Elastic Block Storage, that is attached with the EC2 instance. So primarily it is giving us 30 GB of space without any additional cost. We can leave the tags as blank. Click on Configure Security Groups, and here you can see that the RDP port is by default open, which will actually allow us to RDP, or to have a remote connectivity of our instance. Click on Review and Launch. Now to give an authentication, or to provide an authentication, we should have a key pair with us so that the AWS can understand or can tally the key pair and give us the access. So I already have a key pair created. What I'll do is I'll create a new key pair for this instance and put a random name. Let's say I put it something like demo. Download the key pair and make sure that you keep your key pair in a safe and secure place. Click on Launch Instances. Now you will see that there is an instance ID that has been created, which is a number, alphanumeric number, that is randomly given by the AWS. You can name your instances. So let's say we name our instance as Windows 2016. Click on Save. And the AWS deploys our instance on a respective infrastructure. It gives us the IP addresses, the public IP and the private IP, which is an internal IP. And we have to access the instance from the public IP only. So now to access that instance, we have to open up the RDP, put the public IP click on connect, and when it asks you for the authentication, you put a username as administrator, and the password you have to generate by providing the key. So click on connect, and then you have to click on RDP client. Here you have to get a password. So click on get password, browse, and when you click on browse, you have to provide demo.pem file. So it should be in the download section here itself. Just provide that key pair, and it is going to give you the password in the encrypted format. Decrypt your password, copy that, and then provide those details to the RDP client. Click on OK, and now it should allow you to log into the instance. Let's wait for the windows to appear. So here you can see that we have logged in into the Windows instance. The Windows 2016 screen is available. In this particular demonstration, I would be explaining you about how to use a storage service, specifically the S3 service, which is most widely used service under the storage section. Now the S3 stands for Simple Storage Service, primarily used for storing the objects and the files. And what we need to do is we just have to click on the S3 service under the storage section. So when you click on S3 service, you have to create the buckets inside the S3. And the buckets are the places where you keep your folders or you upload the files that are available on your systems. So here if you'll notice that the S3 service is a global service. That means it is irrespective of the region. And the buckets when you create, they are created in a specific region. Now what is the benefit? The benefit is that if you create a bucket in different regions, all those buckets in different regions can be viewed from a single dashboard. And you don't have to change the region again and again to view the S3 buckets. So what you need to do is you have to click on create bucket, and here you have to specify the name of the bucket. So let's say I put something like demo AWS, and that's the bucket name I am going to select. Now make sure that the bucket name starts with a lowercase, and it should be always unique. Now why it should be unique? Because since S3 is a global service, so it may be that somebody else could be using the name that you have provided. So it should be always unique, otherwise it will not be allocated. Now you have to select a region, and that would be, let's say I go with the Ohio region. And in the bucket settings, you can basically change and configure these settings according to your requirement. By default, when you create a bucket, it blocks all the public access from the bucket. So when you have all public access blocked, no object can be viewed from the S3 bucket from a public network or by anyone else. And hence, in order to view the objects or the files in the bucket, you have to unblock or uncheck this option, so that first of all you make the bucket accessible from the public network. Likewise, you can customize as per the requirement, and then click on acknowledgement. The rest of the things we'll keep it as default, and click on create bucket. Now it says that the bucket with the same name already exists. So that means it is not a unique name. Somebody else might have been using this name. So I'll try to keep it more unique, and I'll try to assign some number. So let's say I put something like 987, and it says it is already existed. Let's say 9876, and then click on create bucket. Now if it creates a bucket, that means we have been allocated with that bucket name. So let's wait for a minute to get that bucket created. So that happens quickly, and you can see there are a couple of buckets already created here, and these buckets can be viewed in a single dashboard. So some of the buckets are in Mumbai region, some of the buckets are in Ohio region, but they are available in the same or a single dashboard. So I'll open up the bucket that I have recently created, and I'll try to upload some documents. Now what you can do is you can create a folder also inside the S3, and when you create a folder, you can upload the objects accordingly. Otherwise, you can directly also upload the objects. So click on upload, and we will upload any random file from my system onto the SQL. So I'll basically file and then click on upload. Now it is uploading my object from my system onto the S3 bucket, and now it has successfully done. So it says the message is successful. Now in order to validate, I will click on the bucket from the S3 service and view this object. Now you can see here is my bucket. So I'll just open up this bucket, and these DNS records.csv file is available with us. Now the S3 is not only limited till storing the objects or the files. It has many other functionalities and the features also. Like you can enable versioning, you can host a static website on the S3. Along with that, you can have a cross-region replication enabled so that you can have high availability of your objects, or you can have a redundancy of your critical objects in different regions. So likewise, there are more features that would be covered up in the detail section of an S3 service. Now coming to another section of the essential services, that is the database. Now here you can see I have a database section in the AWS, and it has multiple services within it. The RDS is there, DynamoDB is there, Elasticache, and the other database services are there. So I would be showing a demo on the DynamoDB, which is a NoSQL database. Now, when we say it is a NoSQL database, that means it is a non-relational database service where we can create a database table directly from the web console. We don't require a separate database engine like in the case of RDS. And in the tables, you can insert the values and view those values directly from the AWS dashboard itself. So it says Amazon DynamoDB is a fast and flexible NoSQL database service primarily suitable for IoT and web gaming and other mobile applications. So what you need to do is, it is a straightforward database service which can be accessed while creating a table itself, and it's a compute based database service. That is the reason that it is more fast. So click on create table, and what you need to do is you just have to put a table name. So I'll just put something like test, and in the partition key, so these partition keys are unique entities. So what you need to do is you have to specify a partition key. So I'll put something like ID, and the string, instead of string, I'll use a number. Likewise, I can add sort keys also. Let's say I put a name, and the name should be in the string format. Now these are the unique entries. These are the fixed entries in the table. And after that, we are going to put the attributes, and in the attributes, the data will be inserted. So what you need to do is, rest of the things we'll keep it as default as of now. Click on create. And here you can see the table has been created. The test table has been created. Now if I click on the items, so you would see that it has the sort keys available, the ID and the sort key associated with that, that is the name. But it does not have any entry because we have not added any value or the attributes. So how we can add or insert the values in this table? That can be done many ways. You can enter manually. You can use the help of CLI to enter the large chunk of data directly, upload it onto the DynamoDB table, and also you can use the APIs also in order to insert the data inside the table. So what you will do is, we will click on create item, and in the ID we will put some value. Let's say number 1 string. Let's say we put something like we will go with a random name. So instead of putting any name, we'll put a value like ABCD. That should be fine. And then we will insert some attributes. So let's say I put string as rank, and I'll put something like rank 2, and then click on save. So here you will see, just refresh the database table. close it and open it up again. Click on the items. Now here you can see the ID 1 name is ABCD, got the rank 2. Likewise, you can click on create items. Let's say the serial number or the ID 2 name. Let's say we put something like we can go with XYZ, any random thing, put it up as number rank, and let's say this particular value got a rank 3. Likewise, you can add some more items. String, let's say you put something like HJK and you put a rank, let's say it's a rank number 1 holder, rank 1 holder, right? So likewise, this is just an example. Likewise, you can add the attributes as per your need, and the table can be filtered out based on the attributes also. So if you have to search some values in the DynamoDB table, so you can always use filters to basically search the values inside the table. Apart from that, the DynamoDB table has a lot of other functionalities. It can be basically, you can have a backup of a table created in the DynamoDB table, in the Dynamo database, and then you can retrieve or recover the data by restoring the backups from the DynamoDB. This database can be created in the cluster format also. So these are a couple of features that you can use with the DynamoDB. Now let's move into the next section. Now coming to the networking services, so there are some of the networking services which are very useful, and that includes a VPC, which is a virtual private cloud, CloudFront, Route 53, API gateway, etc. Now I will basically demonstrate about the Route 53 service in this demo. So in the Route 53 is basically a DNS mapping service. So what you can do is, let's assume that you are hosting any web application on the server and you want to route the domain traffic onto those servers. You need to have the help of Route 53 to do that. So what you need to do is, you just have to click on Route 53 service. And from this service, you can register your domains also. Otherwise, if you have domains purchased from any external site, you can point them to the Route 53 name servers also. So first of all, in the Route 53, you have to create a hosted zone. So there is already one hosted zone all created. Now, when you create a hosted zone, you have to specify the domain name. So let me show you. I have one dummy domain. This is the domain that has been defined. So what you have to do is, when you click on create hosted zone, you have to put a domain. Here you can see example.com. Likewise, you have to put your own domain and click on the public hosted zone, click on create hosted zone, and it is going to give you 4 name servers. Now those 4 name servers have to be updated on the platform from where you have purchased the domain. So that is mandatory in order to route the traffic to the Route 53 service, right? So here you can see I already have a hosted zone created for a domain, and it has given me 4 name servers. These are the name servers, and these name servers have been updated in a record set from where the domain has been purchased, right? Once it is done, then you have to route the domain traffic to a server. So what you have to do is, you have to click on create record, and in the create record you have to specify the IP address, or you can use the alias also, where the traffic should be routed to, where your application is hosted at. So ideally it is the server details, and it exists with certain policies also. So you can see some view existing records. So here you can see this particular domain is routed to a DNS value which is hosted in the Elastic Beanstalk. Instead of that, you can put an IP address of the EC2 instance also. You can use the S3 URL also. You can use the CloudFront URL also. So likewise, what would happen is that the domain traffic will be routed to the server where actually the application or a web application is hosted at. Now, I'm using a routing policy as simple routing policy. That means all the traffic should be routed to that particular domain Whereas there are other routing policies also in the Route 53 that includes the weighted routing policy, which acts as a kind of a load balancing, geolocation routing policy, multi-value answer routing policy, and then you have a redundancy based routing policy, which is a failover one. So likewise, you can select as per your requirement. So what you need to do is you just have to click on create records. You have to specify, you have the domain, so you have to specify any particular info you want to put before the domain, otherwise you can leave it as blank. And in the record type, let's assume that you are using an IP address of a server where your web application is hosted at, so you can basically use A routes traffic to an IPv4 address and put an IP address. Make sure that you put a public IP address or the elastic IP address attached to your instance. In case if you are not using any particular IP address or the URL, you can use the alias also. So likewise, the records can be created. Along with that, the Route 53 services used for domain verifications also. Like if you want the email services onto your web application, then you can basically verify your domain directly from the Route 53 service. You can get the verification done for the SSL certificate creation. For that also, the records will be directly created from the Route 53 service because it is actually managing or hosting your domain. Now with respect to the security services, the most widely used service is the IAM, which is Identity Access Management. That lies under security, identity and compliance. So from the IAM you can create the users whom you want to give an access to your AWS console. You can create groups and you can add multiple users in that group, give them the permissions. You can create the roles also so that multiple services can interact or integrate it together. So how the IAM is used, click on the IAM service and I'll show you how a particular user can be created and how the user is basically uses the credentials to access the AWS console. Now the IAM dashboard is open, and when you open up the IAM dashboard, it gives you the URL. So this is the URL through which the user has to actually access the AWS console by providing the user credentials. Now how the users are created, just click on the users and here you just have to click on add user. So I'll create one sample user. Let's say I put something like sample user. And what type of an access you want to give that particular user? Do you want to give a programmatic access, which is primarily the CLI access, or you want to give the AWS Management Console? So right now we'll go with the AWS Management Console access. Now, do you want an auto generation of the password or do you want to customize the password? So let's assume that we customize the password. So put any value. Make sure the password meets all the criteria and then click on next permissions. Now, what kind of permissions you want to give to that user? Let's assume that you want to give an access of a particular service only to that user. So you have to actually search a policy for that particular service that can be given an access to a user. Otherwise, if you want to give an admin policy or the admin access to that user, you can search an admin policy there. So the permissions are important, otherwise the user would not have privileges to access the AWS console. So we'll attach the existing policies directly. So click on it. And here, let's assume that I want to give an admin access to that user. So I'll just click on the admin access. Now, to a particular user, you can give multiple policies also. It is not necessary that you have to give only a single policy. So you can provide a multiple policies to the users also. Now click on next tags. Let's make the tags blank. Click on review and create a user. Now you'll see that our sample user would be created, and to access the console, we'll just copy this URL, which has the account information as well. That is the account number. So copy the link, or you can copy the complete URL. Log out from the root account. And then paste the URL that was copied from the console. And then we have to give the user credentials. So we'll put sample user as the username and the password that we provided while creating the user. Click on sign in, and if it is correct, then it should allow us to log in into the AWS console while asking the password change. So we'll change the password. Confirm password change. And now it should allow us to log in into the root accounts AWS console with the admin privileges. Now the next service is the monitoring services, and under the monitoring services, primarily the CloudWatch, the CloudTrail, the CloudFormation, these are some of the services that are most widely used. Now the CloudWatch is a service which is primarily used for monitoring the metrics, primarily of the servers. Like for example, if you create an EC2 instance and you want to basically watch out for the metrics associated with the CPU utilization or the storage utilization, the network in, network out, all those information you can get it from the CloudWatch. Now CloudWatch is not only related to monitoring the metrics, it can generate the alarms also, and here you can get the events also generated, which or the events that can be created, which can trigger the Lambda function as well. So what you have to do is you just have to click on a dashboard. So monitoring metrics are viewed with the help of the CloudWatch. So first of all, you have to create a dashboard. Now you have to put a dashboard name. Let's say I put something like monitoring EC2. Click on create dashboard. Now how do you want the reports to be published? You have to actually select a widget. I want that, okay, the report should be visible in the numeric form. So I'll select a number. Now click on the dashboard that was created, and let's again add the widget. And here we'll select the metrics primarily for the EC2 per instance metric. So we have one single instance running. Now there are 14 metrics available for that particular instance. Now I would be looking for the CPU utilization for this particular instance. So I'll just select for the CPU utilization, and it is going to give me some information about what is the current CPU utilization of that particular instance. So that is somewhere around 29.3%. The CPU utilization has been done for the single instance that is running in my EC2 dashboard. So likewise, you can add some more metrics and view them in this particular dashboard, and the CloudWatch will keep on publishing the data at a refresh interval of 5 minutes. That is the default value.
Job-oriented Azure administration training. So what does it means now? For an example, if someone asks, if you are an Azure administrator, what your day to day or from 9 to 5 look like? This is the very first important understanding of the context of the whole training, how your day look like. And this is a very important part for all of you to understand. Second, remember one very important part for 104, or you can say administrator role in Microsoft Azure platform, that you actually do not have the free hand. When we say a free hand, means need to perform a task which is assigned to you. So there is no, you can say that, a kind of a liberty as an Azure administrator at the initial days. As you get matured, when you have that experience, then probably you can take certain decision by your own. But in a 90% cases, you basically get instruction how you get instruction, how you execute the task and so on. So in the next 10 days, that is my promise, that after the 10 classes, you understand each bit of Azure administration, as well as you should be confident enough if you are trying for a job role change, or if you're trying to get probably a role in any of the Azure administration world. So these two questions, please remember, and that we will discuss in the 9th or 10th class one more time to understand how much clarity you get. Yeah, it's a quite different than what usually we have in a training. So before we start our a formal journey on AJ104, let me have a simple question. What is Azure? Why any customer use Azure boom in last 4 to 5 years? Everyone go crazy. I am going for an Azure. Okay, it's a 104. Saurav? All right, so let me have your understanding. What is Azure? Can anyone say, as per your own understanding till now, what is Azure? Saurabh, Sumant, Rohit, Hajira, Sneha, Gopal, Srini. Your input, in your understanding, what is Azure? Cloud platform? Bamsi? Okay, very good. Cloud provider. Microsoft Azure Cloud looks to me. Cloud, yes, exactly. Perfect. Infrastructure on their own data center, Assis. That's very good. And yes. So I'm just pasting few of you. All are perfect fine. Sak Mohammed. Hey Sak, nice to see you, buddy. You are also in this batch. Matter to have infra across tenant and storage. Dharmesh, yes, exactly. Provided by Microsoft. It's a web service. I think that most of you are actually able to decode Azure, and that's a very good news. And Prakash said that it's a public cloud service to manage. I get your context. All of you are fantastic, and they get freedom to us upscale and terminate. Exactly, Assis. Yeah. So I actually put some of your point. Every one point is quite valid. That's a very good news. Now my question is, why any customer should use Azure, and why Azure boom is there in the last 4 and 5 years? Platform as a service, yes. Bamsi, platform as a service, perfect. Cost efficiency. Saurav, cost efficiency is the one of the reason why customer, go for Azure, capex and opex. Gregory, less on-premises data center maintenance. Gayatri, that's very good. Yes, exactly. This is the main reason, right? So cost, yes, Azure is a cloud-based platform which provide SaaS, IaaS, and PaaS. All these three service integrate with the Microsoft service. Cost effective, yes. So in the nutshell, high availability, business continuity, right? So for an example, I'm just putting it out here. Few of you mention cost benefit. Few of you mention cost benefit. Few of you mention high availability, you can say that business continuity, correct? Easy management, right, Vidya? It's a simple management. Enterprise trust. That's good. Yes, yes. So you can like a OPEX model in a state of CAPEX, you do not have to spend money. Global availability minute. Font size is actually there is an option in the zoom. When you click on the top, the screen will get enlarged. Just try that. User friendly. Perfect. All right. Okay. Now, why Azure boom in last 4 and 5 years? So if all these are the benefit, please listen my question very carefully. When these are the benefit of Azure, it's not new. It's not new, right? Then why customer not opted for Azure or any cloud platform for so long time? Because the cloud already present in this whole space for last 23 years. These all are the benefit which you all listed. So why customer resist? Why customer now start boarding on the cloud platform nowadays in last 4 to 5 years? What is changed all around? What is the trigger point of why Azure boom in last 4 and 5 years? Security, but security was there for a long time, right, Gayatri? But Raghu, a storage capacity was there for a last 20 years. No? It's nothing new. Cost benefit is also there for a last, I think that 20 years. Yes, that's all. That's what I am saying, that these are the benefit is not new. You all agree? These are not a new benefit. It was there for a quite 2 decade before this benefit is still available. So why customer not going for an Azure? That is my question. Gayatri, unmute yourself.
Hi, Bipin.
Hi, Gayatri. So you understand my question. So for example, if these all are the benefit, then why I as a customer, I do not like to go with Azure? I say 5 years back. What is limiting me and what is changing now?
Data is increased by the time, and that could be the reason we shift to the cloud.
Okay, Gayatri, let me ask a question to you. Nowadays, if you have to watch a movie, what do? You go to movie theater or you watch on Netflix?
Yeah, OTT platforms prefers mostly.
Sitting at your home, correct?
Yeah.
If you have to, let's say, need something and you have to just order online, so you like to go outside and then you get the thing, or you just prefer to order online by sitting at your home?
Order online.
Correct, na? So why this app is now available now? Why this app is not available 10 years back? Why there is no Zomato, no Blinkit? Why it's happening now? What is changed? Anyone guess what is changed?
Tech part is changed and
No, Gayatri. So before that, what was your internet speed 5-10 years back? You remember?
correct. Yes.
It is just like when you watch any movie, it will just buffering. Correct. So
Correct.
even if I have a Zomato, how can you use that? Because you click Zomato, it will say buffering.
Yes.
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 So
Got you.
this is the main trigger point, my dear friend. Okay. So if you look at here, before that you have a internet speed of 2G. 2G. What has changed suddenly? 2G is now become a 5G. And even in many countries, the 6G is already in a process of a rollout. So when you have a fast internet availability, it powered a smart devices like phone, tablet. So when these fast internet provide, or you can say boost a smart devices, people like you and me, what our behavior change? Our behavior change is that by sitting at our home, we like to avail the service. Just like that, today, I and you, we both are connected on a Zoom platform. Can you do it 10 years back? It is almost impossible. Almost impossible. So when customer behavior change, it impact the companies. So let me give you a context now. Before that, a business depend on or you can say huge app. So even 10 years back, if you go to bank, you have to stand in a queue. Then at the counter, they ask a certain question from you and they fill the some detail. So 10 years back, 20 years back, they still use application. Business still use application, and your application depend on infrastructure. So where application is running? On infrastructure. And what is the best part of this approach? If application is down, remember 10 years back, if application is down, still business function. So remember that even if the application is down, still you can do certain task. Correct? What is happening now? It's an app who drive the business. It's an app who drive the business. Let me give you a very simple analogy behind. If Uber app down, what you can say that a general manager, a CEO can do? If Uber app is down, can they do anything? Nothing. Nothing. So remember, my friend, today era, right now where we are sitting, we call it as an app driven world. Everyone agree? Agree? Yeah. So how this changing scenario trigger the adoption of Microsoft Azure or cloud platform? Because that is interesting. That is happening at a business and consumer side. What to do with, what is the relationship of the app driven business scenario, anything to do with Microsoft Azure? Now let's go deeper dive. Now we are trying to understand how, number one, internet power a smart device, how a smart device power a business now. So it's an app driven business nowadays. How app driven business is actually trigger Azure adoption. I give you a sensitive information now. So for an example, if you have to use Uber or Amazon, do you need to register? Yes. Yes. And what you provide when you register, whether you notice or not, you provide your whole personal detail. You provide your name, you provided your date of birth, you provide your address, you provide your national ID card. You provide your credit card. Do not you think this is a very, very personal information? Yes. Now remember, when I as a company, let's say for an example, I am a company who is based in India. Let me call myself Simplilearn. Today, we are working in India. Tomorrow, I want to open my business in France. I simply rename simplylearn.fr. Who am I? India-based company. Where I want to work? In France, which is a totally different country. So today, India and France is a very good friend. Tomorrow, for XYZ reason, that friendship is not good. Now, in Indian company, Simplilearn have lot of data about the French citizen. In the changing scenario, is it possible that we can use this data to target, to disrupt something to that people who already give all their information with me? Yes or no? I can or I cannot, because their every information is India now, in India. Correct? Correct? That is very, very important to all you to understand now. So France said that, okay, dear Simplilearn, if you want to do a business with me 10 years back, you have to only obtain a business license. 10 years back. But now, because you are doing app driven business and your app capture a lot of data, please remember your app capture a lot of data which you do not know. For example, your IP address, for example, your device name, for example, your location. Are you aware that your app is capturing all this data as well? So France saying that, hey dear Indian company, you are welcome to do a business in France, but now you have to store data in France only. You cannot store this data to India data center. So what they say now? Data residency. If you do not heard this term, please now heard. It's called data residency law. For example, GDPR in Europe. So Simplilearn say that, okay, so it means that if I have to do a business in France, I have to first obtain a business license. Then I have to also have a data center. Please remember, this is a very, very important part which help you to understand how Microsoft Azure trigger. So one data center I already have in India, which I spend $1 billion to get that data center. So when we say a data center, it means that it's a real estate. You have to occupy a space, and you know that in the real estate price nowadays is just skyrocketing. You have to hire multiple people, from guard to the engineers to the managers. You have to purchase thousands of servers, network devices, and then you have to do a compliances like ISO compliance and so on. So your investment in setting up a single data center can be $1 billion. So I'm just saying that Simplilearn now say that, hey, I have to spend $1 billion. Before even we start the business, I have to invest $1 billion. You are a businessman. Let me ask a question to you. Can you take a risk in this geopolitical scenario that you will invest $1 billion to somewhere, and tomorrow for XYZ reason, if business doesn't fly, what will you do with all this investment? Does it make sense to you? If you are a CEO of a company. Absolutely no. Let me call Ashish. Ashish.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, buddy, you are CEO of a company. What will you do now?
Absolutely not worth to spend that much money in a country. And if the business doesn't boom, you're nowhere.
You are nowhere, right? Your
Yes.
investment go for a toss.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So if I come to you and say that, hey, Ashish, I am Microsoft. Okay. I give you the data center on rent. How much you have to pay? Nothing. Zero. Nothing. Okay. So in this data center, you host your service, host your, you can say, data. How much you use, you just have to pay. If you do not use, you do not have to pay. Which option will you go? Go with build your own data center, or you are like to, become my guest and to occupy some space in my data center? Which one is the most feasible option for you?
Obviously, option 2 for the business.
Exactly. Everyone is agree now why Microsoft Azure boom suddenly. Correct? Correct? This is the main reason why, dear friend, why Microsoft boom everywhere. Yeah, Saurabh. Saurabh, unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, Vipin. So now you are telling that means Microsoft is giving the data means Azure platform for the means for the functionality of the business. But again the question is coming for the data. Means data is again storing to the Microsoft sites itself.
Correct. In the Microsoft data center. Correct. Perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But in the same country. Correct, na? And this is the
Okay.
France requirement.
But Microsoft having some different regions where the DC is
So
allocated.
you cannot store the data anywhere.
Okay.
You cannot that because one simple audit and you gone.
Okay.
Okay, na? Right?
Yeah.
So remember, any one of you who is in India, we have a BlackBerry. Everyone remember BlackBerry? I think for few of you use. What happened to the BlackBerry? What happened to the BlackBerry? India government demand, hey BlackBerry, you are a US company. When you are staying in India, when you are doing a business in India, you have to set up the data center in India. You have to host your whole data in India. BlackBerry refuse. India say pack up and go. That's how you suddenly you see that BlackBerry disappear from India. All their investment go for a toss. Correct? Few years back, there is a big fight happened between Instagram, Twitter, and government of India. Yes, because now every government is start demanding. If you are a foreign entity, you are welcome, but you have to now store all the data here. Is that clear now? Why you as a customer, I as a customer, I have no choice. If I have to go global, I have to host my data into the territory where I supposed to do the business. And this is how Microsoft Azure or any cloud platform boom. Clear? Very good. So what exactly the Microsoft platform is? What is the Microsoft platform is? Remember any cloud platform. Exactly. That is a different question, Pathan. So I'm just talking about why cloud infrastructure is booming now. When I say Azure, I mean to say cloud. It can be AWS also. Okay. Now let's understand the global infra of a cloud. What does it mean now? And that is very interesting to know. Every cloud provider, they divide the whole world into manageable geography, and that is very interesting to know now. For example, we have a geography called US. We have a geography called APAC. We have a geography called Europe. We have a geography called Middle East, and so on. Africa. What is the meaning of geography now? Remember when we say that we are in APAC region. Now you go to any country in APAC, any country. Number one, you find certain similarity in terms of some kind of a cultural, you can say that culturally somewhere we are similar. Second, within that particular geography, usually one country will have some kind of a agreement with another country. Like in APAC region, you have SARC. Have you heard this name before? Like in Europe, you have a European Union. Correct? Yes. So these are the political alliances. What we call political alliances. What does it mean by yes, perfect. So what I mean by political alliances is when, let's say I am India, and because of the SARC political alliances, I have a agreement with, for example, Sri Lanka. I have an agreement with some other countries. Okay. So this agreement means as a government of one country, I am trusting the government of another country. So your cloud provider actually tap these political alliances. They understand that one country trusts another country. How does it help? So in the US region, they set up their data center in East US, for an example, in West US, and let's say in a Central US. Same way in APAC, they set up the data center in India. They set up the data center in Singapore. They set up the data center in Japan. But there is no data center in Sri Lanka. There is no data center in South US. So remember, when we say a data center, these data centers are usually called Tier 4 data center. Let me ask a simple question to all of you. Azure, AWS, Google, you take any big name, all their data center are in Mumbai, Chennai, and somewhat in Hyderabad. But why there is no data center in Delhi, Gurgaon, and Noida in India? Any guess? Why there is no data center in Delhi, Gurgaon? Earthquake prone area. That is a very, very important part. That is a very, very important part. So remember, you cannot build a data center for a cloud in earthquake prone area. That is a very, very important part. Okay. Yes. Yes. Second very, very important part is these data centers are actually connected globally. Globally. But if you see the globe, 70% is water. So it means that the internet fiber line is run through the water line. So it means that these data center, yes, should be near coastal area. And third, that is, of course, that is, you can say in a generic, you will see the stability of the country, correct? The taxes, how the taxes is there, what is the compliance requirement of the country, and so on, so there are a huge long checklist why a data center cannot be set up in certain region. So maybe South US is a landlocked area, maybe in the south region is earthquake prone area, we do not know. Same way, if you look at that, there is no data center in Sri Lanka, possibly stability might be one of the factor, and it can be any other reason as such. So your service provider like Microsoft, like any other, they set up the geography, they have a reason, and then they have a data center. Now I'm a customer, just take this word, I'm a customer, I host my data center in India, and this data center is in Andheri, Mumbai. If you are outside India, Andheri is just like one of the downtown, any big city. And I host my, let's say, a database, for an example, let's say, for example, SQL Server in this Andheri, Mumbai. I also have my server, which can be a VM running in this Andheri, Mumbai. And I am an e-commerce giant in India, Flipkart. It's a peak season. Millions of users log in on my flipkart.com. Suddenly Andheri, Mumbai data center is down for any XYZ reason. Fire broke out, hardware failure, or it might be flooded, or might be the municipal corporation of Mumbai dig the road and cut the fiber. Is down. Millions of users suddenly say Flipkart is offline. Anyone who is not from India, Flipkart is just like an Amazon. It's a local, you can say, e-commerce platform. So Flipkart will go to Microsoft. Hey Microsoft, I trust you. I put all my service in your data center. And now you are giving me a lame excuse because of XYZ reason your data center is down. So what can I do? My business is lost. My reputation is lost. Is that good or bad? Very bad. Very bad. So, so Microsoft said that all right, do not worry. I understand business is critical for you. So in the same region, in Mumbai itself, I have now 3 data centers. Please remember, it is just for your understanding. One is in Andheri, Mumbai. One is in, let's say, a BKC, Bandra Kurla complex. And second is, let's say, for example, any other region in where? Let's say XYZ. Wadi. All right, let's say Wadi. Powai, yeah? Powai. Powai, Mumbai. Okay? All right. So please remember one more time. So it means that in the same region, Mumbai, Microsoft has built more than one data center. And these data centers are connected with each other with a very fast fiber network. Very fast fiber network. With the, you can say that it's a very minimal latency. So Microsoft give an offer now. They say that, hey customer, if business is so important for you, you create a replica of your database from more than one data center. Of course, you have to pay price 3 times. But in this way, you get something which is called high availability. And what we call availability. So what you have? Geography, region, availability zone, and the data center. Data center. Okay. Do you know AWS? Anyone of you know in this batch AWS? No. AWS, what is that? It's a cloud service provider. Okay, hold on. So AWS will have a geography. AWS will have a region. AWS have a availability zone. AWS have a data center. Anyone know Google? What is Google? It's a cloud platform. Okay. So Google have a geography. Google have a region. Google have a availability zone. Google have a data center. Anyone know, for example, Bamsi Cloud? Bamsi? Bamsi Cloud, anyone heard? Or Sandeep Cloud? No. No. I don't care. What is Bamsi? Oh, it's a cloud platform. Okay. Then Bamsi have a geography. Bamsi have region. Bamsi have availability zone. Bamsi have a data center. Is that clear now? Is that clear? Any cloud exactly the same. Pankaj.
Yes, sir.
Pankaj, I am working on AWS. Okay. So can I get the similar architecture there, whatever we see?
Similar architecture, yes, you will get it.
Yes. So
Yes.
if I ask Google, can he give me? Everyone go back to Google, please. And just type here Azure speed test. And you get this option, azurespeedtest.com. Okay. And then you type AWS speed test. And just look at that and just tell me, are you see any difference now? Correct, Pankaj? You see everything right? Asia Pacific, correct now?
Correct.
Correct. You see that Europe, you will see Europe here also.
Yeah.
So I have to say no difference. It's exactly same.
Yes.
Correct. And if you look at that on the left hand side, you have Azure region, and here also you have a region.
Correct.
Here you see you have availability zone. Here also you see availability zone. Is that clear to my dear friend, everyone?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So it means Pankaj, if tomorrow if I ask you, hey Pankaj, can you explain me a cloud XYZ? You do not have to go in detail. The moment you understand it is a cloud platform, just go through the same architecture. So
Yes.
by mistake, if you learn AWS from me, you will surprise that, sir, it is the same thing you teach me in 104, because the same architecture is there.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, very good. Nice. Yes, I hope that it's a very, very much clear now to all of you. Correct. So yes, 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 very good. Yes. So nice. This is just an introduction from me, beginning. I hope that you understand that how the way we move forward. Now here I am drawing up the map for your learning and study. I start with week 1. Week 2. Week 3. Week 4 and week 5. So week 1 we are going to talk mostly about a compute power, that is a server. Week 2 we are going to talk most about a storage service in Microsoft Azure. Week 3, which is for me it's a very important one, we're going to talk about an app service and a network service. App service and virtual network service. Week 4 we are going to talk about HR and DR, including your load balancer. Your firewall, and we also going to talk about the security, especially the key vault concept. Week 5 we are going to understand about how you can manage whole Azure as an administrator, other way around of portal, like your CLI, your infrastructure as a code monitoring. So I am just talking about the ARM. And in the final one, we talked about the monitoring of so let me to write it down. Week 1, and today and tomorrow, we talked about the VM in detail, in depth. We go with Microsoft Storage, both Saturday and Sunday. It's a big topic. We are going to understand about an app service and a network service. Here we talked about the high availability DR plus security. Here we talked about the infrastructure as a code, like a bicep ARM plus monitoring. Yeah, is the plan clear? You can take a note. Yeah, very good. So can we have a quick short 5-minute break just to go to washroom, come back, and then we discuss about the first topic of the day, that is a virtual machine. All right, 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Please have your refreshment, come back. We're going to understand the first virtual machine. Before that, let me give you one corporate scenario to understand why we need this service, and as an administrator where your role come. So a customer want to host its website on Microsoft Azure. This website is developed in HTML, Java, React, .NET, whatever you think this is. Now, this is one of the ask of a company. They have a website and then they want to host it in Microsoft Azure. Now, just to give you a context at this point of time, in Microsoft Azure Cloud Platform, we have a multiple service where you can host your website. One is, we call it as a server, which is essentially a VM. You can hold it or store it in a storage, which is called a blob storage. You can host the website in an app service. And we also have a world where we talk about the container. You can host it in a container as well. So someone who in the role of solution design, we also called them as a solution architect. They first understand this requirement, and then they have a lot of questionnaire to ask from the customer. So for an example, in generic, if I am a solution architect, I ask a questions by looking at this scenario. Hey customer, does your website is a static or dynamic? This is a very, very important question. The moment customers say that no, my website is a dynamic website, means it can keep changing. Let's say it's a dynamic. So the moment I have a clarity that the type of website which customer is looking at is a dynamic website, a storage account gone, because a storage can only host a static website. To drill down further, I as a solution architect, I may ask another questions. Do you need to control backend like an operating system, because in a certain scenario, customer want to deploy its own antivirus. Customer want to do hardening of the service, means disable lot of services from the Windows. Customer want to control the patch management and so on. Some of the compliances require it, like PCI compliance. So in that case, customer said that yes, I need backend control. Then the app service gone, because app service do not let you control the backend OS managed by Microsoft. Maybe to do a further isolation, as a solution architect, I may ask one more question. Does your application is code base or container image base? So essentially what I am asking here, do you have a code, or your whole code is encapsulated as a, you can say that, DVD image? If customer give me an answer that it is a pure code base, I do not have anything called container image, my developer developed the code and it is now available to here, the container service gone. So I mean to say, someone at the top level, they make this decision what exactly needed. And how they do that? By something which is called asking a questions. A lot of ways. So when you, if you are already in role 4305, you probably understand this one when you are in that module, but this is the same thing. Let's say, for example, once that requirement is clear, means we are going to have a virtual machine. So a solution architect then do the second task. It create a complete map. Map in the sense, okay, I am going to create a VM. Which VM? So they make decision now. In Microsoft Azure, we have something which is called as an SKU. You can think it like a pricing unit, or in a very crude language, we also call it as a family. For example, when you go to Domino, it gives you three options: a small pizza, medium pizza, large pizza, and you have to select from them. So there are many families which is available. We will discuss it very shortly, but at this point of time, they decide which family. Second, they decide what should be the VM name. Third, they decide which operating system they have, and in the operating system, again, there is a lot of things like a licensing and all come into the picture. Third, they decide which region this VM should be run. So once the decision has been made, they give you the again draft something, it is called execution flow. In the execution flow, they give you a full, you can say that, diagrammatic view. So for an example, when I say this is a VM, and let's say in this VM we install Windows operating system. So we have a Windows operating system in this VM. And to run a website, we need something called web server. So there are multiple web server available. Can any one of you, if you know the web server, can you put a name there? IaaS, very good. Yes, yes. Anything else? Apache, Nginx, very good. Love it. So you have, for a Linux, you have a Apache, you have Nginx. In Microsoft, usually we use something called Internet Information Server and so on. Tomcat, right? Tomcat, yes, yes, exactly. Yeah. So top 3 is basically used in a Linux. Light speed also, yes, yes, sometimes we use Subham. So because it's a Windows, so we prefer to use IIS. So in this, we install a web server called IIS web server. That is what we are going to install inside that. Now, once IIS get installed in this VM, it will give me something which is called a virtual folder. Usually this virtual folder are located inside your default C drive with called inetpub, and within the inetpub you will have a folder called www root. Inside that folder you put all your website code, like you have an HTML, you have a Java, you have a Python, whatever you have, you can just put it inside that. So I put my HTML code inside here. So it means that first we have to create a VM. Inside the VM, we need to install IIS. Inside the IIS, we need to put my HTML, Java, .NET, React, any application. And then this VM will also have something which is called a public IP. This public IP can be mapped with the DNS like a GoDaddy, or this public IP can be directly accessed by the user because it's a public IP, so it is accessible from outside. So any user can hit this public IP and get the website, or this public IP can be also map with DNS, and people hit the DNS name like a Microsoft.com and then can get the website. This all decision where I am as an administrator, I am nowhere. Till now, we do not have any idea what is going on outside. So remember, this is administration, okay? Now, this all has been drafted, and then you as an administrator, you come to know how. So there are many methods available. Few company will give you information via email. You get a formal email. Hey, dear administrator, this is what we have to do. This is what you have to create something, right? Yes. One formal method. So if you are very new to Microsoft Azure administration, we call it as a ticketing tool. Correct. Very good. Like Saurav has already put few names. I also put that name for you. Better you can do a Google, watch some video before going for an interview. Okay. Like ServiceNow. BMC Remedy. Jira, Salesforce. Yes. Jira, Salesforce. So any one of you, if you are very, very new to this whole world, this name can be yes, Bimal, DevOps board also, but that is more when you are in a DevOps as a simple administrator. This is what the tool you can use. Okay, that's one. Excellent. Now, so let's say, for example, in my company, if I have to get this job done, I will get something which is called a ticketing tool. So I will get a ticket, and that using that ticket, I will get the whole bunch of tasks to perform. So usually in the ticketing world, someone for whom this VM is created, let's say this VM is supposed to create for my HR team. So any department like HR, or you can say sales, you can name it any, who own the server, basically they raise the ticket. Usually this ticket will come for department head for approval. And from there, it is come to the FinOps team, or you can say that your accounting team, who actually create the budget, how much you can spend to in this VM, because Microsoft service is not free, it's a chargeable. So FinOps team, you can say provision budget. And this is a very dangerous part, because once you have the budget, you have to be limit inside yourself budget. Then it will finally come to the IT team. So you have an IT team manager. Now IT team manager then choose you or choose me as an administrator who's supposed to do this task. So then the ticket assigned to you. So I mean to say, if you look at that, this is a full flow how this ticket will done. I just give you a sample ticket for you to visualize how it might look like. It can be different in an actual world scenario. So for an example, here I am saying that I have a ticket number. Let's say it's related to Azure. So I have a Azure. And let's say it's for HR team. So it might be an HR and then some number. And probably here it's say that who has request by, let's say, HR manager, or the name of the people, and then the priority of the ticket. Let's say it's a high, it means it need an immediate action. And then probably inside that it will give, okay, you have to give a name, VM name. Let's say my name is Bipin. So I'm saying that Bipin HR SRV 01. You should also have a which OS. So I'm saying that 2025, which is the latest one. And then you probably have what is the size. So number one, as per the SKU, you use the any D series machine. You have to give 2 CPU and 8 GB memory. You cannot go beyond. This is the limitation you have. And then it also decide what the username you give. So let's say HR admin, and what the password you give. Let's say, for example, password @123. I mean to say, if you look at this whole ticket now, this is how its sample look like. So anyone who is first time entering into the world of Azure administration and preparing to crack the interview, remember this one. because generally interviewer know that people which come from lot of training and they do not carry the experience. So when someone asks, can you create a VM? You say, yeah, immediately I can create a VM. And that is the time when you rejected. You do not understand. I answer correctly. Why I get rejected? Because you try to demonstrate your knowledge, and where the approach is absolutely different. So next time, as an administrator, if someone asks a question, can you create a VM? You say yes. How you create a VM in your company? Do not say that, okay, I go to the portal, I do that. First you say, this is how I assign a ticket. In the ticket, everything is mentioned, and I follow the whatever is mentioned inside the ticket. Is that clear so far? Shall we go for a lab now to execute this one first, then we discuss it further more detail? Yes, very good. So, all right, I stop my sharing now, and I ask Ashish to share your screen. Ashish, share your screen, open LMS. Yes, I'm just demonstrating that. Gopal, I go a little slow. Everyone be attentive now. Be on your desk. Ashish, share your screen, open LMS. One minute, Ashish. 1 minute. Unmute yourself. Yeah. Everyone, please ready with your LMS and just confirm in the chat if you are on an LMS. Everyone is on an LMS? Open LMS, Ashish. In the LMS, you see on the left hand side, there is something called Practice Lab. Yes, everyone see the Practice Lab? Now there is a two rule. There is a two rule because you have, please make a note of this two rule. Rule number one, whatever you create during your lab, that is chargeable. Simplilearn give $100 worth of credit to every account. So if you, once you create any service after the lab, delete it. If you do not delete it, what will happen? It will continue running in a background. You are not using it, and end of the day, you consume all $100. So next day, when you open a lab, it will not launch. So rule number one, after the practice, delete the lab. Rule number two, this lab is only valid for 6 hours. After 6 hours, lab will close. You have an option to relaunch the lab again. Okay, is that clear now? Practice and delete. Okay, once you are in this, once you are in this, hit launch lab, please. Click launch lab. Yeah. Okay. While your lab going to be launched, now remember, whether you are talking about Azure, AWS, Google, or any other public site, Nowadays, it is mandatory. You have to go with two-factor authentication. And there is something called Authenticator app. Authenticator app. Microsoft Authenticator app. Just confirm that in your mobile, you have a Microsoft. It's buffering. It might be taking time. Every one of you have an Authenticator app? Kamal, you have? Gayatri? Yeah, okay. By any chance, if you do not have Authenticator app, if you do not have, please download it from the, if you are using Android phone, from the Google Store. If you are using Mac, from the Mac Store. It's called. Oh, can you relaunch it? Anyone by any chance able to see the lab? Yeah, just click launch lab. If you get an error, please try it again one more time. Okay. Everyone, please try it again for one more time just to confirm if you are. Rohit? Okay. No, Ashish is sharing the screen. Rohit, maybe for you it's a freezing. What you are able to see, Rohit?
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Rohit. What do you see in
Yeah,
your
sir.
screen? It's a
Actually,
blank.
window is black, sir. Yeah, blank window is there.
So Rohit, can you quickly disconnect and connect back?
Just a
Disconnect the
minute.
Zoom and connect back. Same error for you, Sujit? No. Loaded for you? No, Salman, it's for whole 10-day journey, even beyond that. Okay. Yes, Raju, that is fine. It is recorded, so you can do it later on. Yeah, perfect. Yes, so you get a username and password. This is the second screen. Yeah, same. Okay, very good. Now open incognito browser because you may be using your company laptop. So please, everyone, open incognito browser. Okay. Launch it now, incognito or private browser. If you are on a company laptop, I do suggest, strongly suggest, use the company browser and disconnect your VPN. Okay. Yeah. Now go back to your browser and type portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com. This is the website. Okay. You get a username. So please copy the username and paste here. You have a copy button. Yeah. You get a copy button. So copy and paste. Same way the password. Portal.azure.com. I just pasted that. Perfect. Yes. Thank you. Yes. So it is after the username and password, it will ask for authenticator. So click next. You must have authenticator open in your mobile. Click next. Now scan the QR code from your authenticator app. and then click next once it is you have to put 78. Yes, very good. And done. So please remember, if you're not able to do for any reason, no worry. We are going to do it every day. Second, this session is recorded, so you can even do it later on. Okay. Yeah, hit enter. So I am able to see Ashish is now login on Microsoft Azure. Just confirm how many of you are successful and login on Azure portal. Neha, Vishnu, Sumant, okay. Dharmesh, Bamsi, Bimal, Gopal, Ave, okay, very good. Raghavendra, Gaurav, Prakash. Excellent. Thank you very much. Siva not able, Priya not able to log in. Okay. Can you stop your sharing, Ashish, for a minute? Siv, can you just share your screen? Gayatri? Gayatri, try, because it is something which you have to do from your phone. Okay. Able to sign in? Gopal? Anyone who has a problem, you can share your screen now. Signed in? Abhishek? Very good. Azhar is also done. Azhar done. Pankaj? Okay. Subham. Gayatri, please confirm so that we can proceed further. Wow, you all are done. Sack? Okay. Okay. Please do it. I just wait for another 1 minute and then I proceed. Subham? Done? Sorry. Pawan? I will just wait another 1 minute and then I will proceed. Okay.
Vipin, I have the error actually in the Microsoft Authenticator.
What the error it is giving to you?
Unexpected error. Please contact your local IT administrator to resolve the problem.
Okay.
My
Can you share
work,
it?
my work account is also add actually in my mobile phone. So
It doesn't make because
yeah, it should not.
Let me scan from my mobile. Okay. Share screen. Yeah, Azhar is having a suggestion for Gayatri. Try incognito mode. Done, Zach? Okay. Gayatri, share your screen. If you have a problem, I will scan from my authenticator. Okay. Share screen. Wait. Let me do that. I have added it for you. Can you click next? But you have to fix these issues. Okay. One minute. Yeah, I've done for you. Yeah, done. Yes. So you have a two suggestion, Gayatri, for next time. Number one, Azhar suggests use Cognito, and Sandeep suggests use complete close the authenticator app, and for the next time, okay, not this time. This time we have done. Okay, go, just go. Yes, Supriya. All right, very good. Yes, Iswara. Congrats, Gayatri. Stop your sharing for a minute, and let me go to the last participant. Iswara, share your screen, please. Where you have a problem? 1 minute, Iswara. I'm just 1 minute. 1 minute. You log in from two. Okay.
Hi, sir.
Sorry. Where you start?
I hope my screen is visible.
I mean,
Here I'm getting this one.
okay.
Let's
Other
see.
way to sign in. Click other way to sign in.
Okay.
No, first you close this one and open incognito window.
Yeah, that was also I have opened.
Type portal.azure.com. Copy the username, paste here.
Okay.
You have a copy button. Next. Next. You have authenticator app, Iswara?
Oh, yes, sir, I have.
Okay. Next. Next. Yes. So you can now. I hope that is done for you, right? Iswara?
Yeah, it's done.
Just type 54.
Okay.
It takes. Okay, perfect.
Done.
Congrats for you.
So every day we need to do like this only, no?
Yeah, every time. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Yes, Gayatri, now you share your screen. I proceed with you. So we are going to create a VM now. Gayatri, share your screen. Yes. Yeah. So in Microsoft Azure, if you have to work on any service, on the top of the bar, okay, perfect, Mohammed. On the top of the bar, you have to search that service. Okay, which service we are going to work today? Virtual machine. So type virtual and you get virtual machine. Everyone able to see virtual machine when you search? Can you all confirm if you are on the same screen as Gayatri? Yes. Yes. And then you get, very good. And then you get create button on the top, hit create button. Create, and you get virtual machine. Please create virtual machine. Click that. So there is a two thing which you have to remember. Something which we call subscription. Subscription is like, you can think like a department, like a sales, HR, and resource group is like a project within that department. So by default, both are already fixed when you work in this tenant. So your subscription is always Simplilearn HOL, which is called hands-on lab, and some number. And then in the resource group, drop down, and you will get a default resource group, which is called ODL, on demand lab. Drop down, Gayatri, resource group below one. Everyone able to see ODL? Yes, very good, perfect. Now scroll down, and it is called VM name. You all of you remember the VM name which is given in your ticket. It's your name, so start with Gayatri hyphen dash, give a dash, HR, it's, I mean to say underscore, HR, perfect. Just fine, just HR underscore, or dash, give a dash only, dash VM01. It is called naming convention. Okay, so for example, when you work in HCL, probably the VM name there like HCL hyphen NOI means Noida hyphen sales hyphen VM03. So this is how generally the naming convention people follow. In our case, we use our name, then HR as a department, and then VM as a 01. Okay. Now, which reason? So this whole project we are going to execute in a West US 2. Everyone please select West US 2. West US 2. In the availability option, select no availability or no infrastructure redundancy required, the first one, because we only going to create a single VM. In the security type, drop down and select a standard. In the image, drop down and select Windows Server, the latest one, which is 2025 Azure Edition. Can you take a screenshot, Gayatri, and paste it for everyone in the chat? You have to take from probably beginning, if you know the resource group and all. So anyone who is probably late, just scroll down, little scroll down, hold on. Till here. This is the first thing you have to, maybe one, if you can big OS also, this will be helpful. Yes, SAC, yes, but should you should not. Why? Because your ticket is very clear, you have to use Windows. We come to Baswa, we will explain everything. First you create. You have to save it probably, if I'm not wrong. Or just try to paste, Control V, see if it works. I think it doesn't work. So you may have to, save it. And now share with it. So anyone who is lagging behind by any chance, please select VM1. Yeah. I think Gopal has shared. Very good. Thank you, Gopal. Yeah, Gopal. So it's now I give you responsibility. Please you share it. Okay. Yeah. Scroll down. Scroll down. And look at the size. Are you everyone able to see the? Okay, no problem, Sasan. We are just proceed to create a VM. Okay, watch it out, and then probably you can see the recording. Everyone able to see the size? And what the size it is showing now? D series, 2 CPU, 8 GB memory. This is what is the ticket requirement, correct? Are you able to see the size, Gayatri? Below is say a standard D2S, more below. When you drop down, you can see more hundred of sizes which is available to us. Correct? We will talk about the size later on, but at this point of time, as per the ticket, 2 CPU, 8 GB memory, that is perfect now. Yes, go ahead and drop down below. So in the username, I usually put my username, but in a ticket it is given HR admin, right? Everyone remember? So just type HR admin and password @123. Make the P capital. PASS capital PASS WORD @123. Same below. Confirm password @123. You can give any password, Gopal, but usually this is what I follow. For example, you can type PASS WORD @123. Most of the time in Microsoft it works. Yeah. Himanshu, I create a ticket in the chart. So I think that you missed that one, right, Himanshu? Okay, no worry. You can just follow it screen now. Can you, any one of you, and then in the inbound port, drop down and select HTTP also, because we are going to host a website. You already have a RDP, select HTTP also. Okay, while I think that by this time, you may have all this installation going on. Azhar, can you go to the C drive of the server? Everyone, in the meantime, go back to the C drive on the server.
Using Explorer, right?
Yes. Everyone go to C drive of the server.
Open it.
Open now. And you get inet pub. You remember my diagram, Azhar? Double click. And you get www root. All of you, can you confirm if you are able to see inet pub and www root in the server? Bamsi, Gaurav. Yes, yes. Gayatri, you have to first install it, the IAS. Once it is installed, then it will. And it is in a server, not in your local laptop. Okay, Gayatri? IAS is the server, web server, others, which have the engine, which can compile your code, which can be HTML, Java, Python, and it will render it as an JavaScript for your browser. So you can think something like that. It is a mechanism through which you can run your website. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone able to see? Yeah, got it. Gregory, once you install IIS, in the server C drive, you should get inet pub folder. Not on desktop, in a C drive, Manohar, in the server C drive. And how can you come to the server C drive? In the search bars of the server, look at that, Azure demonstrating, type Explorer, you will get File Explorer, okay, in the search bar of the server. No change is required, Manohar. I'm just making a small change. Yeah, okay. And then when you go there, come to the C drive. In the C drive, you should able to see inet pub folder. That's fine. Inet pub folder. And then you should see www do root folder. Yeah, exactly. Click www root and you should able to see two files. One is the HTML file and second is the PNG file. Right click the HTML file and say open with notepad. Control A, delete everything, whatever you have in this notepad. And go back to your desktop or wherever you have saved my file. Copy the whole content and paste it back here.
Save it.
File, save all, yes. Come back to your Azure portal.
Azure portal on my local desktop, right?
1 minute, Manohar, I'm coming back to you. No, come back to Azure portal. Yeah.
On the local desktop, right?
Yes. Azure portal where you have VM created. Copy the public IP one more time. Paste in the browser. Remove this some word, Azure VM. Yeah, exactly. Everyone copy the public IP if you're done. Paste in the browser. Paste in the browser. Enter. Yeah. Continue to the site. Not required edit. You directly copy and paste. That is fine. Only used to test the website. Azhar, open your mobile phone. Everyone open your mobile phone. Everyone open your mobile phone. In the browser, type the same IP and just confirm. Are you able to see the website? It's all depend whether your IIS is perfectly installed or not. Can you go back to Azure on the VM and just to see if the IIS install?
Oh, it's still installing, I guess.
It's done. It's done for you. Click close.
Oh, should I click on close? Okay, all right.
Yes.
Done. Yeah.
Install for you? Yeah. Okay. Now, can you just check that whether your IP is working? Go back to. I hope you open HTTP port, right? While creating a VM.
You want me to type it here or?
No. Have you opened HTTP port, Azure? Okay. Can you just go back quickly to your Azure portal?
Azure portal, right? So I'm here.
And go back to VM.
To this VM or you want me to go to the VMs?
VM.
All right.
Click the VM. How many of you are? Okay. Few of you are seeing. Okay. Click the VM. Click the VM name. Yeah. And then you have a networking. Click networking, left hand side. Network setting. I think while creating the. Okay. Can you scroll down? Look at that. You have not opened RDP port, right? I think that you missed that step, Azhar. Okay,
Yeah.
no worry. Can you just click create port rule on the top? Inbound port rule. And in the last where it say destination address 8080, delete that on the little top. Little top. You
This
see
one, yeah.
80. Delete. And just make it a star.
This way, you mean?
That's yes. In the name, just give anything like demo. Below is the name. No, not here. Below. Just add. Because its port is not open. Click add. Very good.
Okay.
Now go and refresh the website and again do it on a mobile phone. Yes, how many of you are able to see the on your PC? Azhar, now you can share this on WhatsApp group to all the friends that you have done the hosting on Microsoft Azure.
I'll tell them that I'm the best. Yeah.
Yes, how many of you are able to see it on a mobile phone? Thank you, Azhar. Stop your sharing.
All right. Should I stop sharing?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, Rajiv. Yes, Rajiv. Perfect. Yeah. Yes, Manohar, share your screen. Everyone, if you miss, now I am repeating with Manohar, okay? Yeah, Manohar, 1 minute. So, everybody, where you are? 110%, Rajiv. Okay, nobody, Sujit. Manohar, where you stuck? So you are here. Okay. Now right click the IAS start. You have a file called IAS start. Right click. Look at it. I'm able to see in your no. That's fine. You are in www root and you see a file called IAS start. Right click. Yes. Right click this. Open with Notepad. Yeah. And Control A, delete everything. Now go back to your desktop. I share one file to you, Manohar. Okay. In index.html. Not here. In your first, you have to minimize it. Yes. Come back to your desktop. Oh, you have not. Okay. No. Just click now. Click the file. It will automatically save. Click. Yeah, exactly. Now go back to your desktop. 1 second, Saurav. And now right click this file. Oh, first you have to go to the folder where it is that. Go to the folder. Now right click this IS where it is. Click show in folder. Show in folder. And just search index, right click, open with Notepad. Notepad. Very good. Copy everything from here. Manohar, if you want to your name, you have a www.simplylearn.com. No? On the change it to manoharcompany.com. Just copy it. Go back to your server where you taken remote. Paste it. File, save it. Go back, Manohar, to your Azure portal. Copy public IP, paste it in the browser. Same IP, you can open it in your mobile also, okay? Yo. Manohar? You are already, I think that your audio have a problem. That's done. Okay. Thank you very much, Manohar. Okay. Stop your sharing, please. Okay. So Sasank and Gopal. All right, very good. Okay. How many of you actually enjoy this whole lab? You done exactly what the customer want. Gopal? Yeah, good. Zach? Excellent one. Good. Right? All right. So I see that few of you have a question. So one is Sasank. Sasank, I'm opening your mic now. Welcome, buddy, everyone.
Thank you, sir. So thanks for this very informative lab. So it was very interesting. Second one is like we selected the IP provided by the Azure by default.
Correct. And that is a dynamic IP. It means that whenever you shut down and restart, that IP will change.
Correct. But in our live environment, when we into production or even offices, we don't use public IP address. We use private IP
100%.
address.
You must not. Otherwise, your server will hack. Correct, no, Vishnu?
Correct. So in order to, and second one is like we always we don't open the website with the IP address. It is always with like a google.com, yahoo.com with the name. So for these two things, one is making the public to private IP address and accessing the server with the valid host name. How we can achieve that in the
So number one, your server in a real production world, your server must not have a public IP address, correct? Second, your server must be exposed with outside world. Usually we use load balancer, correct now? So
right,
yeah, so your server which is running on a private IP in a real production world is exposed outside to the load balancer. Now load balancer have a two IP. One is internal, which map your server. One is external, which can be accessed from outside. Okay. And then this load balancer public IP that has to map with your DNS, which can be a GoDaddy. Got that?
Okay.
So
It's quite
that
technical. We have not configured the firewall for this server because we don't want any malicious or any unauthorized access should be there. So how we can prevent the server from accessing outside by
that
any?
we will discuss in a further module. Okay. Today we just have an introduction.
Okay.
But just to
So
answer your question,
can we cover the IP address as well?
Your networking is a full-fledged topic. You have learned that.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you very much.
Gopal, you do not need to log out after 6 hours. Anyhow, it's gone. You only have to delete the service. That is the only thing. Okay. That's exactly. New inbound port rule. That's fine. That's okay. Okay. Now, let's quickly understand few of the core concept before we close on the session here. We talked about the SKU and the family. Now, for you as an administrator, that is very important to understand that which SKU we have to select. SKU means a storage keeping unit. You can say that it is a licensing terminology. So when selecting a VM, one very important part is a purpose. Very important part is a purpose. So why you are creating a VM? What type of service you are going to install? For example, I said that in my VM, I am going to install SQL or Oracle. Means I am going to install a database. So let's say I'm going to install a SQL server. Let me ask a question to you. If you have to install a SQL, okay, Subham, just give me 1 minute. Let me finish this, then I come back to you. Which, that's fine, Manohar, that's fine. But my question is, in this VM, which component use more? CPU, memory, disk, or a network? CPU. For a database, which component in your server use most? CPU, memory, network, or a disk? Okay. Please remember, this is very, very important and interesting point. Interesting point for you to understand. So when you say that you are administrator, you also have to understand the type of application which you are planning to use. So for an example, when you say a database like a SQL, Oracle, MySQL, PostgreSQL, MySQL, usually database is a store in a disk. You have a faster CPU, very faster memory, but your disk is too slow to read the data. You are running a command, select a star from this table, and it is reading. You have a faster CPU, faster memory. Will it work? No. It absolutely no. So you need a virtual machine which is a storage optimized. No matter you are going to create in Google, AWS, Azure, Bamsi Cloud, or Ashok Cloud, it doesn't matter. I simply say I need a storage optimized VM. So it means that when I am going to create a VM, I need to define what type of storage exactly I want. A storage I want or VM I want. So, oh my God. Just give me 1 minute. leave it as it is. I will just ask one of you to probably share your screen later on. Okay. Second, let's say in this VM, I am planning to install, you can say that something which is image processing software like a AutoCAD. Now, which component in this VM utilize more? CPU, memory, a storage, or a network? It's an image processing software. Remember, your image load in memory. So in this server, if your RAM is DDR2 and you are running Itanium processor, your image will not load. So you need memory optimized virtual machine. Let's say in this VM, I am planning to install a backup software like Net Backup. This backup take the backup of all other virtual machine running in my cloud. Which component I need? Which component I need which can give me remember backup software means this server can take backup thousands of VM running across. So which component you need faster? Network. Absolutely network, because it is pulling the data through network. So you will see that I need to have a network optimized VM. So there are multiple series which is available in, you can say, in my Azure or all other cloud platform as well. They have a different series name, but every series dedicated to something else. For example, in Azure, we have something which is called as a B series machine. Now, whenever you see a B series machine anywhere, you understand that this B series machine is the most cheap in costing, but it is not used in production. So no production actually run the B series machine. Now for a general workload, like we are creating just a simple web server, it is running in production, but it is not utilizing any specific component. We have a D series machine. You just create D series machine if you remember, and it is for general purpose. And then you have E series machine. E series machine which is memory optimized. So when we want to run AutoCAD, we have to take E series machine. If I want a faster CPU, we have a F series machine. That is a CPU optimized. Same way, when we want a storage optimized, we have a L series machine. We have a L series machine. So I just quickly ask one of you to share back your screen as fast as possible. One of you just share back your screen. Neha, yeah. Neha, make your Azure full now. Make full. Remove. Very good. Now go back and create a machine again. Do not create. Just click the launch button. Yeah. Virtual machine. Create. Yes. Virtual machine. Select the resource group. Scroll down. Scroll down. Keep scrolling down. And you now scroll down. What is scroll down? You now have see all sizes. Can you click the see all sizes? So are you able to see now we have a few series of machine which is available for you. Few are blocked by the company policy. That machine you cannot create. For example, you have you see that D series machine. You have a general purpose machine, right? This is the type. And if you click the add filter on the top, drop down. So here, let's say, for example, I want to see the type. Click type. Drop down and drop down the type. This side, this side. Are you able to see compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized? Everyone able to see now? Correct? Is that clear? So it means that when you get the instruction, which type of machine you are supposed to create, this is how you have to select it. Make sense? Make sense? Correct? So you have to select whether you like memory optimized machine, a storage optimized machine, depend on your application workload. Correct? Yeah. Stop your sharing. Thank you, Neha. Yes. So this is the day one, dear friend. And objective of day one, number one, to make you understand why you are here, what exactly an Azure administrator role look like, what is this Azure platform, why any company use Azure platform for that matter, how Microsoft organize itself in a geography, region, availability zone and a data center, and to give you an idea about the very first service, which virtual server. So with that, this is what we end now, and I am going to call few of you at going to be a regular part of the whole session. So today I like to start with others.
Hello.
Hi, sir.
Hi, others. How you summarize others today?
Today,
First, your
actually,
background. Your
yeah,
background.
yeah.
Yes.
So
What will be your?
actually, I'm a experienced software engineer working in a IT company, and I have around 4 years of experience. And I'm basically working on. I'm in Bosch, BOSCH. So
Bosch Bangalore.
yeah, Bangalore.
Very good. I did almost like a 10 projects in Bosch, sitting in your Bosch office. Others.
Okay.
Very good. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, I'm currently working in React app development, and I wanted to have experience in cloud as well. That's why I'm learning this. And
So this
today,
is
actually,
very
I joined late, so really sorry for that. And I did not able to understand anything, but it is really enjoyable. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So it's a good choice. You know why others? Because number one, now the development has changed from, you can say that, on premises to the cloud native. Correct, no? And especially when you are in a front end development, your application will go and sit in the cloud, use the cloud service. Okay, for example, you take Instagram, right? The whole Instagram develop in React only. Facebook, they develop in React only, but the whole Facebook and Instagram use the cloud services. Like, to store the data, they use a storage. So this is actually a need of the time, that everyone, if you are a developer, you have to understand cloud now. Today or tomorrow, you are going to see that. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, good. Yes, now I am going to call Gayatri.
Hi, Vipin.
Hi, ma'am.
Yeah. So it's really I really enjoyed the session. So let me tell you, I'm an years technologist, and I'm having almost 3.5 years of experience. Uh,
Ah.
yeah. So, but I'm a very fresher to the cloud. So I really like how you started the session. It's from the very scratch. What I was really looking for, because I explore a lot of other courses and YouTube videos. It is not exactly actually. This is what the basics I want. So I
Good.
was so happy. I was supposed to join the next month batch, but then I got to know that I'm a weekend working, so I joined early, and I really like this. I am proud of my decision. I really enjoyed a lot. Everything. Not even a single minute
And
I
you
did.
know that after a very long time. Good, good. So yes, so I mean to say that now you have an idea about how your next 9 session look like, correct? And what is the best part you like in this whole today? Uh, just for, because it's a starting, but yes, what is the one thing
Lab.
you?
I enjoyed
Lab,
the lab.
lab,
Yeah.
lab. Perfect. Yes, because it's, if you do, then only you understand. Correct. No, that is what the funda and philosophy. Yes. Thanks. Thank you, Gayatri.
Thank you,
Yes.
Vipin.
Let me call Rakesh.
Hi everyone. I am working as a QA engineer in with 3.5 year experience in Qualitas with Adobe Express Adobe Express project. So basically, I have a basic knowledge about the Azure. So I get 100% understanding of this session right now.
So Rakesh, because when you are, say, you are a QA, what your exactly end goal? Let's say, if I'm say that, okay, Rakesh, after 3 years, so what your end goal you are looking at yourself this time?
Yeah, I have to change my field first of all. That's why I'm going.
That is what I am
Uh,
about to suggest.
yes, yes.
Because
There
yes,
is no future of QA, I think,
there is,
right now.
for a starting, when you have a college pass out, right, and to a start
Yes.
with IT, QA testing is good one, right? But when you want to see that no, your salary should be 1 lakh or something, then you need to change your field so far. Yep. Welcome. Others, thank you very much. Yes, I am saying Bamsi.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. Hi. So, Bipin, yeah, I have around 15 years of experience overall. So, I was a DBA, then a Linux admin, then been part of automation with Ansible and stuff. Now I'm leading a team of, I'm an infra manager, leading a team of cloud team. I just wanted to understand how Azure works and stuff. So I'm just trying to expand my knowledge.
So that you can control your team much better, right?
More of a knowledge thing. I'm more of a Linux guy. My background was totally different. I kind of know how Azure works, but I have not had hands-on or worked or learned it properly. So I thought I'll expand my knowledge here. So yeah.
Okay, that's good one. Good one. So how you like the session today, Bamsi?
It's interactive, nice, good, going good. I'm able to understand. So
okay, very good, perfect. Thanks. Yes, Neha.
Yeah, hi everyone. Hi Vipin. So, yes, I enjoyed the session and I also enjoyed the lab. The other thing is, I am working as a big data and GCP engineer. So, I have around 6.5 years of experience. And yeah, and I started with the big data tools and technologies, and then we moved to cloud. So like when we moved to cloud, we migrated some things from Hadoop to BigQuery. So now like in the BigQuery, people have some knowledge of the cloud, but like I am totally new to Azure, and even I want to start from the beginner. So I opt for this sessions and for this live training. So yeah, so since you are starting from like everything from scratch, so I am able to grasp the things very quickly, and I think I would be a good learner in some more days. So I have that confidence. Yeah, thank you. That was a nice session from your side. Yeah.
So Neha, if I ask you that after having a knowledge of how call herself, let's say in the next 3 to 5 years. So what your ultimate goal or role? Yeah, because you are already in a the most demanding field of the IT.
Yeah.
Correct. Now, data science is something which is close to the business.
Correct. Correct.
Correct. So you think about your own role and designation, okay, because you have a cloud experience after some time, and you already have a data science the expertise. For example, I usually call myself, if you go my LinkedIn profile to check, I call myself as a data architect. Okay.
Okay.
Whether it is on premises or whether it is on cloud, I can design solution around data science, around AI, and even as general data when you talk about. So you can think something about your role as such, because it's a good time, and probably when you target that particular role, it will give you the edge.
Got it. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah,
Sure. Vipin. Yeah.
yeah, perfect. Yes. So anyone? I think that. Hey, Abhishek. Abhishek.
All right. So yeah, thanks for unmuting Bipin.
Yes.
All right, so I have a question, Bipin. But before, since everyone is introducing, I'll give a quick introduction about myself.
Mhm.
So I'm a 2014 computer science graduate. I'm working as a senior manager, leading IT operation teams. I have done. I mean, earlier in my earlier role, I was working as a project manager. I am a PMP and a Scrum Master certified, Lean Six Sigma Green Belt certified. I also
Oh,
did
oh. Mhm.
yes, and I did my RHSCA in the initial phases, and then I decided to move to the project management side. So as a newbie, I kept on jumping here and there, hopping here from there, and then I got a chance to work for some esteemed organizations like HP and Philips Healthcare. So I worked there when I was working there as project manager. I worked for two projects where I was leading the project for migration that was from data center to cloud. So I got to know cloud since then only. I mean, back to 2 or 3 years
In
back.
Philips, you are talking about.
Yeah, Philips Healthcare.
Mm.
So I work there and I lead project for migration from data center to cloud for their customers. So I got to know about cloud, though they were on AWS, and at that time I did the AWS foundational as well. But I completely washed out with the concept whatever I got to learn there. I just have some blur learning, so I decided that I'll go through the Azure now. So I'm doing this admin, and I have also enrolled for the architect course, the 305. So now I've
305.
decided,
Okay. That's good.
yeah. So I thought that I'll move out from the management role, the operation part, and I'll work as an individual contributor instead of leading a team. I do not
Mm-hmm.
mind leading a team, but it's always pressure for when you lead a team. So I thought that I'll be an individual contributor now, and I will work as a architect. So I thought that I'll go through the Azure, then AWS, and then I'll go to GCP as well.
Yes,
So
Abhishek.
that's my plan.
Because yes, you have to plan your career because I'm also in the same page with you, right? It's almost like a 30 years I am in this industry. But Abhishek, after 5 years, 7 years back, I am in the same phase, right? That how should we treat my career in the going forward? So it's a good decision because why so? Since you became architect, this is the highest role. Okay, if you say from the
Correct.
technical point of view, and after some point of time, people will start recognizing you by your name, Abhishek. And once that recognition come to you, Abhishek, money will follow you like anything. Correct. At the end of the day, when you are on your 50 or 60, you want that you should earn money by sitting at your home, right? Just by giving advice and consulting. So it's a good decision, and I strongly advise now you, if you are on good this path, catch this path, hold this
No,
path.
I'm not going to drop this decision, Bipin.
Yes.
I'll stick to
So
this
yeah,
one. I'm
sometimes
pretty much
the
firm.
current financial burden will force you that no, you should stick to the But I recommend you that you take a little risk, come out from your own known zone, and it's a good decision. And if you need any out of the box help, Abhishek, I am here. You just connect with me outside and I will give you to you.
Sure thing. Yeah, I was when you mentioned about my question was when you mentioned about your LinkedIn profile. I do not see your LinkedIn link, Bipin. I would love to be in
No
touch
problem,
with you.
Abhishek. You know spelling of my name if you can see
Yeah,
from the
yeah,
chat window.
I have it.
Just
I have it.
everyone, if you want to know about who am I, whom you are interacting with, just put my name in a Google. Simple Bipin Sinha, and you get about my profile, my credential, my all.
Perfect. Thanks, Darsh. I saw that you have already pasted the Bipin's profile link. Thank you so much.
Correct. So you all are welcome. You all are a part of my family. Just connect with me anytime for any advice. Like to work with me, also I welcome you. Thanks, Gopal.
Hi Bipin.
Hi, Vipin. Hi, Gopal.
Hi. So yeah, right now, I'm also currently work. It's been like 8 years now in the IT industry, and right now I'm in the working as a service desk engineer. And I would like to like for today's session, if I have to say, I really like the session. Basically, more on the labs. And I would like to know, like tell you that I'm also kind of same. It's been 8 years now in this technical support, so would love to change the domain now. So how is it the decision, Bipin, to right now?
Gopal, I think you are already late, right? You should change the domain much before that. But yes, it's a good decision. You have to now move as per the 8 years, Gopal. You have to spend maybe another 2 to 3 years in some kind of a cloud portfolio. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then you quickly jump towards the architect role or a pre-sale role.
Okay.
Architect or a pre-sale role. If you want to justify your time which you have spent in the IT versus what your the pay package which you are going to get plus your own personal credibility in the market.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So administration part, you already, which company, I'm not sure which company you work for.
SLK I'm working in right now. SLK
SLK
Science.
Bangalore, right? SLK Bangalore.
Yes.
Okay. So SLK is one of the prime consumer of Microsoft, right? They are more, the platform are in a Microsoft only. You take SharePoint, you take Azure, you take System Center, everything is SharePoint. You call yourself, Gopal, for outside world that you are an Azure administrator. Since SLK use the Microsoft Azure, you can justify yourself.
Okay.
Okay, this is your first action. Okay, maybe you can make your whatever the resume or something in the basis of that you are an administrator, and then you try to switch either internally. If you
Mm-hmm.
need my help to call your some of your SLK management, I am ready to do that. Otherwise, you can try yourself to move towards to inside the Azure management team.
Okay.
Perfect. Spend another 2 years and then try to switch to the pre-sale or you can say architect role. Try to
So
take partner role, like Sonata Software, Comparex. You can take software one. Do not try in company. Try in partners.
okay. So after the completion of this program, so I can try, right?
You can try
Okay.
100%. Yes.
As an Azure admin, as you told, right?
Yes. You just start calling yourself Azure admin, and
Okay.
after 10 classes,
Fine.
that is my promise. I will give you that experience.
Okay. Sure. Sure.
For
Okay.
knowledge, you have to read. For knowledge, you have to work. But for experience point of view, that is what I can translate my experience to you.
Sure. Sure. Absolutely.
Correct? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome. Sandeep. Yes, others. Yeah. Yeah. Sandeep.
Yes. Hi, Bipin. Hello,
Hi.
everyone. Hi, my name is Sandeep, and I'm also like having experience of around 6 plus or 7 years in the same field. Not exactly like in the cloud or in the infrastructure, but I've been into like operations. And as initially you said, like we do not have like our say in it, and we have to like follow the tickets, right? So that's what I have been doing throughout my
Exactly.
career. And so right now I'm working with Innova Solutions and I'm here managing a small team. I'm a team lead over there. I've been like working on this operations, like managing like throughout the um, like onboarding, offboarding, and all those kind of like technical support. But my role is into like IT infrastructure and operation, though I do not have like any kind of like visibility to infrastructure, and that's what I'm here to gain. I'm more interested into architect, and to be honest, like uh, I just want to like switch my career, and I hope this will help, and that's the reason I'm here. And
This will help
Vipin, I
you.
really like the lab sessions, the way you are like calling each one of us and like providing us this hands-on experience, and that's what I'm like looking for.
Perfect. So just one tips. In fact, I'm not sure if you are already enrolled for 305 or not.
Mhm.
This is something, all of you, whomsoever in this whole batch, if you already cross your 8 years or 7 years in the IT industry, try to change your role. There is a two option available. One, you be in the fully technical role. Second, you go into the semi-technical role. When we say a semi-technical role, it means that you also understand business and you also understand technology. So this role is called architect role, or to be very precise, in many of the partner company like a Sonata Software, like an HCL, they call these type of people as a pre-sales people, pre-sales architect. So make it as a target. Okay, Sandeep, that
Yes,
in a
please.
next 2 years, maybe we are talking in a 2026, in a 2027, Sandeep is going to be and either the pre-sales engineer or pre-sales people or an architect people inside that world. If you by any chance in a 305, there I will share a lot of tips, lot of the materials which will actually boom you, suddenly transform you from your techie mind to the architect mind. Yeah.
Yes, and
So
Bipin, I am
that's
in 305, and that's the reason I've taken 305. Uh, because I really wanted to like switch my career, and it has been too late for me as well.
yes, I understood.
So
Yes. Mm.
that's what.
Yeah. Yes,
Yep.
Manohar.
And thanks, Bipin. Thanks for the nice class. We are really enjoying it.
Thanks. Very good. Yes, so I am going to call Siv. Hmm.
Hi, Vipin. So
Hi.
I, yeah, so I am also 12 years of experience. I have worked in many of the database technology, multiple companies. Currently,
Yeah.
I'm working in one of the Dubai's bank in Mashrak Global.
Must, okay.
Yes. So, but currently, my role is as an assistant manager, but and it involves everything around database, data technology, on-premises, cloud, every team, multiple. So everything is evolving over there. Uh, we have more of the suggestions to come up. Everything can be done. So I thought like this will be right time opportunity to learn things. So I can propose some solution, something new, and everything. So and
Yes.
also
And
I'm
this bill, this bill, because Priya, I involved in almost like a more than 100 project in the whole Middle East. Okay. I
I know.
travel most of the time. You will find me. I will sitting in either in Dammam or maybe in Riyadh or maybe in Dubai or maybe in
Okay.
Al Ain. So uh, this is a very good you take a decision, because in an existing company, if you are able to contribute at the consulting level, able to suggest something, correct, they will see you as a assets. You know database, that is fine, that is known to everyone, right, whomsoever is interacting with you. But now if you, let's say, you talking about end-to-end solution, okay, if it is a database, probably I am going to host this database in Microsoft Azure because my application is also running in Azure, for an example. And remember, for the whole Middle East, Microsoft is pushing their product aggressively everywhere.
Right. In our company.
Everywhere.
Yes.
Yes. So can you believe or not, whenever I make a plan, whenever because next month again I am coming there, in a 7-8 days I have to visit, like crazy, like a 20-30 customer from the Microsoft side. Okay, so this is how the the whole transition happens. So it's a very good decision, and if you stick with your company, because anywhere wherever you are working, that is a pretty known name. But yes, this is a good time that you can contribute the value. So you have to understand Azure not from doing perspective, Priya. You have to understand Azure more from that solutioning perspective. Like that, I talked about the way how this solution is designed. This is the requirement, and to arrive the solution, I ask certain questions. correct? And then I design the whole flow. So this is the part you have to do. Probably you do not get a chance to work. For that, you may have a different team, correct? Who will handle Azure. But at least from your consulting point of view, at least give the suggestion. This is at least you have to understand. So if you focus more on in my lecture, apart from the lab and all, that is definitely will help you. But the way I draw the diagram and the way I try to propose certain solutions on top of that, you just make a note, summary, and you have to revisit that summary whenever someone is asking to you. That is going to help.
Yes. I have enrolled for this solution architecting. I thought like that will add on to my career because it's already
after 305 your life will change. That is 100. The way you see the technology.
Yeah. And thanks, this course has been, means first day was very nice because I thought like I'll start from the basic and I started from basic. So I'm able to understand everything, whatever being said here.
Yes, exactly. That's a good one. Thanks, Riya. Yes. Kamal.
Yeah, hi Vipin.
Yes.
Yeah, so it is like very nice class and it is very good starting. Like I just like try to like understand these things because it is totally new for me. I am from telecom background and right
Vodafone?
now,
Kamal?
yeah, no, in Nokia, US projects. Yes, for I am working for a T-Mobile, and earlier I am working for Verizon and Sprint, which is now like merged with the TMO. So they are like earlier I am in the technical things handling, but now I like moved to the management part. So now I am trying to switch with the again technical domain. So that's what I joined this.
By any chance, Kamal, are you aware about the project which is going on to migrate on premises, the Kubernetes to Azure Kubernetes Cloud? It is with Rajat. You know Rajat?
Rajat, surname is?
Rajat
Yeah,
Sarma.
I know Rajat.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm working with him to
Okay.
migrate the whole, the on-premises Kubernetes to the cloud.
Oh, okay. So actually, like in Nokia itself, so many vacancies is ongoing related to this cloud and this field. So that's the reason I am try to catch these things. So it is like happy to learn with you from scratch because it is for a new learner it is very tough to grab the
Easy,
thing. And
exactly.
like for me it is like more than 10 years in another domain which is totally different from the cloud. So it is nice to learn with you, but I will like thinking to take some suggestion from you as well, like for the future goal what I will do and how it will be cracked.
So we will take a look. How the day look like in following up sessions. And yesterday we understand one very important part, that as an administrator, you work within a boundary. And when we say a boundary, it means you cannot do what you want in Azure. If you work in a company, you have restrictions. You have certain procedure. So one of the way which we understand yesterday, that you get instruction via email, or in a more process oriented companies, you get instruction via ticketing tool. So few of the ticketing tool which I think that most of you listed is ServiceNow, Remedy, Jira, Salesforce, and so on. So what is my recommendation to you? You pick any tool of your choice if you never seen that tool, no worry. Go through some of the free available videos on a YouTube just to get understanding, so that when you face an interview and when you say that, okay, I actually work as an administrator and I get an instruction through the ticketing tool, at least you have some visualization in your mind that how the ticket look like, how it get assigned to you. So essentially, in cloud world, whatever you do is not do by yourself. Most of the time, this type of requirement come from a business side, like an HR department, like a sales department, like a top management. They have certain requirement, and that requirement is come through the whole channel. For example, yesterday we understand an HR department may have a requirement of a server where they want to deploy certain application like an HRMS. So what they do? Now HR department then use the ticketing tool, create a ticket, and that ticket first come to the department head. Because remember, whatever you create in Microsoft Azure or any cloud platform for that matter, it is chargeable. So department head must have to approve the cost. And then when the department head approve the cost, it will come to the finance team. We call generally as a FinOps team, who supposed to, hey others, good morning, who's supposed to validate whether this server cost can be budgeted. It's not like that in our own mind, okay, I need to create a server, so we can create. In a companies, every penny when they spend, they have a budget. Okay, they have a budget. Hey Raju, good morning. Then this come to finally the IT team. Anyone who is heading that IT team operation, they then choose you. When we say you as an administrator, all right, this ticket is assigned to you. And this is how the sample ticket look like. Like it may have a ticket number. It may have a information who raised this ticket. It may have a information that this ticket should be treated at the high priority. And then the detail of the information, like what the VM name, which operating system, what the size, what should be the username you put, what should be the password you put. So I mean to say everything is clearly illustrated, and I as an administrator, I only have to follow that instruction. You cannot go just deviation like that. At least in the initial phases. When you become senior, when you get that experience, then probably you can take certain decision by your own, but not at the beginning level. So this flow you have to remember when you are sitting in front of an interviewer and you are claiming yourself that you are an administrator. The second very, very important part which we understand yesterday, that why customer should use Azure and why Azure boom in last 4 to 5 years. There are so many benefits of Azure. If you look at that, this is what you all describe. Azure has a cost benefit. Azure has a scalability benefit. Azure has go global benefit. So many benefits we have. So I mean to say, when you have, hey Nagios, good morning. So even if, good morning Sandeep, even if we have so many benefit, then why customer, I can say 10 years back, not likely to use Azure? Why few customer only use Azure? So one of the reason is it's a business versus application. Good morning, Gopal. So the changing scenario in today's world, that it's a app driven business. You see Uber, it's a completely app driven. Netflix, app driven. Even the banks, you can say it's a app driven. The government, look at, if you are in India, all the services of a government is available through an app. So it's an app driven business. And if the app is down, it may have a problem. Good morning, Kunal. It has a problem. So when we say an app, the problem with the app is, if we want to use any of the app require to subscribe. If you want to use Amazon, if you want to use Uber, if you want to use Netflix, they say that first you subscribe. And what do I mean by subscribe? I put my name, my date of birth. I put my national ID card. I use sometimes credit card, my address. This is very, very personal to me. So these company, where they store these informations? So usually they store this information in a data center. And where is this data center? Few years back, that data center is only in one country. So if it is an Indian company, usually they have a data center in India. If it is a US company, they have a data center in US. So just imagine the scenario when an Indian company go to a France, say that, okay, I want to do a business in your country. France say that, all right, so you are going to use app. I say, of course, yes. And you store information. I say, yes. Where will you store information? Of course, in India, because we are an Indian company. They say, no. What will happen if tomorrow these two countries are not in a good relationship? My citizen data is in your control and you can use it, you can misuse it. So that fear grow, and that is the reason why almost every country in the world, as small as, you can say, like any country in you can take about, which is a very smaller in size, they are not demanding that you have to now store the data in my country. So take the data center, build the data center. And we call that is data residency law. India also have now data residency law. Before that we do not have, but now we have a data residency law. And this data residency law demand that if you want to do a business in my country, store data here. And to store data here, build a data center. To build a data center, you have to invest $1 billion. You have to take a real estate. You have to secure the building. You have to hire a staff. You have to hire. You have to purchase so many servers, network devices. Huge investment. And what will happen if tomorrow my business did not fly? We go for a toss. What will I do with that investment? So that trigger adoption of Azure. So what is Azure? It's a cloud platform, just like an AWS, just like an Google. And what this cloud provider do? They divide the whole world into manageable geography, like a US, APAC, Europe, and Middle East. And we understand yesterday, this geography selection is very much depend on the political alliances, the cultural similarities within that specific region. And within that geography, they select certain region, like for an example, in APAC, it select India, no Sri Lanka for an example. no Malaysia, for an example. So selection of the region depend on lot many factors. We discuss some of the factor, like the area should not be an earthquake prone area, the area should be a coastal area, it should not be a landlocked area, and so on. And within the region, they select the cities. Like in India, they select the cities like a Mumbai, which is quite near to the coastal area. They select Chennai because it is quite close to the coastal area. And within that, they set up a data center. Now, this data center hosts million customer services. And what will happen for XYZ region if the data center is non-functional, not available, it is down? So for that matter, these cloud service provider create multiple data center within the same city, and all these data center are connected with a very fast, low latency fiber connectivity. And as a customer, now you have a choice. You can create a replica of your server in a multiple data center across the city, so that in case if one data center down, nobody, you still have an option to replicate your data to a second server, second data center. And then in the last, we understand about a different job role, like a company require to host its website on Microsoft Azure. This is the requirement of a company. So first, which role come to understand this requirement is a solution architect. Now, solution architect come into the picture. They try to understand, decode this customer requirement through a lot of questionnaire, and on the basis of questionnaire, your solution architect decide whether they go with VM, storage, app, container, and so on. And after that, they draw the diagram. Generally, we call it as an HLD diagram, high level diagram. In that diagram, they select what type of SKU or size of the VM they select, which virtual machine, what should be the virtual machine name, which operating system and a build type, and which region, and so on. There is a lot of factors they decide. So yesterday we did this lab where we create a virtual machine with Windows operating system. We install IIS web server, and in the IIS web server we get a folder inetpub www root, and within that I can host all my Java, Python, .NET, whatever code. Simply we use HTML yesterday, and using the web virtual machine public IP, we get the full flow. This is what we done yesterday. I hope that you already have that clarity what all we discussed yesterday. Yes, shall we proceed further? Excellent, perfect, very good. Now come to the very, very important point when we are planning to Gregory, yes.
Good night. How you doing?
I'm doing good, friend. Yes.
See, it's morning for you guys, but it's night for me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this time,
Yeah, like,
this training is in the morning of India time. So
yeah.
I think that it's a completely night for you. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. This ends at 2 o'clock in the morning for me.
Oh my God. In the middle of
Yeah.
the night. Yes. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I just have a quick question about the virtual machines. Like, so in my current app development, we use a database, storage, web app, key vault, front door, but we don't have to use virtual machines. This might be my naivety, but when you're doing a cloud-based application, so when would I need a virtual machine when I can do all the other services just through Azure? Or is it just if I want to onboard like I don't know, like a third-party software, like in the example you gave yesterday, then would I use a virtual machine?
Yes. Remember, Gregory. Now, for example, when I see a virtual machine, two things is very important. Okay, it depend on your application. For example, I say that I have a AutoCAD application. Okay, now AutoCAD application is, you can say that it's a console based application. It is a desktop based application. It cannot run anywhere. You cannot use app service. You cannot use a storage. You cannot use container. Only choice you have, you need a server, because it run on top of operating system. Let's say you want to create your own database, correct? Oracle database. Now, Oracle database, you cannot run anywhere. Again, you need a virtual machine. Yeah. So if your project has a requirement where you need an OS based application, we generally call it as a desktop based application, we need a virtual machine. As simple as that.
Okay, so if I'm connecting, like let's say CAD to my current application, and then I would create a virtual machine resource. I would put the CAD on that virtual machine, and I still would have to connect it to my existing application, though, correct? I would have
Yes,
to.
you have to. So there are many ways available. One of the ways that you can create something called private endpoint. Okay, private endpoint. Maybe just make a note down. So what it does, it will securely connect your VM with your already running existing application.
Okay, through the private endpoints.
Through the private endpoint, exactly.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Binod. Okay, no worry. So I repeat some of the topic, and today we are just extending that. Maybe once you have the recording available, just go through that. Okay, it will be very clear. Yes, Kranti.
Hi, Vipin.
Hi. You missed yesterday, huh?
Yeah, I missed it yesterday. That's why. So, is there any procedure to create an account to do these kind of jobs? I mean, practice sessions. I missed that one. Hope I will get in that session. You guided already. I
So,
mean, yeah.
Kranti, there is a when you open LMS now, on the left hand menu side, you will see something called Practice Lab.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when you click the Practice Lab, it will give you launch button.
Mm-hmm.
When you click the launch button, it will take a minute time, and then you get a username and password for Microsoft Azure.
Okay.
Okay, na?
Good.
So today again we are going to do that, and if you can do it today, it's fantastic. Otherwise, you have a recording available. You just go through that.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just I'm looking for username and password credential.
That's how I
So,
got you. Then you can do that, and you just need authenticator, Kranti, Microsoft Authenticator.
Okay, that I need to install on mobile. Yeah.
Mobile, yes, exactly. Because nowadays every cloud provider, they make it a option.
Okay, sure. I will set up that in my mobile and I'll proceed. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to share my.
Sure. Hey, Saurabh, no worry. So once we come into the practical session, then I will take a look at that. Just leave your Azure as it is. Okay. Yeah. Rajiv. Rajiv.
Sir, I want to know some information regarding laptop configuration to purchase.
Network configuration to?
Sir, I want to buy a new laptop.
So, it's a big choice, Rajiv. I suggest, Rajiv, since you are investing, okay, try to invest in any laptop which is i7. i7. Configuration should be i7. This will take care of your current configuration and the future, when you are running other workload like an AI workload. Not less than i7. Okay, should be i7 minimum. You get i5
And
laptop
sir,
also.
generation
Yeah.
and generation.
When you go to generation 3, maybe is okay. Generation 2 is also okay. Any i7 generation will be okay if you get in a good, good choice then.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone have a question, or should I move forward now? No question? Good. Okay, perfect. Now remember, yesterday we talked about as an administrator, when you get a request to provision a virtual machine, you need to pick the right SKU or the size. For example, a B series machine, which is cheap, but it is only for a testing workload. Any D series machine, this is just to handle a generic workload, like we create a print server, Active Directory, web server. But when we need a machine which is require too much of memory, like when we use a CAD software, then we need E series machine. When we need an application which need a very high CPU uses, like any scientific application which do a calculation or a processing in the background, you need F series machine. So I mean to say there are different series of machine we have, but this is not the end. Now, as in Microsoft Azure, when you create a VM, when you're supposed to create a VM, there are few things which you have to understand in the background. Look at that, what happened in a Microsoft data center. So in a Microsoft data center, basically they use in the background a same server, like an IBM server, Dell server, HP server, exactly same server. Now on each of the server, Microsoft install their own virtualization software called Hyper-V. So if you go to any of the Microsoft data center by any chance, you will surprised that their setup is almost just like in my own company setup. Now in this Hyper-V, they say that, okay, you want to create a VM. Now listen it very carefully. That is a very, very important part. So let's say I am one of the company called Infosys. I create a VM. So my VM will come and create on this hardware. This hardware. I'm just taking an example that let's say I am Infosys VM. Now let's take a second company. For an example, I am saying it might be IBM or Wipro. They create a VM. This VM is also come and sit in the same hardware. What does it mean? It means that this VM is using shared infrastructure. All right. So when I say I share a same infrastructure, means this server in the background connected with a network. Let's say they are connected with a network, same network. My traffic also go from this network. Your traffic also go from this network. Hardware is shared, network is shared. So what the Microsoft said right now here, hey customer, if you host your VM on a same hardware where other customer VM is also maybe sit or hosted, I will give you cost benefit. Cost benefit in the sense, because you are sharing the same hardware and the same network. So I am going to charge your VM, just for an example, $1 per hour. $1 per hour. So you will see a very cheap VM, because in $1 per hour, you are running your workload. But few of the customer, they say no. Who is he? Sir, is Infosys. I don't know who is Infosys. What will happen through this VM if someone run some malicious tool and it able to penetrate and enter into my VM? Is it possible? Microsoft said that I have taken all care of, but still it can be possible. Even 0.1% chance. They said I can't take. I am FBI. I am raw. I am a bank. I cannot take even a 0.1% chance that someone able to penetrate your security and enter into my VM. So your cloud provider then say that, okay, no worry, I am going to give you a separate hardware. This server is reserved for you. And we call it as a dedicated host. We say that when you have a dedicated host, in this VM, in this server, only your VM can created. Only your VM can created. No other customer VM will created. How will you charge me? Then I will not charge you a VM basis. I will simply charge you a hardware basis. So let's say this whole hardware is reserved for you. You create one VM, you create no VM, you create 10 VM. It's all up to you. I am going to charge this server cost, CPU, memory, and whatever you have. So it's a dedicated node. Few customer, they do not go with shared hardware, they go with dedicated hardware. But in this case, still you have a problem, because your network is still same. Your hardware is dedicated, but when the traffic go out or in, it go with the same hard, or you can say same network switch. So few of the customer, they are very adamant. They said, no, I want everything is mine. Network is mine. No other traffic should go through that network. Then the Microsoft said that, all right, in that case, I am going to give you a third option, which is called isolated. Now, in case of isolated, you get dedicated your own network. No other traffic will pass from here. It's only you. So 3 options. So shared infrastructure, dedicated host, and isolated. So what does it mean now? So for an example, when you create a VM, a virtual machine, like we did yesterday, let me just select we simply go to the size. Now, in the size, are you able to see the isolated size now? Yes. Correct? So we have something called isolate size. Second, when you move further to the advanced section of your VM configuration, here you get something which is called as an host. And you see that it said that, hey, do you want dedicated host? Perfect. So remember, this is a very, very important part from providing what customer need. Most of the time, we only focus on share infrastructure. But we have other 2 options: dedicated host, isolated host. Clear? Understand where this configuration come from? One, if you want isolated, go with the SKU. You want the dedicated, you can configure to the advanced option. Perfect. Second, few customer or few you can say that kind of a countries, we say that they have a different reservation. Like for example, US federal governments, any agency you take, they say that that's fantastic. You give me isolated. I love it. But how I can create this isolated infra? Very simple, sir. Go to portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com. This portal.azure.com used by how many customers? Sir, millions in the worldwide. What will happen if someone compromise portal.azure.com itself? I do not want your portal.azure.com, which is used by millions of people. I want dedicated to me. Only we can log in, no one can. Germany, federal agencies, they say, no, I cannot use portal.azure.com because it is used by millions of people. What will happen if someone compromise your portal and they enter into your data center. China, they say no portal.azure.com. So in that case, Microsoft say, okay, no worry, customer. For that, I am going to create a complete new Azure portal with dedicated data center for you. There only you can run your services, no one others, but you have to give me some business guarantee that much utilization you will do. And this is how Azure a special region come. That is called Azure US, Azure Germany, Azure China. Look at that, very interesting one, right? So it means that when you are interacting with a different customer globally, you will see a different type of requirement coming. And you say that, hey, as of now, I only know how to create a VM. What is this dedicated host concept and isolated concept? And now what is this Azure US, Azure Germany, Azure China? So for an example, when you go to Google and just type here Azure China, we call it as a special region. This is something which is only available in China. You cannot run portal.azure.com overall. If you are in a Germany federal agencies, it is only available Azure D, that is a Germany. When you go to federal government agencies who want to run their services on Microsoft Azure, they have a totally different portal. Perfect. So I mean to say, when you understand about as an administrator, because end of the day, you are supposed to provision infrastructure. To provide infrastructure, you have to understand that what exactly the environment where I am going to work. And this is how it will work there. Now, another very, very interesting part which you have to understand is how we can provide services to Microsoft, or you can say that my team, my customer, when they have something which is come as a projection. I give you one thought process. So let's say, for an example, and make a note that is very, very important from your cracking the interview point of view, and also if you are already on a higher level, that let's say customer need 40 server in next 6 months for one of their site. And this is very tricky. And you are an administrator. Remember, they say that they need 40 server in next 6 months, not now. Next 6 months. It is something like that. Last year, we went to Singapore as a family vacation. But much before that, almost like 5 months before, I already reserved hotel. Why I do that? Because I know that in the last moment, if I try to reserve a hotel, maybe the hotel not available, or even if it is available, it might be under very different cost. So here you get a projection now that you need a 40 server in the next 6 months for one of the site, one of the project. And you are an administrator. Why I am emphasizing that you are an administrator? Because accessing the portal, doing the task is my responsibility. Someone can only give you direction, but they do not have a understanding how to click and where to click. So you will get an instruction, you will get a provision that, hey, administrator, please be ready. We need 40 server in next 6 months, anytime. Maybe in March, maybe in April, maybe in June. Be ready. Do not come with the excuse in the last moment, sir, this cannot be happen. So one of the very important thing which you all have to understand here is when we say Microsoft Azure, AWS, Google, they build their data center. They build their data center. This is their data center. In the data center, they have physical servers. Okay. In that physical server, they create VM. But how many servers they have? Let's say, for example, Microsoft open their data center in Hyderabad, and in that Hyderabad, they started their data center with, I'm just giving a very hypothetical example of 1000 Dell server. Usually in 1000 Dell server, you can hypothetically, if you go with even the 2 GB RAM, you can create about 10,000 VMs on all these 10,000. And remember, this data center is not exclusively for you. It's for millions of customers. So I, as a customer, who am I? Let's say I am Simplilearn. I have another customer. Let's say, for example, Infi. I have another customer, maybe XYZ. Now, Simplilearn say that, okay, hey, Microsoft, I need 10 server. Microsoft said, all right, I can give you, I have a capacity of a 10,000 server. I give you 10 server to you. Infosys. Microsoft, I need 100 server. You say, yes, I have a capacity. I can give it to you. But the problem is how many customer it can serve. So let's say, for an example, Microsoft said that a customer who want to probably come to my data center to host their service, I am going to give them number of VM which they can create, and they designed something called okay, nobody, Smriti, please hold on for a minute. When we come to the lab part, I will check it to you. Okay, Smriti, just focus on what we are learning, because if you miss this one, will be difficult, right? Because you won't get all this information in any of the document or any of the lecture. Okay, so what Microsoft do now? Then Microsoft by default enable something called quota. This is default quota, and by default the quota is, you can have, let's say, for example, D series server every customer can create maximum 10 server. This is the default quota. You go to Azure, you go to AWS, you go to Google, they set this default quota. And you are an administrator. And what will happen if you are not aware about that? You create 1 VM, good. 2 VM, good. 7 VM, good. 9 VM, good. 10 VM, good. 11 VM, you can't create. Yeah. You can't create. Why? Because there is a quota and you are not aware. And when you are not aware, you are in trouble now. So when you go to a Microsoft and when you or go to AWS or go to Google, when you type quota, you will see there's a whole lot of quota which is available. For example, when I say how much machine I can create for, let's say, my US region, or maybe in the you can say Mumbai region. Now, one of the best part is when you are making or checking your quota, which is default 10, you have to increase your quota size. So you can just launch a new quota request and say that I want probably this much of quota, which will, going to give me, and quota for everything. If you look at that, quota for your server, quota for your, and you just raise one request and you request whether accepted by Microsoft or not, it depends. No guarantee. So depend upon your customer, your agreement with Microsoft, they will give you that, okay, how much quota you can go ahead and increase. So very first thing, what you do as an administrator, request for quota increase. But as I say, increasing the quota is not a guarantee that Microsoft will give you the VM on the same cost. And why it is important now? So Microsoft said that there is a multiple way you can get my service. The popular one, we call it as an on demand price. On demand means, I'll just give you a very simple way to understand. Let's say I am creating a VM and I just go with a size here and let the pricing to be load. Everyone able to see the pricing here? Last column at my screen. Look at that. The machine which we all create yesterday is a D2SV3, which give you 2 CPU, 8 GB memory, and the cost coming around $70 per month. $70 per month. And very surprised, after 1 hour, when you again check, you might see a difference. It can be 71. It can be 69. It can be 75. It's a dynamic. Microsoft reserved the right to increase the price of their services. So, and as I said yesterday, that for Azure, everything is budgeted in the beginning of the financial year. So what will happen, even if you have a quota increase, and when you try to create machine after 6 months or within 6 months, you get totally different escalation pricing. And then your management will catch you. Dear administrator, I told you 6 months back, I need 40 server. And today you are coming back and say that, yes, 40 server can be created, but price will go now double fold. So the second one, you have to, in a more sales language, we call something which is called as an monetary commitment. Even if you do not heard all this word, please make a note, because this is the real time scenario when people use this terminology. When we say a monetary commitment, it is something like that. I am, as a customer, I am giving assurance to the Microsoft. Hey Microsoft, in the next 1 year, I am going to use your service worth $1 million. When Microsoft understand that, okay, you are committing as a customer that you will use my service worth rupees 1 million. So as a gesture, I said that, okay, customer, so I am going to give you 20% discount. But remember the word commitment. That is a very, very important one. And when you actually into the licensing terminology of the Microsoft or AWS or Google, this carry weightage. If you miss your commitment for 1 year, next year, Microsoft will give you totally different pricing, next year only. So as a customer, it is responsibility that we have to honor the commitment, because on the basis of that commitment, I get certain discount. So to have a monetary commitment, one is the license agreement. Second, again, as a technical person, you can request for reservation. So you can request for reservation of your services. This is the reservation which we say, all right, dear customer, I am going with a virtual machine, and whether I am going with D1 series virtual machine, D series virtual machine. Just give me a second. Let me to load it. Bamsi, just 1 minute. Let's say I am selecting this one as a standard B series machine, for an example. And I am just making that I want 40 server for you. Whatever the price come to me, that price get lock. Even if the fluctuation come, it doesn't work. So by just selecting any of these, move forward and say that, okay, this is what I make a provision. Please remember, I'm not purchasing right now, making a provision. So second very, very important part, request for reservation. Give your monetary commitment. Yes, Bamsi?
Hi. So my question is like, I worked in an environment where, the count of servers Now the virtual machines are more than 5,000, 6,000, and I've literally been to data centers, right? So when you are talking about these quotas and stuff, are these applicable to dedicated landing zones where data centers are transformed to Azure landing zones? Where let's say a manufacturer itself gives a space to Azure, we need a cloud platform here. Like, is this applicable there as well, or it's
It's
just for
applicable everywhere. Remember, Vamsi, landing zone is nothing. It is just kind of a wrapper.
right?
It's a top level wrapper, correct? Huh? End of the day,
Correct.
your physical infrastructure same.
Correct.
They have a number of server same in their data center, correct? And they
Correct.
have to optimize for 100 customers. So increasing the quota is there also. But if you are an enterprise customer, what the Microsoft do in a backend, when you do a signing an agreement, right? Let's say I'm signing 3 years agreement. Okay. So on the basis of agreement, you already do a monetary commitment.
Okay.
So there is a sizing exercise happen. That from the pre-sale side, they will do a sizing that, okay, you need 1,000 server, 1,000, how much server you have. So that sizing Microsoft take it as a background, and they already provision that quota for you. So you do not have to do manually.
Okay. Okay.
Correct. Now, but if you are a small customer, if you are a medium-sized customer, this is how you have to do that.
Okay.
Otherwise, you will face a challenge in the last time.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah.
Like again, we used to, this quota kind of internal agreements happens on the basis of application level. So not at the client level. So for this application, these many resources will be allotted. So that's how we go. Understood. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, perfect. So requesting for a quota increase, requesting for a reservation, that is a very, very important part. All of you have to understand. When you are working in a cloud as an administrator, quota reservation for there. But we have a different scenario now. Here, what I am saying now, let's say customer need one server now and committed to use for at least 1 or 3 years. Sometimes the urgent scenario happened, right? It was not planned, but all of a sudden you have a request that, hey, can you create a server? Whether the server is temporary, means just for 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 5 day, 1 week, or whether the server which you emergency provisioned is going to run for next 1 to 3 years. Landing zone others actually we discuss in AJ 305, but let me see if on a day number 4, if I can throw some light to you. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Now, so look at that. Here the scenario change. You suddenly get a request. It was not planned at all. That, hey, you have to create 1 server, 2 server, 3 server, and that server going to use for next 1 to 3 years, because it is not a part of monetary commitment. So by default, it is go on demand price. On demand price means if you create a VM, today it show you $1 for 1 hour. Tomorrow it might show you $2 for 1 hour. After 6 months, it might be $3 for 1 hour. And then you will get caught. Because as an administrator, you also have to understand the budget which is allocated to your organization, your department. You cannot cross the budget. You say, what can I do? So almost every cloud service provider, they give you a fantastic option. Be it in AWS, be it in Azure, be it in Google. They say that select your size, whatever you want, and then run Azure a spot discount on the spot. So here maybe you can fix that. Okay, right now the price of my VM is going for example, $10. So I'm just giving that if it is going beyond $12, just probably evict my node so that, or just shut down my server so that I will aware that it is now going beyond. Usually when you go with the spot discount, whatever the price current now, right now, that will be locked for you. Microsoft generally honor in the sense they generally do not, even the fluctuation happen on the real price, it does not give you impact. But at the same time, Microsoft said that because you have not make it as a commitment, I honor a spot discount to you. You can enjoy your VM for the next 1 year. I try my best to give you the same discount already applicable to you. But from the Microsoft side, if let's say the price increased double fold, then I cannot honor you. Then you have a choice. Either you can make a final monetary commitment if you want to hold that price, or I will let your VM shut down. And when you start your VM, then it will be on the on-demand pricing. So next thing is a spot discount. Now, be it in Azure, be it in Google, be it in AWS, it doesn't matter. Same process. Request for the quota increase, request for the reservation, understand monetary commitment, and going for urgent address of any of the server services. You as an administrator, you must understand when to use what. Sometimes you get an instruction, sometimes you may not get an instruction also. Since you work in a team, you can add a value. You can ask a question. Okay, you are saying that you are planning to use SAP in the next 6 months. Sir, can I increase the quota? Can I make a reservation request? Because all this is going to take a commitment value, a face value. So your action may down the reputation of a company in front of Microsoft. Hey, look, this customer, they say that they will use $1 million and they are still on 100K. Next time, this customer, I will not give any discount, no leniency. You are in problem. Now, another very, very important part which you need to understand as an administrator, how the OS license work here. So remember, this is a very, very tricky part when you are working and planning for a deployment in you can say a Microsoft world. Like for an example, I give you an idea that I already have Windows Server, let's say 2019 license. And as a company, I already have 100 license. be technically called such type of licensing as a on-prem license or on paper license. Let's focus on a scenario and then we take a lab. This is about a very typical administration job. Remember and make a note that there is a server with 128 GB of RAM, 128 GB of hard disk, and running some application. There is a requirement to have another hard disk of, let's say, 4 GB, where you can say that application can store their logs. So in the simple understanding of this whole problem is there is already a VM which is running. This is a VM which is already running. This VM has one hard disk of 128 GB. Let's say I call it as an disk 1. This hard disk is mapped with this VM, which is VM1, and this hard disk is available as an, there is a two partition. One is a C drive, you can say C drive, and it has a D drive. So they require one more hard disk. You can say it like a disk 2. Disk 2, and it should be a 4 GB disk where they are planning to store only the log file. So they want to use something like a E drive for an example, and they want to store all the logs of your application. You are an administrator. So you get a ticket as usual, a fantastic ticket. Let's say this is again used by an HR manager. This is the server, and you have a requirement to have a disk, and this disk should be a 4 GB disk. There is same process. Department head raise a ticket, go for department head to approval, come back to FinOps team to provision the budget of additional disk, because this is cost. Once the budget provision is approved, come back to the IT manager and then the ticket assigned to you. Is the scenario clear? Yes. Yeah. So all of you who able to launch the lab like yesterday, please do it. And I like to start today with one person who not able to do the lab. Can you ping your name? Saurav? Yes. Saurav, share your screen. Okay, Saurav, Vinod. So Vinod, let me go with Saurav. And at the same time, if you can follow what we are doing along with the Saurav, okay? So that all can be on same page. Everyone who not able to do the lab, we are doing from today. Yes. Oh, you are not able to. Okay, so let me go with the Saurav. Anyone who is able to log in, please follow Saurav's screen. Others, please wait. Oh, Saurav, you are saying fail. Oh, it's not a problem, Saurav. You do one thing. Go to that Azure portal first, quickly, fast. Now, on the whatever is pop up, just cross it. And then in the tool menu, you see that you have on the right hand side top, there is a tool menu. Okay. Right hand side. Click the tool menu. And you get something called computer management. Second option. Tool menu in server manager, and then you get computer management. Click that. And then on the left hand side, you have a disk management under storage. Server manager, tool menu, computer management, and then once the computer management open, you get something called disk management. So Gayatri, are you able to see disk 1 and disk 0? Disk 0 is 127 GB. Disk 1 is attached by Microsoft. It is only for temporary storage. Okay. So the moment you reboot your VM, all whatever you store is gone. What is the requirement? To add another hard disk of a 4 GB. Right now, you only have a C drive and a D drive, and your C drive is 127 GB. Everyone able to see this screen at this point of time on the Gayatri VM? Yes, yes. So now we are going to add new hard disk. So Gayatri, go back to Azure portal, please. On the left hand side, you have setting. No, just scroll down. Scroll down. You see settings. Yeah. In the setting, you see disk. In the disk, if you scroll down, you get an option called create and attach a disk. Can you highlight it? Create and attach a disk. Yes. Everyone able to see create and attach a disk at the Gayatri screen, right? And when you click it, this is how it appears below. You click 2 times by mistake, Gayatri. No, that's fine. Okay, just fine. Just click this. Click create and attach this. Give a disk name. What is the name they want? Log file, right? You just say log file or log data or whatever you like. I mean to say log data. And it should be a standard HDD because premium SSD is not allowed. First one. Yeah, just fine. Standard, yes. And let's go with 32 GB of size. That's fine with me. 32 GB of size, that is fine with me. A standard HDD, log data, 32 GB size, click apply. Now go back to your VM, please. Make it a full screen. Are you able to see disk 2 now? Can you scroll down disk 2? Yes, everyone able to see on the Gayatri screen? Disk 2 is appear. How much GB? 32 GB. Correct? Correct? So right click the disk 2 now. And you get an option. You get an option called initialize the disk. Initialize the disk means now disk should be available for your server to use. So click initialize the disk and say OK. Now your disk is become online, and you will see the status change online, right? So now you have a 31.98 GB is available for you. Right click the 31.98 GB. And you get something called simple volume. Click that. Next. Next. So you are going to create F drive, for example, and just next, all this, all done. Finish. Yes. Now in the search box, Gayatri, in your server search box, below you have a search box. In the yeah, exactly. Just type here Explorer, and you get File Explorer. Click that. Left side you have a this PC. Click this PC. Click the word this PC. Okay, no worry. So are you able to see F drive now? Right now F drive is available, so you can save the file. After this is initialize Gaurav, where it is showing unallocated, right click, you will get new volume. Just select new volume and say next. Yeah. So this is the first administrator task where we get a task to add an hard disk. I hope that now everyone aware how the add disk had been added, and you can proceed further. Correct? Gopal, we are going to finish it because after half an hour we are anyhow on conversation mode. So please bear with us. Yeah. Okay. Now can you stop your sharing, Gayatri? Thank you. I will come back to you. There is a cost associated others, because additional hard disk means cost. You will get a cost. Yes, Smriti, share your screen quickly. Saurabh. You get 31 GB unallocated, right? Not here, just after that. In the second box. Right click. New volume. Next. Yes. It's a pay as you go. It's a pay as you go, others. Not fixed, it's a pay as you go. Oh, Manohar, why? Stop your sharing. Smriti, it's done now, right? Yes. Yes, Sandeep, you are getting right. Yeah, exactly. Welcome, buddy. Smriti, share your screen. I think that you done, right? Smriti done, and one Saurav. SOU.
Hey, hi, sir. So my question is that means we created one disk. Okay, means we allocated the disk given the name of the log file. Understand? So again, we log into the means already we logged into the server. We initialize the disk, means format the disk initialization happened. Disk has been mounted. But while we given the name on the Azure portal is a log file for the D drive or some drive. So now it's a different on the server and the portal.
Because remember, generally, Saurav, once you create the VM,
Mm-hmm.
you hand over the username and password to the user, right?
Yeah,
Correct?
right.
Let's say I am a
Right.
user.
Yeah.
So I change my username and password, and you as a Saurabh, you never know.
Mhm.
Correct? Huh?
Yeah.
And ideally, in the production environment, you cannot take a login to any of the server,
Correct.
right? Because I'm the user.
Huh.
But let's say, for example, in the Azure portal, you are responsible for Azure administration. You do
Uh-huh.
not know why someone created this disk. Let's say
Okay.
someone in the shift evening, they create the disk. And tomorrow you come and you are surprised that, hey, what is this disk for?
Uh-huh. So that is for the tagging purpose on the portal.
Tagging purpose, exactly.
Okay.
And because end of the day, you all are responsible, right? So you wonder
Yeah.
that who created this and why he created this.
Yeah, actually it means I know that disk creation and all the thing, but I was confused that on the portal we given the name and the servers means again we are doing the same exercise. So I was thinking like that once you
No,
given
no,
the details, so it will already automatically initialize and allocated the disk to the server.
no, no.
Okay, understand.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Ashok, we can extend the disk, but only dynamic disk can be extended if you know Windows Server. Okay. Right now, the disk is basic. Basic cannot be extended. Okay. So you have to first convert the disk from basic to dynamic. Okay. That's fine. Okay, great, Manohar. Got it? Okay. Now, let's solve the second problem and then we, go to the issues there. The same user, the user is of different type. They come back. It happens because when you first time create a server, it is a brand new, right? After sometimes you would add application, you have a data, you have so many things. So definitely the server CPU and memory start getting utilized. So Bubalan, you ask about a ticket, right? This is the sample ticket. Bubalan, are you able to see? This is how the ticket will look like. So you get another ticket. You have a ticket number, request by, priority high, VM name, and then you get something called issues. What is the issues? VM is running slow. Yeah, sure. Bulan. So you just look at that. This is how get a type of ticket. You want to create something? Are you investigating something? Are you like a troubleshooting something? So you get a ticket. This is how the ticket will look like. Yeah. You also have a jump box, Sasank. Jump box. We discuss it in a network part, so through which you can take the control of the server. So here we have, the ticket come to you. So how you are going to investigate? How you are going to investigate? So you will check the performance of a server. Remember, there is a detailed monitoring that will be covered in the last day, but you check the performance of the server, like a CPU utilization. Temp file. No. So once you reboot, then only it will click. Otherwise, it will stay there. Srinu, only when you event of a server reboot, that temp directory will get removed from there. So one, you have a performance of the server. you review performance of the server. This is a step 1. After that, you conclude. What you conclude? Need to scale CPU and memory of the server. Yes, thank you, Manohar. So, as an administrator, what is my first task? We will review the performance of a server. When we say performance of a server, means I will monitor CPU, memory, disk, network, all the performance. And then we conclude that this server, which is having, let's say, 2 GB, 8 GB memory and 2 CPU, need to scale. So very, very important point which you have to note here. In Microsoft Azure, as we understand, it's a series. It's a series. So when we talk about a series, you have to choose from the same series. For example, if you are in a B series already, you cannot upgrade to D series. If you are in a D series, you cannot upgrade to E series. Make a note, please. You can only scale between the different options available in the same series. B series, D series, E series, F series, within that same series. So now I am going to again, start the same action, and we will see if we can, how to fix that issue. So I just ask, this is the last lab of the day. Ask Gayatri to share back your screen. Yes, Gayatri. Now click the overview of the server. Overview. Everyone go to the overview of the portal and scroll it down. Scroll it down. More down. And wait. You have a monitoring option on the top. Just up. Little up. Little up. Little up. Scroll up. Little scroll up. More. Just one more. Just one more. And you get monitoring. Yes. Everyone is able to see that. That monitoring is free of cost. We will talk about the paid monitoring when we are in a monitoring section in the last day. Okay. So at this point of time, it say that looks fine to me. Just scroll it down a little bit. Scale more little bit. More little bit. And here you get a basic dashboard. Does your VM ever restarted, shut down, not available? It say no, every time is perfect because graph is showing good. Look at the average CPU utilization. Are you able to see that it's fluctuating between some 35% to 50%? Correct? Maybe you are able to see here, it is above 90%, 95%, sometimes even touch 100%. Then it is a red flag. It means that your CPU utilization is too high on a server. Scroll it down. And same with the disk. That whether your disk utilization is how much it is, right? You have a show more matrix. Click that. Click show more matrix. Just below the box. Scroll down and you have a network utilization. Look at that, my dear friend. Disk utilization. Memory utilization. Correct? So let's say you carefully understand, okay, the CPU utilization on a server every time going 90% and above, then you raise a request that this server need more CPU, more memory. More CPU, more memory. Now, more CPU, more memory means you have to upgrade the server hardware. To upgrade a server hardware, you have to make a shut down the server. So there is a downtime. You have to take the permission from the user, from the stakeholder. There will be a downtime because we have to upgrade this server from 2 CPU to maybe 4 CPU, for an example. So let's say you already have approval of a downtime, then how you can do the resizing of a server? In the search box on the top, you just search size. No, not here. In the box, left hand side, over the size. And in the availability and a scroll, you get a size, all of you. Okay, click the size, please. And look at that, you are already in a D series machine, correct? Which machine? 2 CPU, 8 GB memory, DSV3, that is your series name. You can upgrade it to the next series in a D series V3 only. So when you scroll it down a little bit, you get DS4V3, right? Where you have an 4 GB, 4 CPU and 16 GB memory. Of course, the costing, everything you already have approval. So when you have to upgrade it, first you have to shut down the server, then you select DS4V3. Select the second one. And you just have to click the resize. Correct? And just hit the resize because you do not have a permission to use this SKU. Otherwise, in a real world environment, you are able to resize it. Is that clear? Yes, Sandeep? Yeah, Saurabh, I'm coming back to you just for a minute. Now, one very, very important part which you all have to understand as an administrator, that Microsoft provide you 100 of tools. Okay. So just remove this size option, Gayatri. Just delete the size word. What you have typed now. Just go to box and delete. Yes, you have to do the shutdown. Okay. Now on the left hand side, scroll down, please. The way you shut down the server through the portal also, you overview, you get a shutdown option, or if you are already logged in on a server, click a start button, shut down. Okay, Gopal. Now on the left hand side, you get operation. Everyone able to see operation? This is your lifeline as an administrator. Okay, operation. Maybe you have to put lot of your effort to understand lot of things here. I'm just giving you the basic idea. For example, you want to do some troubleshooting, and as I said, in a production environment, you cannot take the remote control of a VM, because once you create a VM, hand over to the user change the username and password, and then you do not know that. Okay, so without login to the VM, you can do a lot of things. For example, there is something called run command. Click the run command, Jyoti. Gayatri, sorry, run command. And let's say, for example, I want to see what is the IP address of a server. Can you little bit scroll down? And you have an IP config. Click. Say run. Just say run. So what it does, It run the IP config inside the VM and it will give you output here without login on a server. So there are a lot of script you can see on the left hand side. For example, if by mistake someone disable the RDP, by mistake someone disable the administrator account, everyone able to note here? Lot of options, right? Yeah. Lot of options. So now look at that, the whole IP address is coming to here for you. Yes, exactly. Yeah. From the console, super. And you are a champion. You can do a lot of tasks here. So, and then when you have a problem, remember when you work on Microsoft Azure portal and when you have a problem, everything you cannot do. You cannot do everything because platform is in control of Microsoft. Yes. Yeah. So on the left hand side, if you scroll it down completely from menu side, Gayatri, scroll down. You have a help. Click help. Scroll down. And in the help, you see that there is a lot of option. For example, if you miss the username and password, you can reset the password from here. Correct? Right? You can reset the password from here for your username. If you scroll it down below, you can set support and ticketing. And this you have to remember because many time it get asked in interview. If you have a problem which you cannot fix, what you do? You simply say, sir, then I open a support ticket. How? Last option, click support and troubleshooting. Click that. And just type, for example, VM get restarted. Say go. Click go. It says there is a lot of options. What is the issues with? I say that virtual machine running Windows. Next. Now it will automatically give you an advice. So it said that, okay, what you want, what type of issues you are facing, right? So my resource stop unexpectedly. Let's say you select the second one. Next. So it gives you a lot of, help. You just follow the screen. Second option, if you go a little bit up, up, more up, you are going down actually. You have to go scroll up. You have on the top, it automatically enable create a support request. Yes. Click that. So now you describe a problem. Go next. Correct? Yes. Go next. Click next. Next. And if you are having a premium support, the moment you open a support ticket, you will get an immediate call. What happened? And they will take a remote and they will do your job. So in Azure, you should not do every job by yourself. Correct? Now the last thing before we bind up. Last week, one of the user is have a problem that their virtual machine, they are not able to take control through VPN. So he has started troubleshooting. In order to troubleshoot, he mess up. Then he called me. He said, I have a problem. The VM was able to access till yesterday morning, but suddenly in the evening when I connect the VM through the VPN, it is not able to connect. I said, that's the thank you, but this is your problem or Microsoft problem? He say, maybe my problem. How can you come to know? If there is a problem at the Microsoft side and you are wasting your time in troubleshooting. Yes or no? So remember, whenever a problem come in the Microsoft world, AWS world, Google world, because 90% platform managed by them, you only see console, you cannot troubleshoot every service. So how can I first of all come to know that there is a problem in the Microsoft side? So go to Google, open a Google on the next side, on the next tab. Everyone type google.com. Google.com and just type AWS, Azure, Google, whatever. Just say Azure status, health status, Azure health status. Azure, not AWS, Azure health status. Just you get that. Please everyone bookmark this one. Bookmark. I see a lot of people feedback when they go for an interview. This question most of the time ask. Most of the time ask. You get Azure status. Click that. Same way you have AWS status. Same way you have a Google status. Okay. And you get scroll down. Just click, for example, Asia Pacific. And look at that in Asia Pacific, every region is listed on the top. For example, in West India, is there any problem in Azure compute fleet? Is there any problem in, let's say, cloud service? In any problem in Azure function, it will give you the red and that yellow mark. So before you troubleshoot anything, please come here. Please come here. Check that the service which you are trying to troubleshoot, is there any problem from the Microsoft side, from the AWS side, from the Google side? Do not jump on troubleshooting. Everyone make a note. Sometimes it happens, problem is not at the Microsoft end. Problem is at your own tenant end, because someone maybe do something R&D in the tenant, and because of that some services go for a toss. So can you scroll it up? Scroll up, Gayatri. You go to service, go to Azure Service Health dashboard. This is your dashboard. This is not a global dashboard. So it asks you to log in with your same credential for your Azure. It will only verify your tenant health status. Is there any issues? You say no issues. Is there any issues happen in the past? Go to history. Click health history. In a time range, drop down and select, let's say, last 1 year. Last one. Last, let's say, 3 months. You get the whole history. There is a problem happen. There is a problem happen in my tenant, in Simplilearn tenant, because Azure front door is not able to configure. So whenever the student try to configure Azure front door in Azure 305, it was not happening. A lot of trainer and student are scratching their head. What is happening? This is not the problem of I and you. It is a problem of Microsoft. So when you click that second one as your front door, this is what exactly it will give you. You can see that what the problem you have impacted service, what is the issues update. Is that clear, every one of you? Now you feel like you are administrator, have that knowledge and experience. Yes or no? Yes, please delete everything. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much, Gayatri. Stop your sharing. Yes, my dear friend, I park myself now here. And let me to have first any questions if I have before we jump to the daily our regular sessions, questions and answer. Yes, Sumant.
So basically, I just based on the chat, one incident happened in our organization. So basically, we request one ticket. The user saying is my D drive is occupying so much space. Please increase this. And the D drive space is a 2 TB. Okay, so how? So 2 TB, and user is saying that please increase that 200 GB. Okay, let's see. So we didn't know whether the partition is MBR or GPT. We only increase. We are just
Number
creating
one, master boot record cannot be extended. That is the
Absolutely
first.
correct. So after the digging all those things, finally we conclude, yeah, this is the MBR partition. It's not possible. We need to convert into GPT, then and then only it will be possible. This is a very, very funny things because so this is a
No, this is really it happens, right? The user, which I as a user, I do not know. I said that my IT team can do that, right? So I just did. Yes, that is a very, very good strategy. You can't do anything, right?
Absolutely. So basically, whenever we join this class, everybody know that the MBR partition has a limitations. Only 2 TB you can increase. Rest of all, you can't do that.
You can't do that. And number one, in MBR, you can only create 4 partition, not more
Yeah,
than 4.
this is on also, yeah. So most of the times are so many companies are going into the GPT partition.
Yes.
When we just adding the any disk, you should be created in a GPT partition.
Yes, only the C drive, generally we put it in a MBR. Rest all D, E, F, G, H, so everything is in a GPT.
GPT. Correct, absolutely.
Nice one, Sumant.
Yes, but in our organization, so many, because when we join in this class, we need to know the basic things as well. Windows servers, Windows, even Windows networking as well. Because if we go into the level 3, level 4, that times we need to know the basic things as well. Because we are the blank, so it will be can't be difficult to say anything to your manager, because this is our task.
Yes, what is happened, Sumant? You are pointing right, because end of the day when you are using, let's say, a VM, what are you managing? Operating system, correct now? So knowledge of operating system is must be, like if you are managing Linux operating system, knowledge of Azure is only limited to the portal, correct now? But your actual task happening in the background, end of the day. Yes.
Right now I'm in the Hitachi systems, okay, but I'm sitting in the Bajaj General insurance companies, okay. So we are handling their infrastructures. So we are handling Exchange servers, on premises, cloud Exchange as well, Windows server.
You are sitting in Bangalore, Marathali?
No, I'm sitting in Pune.
Pune office. Okay. I give you one very interesting one, if you maybe know. So Bajaj FinServ, they use SCCM. Okay.
Correct.
SCCM to manage the patch. And I was the architect when I designed that. But at that point of time,
Oh.
they have only, I think that 20 or 25 offices, right?
Okay.
So I design, I roll out, and we exit as a team, correct? After 3 years, they escalate because Microsoft go for a renewal, right? SCCM renewal.
Correct. Yeah.
So license renewal. So they say that no, the SCCM has this problem, that much problem. So we will not renew, or renew, then you have to give me 40% discount. Okay.
Correct.
So then Microsoft again involved me back. So again I come back. But this time I visit the Bangalore office, Marathali office, right? So, there, what the funniest thing they try to do with the SCCM, they try to push the image, and that image size is 30 GB.
Oh,
Windows, Windows 10 image, 10 or 11 image, right?
Yeah.
So they try to push to across all the site. I'm not 30 GB image. When you try to travel through the internet, it will take time, right? So it is stuck synchronizing for 1 week, 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks, and they are blaming that SCCM is not perfect.
Even the bandwidth also got taken.
Then I suggest that this way you will take 1 year to roll out all across, right? So yeah, sometimes this happens. Thanks.
So basically, right now the Bajaj Alliance, Bajaj and Alliance, they are different to each other. So we are just already migrated so many on-premises hardware to the new domain.
There is a lot of politics also going on, Sumant, right?
Every company has a politics, sir. So basically, we are focusing on our knowledge only. Forget about whatever they are doing.
Yes, exactly. So this is good, yeah. So it means that you are able to collaborate each other, yeah. Thanks, Sumant. Yes. So now let me to call Cycling. Yes, we talk about patching little bit, not more, but in the operational module. Okay, Raghu? Yes, friend, Cycling.
Yeah, hi Bipin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah,
how are you first?
I'm good, sir. How about you?
Good. Yes, buddy.
So,
what is your key takeaway today?
Today my key takeaway was like how to, first of all, basically we learned like how to create a VM and everything. And today the key takeaway was, if we have created a VM and if we want to upgrade or update the following particular things in a particular VM, so how to do it, and what all the steps taking, what all are the steps we need to make sure. And also, if there is a troubleshooting, we need to first think it's from our side or it's from the portal side, such as the Azure side. And we
do not scratch the head and try to troubleshooting, correct?
Yes, right, sir. So first we need to check, like, if there is any problem, then we need to check the Azure health status. If everything is fine there, then we need to look at our end as well. And we also know like how to upgrade a particular disk. If there is a shortage of disk in a particular VM, we saw like how to update that disk, how to add a particular disk. And that's all we have seen today. And apart from that, we have also seen how to upgrade the series within the series. I mean, within the series, what all things we can upgrade. We can't go from one series to another once the VM has been created.
You were in other module also, Cycling, by any chance?
Actually, I was there in earlier. I have joined in September only, September and October. I was there.
You are in 305 also, right? If I'm not wrong.
No, I have there in 104 earlier, and due to some issues, I missed out that particular. So due to some job issues, I just missed out that particular thing.
You are missing Sagufta?
Sorry?
Sagufta. Lady, you remember?
Yes.
Every day we call her in the last. She was so fantastic.
Yes.
Sir.
So yeah, I have been joined this again once more time. So I will do this time completely, and I'll move to 305 after Feb,
Yes, and so
hopefully.
do not drop now. Right?
Yeah,
Just
yes,
continue.
definitely I will, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. So I just have few doubts. So
Ah,
suppose if, as you can say I have a 2 years of experience, but particularly in as a data associate. So now I'm just jumping to cloud. So my first goal should be to be an Azure administrator. So like, or an administrator. So I should just keep on focusing these things such as VMs and the troubleshootings, and also focus on networking part. That's fine, right, sir?
that is the only thing. You have a 4 core:
Okay.
VM,
Mm-hmm.
storage,
Hmm.
networking, and the
Hmm.
last one is security.
Okay.
Other than, you do not need to focus as an administrator. There is a 200 plus services. Okay,
Okay.
these are the core services.
Okay.
Correct, no?
Okay.
And
Okay.
that once you do not have to learn it from bookish style if you crack the interview. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
the way you are getting here, no,
Mm-hmm.
that concept you have to catch it, because
Sure.
that you will not get in any kind of an article.
Yes. Right, sir. Right. That's
Yeah?
definitely true.
Yes, that's the problem.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Your teaching style is superb. Thank you.
Welcome, buddy. Rajiv, Rajiv, you there? Let me to call Sneha. Sneha gone. Sneha, you there? I think she's gone. Others. Hmm. Others, you there? Huh.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, today's session was really wonderful. I have learned a lot today. As yesterday, I was not able to create VM, but today I have done that, and also I have been able to learn like how to allocate the new disk as well
Yeah,
as
exactly.
how to troubleshoot the things. So it was really
And that
wonderful.
is the main thing, correct, now, others?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
yeah, the 90% job is not to create, is to troubleshoot only. Because creation
correct.
is one time, right? You create one time and then you get it. Okay. So how you overall enjoy the session, others?
It is really interacting actually. So the best part is like interaction between the candidates, and each one are helping each other. So that's
Yeah,
how we
and
learn quickly.
today
Yeah.
what I surprise I see in the morning, uh, when we come to a lab, lot of you, no, you are saying, just including you, I done that, I created that. So it is like a wow. That's very good. Well, yes, so that is fine that you in the first lecture, if you are all of you are able to grasp it and able to do it, it's my victory, to be very frank. Yes,
Yeah,
thanks.
correct, sir. Yeah. Thank you.
Good. So next we are talking others, storage. So be there. That is a very important topic.
Yeah, sure, I'll be there.
Yeah. Yes. So let me to call Neha. So how to delete Neha? You see, are you able to see my screen? Hello.
Hello. Hi, Vipin.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, yes.
So here you have a 3 dash, okay, and
Mm,
you get all resources.
okay.
So click all resources. You get a checkbox, first checkbox, and then hit the delete button.
Okay. Okay. But Vipin, like Neha this side. Uh,
Huh.
so like what happened today is like I joined the session on time, but my Wi-Fi was not working, so I joined from my
Oh,
yeah, mobile. Now
mobile.
since like I joined from my mobile, so I was not able to cope up with the lab things. Now yesterday, what my husband did is like he deleted my whole, lab practice lab. So now I'm trying to deploy the virtual machine again. So it is
Okay.
getting failed. So like I am not sure like what I am missing there, but yeah, can you help once? Should I share my screen for a while?
Sure, sure. Just for a minute, if you can quickly share, I will get.
Yeah, yeah.
Just hold everyone and just just within 2 minutes, I will come back, return back for the further discussion. Yeah. Yes, Neha.
Yeah. So this is I am doing. Yeah.
So first you delete everything. Yes, Neha, quickly. Same 3 dash on the top. All resources. All resources. Select the first one and say delete.
Okay.
And just type delete below and click delete. And hit the delete button. Yeah. Now go back to Azure. I think you missed the sharing. Share it again and then. Neha, I think that your sharing is missed. Or if I'm not wrong, I lost you. Hope Neha is all right. Yes. While Neha is joining back, let me to call. Hey, Bublan. Yes, Smriti. Yes. Kamal. Kamal, you there? Kamal Singh. Mir.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, Kamal. Hey, Kamal. Huh?
Yeah. How are you?
Yes.
So,
I'm doing fine. Yes.
yeah. Yesterday also I am just like things only looking. I am not doing myself. But today I tried with parallelly. So it is very good experience. And earlier I attended that AWS class also. So it is like quite similar with the same which we are performing in the
Yes,
AWS.
exactly. Correct. Yes, Kamal. That is
Yeah.
a very good thing. Good to notice.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. But I feel like something is good in Azure and something is good in AWS. Like
yes.
there we for monitoring there we have to in AWS we have to create the task for the monitoring, but here it is automatically showing while we are
Yes.
created the VM. So
It's,
yeah, it
it's
is
a
good.
reason, Kamal. You know why? Because AWS is more oriented towards infrastructure as a service. Okay. Azure is
Okay.
more towards platform as a service.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And
Nice.
second, in AWS, when you use that CloudWatch, now CloudWatch was a different company, and
Oh,
AWS acquired that company. It is not a native product of cloud. So that
oh,
is the
it means
reason why when you use CloudWatch, you have to pay. Correct.
yes. Okay, that you mean like in AWS that is the third person is like doing the monitoring things.
Yeah, exactly. So
On
that is
in,
the reason you have to pay.
oh, okay. This
And
it is not
in
showing in
Azure,
my.
you have a SCORM. Yeah, if you heard the word System Center Operation Manager, that is Microsoft own monitoring product. Same
Okay.
product they have extended here, so there is no charge.
Okay. Nice. So it is good to correlate that both the things. Actually, I get some 1 month break in between, so little I like need to be recap my old sessions with AWS. Then it will be more enjoyable with correlating both the things together.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yes.
That's very good.
Like
So I hope that you yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
Sorry.
I'm saying that you overall able to now, because you already coming from the AWS environment, you are now able to correlate, right? That is a good.
Yeah. That is like interesting things. Like while I coming in the cloud, so earlier I am thinking like it is only the theory because my earlier task is totally technical support. So that only days I am missing. So now here also like so much thrill is coming. Like it is little bit to, like remembering the things in a short term, but if we will work with this system, then maybe it will be enjoyable in a future.
Enjoyable. Yes, exactly. So otherwise, what will happen, Kamal? Because I and you, we both we work in a different domain, correct now?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
if you are not able to, because I am teaching, I am anyhow on the weekend, I am able to spend some time, so I am able to
Exactly.
connect it. But if you look at
Correct.
my actual nature of job, that is different. Correct.
Oh,
I
okay.
hardly use the portal. I hardly do a login. I do not do all this. Right. I only
Okay.
work on a PPT, PowerPoint, and Excel.
Oh, exactly. Okay. Okay. So you are from which domain, if you don't mind?
So I basically handle the architect from AI and DevOps side.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I taken the course from Simplilearn for the DevOps as well.
So AJ 400 is going to launch in 31st of I think 30th of January.
Yeah, but first I will complete this.
No worry, no worry, no worry.
Then maybe after April I will continue with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chalo, thank you, Kamal.
Thank
I
you.
hope you enjoy
Thanks.
and level to learn. Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Yes. Arati, today you silent.
Yeah, actually.
You are silent today.
No, I'm actually just going through it.
Okay. So,
Not able to do the lab.
no worry. So you have a recording available,
Yes, I will do it after some time. Yeah.
Yes. So by the way, how you understand Arati? Are you able to get the
Actually, I
context?
have done the AG204 earlier.
And that's why I remember. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So for
So,
you, that is now.
yeah, I will do that. Like, okay, if I miss this, that was confident. Yeah. Once I go through recording, I will do that.
Yes, exactly.
That much confidence I have, and I'm starting learning the interview and all these things. So side by side. Yeah.
You are preparing,
So
huh? Very good.
yeah, I'm preparing side by side. So 31st we have AZ400. So
You are also there, yeah, inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So
So
in
So
1 month.
you have to now, Arathi, maybe along with this one, you have to start 204 revision also side by side.
Yes. Side by side. Yes.
Yeah, you have to do that
Yeah.
because
Because
that is
that.
related to coding. This is administration, so two different worlds
Yes.
now.
Yeah, and actually, that in 204 we deeply go through development, and in that
Yes.
we how, when, why, like that question we clear here.
Yes.
Yeah, so that is the main thing.
Good. Nice to
So
see you,
yeah,
Arathi, one more time. Very good.
yes,
So that's it.
and as you are awesome always, so we don't have that 4 hours. Yeah, just starting from 9 to 1, it's like yeah, just sudden gone.
I'm able to see there is a one more 2-3 person who is from my previous Gregory. Hey Gregory, I think so. Two of you from the older batch. That's a good one.
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect, Aradhi. So same way I know much and which module you learn from me. The way
Yes.
remains same. No challenge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Aradhi. And when
Thank
you
you, sir.
prepared, you just let me know. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever help I can do that.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish, and have a bye-bye. I think someone raised the hand. Who raised the hand?
Oh, hi, Bipin.
Hey, Sandeep.
Yes. So I have just one question. Actually, I didn't raise the hand, but it's good enough. So Bipin, I have a question. Like yesterday, like I spoke about the architect thing, and you said like I am opting for 305. So what about like the AI? Does it like include like AI DevOps and all those things, or for that it's a different thing? 400.
It's a no, 400 is not AI. AI is AI 102.
Okay, AI 102.
102. Okay. So that is a very good module to understand, Sandeep, because not today. I'm not talking about that you learn and you go for a job right now, but 3 years down the line, what I am able to see, okay, that it is going to take over everywhere. So if you want to prepare yourself for another 5 years, you start have to learning AI now
Okay.
as a consultant. Correct now, because very soon you will start getting lot of requirement to design AI based application.
Okay. So
So
basically, as I told you yesterday, like I am interested into like architect and all those things because right now I'm working as an administrator. So that's the reason like I was asking like will it be a good path for me opting for AI 102?
it is always a good path, but not from today perspective, especially if you are in India.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you are targeting outside India, maybe in Europe, maybe in Middle East, is if you have an AI certification, your job is like that. As I said yesterday, I was discussing with someone. I said that out of the 100 projects which I do in a year, almost like a 30-35 is in the Middle East only. And out of this 30-35, you know that 15-16 is only AI.
Okay.
They start
So
demanding now.
I
Application should be AI
I
enabled.
will need. Yes, sir. Sorry. Yes, continue, sir. I
Yeah. So,
was like
so
asking
it
something.
means that having an AI knowledge is must now.
Okay. So I will need some guidance, Bipin. Like I believe you are available in
No, you do.
definitely you are available in LinkedIn.
Yeah. So I'm saying that you do not have to do a lot of things here. You just type here, for example, OpenAI in Azure. Create your own Azure tenant, personal tenant, and you can do a lot of things by yourself. And you will get something called AI Foundry. And in this AI Foundry, when you create that, you will get all the services which you have think of, like your face recognition service, and you just click. There is a playground. Like click, do type something in a prompt in a playground and see the magic happen. Self-explanatory. So at least the basic one you can get now, Sandeep. For that you do not have to attend
Okay.
training, but you need
Okay.
your personal account.
Hello everyone, welcome to an amazing video of Simplilearn on Azure DevOps. This video will help you understand the use of DevOps in Azure, as well as it will help you explore the in-depth services and features provided to you by Azure DevOps. So without doing any further ado, let's start with the video. But before moving ahead, please do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for more updates from Simplilearn. So let's see what we are going to cover in this video. First, we will understand what is Azure DevOps, followed by features of Azure DevOps. Then we will dive into and explore Azure DevOps services, followed by Azure DevOps Server, and then we will look into the Azure DevOps services and Azure DevOps Server differences. And at last, we will explore Azure DevOps Labs with proper demonstration. So let's get started. So what is Azure DevOps? Azure DevOps enables teams to organize work, collaborate on code development, and build and deploy applications using developer services. Azure DevOps is a culture and set of protocols that brings together developers, project managers, and contributors to collaborate on software development. It enables businesses to create and enhance products more quickly than they could with traditional software development methods. You can use Azure DevOps services in the cloud or Azure DevOps Server on premises. Azure DevOps has built-in functionality that you may access via a web browser or an IDE client. Depending on your business needs, you can use one or more of the following standalone services. Azure Repos. Azure DevOps are built-in functionality. So for source management of your code, Azure Repos offer Git repositories or Team Foundation version control. Azure Pipelines. Build and release services provided by Azure Pipelines to assess continuous integration and delivery of your applications. Azure Boards. Using Kanban and Scrum methodologies, Azure Boards provides a set of agile tools for planning and tracking work, code bugs, and issues. Azure Test Plans. Manual and exploratory testing and continuous testing are among the options available in Azure Test Plans for testing your applications. And at last, Azure Artifacts. This allows teams to share packages from public and private sources, including Maven, NPM, NuGet, and more, and incorporate package sharing into their pipelines. So this brings us to the features of DevOps. First we have is dashboard control. You can rapidly navigate to different regions of the project, build and manage dashboards, and set dashboard widgets using the DevOps dashboard functionality. Then we have improved source control. Git and Team Foundation version control, a centralized client-server system, which are two prominent methods of source control supported by Azure DevOps solution. To observe change history, you can add and manage Azure Git tags, reviews, downloads, and modify files. Following that, we have plan and track your work. You can utilize Azure DevOps systems to track features, requirements, user stories, tasks, issues, and more using a variety of work items. Then we have integrated collaboration servers, a tool that allows teams to collaborate throughout the whole Azure DevOps feature set, including team dashboards, project wiki, discussion within work item forms, and many others. Then we have support for exploratory testing. Manual exploratory and continuous testing are made easier with Azure DevOps, which include workflow customization, end-to-end traceability, criteria-based selection, and real-time visualization that show the test activities. And at last comes continuous integration and deployment. Many developers use CI/CD, and Azure DevOps makes it so easy to do so. Developers may automate various design activities with Azure pipelines, including defining and building association steps, writing test instructions, and managing simultaneous releases. Well, this brings us to Azure DevOps Services. You get an integrated set of services and tools with Azure DevOps to manage your software project, from planning to development to testing and deployment. A client or server model is used to deliver these services. Many of them are offered via a user-friendly web interface that works with all major browsers. So source control, build pipelines, and work tracking are just a few of the services that may be managed through a client. You can see the left pane is where you access Azure DevOps Services as demonstrated in the figure below. So now that we have covered Azure DevOps Services, let's move on to Azure DevOps Server. Version control, reporting, requirements, management, project management, automated builds, testing, and release management are all capabilities of Azure DevOps Server, a Microsoft product. It provides DevOps features and spans the complete application cycle. So now that we know what Azure DevOps Services and Azure DevOps Server are, so let's have a crisp comparison between them to know how exactly they differ from each other. Despite the fact that Azure DevOps Service is a hosted version of Azure DevOps Server, there are several features that differ. Some functions of Azure DevOps Server aren't available in Azure DevOps Services. So when deciding which platform to use or considering a transition from on-premises to the cloud, keep the following points in mind: scope and scale data, authentication, users and groups, and manage user access. So first is scope and scale data. Azure DevOps Services and Azure DevOps Server are slightly different. Organizations and projects are currently the only alternatives for scoping and scaling data. Azure DevOps Services organization get their own URLs and always have exactly one project collection, whereas deployment, project collection, and projects are the three methods for scoping and scaling data in Azure DevOps Server. Then we have authentication. To connect to Azure DevOps Services using the public internet, depending on your organization's arrangement, you can use Microsoft account credentials or Azure AD credentials to log in. You can also configure Azure AD to require multi-factor authentication, IP address restrictions, and other security features. But you connect to an intranet serving using Azure DevOps Server. Windows authentication and your Active Directory domain credentials are used to log in. So this method is completely open and you will never be asked to sign in. Next we have users and groups. You may use a similar technique to grant access to groups of users in Azure DevOps Services. Azure AD groups can be added to Azure DevOps Services group. So you must add users one at a time if you utilize Microsoft account instead of Azure AD. On the other hand, by adding Active Directory groups to multiple Azure DevOps groups, you may grant user access to deployment in Azure DevOps Server. The membership of AD groups are kept in sync, so users gain and lose access to Azure DevOps Server as they're added and withdrawn in AD. And at last, there is manage user access. You manage access to features in Azure DevOps and Azure DevOps Server by assigning users to an access level. Each user in your Azure DevOps Services organization must be assigned an access level. As usual, as Visual Studio subscriber sign in, Azure DevOps Services verifies them. So without a Visual Studio subscription, you can give basic access to 5 users for free. Whereas all use of Azure DevOps Server is on the honor system. Specify the access levels on the administration page to set access levels for users based on their license and assign unlicensed user stakeholder access only. So now that we have covered all the important features and concepts of Azure DevOps, now let's move on to the next very important aspect of Azure DevOps, which is Azure DevOps Lab. The Azure DevOps Lab is a place where you can learn about software development and operations with Azure DevOps services. You can simplify and speed up the DevOps process. It explains how to use Azure DevOps services to automate software delivery and satisfy business requirements. So to understand it in a better way, let's have a demo of Azure DevOps Lab. So let's start with our Azure DevOps demo. So first, what we need to do is navigate to this website, azure.microsoft.in, or we can directly log in through dev.azure.com also. So first what we need to do is sign into a Microsoft Azure account. So after signing in, you'll be led to this page that you just need to click on continue. And here what you need to do is create an organization under which you're gonna create your projects, multiple projects, and you're gonna attach your team members to it or group members to it whom you want to give the access to your projects. So what is the difference between organization and project is, if you have given anybody access to your organization or somebody is a part of your organization, then that particular individual will have access to all of your projects. But if you have given somebody only access to your project, then he'll be only restricted to that particular project. He won't be able to access any other project that is present under that particular organization that you both are part of. So basically, organization is something that is used to connect to groups of a related project or somebody who is already a part of a particular organization. So here we will give it a name. So I am giving simply demo as the organization name. And here you can see that the projects under this organization will be hosted under the South India region. And we need to enter the captcha. And click on continue. Just a second. So now you can see it is saying that it is taking you to an organization. Okay, so we already have an organization of the same name. So let's just change it to something else. Let's give it simply demo org. So here you can see this saying that it's taking to your Azure DevOps organization where you'll be creating your projects. So now you can see your organization name here, and here you just need to create a project name. So I'm giving it simply demo project. Now below you can see visibility. We can opt either public or private. So what is public or private? So basically, if you keep the visibility of the project public, then once you copy this URL, so as I was saying, once you copy this URL into some other browser or incognito mode, you will be able to have the access to the project. But if you keep its visibility private, then only the people who have real access to your organization or to your project will be able to access that project or will be able to see that project or work on it. As you can see, public projects are disabled for our organization, so we can't select public, so we'll go for private and click on create project. Now here you can see the home page of your organization where you have this project, and here you can access the statistics of project, how it is performing, how much time you have contributed to it, or what all services you have added to your project. And down below you will be able to see that there is just one member, which is the root user of this project, and once you start adding more members to your project, it will their details will be added to this particular block. So now here you can see these are the services, boards, repos, pipelines, test plans, and artifacts services that is provided to you to add to your project. So now let's have a look at them one by one. So first one is boards. As we click on boards, you can see multiple options, your work items, boards, backlogs, sprints, queries, delivery plans. Here you can see it is all empty as we haven't added any service or we haven't worked on a project yet. So let's just click on new work item. So here you can see one is epic, issue, and task. So epic is an option that is, you can see a pro option for work items. So basically epic represents business initiative to be accomplished, and it is basically available for basic, agile, scrum, and CMMI process templates. So what it exactly does is increases customer engagement, that whatever your project is, if it's the engagement of your project, that how it's performing and how it is performing towards the people whom you have given access to the project. Also helps to create new architecture to improve the performance of your project, and it also supports mobile applications. So basically when you're deploying any mobile application in your project or creating a mobile application as a project, so it will be able to support that as well. Let's click on Epic. So here you can see you need to enter a title for your Epic option. So here you need to add the title of your Epic, like for say we are creating a healthcare or an e-commerce application. So obviously it will be segmented into different parts, like you'll be having search options or support options or home page. So we just need to give it a name, and here you can see its state is to do. For now we just have to do, because we haven't actually created anything in our project and we haven't given any input. So it's in to-do list, and once we start working on it, we can change the state. It can be in progress or completing. So there are multiple states for your Epic. And here you can see the area is simply demo project. That means that we want to assign this search new Epic into this project. And we can also click description over here, that what exactly our new Epic is about. Like for search options, we need to specify or give a description that this is for searching options related to our application. Like for healthcare, one can type medicines or doctors or slots. So that is thing that we can add in our description, that it will help the user to understand what this feature is about. So this was epic, and once done we can click on save. So here you can see other stuffs also, like priority. So we can select priority according to our will. So here by default it is priority 2. So priority basically is which function will come first. And here you can mention start date, target date. So once it's done, you can click on save. Now let's move to the next one. Second, what we have is issue. So basically issues are for you to track your work, and epics are used to track the group work and the large scenarios. But this is track like we saw the project statistics, so it will help you to understand the individual progress. So basically issues are raised when you find any obstacle in your progress or in your work. So it can be compared to impediments also. So when you're working with Agile, you need to deal with issues. So by default we have Agile to our project assigned. So like for example, we can see that we have a meeting. So during the meeting, members report if they have encountered any bug or any impediments. So what next we have to do is we have to track them and resolve it. So these are the issues that can one can find, like possibilities. So you can assign here and give it a description again and just save it. So once a user faces these issues, we can keep a track of it, and once it is raised, we can resolve it. Coming to the next one. Next we have is task. So by the name only we can well understand what task is. So a task is a smaller item or smaller segment to track activity that contains all the information needed to accomplish a part of an issue, or you can say user story requirements. So this option is available for basic, Agile, Scrum and CMMI process templates. So again we can give it a name, what task we want to assign, and give it a description, and according to that we can select the priority and save it. So the task will be added to your project. We are not assigning any task right now because, as I said, we haven't added any particular project or particular details or application, or we haven't deployed any application yet in our project. So that is why we are not adding anything over here again, because first we need to understand what these services are and what these services are used for. Next we have backlogs. So backlogs helps you to understand the flow of your project. Like today you have contributed 10% of your time, and you have completed the 10% of the work, or you have worked on certain segments of the project, like for say you have worked on the support area. So it helps you to understand and keep a track of the flow of your project, how it is performing and how it is developing and how it is built every day. Next we have is sprints. So sprints are basically a time-boxed intervals that supports your team's ability to work using the agile processes and tools. So what you can do is, whether you're having let's say you're having a healthcare application, so you just need to have a segment of it and drop it over here. So what it will do is it will get the attention of all the team members. So basically what it does, it makes your project more manageable. It increases the quality of your project and also makes it work even more faster and more frequently once you add the segment to the sprint. So you can say it in one way, it gets the priority and people need to work on it, and it gives your project more flexibility to adapt to change. Now sometimes what happens is many associates scrum sprints with agile software development. So sometimes agile are often thought to be the same thing. Coming to the next one, we have queries. So the query page basically remembers the view you have last navigated, and when you log in again or when you come back again to the same portal, it returns you to that very particular view only. So you can say that it runs with Azure DevOps command line interface, and all the open all the pages like you have gone through, you can keep a track of it over here. You just need to click over here all, and you can just see all the queries you have defined in all this while, and also you can share the queries with the team members, so they can also know that where you have been working lately, or which segment you have been working on, or what was the last navigation which you have been going through in this whole project. So it can help you manage your project in a more efficient way and keep a track of how and what all segments you have been working on and what all segments you need to work on in your project. Coming to the next one, we have delivery plans. So here you can see we haven't created any plan yet. So basically, delivery plans are a calendar view of multiple teams or team backlogs or individual backlogs from different projects. So basically, it replaces the delivery plans marketplace extension, and it is only available for Azure DevOps services. So here you can say it's a summary or time summary of all the projects you have been working on in a particular organization. So now that we have covered both, let's move to the next one, which is repos. So with the name itself, we can well understand that repo stands for repositories. So basically, it is a set of repositories that allows you to control and manage your project code. Like for say you're deploying a healthcare application, so these repos options help you create repositories and manage your code of that particular application in a more efficient way. So what you can do is you can connect project solutions by using the repos link. As you can see here, it is shown. So let's look into its option one by one. First we have files. So in files, your project solution will be available in this section. So repositories can create, manage and import those solutions. Okay, so you just need to upload your solutions of your code or your project here, and it will just create repositories for it, and it will help you manage those solutions in a better way. And you can see these clone to your computer, push an existing repository from command line, and import a repositories if you want to import any solution. Like here you can just click on import and add the solution to a repository. So this is what files do. Basically, you can see it's like a physical folder itself where you have all your many files or repositories or solutions, you can say, of data. So basically it functions like a physical folder itself. So it helps you keep a track of your codes and everything. Next comes is commits. So in commit section, we can manage commit history for your repositories that you have created in files. So it just commits those repositories with author details from branches. Like for say we have a team, one from support branch and one from management branch. So whoever creates that repositories and adds the solution, it commits that repositories under that particular member of the team with the branch name. Then comes pushes. So push histories are available in this section from each pull request done by the developers. Developers, for say, the team members who have been working on this particular project and creating repositories and solutions. So what is pull request? So pull request or PRs are a way to change or review or merge code in our repositories. So basically team uses these PRs to review code and give feedbacks or changes, whether for say you are deploying a code or a solution. So one can review them, what all changes needs to be made or what all upgradation needs to be made, or whether the code is already fine or not. So basically teams use these PRs to review the solutions and codes stored in these repositories, or you can merge multiple solutions or multiple codes into the main branch. So basically reviewers can step through the proposed changes and leave those comments and vote to approve or reject that particular code, or you can say to upgrade or what all changes we want to make it. They vote for it, that whether that needs to be made to that particular solution or not. So these are the PRs. Next, we have branches. So we can manage multiple branching information in this particular section. You can create or release branches from master to dev. Okay, so all users can actually create or release branches from branching information available in this particular section. Next come tags. So tags are used to point out specific commits, like giving message tags and data information to branches. You can create your naming conventions to branches by using commit tags. And the next one is pull request, which we have already discussed, the PRs that are basically used in pushes. So now we have completed repos also. So let's move on to the next one, which is pipelines. So here you can see that we don't have any pipeline created for us yet. So let's have a look at its provided options one by one. So the first one is environments. So basically it is a collection of resources where you actually deploy your application that you're working on. So you can say it contains one or more virtual machines, containers, web apps, etc. Whatever resources you have actually used for deploying your application, or what all services you have used for creating the environment for the deployment of your application. For say we need to deploy our application and it needs in Windows Java environment. So whatever resources you need to create that environment, that will be added to this environment list. It will be listed over this section. Next we have releases option. So basically this pipeline stores the data of your pipelines or stages or tasks and deployments in Azure pipelines, that deployments you have done so far in your applications, for your applications actually. So you can say that it helps your team continuously deliver software to your customers at a faster pace with a very minimum, you can say, lower risk. So you can fully automate the testing and the delivery of your software or applications on multiple stages. Or you can also set up an automated process with approvals and on-demand deployments. Then comes library. So again, you can see the page is blank. From the name itself, you can scrutinize that it will be a collection of assets from Azure DevOps projects. So basically, it is a collection of build and release assets of a particular project. So assets defined in a library can be used in multiple builds and multiple releases pipelines of the project. Okay, so all assets that are defined in a library share a common security model. So you can control who can define new items in a library and who can use an existing item that you have already added in this library. So roles are defined for library items. Per se, you have added a particular asset or particular item to this library segment, and you can assign a particular member who will be working on this item. Okay, so roles are defined here for these, and these governs the operation you can perform on those items. That person will be keeping track of whatever changes have been made or whatever upgradation has been made to the particular item that has been added to this segment, library segment. So then comes task groups. So task groups are a way to standardize and centrally manage deployment steps for all applications in your projects. So when you include a task group in your definition and then make a change centrally to the task group, the change is automatically reflected in all the definitions. So we can conclude with this that a task group allows you to encapsulate a sequence of tasks already defined in, you can say, build or a release pipelines or into a single task group. So it just encapsulates all those sequence of tasks. So you can choose to extract the parameters from those encapsulated tasks as configured variables and abstract the rest of the task information. So what happens is the new task group is automatically added to the task catalog, and it is ready to be added to other release and build pipelines. So task groups are stored at the project level and are not accessible outside the project group. So the task groups will be only limited to the members who you have assigned in this project, and it won't be accessible to the other people or other team members from different projects, even though they are the member of the same organization. So you can say it's more of a private segment. Now that we have covered task groups, next we have deployment groups. So deployment groups are only available with classic release pipelines, and it is totally different from the deployment jobs. It is basically a collection of deployment related steps defined in a YAML file to accomplish a specific task. So In nutshell, it is a logical set of deployment target machines that have agents installed on each one. The deployment groups represent the physical environment, for example, testing or development or production environment. So a development group is just another grouping of agents, much like an agent pool, you can say. So what you can do with this is you can specify the security context and runtime targets for the agents, or you can let yourself view live logs for each server as a deployment take place. Or you can also enable you to use machine tags to limit deployment to a specific set of servers. So this was about deployment groups. Now that we have covered one more service, let's move on to the next one, that is test plans. So test plans, the first one we have is progress report. So you can analyze with this only. The progress report will be the progress of the project you have been working on, or the deployments you have been doing, or the tasks you have been performing. So basically it lets you analyze and view data for more than one or an individual test plans in a particular project. So data for test plans can be migrated from an on-premises Azure DevOps server that won't show up in this report. Okay. So basically this section lets you drill down by each test plans and give you summary of each test plan in it. So this section also lets you to navigate to a test plan or suite of choice by double clicking on it. Okay. So this was the progress report. Next we have runs. So basically it represents the execution of pipelines. So during a run, the pipeline is processed and agents process one or more jobs. So when you run a pipeline, many things happen under the cover. While you often won't need to know about them, occasionally it's useful to have the bigger picture, right? So Azure pipelines will get processed under this test runs segment. So you'll be able to see what all performance is happening over here. Like while you're running a pipeline, you can see the running state, the date you have started that, or what all that running pipeline includes, like jobs, steps, and tasks. So runs power both continuous integration and continuous delivery pipelines. Next we have load test. So basically Azure load testing is a fully managed Azure service that enables developers and testers to generate high-scale load with custom Apache JMeter scripts and gain actionable insights to catch and fix performance bottlenecks at scale. So basically, application performance and resiliency are more important than ever before. So how you can run an Azure DevOps test? So first you need to click on it and select a test suite that contains all the automated tests, and you can just choose the run test option. And it will start processing it. So this service basically simulates traffic for your application, you can say, regardless of on which platform or where it is actually hosted. So now that we have covered test plans as well, let's move on to the next one, that is artifacts. So this is the last service that is provided to your project by Azure DevOps. So artifacts is a byproduct produced during the software development process. So it mainly consists of the project source code, dependency, or binaries or resources that could be represented in different layout depending on the particular technology. So it's like an extension that makes it easier to discover, install, or publish, and Maven packages in Azure DevOps. It's basically deeply integrated with other hubs like Build, so that package management can become a seamless part for your existing workflows. So what is exactly it is used for? So it can be used for both public and private organization with teams of any size. It basically manages your npm or NuGet packages via feeds, and it allows you to create and share your Maven. So it's a package management solution integrated with your Azure DevOps. So this was all about the services that is provided to your projects. So now that you know what all services do for your project and what are their benefits and how they function, now you can actually plan your project and start creating and working on it and start deploying with the users and what all services you want for your particular project. So what you can do is click here on project setting. Just a second. Yeah, you can just click on project setting. So now what you can do is you can add in description that what your actual project is about. So for say, like I said, if you're creating in a healthcare application, so you can just give it a description that it is for healthcare related issues, queries, and helps needed, and like you're tying that particular application with different hospitals or healthcare organizations. So you can actually add those information in this description. And the process, which basically it is basic or private one, but you do get a range of process for your project when it depending on the visibility of it, like for Agile or Scrum, you can say. So now here you can see that only my ID is attached to it, as I'm the only member here and I'm the administrator. So you can add members here, and scrolling down, you can, now that you know what all services provide you or what they provide to your project, so depending on the need of your project, you can just select the services you want to assign to your particular project. Like, per se, if I don't want boards assigned to it, or you can say if I don't want the services provided by the boards, you can just click on it and select remove boards, and I just need to refresh it. So yeah, here you can see I have overview, repos, pipelines, artifacts, but I don't have test plans and boards. As you can see, test plan is basically all the collection of whatever you're managing, which is indirectly assigned to boards. So as you remove the boards, the test plans also get removed. Okay, and once like this, you can just select what all services you want specifically, and if you want to delete your project, you can just go ahead and delete it. So this was all about the Azure DevOps services and Azure DevOps Virtual Studio, we can say, and how the demonstration of how a project actually functions in this Virtual Studio.
Imagine you're the owner of a small software development firm and you want to scale your business up. However, a small team size, the unpredictability of demand, and limited resources are roadblocks for this expansion. That's when you hear about cloud computing. But before investing money into it, you decide to draw up the differences between on-premise and cloud-based computing to make a better decision. When it comes to scalability, you pay more for an on-premise setup and get lesser options too. Once you've scaled up, it is difficult to scale down and often leads to heavy losses in terms of infrastructure and maintenance costs. Cloud computing, on the other hand, allows you to pay only for how much you use, with much easier and faster provisions for scaling up or down. Next, let's talk about server storage. On-premise systems need a lot of space for their servers, notwithstanding the power and maintenance hassles that come with them. On the other hand, cloud computing solutions are offered by cloud service providers who manage and maintain the servers, saving you both money and space. Then we have data security. On-premise systems offer less data security, thanks to a complicated combination of physical and traditional IT security measures, whereas cloud computing systems offer much better security and lets you avoid having to constantly monitor and manage security protocols. In the event that a data loss does occur, the chance for data recovery with on-premise setups are very small. In contrast, cloud computing systems have robust disaster recovery measures in place to ensure faster and easier data recovery. Finally, we have maintenance. On-premises systems also require additional teams for hardware and software maintenance, loading up the costs by a considerable degree. Cloud computing systems, on the other hand, are maintained by the cloud service providers, reducing your costs and resource allocation substantially. So now, thinking that cloud computing is a better option, you decided to take a closer look at what exactly cloud computing is. Cloud computing refers to the delivery of on-demand computing services over the internet on a pay-as-you-go basis. In simpler words, rather than managing files and services on a local storage device, you'll be doing the same over the internet in a cost-efficient manner. Cloud computing has two types of models: deployment model and service model. There are three types of deployment models: public, private, and hybrid cloud. Imagine you're traveling to work. You've got three options to choose from. One, you have buses, which represent public clouds. In this case, the cloud infrastructure is available to the public over the internet. These are owned by cloud service providers. Two, then you have the option of using your own car. This represents the private cloud. With the private cloud, the cloud infrastructure is exclusively operated by a single organization. This can be managed by the organization or a third party. And finally, you have the option to hail a cab. This represents the hybrid cloud. A hybrid cloud is a combination of the functionalities of both public and private clouds. Next, let's have a look at the service models. There are three major service models available: IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Compared to on-premise models, where you'll need to manage and maintain every component, including applications, data, virtualization, and middleware, cloud computing service models are hassle-free. IaaS refers to infrastructure as a service. It is a cloud service model where users get access to basic computing infrastructure. They are commonly used by IT administrators. If your organization requires resources like storage or virtual machines, IaaS is the model for you. You'll only have to manage the data, runtime, middleware, applications, and the OS, while the rest is handled by the cloud providers. Next, we have PaaS. PaaS, or Platform as a Service, provides cloud platforms and runtime environments for developing, testing, and managing applications. This service model enables users to deploy applications without the need to acquire, manage, and maintain the related architecture. If your organization is in need of a platform for creating software applications, PaaS is the model for you. PaaS only requires you to handle the applications and the data. The rest of the components like runtime, middleware, operating systems, servers, storage, and others are handled by the cloud service providers. And finally, we have SaaS. SaaS, or Software as a Service, involves cloud services for hosting and managing your software applications. Software and hardware requirements are satisfied by the vendors, so you don't have to manage any of those aspects of the solution. If you'd rather not worry about the hassles of owning any IT equipment, the SaaS model would be the one to go with. With SaaS, the cloud service provider handles all components of the solution required by the organization. Time for a quiz now. In which of the following deployment models are you, as the business, responsible for the application, data, and operating system? 1. IaaS. 2. PaaS. 3. SaaS. 4. IaaS and PaaS. Let us know your answer in the comment section below.
Everybody likes stories, so let's get started with a story. In a city not so far away, a CEO had plans to expand his company globally and called one of his IT personnel for an IT opinion. And this guy has been in the company for a long time and is very seasoned with the company's infra. And he nicely answered the questions with what he foresaw. And he said, I have a good news and a bad news for us to go global. And he starts with the good news. He said, Sir, we're well on our way to become one of the world's largest shipping company. And the bad news is, however, our data centers have almost run out of space, and setting up new ones around the world would be too expensive and very time consuming. Now the IT personnel, let's call him Mike, he explains the situation from how he saw it. But the CEO had done some homework about how he was going to do it, and he answered Mike saying, don't worry about that, Mike. I've come up with a solution for a problem, and it's called Microsoft Azure. Well, Mike is an hard-working and honest IT professional working for that company, but he did not spend time on learning the latest technologies. And he asked this question very honestly, how does it solve a problem? And the CEO begins to explain Azure to Mike, and he starts with what is cloud computing, and then he goes on and talks about Azure and the services offered by Azure and why Azure is better than the other cloud providers, and what are the great companies that uses Azure and how they got benefited out of it. And then he winds it all up with the use cases of Azure. So he begins his explanation saying Microsoft Azure is known as the cloud service provider, and it works on the basis of cloud computing. Now, Microsoft Azure is formerly known as Windows Azure, and it's Microsoft's public cloud computing platform. It also provides a range of cloud services, including some of them are compute, analytics, storage, and networking. We can always pick and choose from these services to develop and scale our applications, or even plan on running existing applications in the public cloud. Microsoft Azure is both a platform as a service and infrastructure as a service. Let's now fit their conversation out and let's talk about what is cloud computing, Azure, services offered by Azure, how is Azure leading when compared to other cloud service providers, and what are the companies that are using Azure. Let's talk about that. In simple terms, cloud computing is being able to access compute services like servers, storage, database, networking, software analytics, intelligence, and a lot more over the internet, which is the cloud, with the flexibility of the resources that we use. Like anytime I want a resource, I can use one, and it becomes available immediately. And anytime if I want to retire a resource, I can simply retire a resource and not pay for it. And we also typically pay only for the services that we use, and this helps greatly with our operating cost to run our infrastructure more efficiently and scale our environment up or down depending on the business needs and changes. And all the servers and storages and databases and networking, all that are accessed through the network of remote systems or remote computers hosted in the internet, typically in the provider's data center, which is Azure in this case. Now, we don't use any physical server or an on-premises server here. Well, we still use physical servers and VMs, hosted on a hardware or a physical server, but they're all in the provider's environment and none of them sit on premises or in our data center. We only access them remotely. It looks and feels the same, except for the fact that they are in a remote location. We access them remotely, do all the work remotely, and when we're done, we can shut it down and not pay for them. So some of the use cases of cloud computing are creating applications and services. The other use cases are storing or using cloud for storage alone. If there is one thing that ever grows in our organization, is the storage. Every new day there is a new storage requirement, and it's very dynamic. It's very hard to predict, and if we go out and buy a big storage capacity upfront, and till we use the storage capacity fully, the empty storages, we're wasting money on them. So instead, I can go for a storage which scales dynamically, that's in the cloud. Put storage or put data in the cloud and pay only for what you're storing. And for the next month, if you have deleted or flushed out some files or data, pay less for it. So it's a very dynamic storage in the cloud, and a lot of companies are getting benefited from storing data in the cloud because of its dynamic in nature and the cost that comes along with it, the cheap cost that comes along with it. And also, they give a lot of the providers like Azure, they give data replication for free. They promise an SLA along with the data we store in the cloud. So there's an SLA attached to it. And they also provide data recoveries as well. If in case something goes wrong with the physical disk where our data is stored, Azure automatically makes our data available from the redundant or other places where it had stored our data because of the SLA they wanted to keep. The other use case for Azure is hosting websites and running blogs using the compute service. Be it storing music and letting your users stream the music, Azure is a good place to store music and stream the music with the benefit of CDN, Content Delivery Network, which allows us to stream video or audio files with great speed. With Azure, our audio or video application works seamlessly because they are provided to the client with very low latency, and that improves the customer experience for our application. Azure Compute Service is a good place for delivering software on demand. There are a lot of softwares, embedded softwares that we can buy using Azure, and everything on a pay-as-you-go service model. So anytime we need a software, we can go out and immediately buy the software for the next 1 hour or 2 hours, let's say, and use them and then return it back. We're not bound to any yearly licensing cost by that. Azure Computing Services has analytics available for us with which we can analyze, get a good visualization of what's going on in a network, be it logs, be it the performance, be it the metrics. Instead of looking at logs and searching logs and trying to do manual things over the heaps and heaps of logs that we have saved, Azure Analytics Services helps us to get a good visual of what's going on in the network. Where have we dropped? Where have we increased? Or what's causing? What's the major driver? What is the top 10 errors that we get in the server, in the application? Stuff like that. Those can be easily gathered from the Azure Analytic Services. Now, cloud is really a very cool term for the internet. A good analogy would be looking back anytime we look at a diagram. When we do not know how things are transferred, we simply draw a cloud, right? For example, a mail gets sent from a person in one country to a person in the other country. There are a lot of things happening in between from the time you hit the send button and the time the other person hits the read button, right? And the simple and the easiest way of putting it in a picture is simply draw a cloud, and on the one end, one person will be sending the email, and on the other end, the other person will be reading the email. So a cloud is a really cool term for the internet. Now that's some basics about cloud computing. Now that we've understood about cloud computing in general, let's talk about Microsoft Azure as a cloud service. Now, Microsoft Azure is a set of cloud services to build, manage, and deploy applications on a network with the help of Microsoft Azure's frameworks. Now, Microsoft Azure is a computing service created by Microsoft basically for building, testing, deploying, and managing applications and services through a global network of Microsoft managed data centers. Now, Microsoft Azure provides SaaS, which is software as a service, and PaaS, which is platform as a service, and IaaS, infrastructure as a service, and they support many different programming languages, tools, and framework. And those tools and framework include both Microsoft specific and third-party software. Now let me pick and talk about a specific service. For example, management. Azure Automation provides a way for us to automate the manual, long running and frequently repeated tasks that are commonly performed tasks both in cloud and enterprise environment. It saves us a lot of time and increases the reliability, and it kind of gives a good administrative control and even schedules the task automatically to be performed on a regular basis. To give you a quick history of Microsoft Azure, it was launched on 1st February 2010, and it was awarded, or it was called an industry leader for infrastructure and platform as a service by Gartner. Now, Gartner is the world's leading research and advisory company. This Microsoft Azure supports a number of programming languages like C#, Java, and Python. All these cool services we get to use and pay only for how much we use. For example, if we use for an hour, we only get to pay for an hour, even the costliest system available. And if we use them for an hour, we only pay for that particular hour, and then we're done. No more billing on the resource that we have used. Microsoft Azure has spread itself more than 50 regions around the world. So it's quite easy for us to pick a region and start provisioning and running our applications probably from day one, because the infrastructure and the tools and technologies needed to run our application are already available. All that we have to do is commit the code in that particular region or build an application and launch it in that particular region, and they become live starting day one. Now, because we have 50 regions around the world, we can very carefully design our environment to provide low latency services to our customers. All right. Instead of in traditional data center, let's say, customers will have to, or their request will have to travel all the way around the globe to reach a data center which lives in the other side of the planet. And this adds more latency to it, and it is really not feasible to build a data center near each customer location because of the cost involved. But with Azure, it's possible. Azure already has data centers around the world, and all that we have to do is just pick a data center, build an environment there. They're available starting day one, number one, and also the cost is considerably saved because we are using a public cloud instead of an physical infrastructure to serve those customers from a very local location. And the services that Azure is offering is ever increasing. As of now, as we speak, we have like 200 plus services offered, and they span through different domain or different platform or different technologies available within the Azure console portal. Now, we're going to talk about that later in this section, so hold your breath till we talk about it. But for now, just know that we have like 200 plus services offered by Azure. Let's now talk about different services in Azure, starting with artificial intelligence plus machine learning, where we have a lot of tools and technologies. So the wide variety of services available in Azure includes artificial intelligence plus machine learning plus analytic services to get or to give us a good visual of how the data or how the application is performing, or the type of the category of data stored, and to read from the logs. And variety of compute services, different VMs with different size and different operating systems, different containers available, different type of databases available, a lot of developer tools that are available for us, and identity service to manage our users in the Azure cloud. And those users can be integrated or federated with, let's say, Google, Facebook, LinkedIn. So there are some external federation services. They can be used to integrate with our identity system. IoT services, IoT tools and technologies available, and management tools to manage the users. Creating identity is one, and then managing them on top of it is a totally different thing. And we have tools, technologies to manage the users. cool services for data migration. Data migration is now made simple. Tools and technologies available for mobile application development, and I can plan my own network in the cloud with the networking services. I can implement my own security, both Azure provided and third-party security services on Azure cloud. That's now possible, and a lot of storage options available in the cloud. So these are just a glimpse of the big list of services available in Azure cloud. So that was a glimpse of what's available in the cloud. Let's talk about the services in a specific. Let's take compute for example. Whenever we're building a new application or deploying existing ones, the Azure Compute Service provides the infrastructure we need to run and maintain our application. We can easily tap in the capacity that Azure Cloud Service has, and we can scale our compute requirement on demand. We can also containerize our application. We have the option of choosing Windows or Linux VM machine and take the advantage of the flexible options Azure provides for us to migrate our VMs to Azure and a lot more. And these compute services also include a full-fledged identity solution, meaning integration with Active Directory in the cloud or on-premises, and a lot more. Let's look at some of the services that this compute domain provides. Some of the services the compute domain provides are virtual machines. And this Azure Virtual Machines gives us the ability to develop and manage a virtual computer environment or a virtualized environment inside Azure's cloud environment, that too in a virtual private network. Now we will talk about virtual private network at a later point, but as of now just know that there are a lot of services available in Azure Compute Service that we can get benefited from. We can always choose from a very wide range of compute options. For example, we have an option to choose the operating system. We have the option to choose whether the system should be in on-premises or in the cloud, or do we want to maintain the environment both in on-premises and in the cloud. We have the option of choosing the operating system, whether we want to use our own operating system with some software attached to it, or do we want to go and buy the operating system from the cloud, from Azure Marketplace. And these are just a few of the options available for us when we want to buy the compute environment. And these compute environments are easily scalable, meaning we can easily scale our VM instances from one instance to thousands of virtual machines in a matter of minutes, or simply put, in a couple of button clicks. And all these services are available on a pay for what we use model, meaning there is no upfront cost. We use the service and then pay for the services that we have used. There is no literal long-term commitment when it comes to using virtual machines in the cloud. And most of the services are built on a pay-per-minute billing basis. All right. And at no point, because of the pay-per-minute billing model, at no point we will be overpaying for any of the services. That's attractive, isn't it? Now let's talk about batch service. Now, batch service is always independent, regardless of whether you choose Windows or Linux, it's going to run fairly well. And with batch service, we can take advantage of the environment's unique features. And not only that, in short, the batch service helps us to manage the whole batch environment, and also it helps to schedule the jobs. Now, this Azure batch service actually runs on a large scale parallel and high performance computing. Because of that, batch jobs are highly efficient in Azure. And when we run batch services, this Azure batch creates a pool of computer nodes and installs the needed applications that we want to run, and then it schedules jobs to those individual nodes in those pools. As a customer, there is no need for us to install a cluster, or there is no need for us to install a software that actually schedules the jobs, or even to manage or even to scale those infrastructure or the software, because everything is managed by Azure. And this batch service is a platform as a service. There is no additional charge for using this batch service except for, the only charges that we'll be paying is for the virtual machines that the service uses and the storage that we will be using, of course, and the networking services that we would be using for this batch service. Let's summarize. This batch service, we have a choice of operating system that we can pick and use, and it scales by itself. Now the alternative for the batch would be queues, but in queues we'll have to pre-provision and pay for the infrastructure even if we're not using it. But with a batch, we only pay for what we use. And this batch service helps us to manage the application, manage the scheduling as a whole, as if they are just one thing. As next thing in the compute domain, let's talk about this Fabric service. Now this Fabric service is actually a distributed system platform that helps us to package, deploy, and manage a scalable and a very reliable microservice and containers. And what does it help? This Azure Fabric service helps us, or it helps the developers and administrators so they can avoid the complex infrastructure problems, and they can focus only on implementing workloads or taking care of their development, taking care of their application instead of spending time on infrastructure. So what's Service Fabric? Service Fabric, it provides runtime capabilities and life cycle management to applications that are composed of microservices, no infrastructure management at all. And with Service Fabric, we can easily scale the application to tens or hundreds or even to thousands of machines. Here, machines represent containers. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about virtual machine scale set. Now, this virtual machine scale set, it lets us to create a group of identical load balanced VMs. I just want to mention it again. It helps us to manage a group identical and load balanced VMs. The number of instances or the number of VM instances in a scale set can increase or decrease in response to the demand or in response to a schedule that we define. The resources needed on a Monday morning is not the same as that would be required on a Saturday or a Sunday morning. All right. And even within the day, the resources that would be needed in the beginning of the business hour is not the resources that would be needed at noon or, after 8 or 9 in the evening. So the demands could actually vary in the environment, and this scale set helps us to take care of the varying demand or take care of the different infrastructure requirement at a different schedule throughout the day, throughout the week, throughout the month, or could be throughout the year as well. The scale set also allows us to provide high availability to our applications, and it helps us to centrally manage, configure, and update a large number of VMs as if they are just one thing. Now you might ask, well, virtual machines are enough. Why would we need a virtual machine scale set? Just like I said, this virtual machine scale set helps us with a greater redundancy and improved performance for our applications. And those applications can be accessed through a load balancer that actually distributes the requests to the application instances. So in a nutshell, this virtual machine scale set, it helps us to create a large number of identical virtual machines, number one. And with scale set, we can increase or decrease the virtual machines. With virtual machine scale set, we can centrally manage and configure and update a big group of VMs. And it's a great use case when it comes to big data or container workloads. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about cloud services. Now this Azure Cloud Service is actually a platform as a service, and it's very friendly. In fact, it is designed for applications that support scalability or an application that requires scalability or reliability, and on top of it, you want them to be very inexpensive to operate. So Azure Cloud Service provides all these. So where would this cloud service run? Well, it runs on a VM, but it's a platform as a service. VMs are infrastructure as a service, and when we run applications on VM through cloud service, it becomes platform as a service. So here is how you got to be thinking. With infrastructure as a service, like VMs, we first create and configure the environment, and then we run applications on top of it. Let's look at the responsibility. The responsibility for us in VM is that we manage everything end to end, like deploying new patches, picking the versions of the operating system, and making sure they are intact and all that stuff. It's all managed by us. But on the contrary, with platform as a service, it's as if the environment is already ready. All that you have to do is deploy your application in it and manage the platform. Manage the platform not as an administrator, because all the administration is taken care by Azure, like deploying new versions of the operating system. It's all handled by the Azure. So we deploy the application and we manage the application. That's it. Infrastructure management is handled by Azure. So what does cloud service provide? This cloud service provides a platform where we can write the application code, and we don't have to worry about hardware. Simply hand over the code and cloud service takes care of it. So no worry on the hardware at all. So responsibilities like patching, what do we do if something crashes? How do I update the infrastructure? How do I manage the maintenance or the downtime in the underlying infrastructure? All that is handled by Azure. It also provides a good testing environment for us. We can simply run the code, test it before it's actually released to the production. I want to expand a bit on these testing applications. So this Azure Cloud Service, it actually gives us a staging environment for testing a new release without it affecting the existing release, which actually reduces the customer downtime. So we can run the application, test it, and anytime that's ready for production, all that's needed for us to do to move it to production is simply to swap the staging environment into the production environment, and the old production environment will now become the new staging environment, where we can add more to it and then swap it back at a later point. So it kind of gives us a swappable environment for testing our applications. And not only that, it gives us health monitoring alerts. It helps us to monitor the health and availability of our application. There is a dashboard we can benefit from when we use Azure Cloud Services, and that shows the key statistics all in one place. And we can also set up real-time alerts to warn when a service availability or a certain metrics that we are concerned about degrades. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about functions. Now, functions are serverless computing. Many times, if you heard about Azure being serverless, a lot of time they are referencing, or the person who's talking to you is referencing to serverless computing, or Azure Functions, which is a serverless computing service hosted on Microsoft Azure. The main motive of a function is to accelerate and simplify application development. Functions helps us to run code on demand without we need to pre-provision or manage any Azure infrastructure. So Azure Functions are script or a piece of code that gets run in response to an event that you want to handle. So in short, we can just write a code that you need for a problem at hand without actually worrying about the whole application or the infrastructure that will be running that code. And the best of all the best is when we use functions, we only pay for the time that our code runs. So what does functions provide, or what does Azure Functions provide? Azure Functions allow users to build applications using serverless simple functions with a programming language of our choice. So the current programming languages that are supported is C#, F#, Node.js, Java, and PHP. So here we really don't have to worry about provisioning or maintaining servers. If a code requires more resource, yes, Azure Functions handles, or it provides the additional resources needed by the code. And the best part is we only pay for the amount of time the functions are running, not the resources, but the amount of time the function is running. As next thing, and moving to the new domain, let's talk about the container domain in Azure. Now the container domain, or the container service, it allows us to quickly deploy a production ready Kubernetes or a Docker Swarm cluster. Now what's a container? A container is a standard unit of software that packages up code and all its dependencies so the applications run quickly and reliably from one computing environment to another. It could be testing to staging to development environment to staging to production, or from one production to another production, or on-premises to cloud, or one cloud to another cloud, vice versa. Now imagine we had an option not to worry about the VM and just focus on the application. Well, that's exactly what containers helps us achieve. So these container instances enable us to focus on applications and not worrying about managing VMs or not worrying about learning the new tools required to manage the VMs or even the deployment. And our applications that we create, they run in a container. And running in a container is what helps us to achieve all these, not being able to manage or not needing to manage the virtual machines. So these containers, they can be deployed into the cloud using a single command if you're using a command line interface, and a couple of button clicks if we are using the Azure portal. And these containers are kept lightweight, but they are equally secure as virtual machines. Let's talk about container service as next thing. The container service, or sometimes called as Azure Kubernetes service, it helps us to manage the containers. Container is one thing, and a service that's used to manage the container is another thing. Now this Kubernetes service, or ACS, it helps us to manage the containers. So let's expand on this a bit. So this Azure Container Service, or ACS, it actually provides a way to simplify the creation, configuration, and management of a cluster of virtual machines that are pre-configured to run containerized applications on top of them. Deploying these containers might take like 15 to 20 minutes, or deploying the virtual machines that run containers in it might take 15 to 20 minutes. And once they are provisioned, we can actually manage them by using simple SSH tunnel into them. And this ACS, when it runs applications from Docker images. What does that mean? Docker images makes sure that the applications the container runs are fully portable. Images are portable. And ACS also helps us to orchestrate the container environment. Not only that, it also helps us to ensure that these applications that we run in containers can be scaled to thousands or even tens of thousands of containers. So in a nutshell, managing an existing application into a container and running it using AKS or ACS is really easy, or that's what it is all about, to make the application management or migration easy. Now, managing the container-based architecture, and we discussed that containers could be tens or even tens of thousands of containers. So managing them is made simple using this container services. And even training of model using a large data set in a complex and resource intensive environment, this AKS helps us to simplify that environment. Alright, as next thing in container domain, let's talk about container registry. We spoke about registry a little bit when we spoke about Docker images. So container registry is a single place where we can store our images, which are Docker images. When we use containers, it's Docker images that we use for our image purposes. So these container images are a central registry that can be used to ease container development by easing the storage and management of container images. So there we can store all kind of images like Docker Swarm, or the images used in Docker Swarm are in Kubernetes. Everything can be stored in container registry in Azure. Now, anytime we store a container image, it provides us an option for geo-replication. What that means is that we can efficiently manage a single registry replicated across multiple regions. Now, this geo-replication, it actually enables us to manage global deployments, assuming we are having an environment that requires a global deployment. So it helps us to manage global deployments as one entity because we are geo-replicating. We would be updating, we would be editing one image, and that image gets replicated throughout the global replication centers we would have set up. And so just one editing would have actually edited the global images, and those global images would have provisioned the global application. So one edit, replication, and then provisioning of the applications global wide. And this replication also helps us network latency, because anytime an application needs to deploy, it does not have to rely on a single source which can be reached only through high latency network. Because we have global replications around the world, anytime the application wants to check back, it would check back the application which is in a very nearby location for the application itself. Global replication means that we are managing it as a single entity that's being replicated across the multiple regions in the globe. As next thing in our learning, let's talk about Azure databases. Now, these Azure databases are relational. In fact, they have many flavors in them. We're going to look at different flavors, SQL, NoSQL, cache type of database that Azure offers. So we're going to learn one at a time, or we're going to learn one by one. So this Azure SQL database is a relational database. In fact, it's a relational database as a service. It's managed by Azure. We don't get to do a lot of management in it. So it's a relational database as a service based on Microsoft SQL Server database engine. And this database is a high performance database. It is very reliable and it's very secure as well. And this high reliability, high performance, and for this high security, we really don't have to do anything. It comes along with it, and it's managed by Azure. And there are two things that I definitely need to mention about Azure SQL Database. That is, it's an intelligent service, number one. It's fully managed by Azure. And it also has this one good thing, which is it has built-in intelligence that learns app patterns and adapts to maximize performance and reliability and data protection of the application. That's something that's not found in many of the other cloud providers that I'm aware of. So I thought I'll mention it. So it uses built-in intelligence to learn about the user's database patterns and helps improve performance and protection. And migration or importing data is very easy when it comes to Azure SQL database. So it can be readily or immediately used for analytic reporting and intelligent applications in Azure. As next thing, let's talk about Azure Cosmos DB. Now, Azure Cosmos DB is a database service that is for NoSQL type, and it's created to provide low latency and an application that scales dynamically or that scales rapidly. Now, this Azure Cosmos DB is a globally distributed service, and it's a multi-model database. This can be provisioned in a click of a button. That's all we got to do if we need to provision an Azure Cosmos DB in the Azure. It helps with scaling the database. We can elastically and independently scale throughput and storage across this database and in any of the Azure geographic regions. It provides a good throughput, it provides good latency, it provides good availability, and it provides, or Azure promises, a comprehensive SLA that no other database can offer. That's the best part about Cosmos DB. So this Cosmos DB was built with global distribution in mind, and it's built with the horizontal scale in mind. And all this we can use by only paying for what we have used. And remember, the difference between Azure Cosmos DB and the SQL database is that Azure Cosmos DB supports NoSQL, whereas SQL doesn't. Alright, few other things about Azure Cosmos DB is it allows users to use key value graph, a column, family, and document data. It also gives users a number of API options like SQL, JavaScript, MongoDB, and few others that you might want to check in the document at the time of reading. And the best part here is that all that we mentioned, we get to use only by paying for the amount of storage and throughput that are required. And the storage and the throughput can be elastically scaled based on the requirement of that R. Alright, let's talk about Redis cache. Discussion about Azure database won't be complete without we talking about Redis cache. Now, Redis cache is a secure data cache. It's also sometimes called as messaging broker that provides high throughput and low latency access to data for the applications. Now, Redis cache is based on a popular open source caching product, which is Redis, sometimes called as Redis cache. Now, what's the use case? It's typically used to cache to improve the performance and scalability of a system that rely heavily on backend data stores. Now, performance when we use Redis cache is improved by temporarily copying the frequently accessed data to a fast storage located very close to the application. Now, with Redis cache, this fast storage is located in memory with Redis cache instead of being loaded from the actual disk in the database itself. Now this Redis cache can also be used as an in-memory data structure store. Not only that, it can be used as a distributed non-relational database and a message broker. So there are variety of use cases for this Redis cache. And by using Redis cache, the application performance is improved by taking advantage of the low latency and the high throughput performance that this Redis cache engine provides. So to summarize, this Redis cache, when we use Redis cache, data is stored in the memory instead of the disk to ensure that there is high throughput and low latency when the application needs to read the data. It provides various levels of scaling without any downtime or interference. Now this Redis cache is actually backed by Redis server, and it supports string, hashes, linked list, and various other data structures. Now let's talk about security and identity services. Now identity management in specific is a process of authenticating first and then authorizing using security principles. And not only that, identity management involves controlling information about those principal identities. You might ask, now what's a principal identity? Now, identity or principal identity are services, applications, users, groups, and a lot more. The speciality about this identity management is that it not only helps authenticate and authorize principals in cloud, it also helps authenticate and authorize principals or resources on premises, especially when you run an hybrid cloud environment. So all these services and features that this identity management helps us to get additional level of validation, like identity management can provide multi-factor authentication. It can provide access policies based on condition, a permit or deny based on condition. It can also monitor suspicious activity, and not only that, it can also report it. It can also help generate alerts for potential security issues, and in a way to mitigate it, can send us an alert so we can get involved and prevent a security accident from happening. So let's talk more about identity management. So some of the services under security and identity management are Azure Security Center. Now this Azure Security Center provides security management and threat protection across the workloads in both cloud and in the hybrid environment. It helps control user access and application control to stop any malicious activity if present. It helps us to find and fix vulnerabilities before they can be even exploited. It integrates very well with analytic methods that helps us to identify, or it gives us the intelligence to identify or detect attacks and prevent them before it can actually happen. And it also works seamlessly with hybrid environments. So you don't have to have one policy for on-premises and one policy for the cloud. It's now a unified service, both for on-premises and the cloud. The next service in security and identity would be Key Vault. Now, a Key Vault is a service or a feature that helps safeguard the cryptographic keys and any other secrets used by the cloud applications and the services. In other words, this Azure Key Vault is a tool for securely storing and accessing the secrets of the environment, the secret keys. Now, a secret is anything that you really want to have a very tight control access, like the certificates, like the passwords, stuff like that. Now, if I tell you what Key Vault actually solves, that would actually explain what Key Vault is. Now, Key Vault is used in secrets management. It's helped in securely storing the tokens, the passwords, the certificates. It helps in key management. It really helps in creating and controlling the encryption keys that we would use to encrypt data. It helps in certificate management. Talking about certification management, it helps us to easily provision, manage, and deploy public and private SSL, TLS certificates in Azure, and a lot more. So in a nutshell, this Key Vault, it provides users the ability to provision new vaults and keys in just a matter of minutes. All that in a single command, or all that in a couple of button clicks. It also helps users to centrally manage their keys, secrets, and policies. Next in the list, let's talk about Azure Active Directory. Now, Azure Active Directory helps us to create intelligent driven access policies to limit resource usage and manage user identities. What does that mean? Now, this Azure Active Directory is a cloud-based Active Directory and identity management service. Now, Azure Active Directory combines, it's actually a combination of the core directory services plus application access management plus identity protection. And one good thing about this Azure, in fact, there are a lot of good things, but especially when you're running hybrid environments, you might wonder, well, how this Azure Active Directory is going to behave. Now, this Azure Active Directory is built to work on-premises and cloud environment as well. Not only that, it also works seamlessly with mobile applications as well. So in a nutshell, this Azure Active Directory, it acts as an central point of identity and access management for our cloud environment. It also provides good security solutions that protect against unauthorized access of our app and the data. Now that we've discussed about security and identity, let's talk about the management tools that Azure has to offer. Azure provides built-in management and account governance tools that helps administrators and developers, that helps them to keep their resources secure and very compliant. And again, it helps both in on-premises and in the cloud environment. And these management tools help us to monitor the infrastructure, monitor the applications. It also helps in provisioning and configuring resources. It also helps in updating apps. It helps in analyzing threats, taking backup of the resources, build disaster recoveries. It also helps in applying policies and conditions to automate our environment. We use Azure management tools, and it's also used in cost control methods. So this Azure management plays a wide role across the Azure services. And in the management tools, first comes the Azure Advisor. Now this Azure Advisor, it acts as a guide to educate us about Azure best practices. It throws recommendations that we can select on the basis of the category of service, and it also provides the impact it can have, or the impact that would happen in our environment if we follow the recommendations given. And recommendations are, first one is the recommendations are kind of templatized, and it throws the templatized recommendations. Not only that, it also provides customized recommendations on the basis of the configuration, on the basis of our usage patterns. And these recommendations are not hard. It's not like something that it recommends and then just leaves us hanging there. These recommendations provided are very easy to follow, very easy to implement and see results. You can think of Azure Advisor as a very personalized cloud consultant that helps you to follow best practices to optimize our deployments. It kind of analyzes our resources, our configurations, our usage, and then it recommends a solution for us that really helps in improving the cost effectiveness, improving the performance, improving high availability, and improving security in our Azure environment. So with this Azure Advisor, we can get a proactive, actionable, and personalized best practice recommendations. Now, you don't have to be an expert. Just follow the Azure Advisor and your environment is going to be good. It also helps in improve the performance, security, high availability of our environment. And also it helps in bringing down the overall Azure spend. And the best part is it's a free service that analyzes our Azure usage and provides recommendations, how we can optimize our Azure resource to reduce cost. And reduce cost at the same time boost the performance, helps in strengthening the security and improve the overall reliability of our environment. Next in the list would be Network Watcher. Now, this Network Watcher helps users identify and gain insights in the overall network performance and the health of the overall environment. Now, these Azure Watchers provides enough tools to monitor, to diagnose, to view the metrics, and to enable or disable logs, which means generate and collect the logs for resources in the Azure Virtual Network. So with Network Watcher, you can monitor and diagnose issues in networking without even logging into the virtual machines. With just the logs, which are real time, we can actually come to a conclusion what could be wrong in a certain resource, in a VM or in a database, by just looking at the logs. And not only that, it's used for analytic or to gain some intelligence of what's happening in our network. We can gain a lot of insight to the current network traffic pattern using the security group flow logs that this Network Watcher offers. It also helps in investigating VPN connectivity issues using detailed logs. Now, you might or might not know that VPN troubleshooting requires both parties, or it involves two parties. The person, the network administrator on this side and the network administrator on the other side. And they will have to check logs in their end, and we'll have to check logs in our end, stuff like that. But with the Network Watcher, it kind of takes it to the next level. The logs itself, we could easily identify which side is having the issue and suggest an appropriate fix. And the next in the list would be Microsoft Azure Portal. Now, this Microsoft Azure Portal, it provides a single unified console to perform various number of activities like building, not only building, managing and monitoring the web applications that we build. Now, this portal can be used to organize our environment, or the appearance of the environment, or the visual of the environment based on our work style. And using Azure Portal, users can control who gets to manage or access the resources, all from the Azure Portal. And this Azure Portal gives a very good visibility on the spends that happen on each resource, right? And if we can customize it, we can also identify spends based on team, spends based on days, spends based on department, stuff like that. So it kind of gives us a good visual of where the money is spending, or where is the bill consumed within the Azure environment. Next in the list would be Azure Resource Manager. Now, Azure Resource Manager enables us to manage the usage of the application resources. Now, we use Resource Manager to deploy, monitor, and manage solution resources as a group, as if it's one single entity. Now, the infrastructure of our application is typically made of various components, which includes virtual machine, storage, virtual network, web app, database servers, some other third-party services that we might use in our environment. And they are by nature separate services. But with Azure Resource Manager, we don't see them as different components or different entities. Instead, we see them as related services in a group that supports an application. Now, we kind of get the relation between them. Instead of, letting them spread, Azure Resource Manager identifies the relation between them and helps us to visually see them all as one or single entity. Not only that, Azure Resource Manager helps, or it ensures that the resources that we provision are deployed at a constant rate along with the other application. It also helps users to visually see their resources and how they are connected, and that helps in managing the resources a lot better. Resource group also is used to control who can access the resources within the user's organization. Kind of gives you the fine-grained control over who gets to access and who does not get access. And the last one in the management tools would be automation. And this automation gives us the ability to automate, configure, and install upgrades across hybrid environments. It provides a cloud-based automation and configuration service. Not only that, this can be applied for non-Azure environments as well, which is on-premises. So some of the automation we could do is process automation, update management automation, configuration features automation, stuff like that. And this Azure automation provides complete control during the deployment, operation, and also during the decommissioning of the workloads and resources. With automation, we can actually automate time-consuming or mundane or any task that's error-prone because of human errors. Those things can be automated. So irrespective of how many times you run it, it's going to run the same way. And that really helps in reducing the overall time and also the overhead cost, because a lot of the things are automated, which means it's human error free, which means the application is not going to break and keep running for a longer time. With automation, we can actually build a good inventory of operating system resources and configuration items all in one place with ease. And this really helps in tracking the changes and investigating the issue. Let's say something happened. Because we have automation, because it's logging the configuration changes, it's easy to track, easy to identify what has changed lately that has broken the environment, go back and fix it or kind of roll it back. That solves the problem. And that actually summarizes the Azure management tools or management services. Now let's talk about the networking tools or the networking services available in Azure. There are a variety of services, especially networking services, that Azure offers, and I'm sure it's going to be an interesting one. Let's begin our discussion with Content Delivery Network. Now, the Content Delivery Network, in short, CDN, it allows us to perform secure and a very reliable content delivery. Not only that, it also helps in accelerating the delivery time, or in other words, reducing the delivery time, also called as load times. It also helps in saving bandwidth and increases in responsiveness to the application. Let's expand on this. The Content Delivery Network is actually a distributed network of servers that can efficiently deliver web content to users. Now, CDNs, we're going to use the word CDN here. CDNs store cached content on global edge servers, also called as POPs, point of presence locations, that are very close to the end users, so the latency is minimized. It's like taking a copy of the data or taking a multiple copy of the data and storing it in different parts of the world, and whoever is requesting it, the data gets delivered to them from a server which is very locally to them. So this CDN offers developers a global solution for rapidly delivering high bandwidth content to users by caching the content in a strategically placed location which is very near to them. So these content delivery networks, it really helps in handling. That's one advantage you get for content delivery network, that's we can handle spikes and heavy loads very efficiently. And we can also run analytic against the logs that gets generated in content delivery network, which helps in gaining good insight on the workflow and what would be the future business need for that application. And this, just like a lot of other services, this is on a pay-as-you-go type. So you use the resource first and then you only pay for what you have used. The next one in networking would be ExpressRoute. Now, ExpressRoute is actually a circuit or a link that provides a direct private connection to Azure. And because it's direct, it gives low latency link to Azure. It gives good speed and reliability for the Azure data transfer. It could be on-premises to Azure. So it gives very good speed. It gives increased reliability and low latency for that connection. Let's expand on this a bit. Now, this ExpressRoute is a service that actually provides a private connection between Microsoft data center and infrastructure in our premises or in a different co-location facility that we might have. Now, these ExpressRoutes do not go over the public internet. And because they don't go over the public internet, they offer a high security, reliability, and speed and low latency compared to the connections which are in the internet. Because it's fast, because it's reliable, because it has low latency, it can be used as an extension of our existing data center. Users are not going to feel the difference whether they are accessing services from an on-premises or in the cloud environment, because latency is minimized as much as possible. Users are really not going to see the difference. And because it's a private line and not a public internet line, it can be used to build hybrid applications without compromising privacy or the performance. Now, these virtual private cloud, these ExpressRoutes can be used for taking backups. If assume a backup going through the internet, that would be a nightmare. If we use express route for backups, that's going to be fast. And imagine recovering a data through the internet, from the cloud, through the internet to the on-premises in a time of disaster. That would be the worst nightmare. So these express routes can be used not only to backup, but also to recover the data because it provides good speed, low latency. Recovering the data is going to be a lot sooner. The next product or service we're going to discuss in networking is Azure DNS. Now, Azure DNS allows us to host domain name in Azure, and these domain names come with an exceptional performance and availability. Now, Azure DNS is used to set up and manage DNS zones and records for our domain name in the cloud. Now, this Azure DNS is a service for DNS, just like the name says, and it provides name resolution by using Azure's infrastructure. And by using this domain, we can actually manage the DNS ourselves through the Azure portal with the same credential. Imagine having a DNS provider which does not even belong in our IT. Imagine that environment. We would have a separate portal to manage the DNS environment. Now, those are gone. And now we can actually manage the DNS in the very same Azure portal where we use the rest of the other services. And this Azure DNS very much integrates with other DNS service providers. It uses a global network of name servers to provide fast response to DNS queries. And these domains are having additional availability compared to the other domain service providers' availability promises. These are going to have more availability than the rest because most of the servers are maintained by Microsoft, and it helps resolve sooner. It helps resyncing. Let's say a server fails, it kind of helps resyncing with the rest of the servers. So all the Microsoft's environment, all the Microsoft's global network of name servers kind of ensures that our domain names are resolved properly, not only properly, but also are available most of the time. Right, next in the list in networking services is virtual network. I'm sure this is going to be very interesting and I'm sure you're going to like it. So this networking or virtual networking in Azure, it actually allows us to set up our own private cloud in the public cloud. It gives us an isolated and highly secure environment for our application. Let's expand on this. So this Azure Virtual Network helps us to provision Azure virtual machines, and it helps us to securely communicate with other on-premises and internet networks. It also helps in controlling the traffic that flows through or flows in and out of this virtual network to other virtual networks and to the internet. Now this Azure virtual network, sometimes called as VNet, is actually a representation of our own network in the cloud. It's actually a logical isolation of the Azure cloud dedicated to our subscription. All our environments are provisioned in a VNet that is separate from another customer's VNets. That way we have that logical separation there. So this virtual network can also be used to provision VPNs in the cloud, so we can connect the cloud and the on-premises infrastructure and a lot more, especially in an environment where we have hybrid environment. Surely we will be using virtual network because that's going to require a VPN for secure data transfer in and out of the cloud and in and out of the on-premises environment. Alright, so it kind of gives us a boundary for all the resources. So all the traffic between the Azure resources, they kind of logically stay in between or logically stay within the Azure virtual network. And here we can design the network. It's given over to us. You can pick the IP, you can pick the routing, you can pick the subnet. A lot of freedom is given, or I would say a lot of control on how the network is designed. It's not like something that's already cooked and we only get to use it. No, we can actually build the network from the scratch. We can pick the IP address that we like. We can pick which subnet needs to communicate with the other subnet, stuff like that. And like I said, if you are using hybrid environment, you definitely would be requiring a virtual network because it helps connect the on-premises and the cloud in a secure fashion using VPN. The last product we're going to discuss in networking is a load balancer. This load balancer actually provides application a good availability and a good network performance. So how does it work? It actually works by load balancing the traffic to and from the virtual machine and the cloud resources. Not only that, it also load balances between cloud and cross-premises virtual networks. With Azure Load Balancer, we can actually scale our application and create high availability for our services, which means our application will be available most of the time. If any of the server goes dead, the server does not get traffic. What happens if the server gets traffic? User is going to experience downtime. What happens if the server does not get traffic? User won't experience any downtime. The connection is shifted to an healthy service, so the user experiences uptime all the time. So this load balancer supports inbound and outbound scenarios, and it provides low latency. It gives high throughput of the data transfer, and we can actually scale up the flow of the TCP and UDP connections from hundreds to thousands to even millions, because we have a load balancer now in between the user and the application. So how does it operate? This load balancer actually receives the traffic, and it load balances the traffic to the backend pool of instances connected to it according to the rule and the health probe that we set. That's how it maintains high availability. So what does load balancer help? It helps in creation of high available scalable application in the cloud in minutes. It can be used to automatically scale the environment with the increasing application traffic. And one feature of load balancer is to check the health of the user's application instance, and it removes or it stops sending the request to the unhealthy instance and kind of shifts that connection to the healthy instance. That way a user or a connection does not get stuck with an instance that's not healthy. That's all that you need to know about the networking services. Now let's talk about the storage services or the storage domain in Azure. Now Azure Storage in general is a Microsoft managed service providing cloud storage, which basically is highly available, secure, durable, scalable, and redundant, because it's all managed by Azure. We don't get to manage a lot of it. And these Azure storages are a group of storage services. They cater different needs, and the storage products include Azure Blobs, which is actually an object storage. It includes Azure Data Lake. It includes Azure Files. As you see, it includes Azure Queues. It includes Azure Tables and a lot more. But let's start our discussion with Azure Store Simple. Azure Store Simple is an hybrid cloud storage solution that actually lowers the cost of storage to nearly 60% of how much you would be actually spending without using it. So Azure Simple Storage or Store Simple is an integrated storage solution that manages the storage task between on-premises and the cloud storage. What I really like about Azure is that it's built around a hybrid environment in mind. There are a lot of other cloud providers that are there where running an hybrid environment is a big challenge. You know, it has some compatibility. You won't be able to find an hybrid or a on-premises and cloud solution for your need, stuff like that. But with Azure, especially when it comes to storage, a lot of the things that we're going to see, it clearly is designed with hybrid environment in mind. All right, so let's come back and talk about Store Simple. So Store Simple is a very efficient, cost-effective, and a very easily manageable SAN, storage area networking solution in the cloud. I thought I'll throw in this information. The reason why it got Store Simple is really because it uses Store Simple 8000 series devices, which are used in Azure Data Center. And this Store Simple or Simple Storage, it comes along with storage tiering to manage the stored data across the various storage media. So the very current data is actually stored in on-premises on solid state drives, and data that is used less frequently is stored in HDDs or hard disk drives. And the data that requires archived or that needs to be archived, very old data, let's say less frequently used data, candidate for archive, they are actually pushed to the cloud. So you see how this storage tiering automatically happens in Store Simple. And another cool feature of Store Simple is that it enables us to create an on-demand and scheduled backups of data and then store the data locally or in the cloud. And these backups are actually taken in the form of incremental snapshot, which means that they can be created and restored quickly. It's not a complete backup, it's an incremental backup. And these cloud snapshots, they can be critically important when there is a disaster and when there is a disaster recovery scenario, because these snapshots can be called in and they can be put on storage systems and then they become the actual data. So recovering is faster if you have proper scheduled backups or if you have frequent backups. And this storage simple, it really helps in easing our backup mechanism, which means it kind of eases our disaster recovery steps or procedures as well. So this store simple, it can be used to automate data management, data migration, data movement, data tiering across the enterprise, both in cloud and on premises. It actually improves the compliance and accelerates the disaster recovery for our environment. And if there is one thing that's increasing every new day in our environment, that would be storage. And this store simple addresses that need, and we really don't have to pre-plan or think in deep for having a proper storage, because now we have a simple storage available in the cloud, and moreover it's on a pay-as-you-go type. So not much pre-planning on storage is needed. Yes, there will be a need, but not as much as I would without the cloud or without the simple storage. And the next service under storage that we would like to discuss is the data lake store. This data lake store or storage, it's a cost-effective solution for big data analytics in specific. So let's expand this. So this data lake storage is an enterprise-wide repository for big data analytic workload. Now that's the major service that's dependent on this data lake store. And this data lake enables us to capture data of any size, of any type, and of any ingestion speed, and it kind of collects them in one single space or in one single place for operational efficiency. Operational efficiency and for analytic purpose. Hadoop in Azure is very dependent on this data lake storage. And this data lake store is designed with performance for analytics in mind. So anytime you think of, or anytime you're using analytic in the cloud, or anytime you're using Hadoop in the cloud in Azure, we are definitely using, or we will be to the most part, or the normal procedure or the right storage to pick would be data lake store in Azure. It's designed with security in mind. So anytime we use Azure storage, we can be rest assured that we are using storage from within a data center which has, or which was built with security in mind. So this data store also uses Azure Blob storage behind the scenes for global scale, durability, and for performance. Let's talk about blob storage. Now, blob storage provides large amount of storage and scalability. Now, this blob storage is the object storage solution for Azure Cloud. Let's expand a bit on blob storage. Azure Blob Storage is Microsoft offering for object storage. Now, this blob storage is optimized for storing massive amount of unstructured data, which could be text or binary data. It's designed and it's optimized for rapid reads. If I explain to you on what scenarios we would be using blob storage, that might help you get a good understanding of what blob storage is. So it's designed, as of now it's being used in many IT environments to serve images or documents directly to the browser. It helps in storing files for distributed access. A lot of fetchers can fetch data from Azure Blob Storage. And it currently helping users stream video and audio. It's currently being used for writing log files. It's currently being used to store data as backup and restore at a later point in times of disaster recovery. It also is used as an archiving storage in a lot of cloud IT environments. It's widely used in storing analytic data, not only storing but also running analytic query against the data stored in it. So that's a wide use case for blob storage. Not only that, in addition to all that we mentioned, it also supports versioning. So anytime somebody updates an data, a new version gets created, which means at any point I can roll back as and when needed. And it provides a lot of flexibility on optimizing the user's storage need. It also supports tiering of the data. So based on need, when I actually explore, I would find a lot of options I can pick from that suits to my unique storage environment or unique storage need. And like I said, it stores unstructured data, and this unstructured data is available for customers through REST-based object storage environment. The next product in storage service would be queue storage. Now, queue storage provides durable queues for large volume cloud services. It's a very simple and a cost-effective, durable messaging queue for large workloads. Let's expand this queue storage for a moment. Now, this queue storage is a service for storing large amount of messages that can be accessed from anywhere in the world through HTTP and HTTPS calls. A single queue or a single queue message can be up to like 24 KB in size, and a single queue can contain millions of such 24 KB in size messages. And how much can it hold? It can hold up to the total capacity of the storage account itself. So that's kind of easy to translate. How much would it hold? And this Azure Queue Storage, it provides an messaging solution between applications and components in the cloud. What does it help? It helps in designing an application for scale. It helps in decoupling the application, so it's not very dependent, or sometimes it's not at all dependent on the other application, because now we have a queue in between which kind of translates or which kind of connects or which kind of decouples both the environment. Now we have a queue in between, both the environment can scale up or scale down independently. The next in the storage service would be file storage. Let's talk about file storage. Now, these Azure files provide secure, simple, and managed cloud file shares. Now, with file share in the cloud, it actually extends the user server's on-premises performance and capacity. And a lot of familiar tools for the cloud file share management can be used along with the file storage that we're talking about. So let's expand a bit on file storage. Now, this Azure Files or Azure File Storage offers a fully managed file shares in the cloud that can be accessed via the SMB protocol, Server Message Block Protocol. Now, this Azure file shares can be mounted concurrently by cloud or in on-premises deployments. A lot of operating systems are compatible with it. Windows are compatible, Linux is compatible, Mac OS is compatible. In addition to all this being able to run on-premises and on the cloud, or being able to access from on-premises and on the cloud, it can also offer cache for caching the data and keeping it locally, so it's immediately available when needed. So that's some additional feature, I would say that's some advanced feature that it offers compared to the other file shares available in the market. Let's talk about table storage. Now, table storage is a NoSQL key value pair storage for quick deployments with large semi-structured data sets. The difference between one important thing to note with table storage is that it has a flexible data schema, and also it's highly available. Let's expand a bit on table storage. So anytime you want to pick a schema-less, a NoSQL type table storage is the one we'll end up picking. It provides an key pair attribute storage with a schema-less design. This table storage is very fast and very cost effective for many of the applications, and for the same amount of data, it's a lot cheaper when you compare it with the traditional SQL data or data storage. So some of the things that we can store in the table storage are, of course, they're going to be flexible data sheets, such as user data for web application, address books, device information, and other types of metadata for our service requirements. And it can have any number of tables up to the capacity limit of the storage account. Now, this is not possible with SQL. This is only possible with NoSQL, especially with table storage in Azure. Explanation of storage really concluded the length and breadth of the explanation this CEO was giving his IT personnel. But this IT personnel is not done with it yet. He still has a question even after this lengthy discussion, and his question was, well, there are a lot of other cloud providers available. What made you specifically choose Azure? I mean, from the kind of question that he asked, we can say that he is very curious, and he definitely had asked a very thoughtful question. So his CEO went on and started to explain about the other capabilities of Azure, or how it kind of outruns the rest of the cloud providers. So he started, or he again started his discussion, but from a different angle now. So he started to explain what are the capabilities, or how Azure is better than the competitors. So he started with explaining the platform as a service capabilities. And I'm going to tell you what the CEO told his ID person. So this platform as a service, or in platform as a service, the infrastructure management is completely taken care by Microsoft, allowing users to focus completely on the innovation. No more infrastructure management responsibilities. Go and focus on innovation. That's a fancy way of saying it. When we buy platform as a service, that's what we get. We can contribute our time on innovation and not just maintaining the infrastructure. And Azure especially is .NET friendly. Azure supports the .NET programming language, and it is built or designed, or it is optimized to work with old and new applications deployed using .NET programming framework. So if your application is .NET, most of the time you would end up picking Azure. I mean, if you try to compare, most of the time you would end up picking Azure as your cloud service provider. And the security offerings that Azure offers is it's designed based on the security development lifecycle, which is an industry-leading assurance process. When we buy services from Azure, it assures that the environment is designed based on security development lifecycle. And like I mentioned many times in the past, and I would like to mention it again, Azure has well thought about the hybrid environments, which a lot of other cloud providers have failed. So it's very easy to set up an hybrid environment, to migrate the data or not to migrate the data and still run a hybrid environment. They work seamlessly with Azure, because Azure provides seamless connection across on-premises data centers and the public cloud. It also has a very gentle learning curve. If you look at the documentation, it's picture rich, and the documentations are neat and clear. It would encourage you to learn more. It would encourage you to think and imagine and try, easily get a grasp of how services work. So it has a very gentle learning curve. Azure allows the utilization of technologies that several businesses have used for years. So there is a big history behind it. It has a very gentle learning curve. The certifications, the documentations, the stage-by-stage certification levels, it's all very gentle learning curve, which is generally missing in other cloud service providers. Now, this would really impress the CTOs or people working in finance and budgeting. If an organization is already using Microsoft software, they can definitely go and avail or be bold and ask for a discount that can reduce the overall Azure spending. In other words, overall pricing of the Azure. So that's what helped, or they are the information that helped the CEO pick Azure as his cloud service provider. And then the CEO goes on and talks about the different companies that are currently using Azure, and they are definitely using Azure for a reason, like Pixar, Boeing, Samsung, EasyJet, Xerox, BMW, 3M. They are major multinational, multi-billion companies. They rely, run, operate their IT in Azure. And this CEO has a thought that his IT person is still not very convinced unless and until he shows him a visual of how easy things are in Azure. So he goes on and explains about a practical application of Azure, which is what exactly I'm going to show you as well. All right, a quick project on building an Azure app using, or building a .NET application in Azure Web App and making it connect to an SQL database will solidify all the knowledge that we have gained so far. So this is what we're going to do. I have an Azure account open, as you see, logged in, and everything is fresh here. Let me go to resource group. There's nothing in there. It's kind of fresh. All right, I'm logged in, and this is what we're going to do. So we're going to create an application like this, which is nothing but an to-do application, a to-do list application, which is going to run from the web app, get information from us, and save it in the database that's connected to it. So you can already see it's a two-tier application, web and DB. All right. So let me go back to my Azure account. The first thing is to create an resource group. Let's give it a meaningful name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn. All right. And it's going to be a free trial. And the location, pick one that's nearest to you, or wherever you want to launch your application. Now for this use case, I'm going to pick Central US and create. It's going to take a while to get created. There you go. It's created. It's called Azure Simplilearn. Now, what do we need? We need an web app and a separate SQL database. Let's first get our web app running. So go to App Services and then click on Add. It's not the web app plus SQL that we want. We want web app alone for this example. So let's create an web app. Give it a quick name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn. The subscription is free trial, and I'm going to use my existing resource group, a resource group that we created some time back. It's going to run out of Windows, and we're going to publish the code. All set, we can create it. All right, while this is running, let me create my database. All right, SQL database, create a database. Give it a name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn DB. Put it in our existing resource group that we created. It's going to be a blank database, all right? And it's going to require some settings like the name of the server and the admin login, the password that goes along, and in which location this is going to be created. The server name is going to be Azure Simplilearn DB. That's the server name. And the admin login can be, what can be the admin login name? Let's see. So let's call it Simplilearn. That's my admin login name. And let me pick a password. Click on create. So what have we done so far? We have created an web app, and we have created a database in the resource group that we have created. So if I go to resource group, it's going to take some time before things show up. So if I go to my resource group, I only have one resource group as of now, Azure Simplilearn, and there I have a bunch of resources being created. It's still being created. All right. In the meantime, I have my application right here that's running out of or that's in Visual Studio as of now, right? So once the infrastructure is set and ready in the Azure console, we're going to go back to Visual Studio, feed these inputs in the Visual Studio, so the code knows what the database is, the credentials to log into the database, stuff like that. So we're going to feed those information in Visual Studio. By that, we're actually feeding it into the application, and then we're going to run it from there. Deploying this application takes quite a while. We really got to be patient. Right, now we have all the resources that we need for the application to run. Here's my database, and here's my app service. There's one more thing we need to do, that is create an firewall exception rule. So one more thing needed is to create an firewall exception rule, right? So the application is going to run from my local desktop, and it's going to connect to the database, right? So let's add an exception rule by simply adding the client IP. It's going to pick my IP, the IP of the laptop I'm using as of now, and it's going to create an exception to access the database. So that's done. Now we can go back to our Visual Studio. I already have a couple of apps running, or a couple of configurations pushed from Visual Studio. I'm going to clean that up. If you're doing it for the first time, you may not need to do this. Alright, so let's start from the scratch. This is very similar to how you would be doing in your environment. All right, so we're going to select an existing Azure app service. Now before that, I have logged in. As you can see, I have logged in with my credentials. So it's going to pull few things automatically from my Azure account. So in this case, I'm going to use an existing Azure app. So select existing and then click on publish. All right, if you recall, these are the very same resources that we created a while back. Right, we have clicked on save and it's running, kind of validating the code, and it's going to come up with an URL. Now initially the URL is not going to work because we haven't mapped the application to the database. So that would be the next thing. All right, so the app has been published and it's running from my web app as of now. It's going to throw an error. Like you see, it's throwing an error. That's because we haven't mapped the app and the DB together. So let's do that. All right, let's do that. So let's go to Server Explorer. This is where we're going to see our databases that we have created. Now let's quickly verify that. Go back to the resource group, right? Appropriate resource group, which is right here. And here I have my database, Azure Simplilearn database. Right, it has some issues connecting to my database. Give me a quick moment. Let's fix it. All right, so we'll have to map the database into this application. All right, so let's go to the Solution Explorer, click on Publish, and a page like this gets shown. And from here, we can go to Configure. Here is our web app, all right, with all its credentials. Let's validate the connection, number 1. All right, and then click on Next. This is my DB connection string, right, which the app is going to use to connect to my DB. Now, if you recall, our DB was Azure Simplilearn DB, and that's not being shown here. So let's fix that. Right, so let's fix that. Click on Configure, and here let's put our DB servers URL. Now before that, let's change this to SQL Server. All right, and then in here put the DB's URL. So go back to Azure. Here is my DB or server's name. Put that here. Right, the username to connect to the server, that's right here. Put that in, and the password to connect to the server, let's put that in. right? It's trying to connect to our Azure portal or the Azure infrastructure, and here is my database. If you recall, it's Azure SLDB. That's the name of the database. Let's test the connection. Connection is good. Click on OK. So now it's showing up correctly. Azure Simplilearn DB. That's the name of the database that we created. Now it's configured. Right. Let's modify the data connections. Right. Let's map it to the appropriate database again. All right. So our name of the database is Azure Simplilearn DB, and then it's going to be SQL Server. That's the data source. The username is Simplilearn, and the password is what we have given in the beginning. All right, let's validate the connection. It's good. Click OK. Now we're all set and ready to publish our application again. Now the application knows how to connect to the database. We have educated it with the correct connection strings, the DNS name, the username, and the password for the application to connect to the database. So Visual Studio is building this project, and once it is up and running, we'll be prompted with an URL to connect, and anytime we put or we give inputs to the URL, that's going to receive the input and save it in the database. Alright, so here is my to-do list app, and I can start creating to-do list for myself. Alright, so I have the items already listed. I can create an entry, and these entries get stored in the database. I can create another entry, take the dog for a walk. That's gonna get stored. I can create another entry, book tickets for scientific exhibition, and that's going to receive and put that in the database. And that concludes our session. So through this session we saw how I can use Azure services to create web app and connect that to the DB instance, and how those two services which are decoupled by default, which are separate by default, how I can use the connection strings to make connection between the app server and the database and be able to create an working app. I strongly believe you enjoyed me walking you through this session.
Right from the start, software development comprised two different departments. The development team that develops the plan, designs, and builds the system from scratch, and the operation team for testing and implementation of whatever is developed. The operations team gave the development team feedback on any bugs that needed fixing and any rework required. Invariably, the development team would be idle awaiting feedback from the operations team. This undoubtedly extended timelines and delayed the entire software development cycle. There would be instances where the development team moves on to the next project, while the operations team continues to provide feedback for the previous code. This meant weeks or even months for the project to be closed and final code to be developed. Now, what if the two departments came together and worked in collaboration with each other? What if the wall of confusion was broken? And this is called the DevOps approach. The DevOps symbol resembles an infinity sign, suggesting that it is a continuous process of improving efficiency and constant activity. The DevOps approach makes companies adapt faster to updates and development changes. The teams can now deliver quickly, and the deployments are more consistent and smooth. Though there may be communication challenges, DevOps manages a streamlined flow between the teams and makes the software development process successful. The DevOps culture is implemented in several phases with the help of several tools. Let's have a look at these phases. The first phase is the planning phase, where the development team puts down a plan, keeping in mind the application objectives that are to be delivered to the customer. Once the plan is made, the coding begins. The development team works on the same code, and different versions of the code are stored into a repository with the help of tools like Git and merged when required. This process is called version control. The code is then made executable with tools like Maven and Gradle in the build stage. After the code is successfully built, it is then tested for any bugs or errors. The most popular tool for automation testing is Selenium. Once the code has passed several manual and automated tests, we can say that it is ready for deployment and is sent to the operations team. The operations team now deploys the code to the working environment. The most prominent tools used to automate these phases are Ansible, Docker, and Kubernetes. After the deployment, the product is continuously monitored, and Nagios is one of the top tools used to automate this phase. The feedback received after this phase is sent back to the planning phase, and this is what forms the core of the DevOps lifecycle, that is, the integration phase. Jenkins is the tool that sends the code for building and testing. If the code passes the test, it is sent for deployment, and this is referred to as continuous integration. There are many tech giants and organizations that have opted for the DevOps approach. For example, Amazon, Netflix, Walmart, Facebook, and Adobe. Netflix introduced its online streaming service in 2007. In 2014, it was estimated that a downtime for about an hour would cost Netflix $200,000. However, now Netflix can cope with such issues. They opted for DevOps in the most fantastic way. Netflix developed a tool called the Simian Army that continuously created bugs in the environment without affecting the users. This chaos motivated the developers to build a system that does not fall apart when any such thing happens. So, on this note, here is a quiz for you. Match the DevOps tool with the phase it is used in. A. B. C. D. None of the above. Today, more and more companies lean towards automation, with the aim of reducing its delivery time and the gap between its development and operations teams. To attain all of these, there's just one gateway: DevOps. And if you're also looking forward to doing the same and excel in DevOps, check out Simplilearn's postgraduate program in DevOps, designed in collaboration with Caltech CTME. The program can help you master several in-demand DevOps skills and tools, like continuous integration and delivery, DevOps on cloud, Kubernetes, Docker, and much more.
Today, we're going to go through a complete end-to-end journey on what it takes to set up a DevOps team. We're going to go through what we need to be able to do to go to DevOps, what the arguments are and why you need to do DevOps. And then we'll actually go through all the individual tools you need to be able to successfully implement DevOps within your organization. In addition to that, we're also going to take time and go through each of those tools so you get a good understanding of a step-by-step instructions on how to do basic setup of each of those tools. So let's get started. So what was DevOps before? So what was the process that we took for doing delivery before DevOps? Well, it was a model called Waterfall, and Waterfall was a very traditional approach to actually building out solutions. And the reason why it's called Waterfall is that you break out all the individual requirements and individual sections of a project, and they cascade off each other. So if we look at the breakdown, we have requirements design, we have implementation, we have verification, we have maintenance, you'll have user acceptance testing. This is all based on the software development lifecycle model, or SDLC. And it's been around for quite some time and is still used by a lot of companies today. The challenge you had with the waterfall model is that it really is a very long, drawn out model for actually building and delivering solutions. So it took a very long time to actually write code and then deploy the code. It was very difficult to actually identify problems within the code and provide feedback to the development team on what to fix. And this really was a very time consuming. We're talking about months, sometimes years, for projects to actually go through a waterfall model process. So along came a new method of being able to do delivery, and it's called Agile. And the Agile approach is a way of being able to take the actual work that's done in a waterfall model and compress it down into small iterations. And what we would do is a fundamental change is that you would actually take teams that were disparate and as part of the individual cascades within a waterfall project, and you actually bring them together. So you have your requirements team person, design, developer, and release management team all together in one group working on an iteration. The great thing about Agile is that you took a process that was weeks or months or even years in length, as it was with Waterfall, and you reduce it down to 2 or 4 week sprints, depending on the cadence for your team. Typically, you have a 2-week sprint, and then the goal is that at the end of each sprint, or sometimes every other sprint, you would do a software release, and so that customers were getting the software much faster. The problem that we still ran into, though, with Agile is fundamentally similar to what we were having with Waterfall. You have your DevOps person working on code on their system, and it'd be working great on their computer, and then you have the operations person who's migrating the code from the developer's environment, the test environment, to the production environment, and you would run into issues where the code simply wasn't working. And there's a lot of reasons why that would happen. The actual developer environment would often be very different or would have different dependencies in it. So the hardware, the software, there may be additional applications that were installed on the operating system that simply hadn't been transferred over to the operations environment. And so what you would have is a disconnect between the developer environment and the operations environment, making it difficult to actually roll out code. So you'd run into a program where when you rolled out code, you'd have to have a rollback plan in case the code wouldn't work in production. And so each release became an event where everybody got very stressed about the actual event of releasing code because you didn't know whether it was going to work. So DevOps really looks to address and solve a lot of these problems. So the key word that you'll often hear with DevOps is continuous integration. And what that means is essentially that as a developer is working on their code is constantly being tested against not just the actual code itself with unit testing, but the environment with which it's going to be released in. And the goal from a DevOps model is that the breakdown of communication that happens with Waterfall and Agile, where developers and operations teams aren't working in the same environment, is being removed, and you're able to provide a continuous and contiguous environment between the developer and the actual operating model. So the reality is when the developer is working on their code, they're actually working in an environment that is identical to the production environment. And so when the actual operations person comes to actually do releases for the code, and you can see some teams are doing as many as 20 to even up to 50 releases to production environments every single day, you're able to guarantee that the actual code itself will work, and releases go from being a stressful event to a byproduct of good testing and good setup and structure for how you actually build out your solutions. So what we're seeing here, so the goal is that as a developer and as an operations person, that the code is working continuously in both environments. You have continuous integration and continuous delivery. So simply put, what we're able to do is we're able to eliminate the problem of the operation environment not being in sync with the development environment. And this is an improvement on Agile. And this is not to say that Waterfall or Agile are wrong as delivery models. What it is just a maturity of the ability to deliver solutions, and DevOps is just another rung in that maturity curve, using tools that are available to us now that 5-10 years ago simply weren't available. So the goal is for you as a team to move to a DevOps model where you can implement continuous releases on your software as long as you're using the tools that are available. And the good news is those tools are open source tools. So let's go through some of the benefits of why you'd want to go and use DevOps. So, essentially, what's in it for you? So over the next few slides, we're going to go through what is DevOps. We're going to go through the benefits of DevOps. So in the last few slides, you've actually seen, what is DevOps and the benefits of DevOps along with the lifecycle. But we're also going to start digging into the tools that you have that are useful for DevOps. And we're going to focus in on 7 tools that can provide an end-to-end infrastructure for delivering DevOps solutions. There are significantly more tools available on the market, but these are 7 of the most popular for each of their categories. So DevOps really is an essential collaboration between the development team and the operations team. These are teams that have in past been somewhat at conflict with each other, and what you have now is an opportunity where those teams can now work continuously with each other. The expectation with DevOps is that it will continue to mature. Indeed, you're actually even seeing some groups which are now called DevSecOps, where they're integrating security as part of the delivery between the development team and the operations team. The bottom line is a DevOps engineer is highly in demand. The demand for a DevOps engineer is literally going through the roof, with salaries going up exponentially around that. So let's dig into some of the benefits of DevOps. It's not just a new catchphrase, it's actually got significant value and how you can speed up delivery of your software. So the benefits of DevOps can really be broken up into a number of key areas. First of all, we have continuous delivery of software, which allows you to continuously release new features with the security and understanding that the software going out is of high quality. It allows the teams that are working on the software delivery within your organization to more effectively collaborate with each other so that you're all talking from the same page and understanding of what needs to be delivered. The deployment process itself moves from being an event where there's a lot of stress and there's a lot of contingency plans to being a much easier deployment. The efficiency within the actual code that you're writing and the ability to scale up using the different tools that are available allows you to be able to bring in and scale up and reduce the teams you have running the software as needed. Errors can be fixed much earlier and more quickly and can be caught before anything gets pushed out to the production environment. And fundamentally, what we're looking for is improving the security of the actual releases. So the actual concept of security is center to all the work you're doing. And then finally, what really allows you to reduce the number of errors is that there is much less manual intervention. There is a greater reliance on scripted environments that you can actually test and validate for their security, reliability, and uptime efficiency. So let's talk a little bit about the life cycle of a DevOps. So the very first step that you'll take is to actually build out a build and test environment. And this is a continuous build and test environment. And this is managed with the first step of your source code. Once you move through that, then you're looking at continuous integration, which means that every time somebody checks in their code, they're validating that the code actually can run in the production environment. Once you've actually then passed the continuous integration and the testing that you have with your code, you're looking at continuous deployment. If the code works and is available to be released into the production environment, let's go ahead and release it. And once you actually have release code, then you want to be able to validate that your environment is working efficiently. You may release code that is a new feature within your application, and customers may then gravitate immediately to that new feature. If they do, you want to be able to ensure that the code is working and, more importantly, that the infrastructure is there to support. And then finally, you're looking at software released as a continuous event. And then you go back to the beginning. You start working on more code. You run it through your build environment and continuous integration, deployment, continuous monitoring, and keep that cycle moving. So let's dig into the tools that you as a DevOps engineer would need to learn. If we break down the environment that we have, all the way from source code management to software release, there are a number of key tools that you want to be able to use. So for instance, source code management, Git is an open source tool that you would want to use for managing your code. The continuous build and test environment will be managed with Maven and Selenium. Integration with the environments that you're working on is managed through Jenkins. The actual deployment to your production environments would be managed with products such as Ansible and Docker. And then the monitoring of your network would be used with tools like Nagios. The thing that you have to remember with all these tools is that they're open source tools. There is no licensing that you have to purchase. Some of the tools will have pro level licensing that you can choose to select. But to get started, all of these are open source tools you can actually start using for free right now. So let's dig into Git. So let's look at the challenge that Git is able to address. So before Git, and if you had a team of developers that were working on different pieces of code, one of the key problems you have is that there was no collaboration between the team. And the challenge you have is that with version control, it was difficult and often required having to check into large environments, or you had very quasi version control environments. It was time consuming. Often there were problems that what would happen if the version control server would crash and there wasn't a backup, then you'd have to kind of essentially go back to square zero to see whether or not you actually had to do the work again. So let's look at what Git does to actually solve this. So first of all, one of the things that Git does is it makes team collaboration much easier. The software itself is more effectively documented and more effectively maintained. The actual code that actually gets worked on by each developer in a Git environment is the complete code. So it makes it much easier for backups and for sharing content amongst each developer. So the way in which Git is able to accomplish this is that it is essentially a distributed version control solution. And what that means is that when you have multiple developers, yes, you do have a Git remote hub that you connect and are able to upload and download different branches of the code that you're working on. But essentially, as a developer, when you actually have the code, you actually have all of the code, and you're able to manage it directly from your local PC or your local development machine without having to worry too much about the network or the server actually going down. So some of the key things in which Git is really good at, it is a software management tool. It's designed from the ground up to manage code development. It does track the changes on that code easily and effectively. It makes it easy for you as a developer to track your code. The ability for multiple developers to work together is much easier in comparison to other solutions. And this is really the key success point with Git, is that it allows for non-linear code development. So you can actually have people working on different areas of the code that may be released at different times because of what they're working on. So if we actually break down the architecture of Git, it really falls into 4 key areas of a working directory, a local staging area, a local repository, and a remote repository. So the process you would go through is you would add files to the staging area from your working directory, and this would be usually the git add command. And then from your staging area, when you're ready to actually then commit those files to a local repository, you would use the git commit command. And then from there, you would actually then push your local repository out to the remote repository for a final commit to the remote repository. And this allows then the rest of the team to pull down your latest final changes. So you can be working on your code locally, and you can be using your local staging area, local repository, and when you're ready to commit your work, you can commit it. And then as soon as it's committed, the rest of the team can then pull down the latest changes that you have worked on. And this allows for a complete and holistic checkout and check-in process. And then sometimes you want to be able to go through and then take the checked out code that you're pulling out and merge it with your local code. And the merge process always ensures that you are working on the latest and best version of the code, and everybody on the team is being consistent with the communication of the actual code that's being delivered. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to validate that we have Git running on our computer. We're going to then create a directory, add a file to that directory, make some changes to that file, and then use the commit commands to be able to check in the files and validate changes that have been made. So first thing we do is we're going to see if we have Git installed, and to do that you just use the command git version and what you'll git -- version, and they'll actually then give you the version number. And now we're going to create a new folder, so mkdir green, and that'll create a new folder, and we'll move our cursor into the green folder by changing the directory. And we can go back into Windows and we can validate that that directory is actually there. So here we go. Let's have a look. We should see it. There's the green folder. If I double click into that, you'll see there's nothing in the folder right now. So what we have to do is we actually have to add the folder as part of a Git project. And so we're going to use our Git init, and they'll actually initialize the folder and make it a Git repository. And so let's go ahead and create a file that'll actually go inside of that new initialized folder. And you'll see that there's a .git folder that's been added. So the new text file we're going to create is going to be called class, and it'll actually be class.txt. The extension is hidden by default. In the text file, we're just going to type in the text, welcome to Simplilearn, and save that. Now let's go ahead and check the status of that file in Git. So let's do git status, and you'll see that it says yes, there's a file there, but it hasn't been committed to the repository. That's why it's in red. So what we have to do now is commit the file to the repository, and it won't be able to track any changes that we do to that file. So let's go ahead and commit the file. So we do commit add class.txt, and they'll add that to the repository, and there we are, it's added. And the final step is we want to do is commit it, and let's do git. So let's do git commit -m, but in this will be our first commit, and this is the description, and so it actually shows us committing the file. It's the only item in the folder. So now we can go over to the file that we just created, and we can make some changes to it. So let's open up the file. So it says welcome to Simplilearn. Let's put in some text afterwards that says this is my demo, and we'll save that, close that. And now if we go back to Git, we can do a compare and contrast between the original file that we committed and the new updates that we've just done. And we can check the difference by using git diff, and what you'll see is the red text was the original text, and the green text is now the new text that's been added. And so that shows you how you can actually go and create a new Git repository, go through adding files, committing the files into the repository, and being able to see the different version controls. Let's move on to Maven. So why use Maven? So why use Maven? Well, let's look at some of the things that you would have done in the past if you actually building out the tasks. So let's break down what you would have done before using Maven if you were to create a game of football using Java. You would actually have to go out, and for your actual game, you would have to collect all of the different components needed within the Java environment to make sure that everything would work correctly. And if you made the slightest mistake, you wouldn't get the right output that you needed. The actual process of building and deploying a project really would take quite a lot of time. After Maven allows you to be able to take templates that are stored locally and be able to use those to be able to improve the efficiency of being able to build out your environment by removing dependencies within the application. It makes it a lot easier for you to be able to focus on just writing the code for your game or your solution rather than having to manage the environment within which that solution would be deployed. Now, the focus within Maven is that it is an automation tool, and it's used for projects that have a short period of time. So as you're starting on your environment for building out solutions, Maven is great to get started with. And then if you need to have longer term projects, then you can look at other alternative tools on the market. So 4 key areas that you want to focus on and why Maven can help you is that it does allow for efficient parallel builds to be run concurrently. It's really easy to use. You can get up and started with Maven very quickly. You do have fast access to new features and new configurations quickly within your environment, and the build process that will allow you to be able to visualize your code happens very quickly. The actual architecture of Maven is that the execution and commands are managed through what's known as a POM file. The POM file itself is a project object model, and it's an XML file that actually has the details for the project and the configuration for the build environment. POM file itself will then fetch dependencies from the local repository and will apply any plugins that you may have also included within your Maven environment. The goal is that your software is built much more controlled manner. So what we're going to do now is we're going to show you how to go through and run your very first project using Maven. The first steps you're going to have to do is make sure that you have the latest JDK installed on your computer. So we're going to go ahead and open up our web browser and get this installed on your computer. So we're going to type in JDK download into our Chrome web browser and go to the Oracle website, which allows us to download the JDK. And because we're running this on Windows, we're going to download the Windows version of the JDK. And once you have that installed, so the next step is to actually then go ahead and download the Maven files. So it's going to take us to the mavenapache.org website, where you can actually go ahead and download the version of Maven that you need for your operating system. We're going to go ahead and download the zip file instead of just an executable file. Now this will give you more control over how you install it onto your Windows PC. After the file has been downloaded, we want to go ahead and extract the entire file, so you have the unzipped folder running on your computer. So one of the things that we're going to have to do is go through and set a number of system variables for the JDK and for the path to your Maven files. And to do that, you want to go into your control panel and select the system security and then system settings, and then go into advanced system settings. This will give you access to the edit system variables setting that you're looking for. So we're going to go down to the path variable, and you'll see already that we have pasted in the link to the JDK right there underneath the variable value. If you've installed the JDK, it's likely that it's already installed this path for you correctly. The good news is it's actually fairly easy to install the path to Maven and to the JDK, because all you have to do is copy the path for where the folder is located on your system and just paste it into a variable value under the edit systems variable file system. And that should now get us all of the files, and we can see that we have our extracted folder already on our desktop there. And the system path is now set to where the Maven folder is located. So we also have to go into system protection and set the system path to your Maven folder. Now we have to go ahead and do a user variable that also links to the path of the Maven files. So what we're doing right now is we're just validating that all the files have been extracted correctly. They have, which is good. We can now go ahead and link to this Maven folder. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to move over to command prompt. So this is where we're going to do most of our work from here on out. First command we're going to do is mv. So we're going to go ahead and create a new user variable, and we're going to type in, we're going to call this one m2 dash, and then we'll put in the path to the Apache Maven folder. You should be able to use m2-home for your project, but if it's not, you can always use the variable name maven-home, and that will do exactly the same as m2. We're going to do both here just so we have a backup. So we're going to open up command prompt and we're going to see if Maven is installed. We do that by writing mvn-version. And here we are, yes. So now we're going to go ahead and create our first Maven project. And the first part of creating the Maven project is actually the directory in which we will store the files that will be used to create for our project. So we're just going to go ahead into the folder and we're going to create a new directory, and we're going to call this one, and we're going to call it Simplilearn. And we can just copy the path for that. So I'm going to write this the correct path for us. So we're going to change directory, cd, and copy the file location over. All All right, we are now moved ourselves over to the Simplilearn folder, and we'll be able to install the POM file, which is what all the instructions from Maven are stored in, into this area. So to do that, we're actually going to use a template that's already been created by Maven, and this is going to be the MVN archetype template. And so you just do MVN archetype :generate, and this will go ahead and create all the files for us. So there can be quite a few files, and they're all being downloaded from the Maven website. So it can take some time, but as you see, we've gone ahead and all the files have downloaded, and we have everything up and running correctly inside of our environment on command line and command prompt. So we'll have some values that we do have to set. The first one is group ID, and we're going to call this one com.mav. And then the next one is going to be artifact ID, and this is going to be mav-project, hit return. And then version is going to be 1.0-snapshot. We'll just put in the same value for this version, which will be 1.0-snapshot. And the package, we're going to call this one com.mav.demo. And then we'll select yes or Y to create the environment, and it will build the environment for us. And what we have now is we have this screen which shows everything is up and running for us. And we have a successful build. So let's go into the Maven folder and just see. There we have our Simplilearn folder. Let's open it up and see what's in there. So we double click into that directory. Yep, and there we are, starting to see some of our files. So it's the same project names there as mav-project. And then we have our POM file that's in there, which is fantastic. Under the source folder, we'll actually see the demo, and we have our app under the demo app. We have our test file as well. So in the main folder, we have a file that's called the POM file, and that really is the most important file that you need for your project. You'll now go in, you'll be able to set all your settings inside of that POM file. But that's it. That's what we have done here. Is we've gone through all the setup that allows you to make sure you have the right files running on your computer, the right files to download from the Maven website, how to install all of the files, the settings you need to make on your Windows computer, and then all the settings that need to be done in the command line to be able to run the application. And then from here, you can actually start running Maven. Now let's look at Selenium as we start looking at testing. So before Selenium, if you wanted to run testing, and particularly if you want to do sequential testing, it would take up a lot of time. You'd have to run one test, then a second test, and then all of the other tests, and the actual time elapsed would be quite significant. With Selenium, you're actually able to do parallel testing. So instead of looking at the amount of time it would take to actually run a test and run the test sequentially, the length of time to actually run your test is based on the length of the longest running test, of which in this example, the longest running test is 2 minutes. Now, one of the things that you'll notice with Selenium is that its focus is on web applications, and it is an open source tool, and it's really good at regression and functional testing of web applications. If you're doing a mobile application or if you're doing an IoT application, there are other tools you can use on the market as well. But if you are new to DevOps and you're setting up your first DevOps environment, Selenium is a great place to start, and web applications are mature and allow you to be able to test out and validate the concept of continuous testing in your environment. So 4 key takeaways for Selenium. It really is fast. I mean, fast execution, it's highly accurate, so you can always validate that what you're doing will work correctly, and feedback can be sent straight back to the developer if their code doesn't pass the test. It allows you to script in multiple languages. Again, this is a great way for you to test. The focus is on web applications, but you can test in multiple languages used for web applications. And most importantly, it allows for parallel test execution, which speeds up the whole test process significantly. If we're actually to break down the architecture of Selenium, what you'll find is the actual libraries that you can use for Selenium run in C#, Java, Python, JavaScript, PHP. These are the common languages used to build out web applications. The actual WebDriver itself is an API driver, which is fantastic because it makes it easier for you to integrate Selenium with applications through API. And you can run the solution through different web browsers, the most popular being Firefox, Chrome, and Edge. So to focus, the Selenium WebDriver codes are being used to build out the client libraries that make it to allow you to be able to build solutions across multiple web application environments. The WebDriver application interface is used to integrate with the application to make it easy for testing. The WebDriver service provides an immutable stateless environment that makes it very easy for you to be able to use protocols such as JSON to wire up your test environment. The driver manages the communication between the browsers and the wire protocol that's used for JSON within the web browser itself. And then the actual commands are then run through the web browser for you to be able to get your results. Okay, so before we actually get into the setup of Selenium, the first things we want to do is we want to make sure that we have the right version of Java installed. And so I'm just using the command window here. I'm going to type in Java, and actually what I can see now is I do have Java installed, which is fantastic. Otherwise, you'd have to go and download Java from Oracle's website. The next step is to validate that I have Eclipse installed, and I'm just typing Eclipse, and there we are. I have the Eclipse app installed. You can actually download Eclipse from the Eclipse website. The third step I want to check is to validate that I have a browser driver installed. So I'm using Google's Chrome for my main browser, but you can actually go out and download the Chromium driver, and that's the actual core engine that powers Chrome. Interesting enough, being used in the new Microsoft Edge web browser. So you can actually go and download the latest Chromium driver and install that. And then the final stage is to go to the Selenium website and download the jar files themselves. So just do a Google search on Selenium download, and here we have the seleniumhq.org website, and it takes us straight to the download page. And we want to download the latest version, and we've gone ahead and done that already. So we have everything running, and now the next step is for us to install all of this great content. Okay, so before we actually get into the setup of Selenium, the first things we want to do is we want to make sure that we have the right version of Java installed. And so I'm just using the command window here, and I'm going to type in Java, and actually what I can see now is I do have Java installed, which is fantastic. Otherwise, you'd have to go and download Java from Oracle's website. The next step is to validate that I have Eclipse installed, and I'm just typing Eclipse, and there we are. I have the Eclipse app installed. You can actually download Eclipse from the Eclipse website. The third step I want to check is to validate that I have a browser driver installed. So I'm using Google's Chrome for my main browser, but you can actually go out and download the Chromium driver, and that's the actual core engine that powers Chrome. Interesting enough, being used in the new Microsoft Edge web browser. So you can actually go and download the latest Chromium driver and install that. And then the final stage is to go to the Selenium website and download the jar files themselves. So just do a Google search on Selenium download. And here we have the seleniumhq.org website, and it takes us straight to the download page. And we want to download the latest version, and we've gone ahead and done that already. So we have everything running, and now the next step is for us to install all of this great content. So we're just going to go ahead and open up the Eclipse environment, and it always takes a moment to launch Eclipse. And we're going to go ahead and create a new project, and we're going to call our project XYZ. I think that should be fine. And this is just a test after all. And we're going to go ahead and create a new class file by right-clicking and select New Class. And we're going to go in here and we're going to give the class file a name of Simplilearn. And I don't see the Finish button being selected, so maybe we need to select some other options here. Oh, you know, I think it could be the package name. Yeah, let me go ahead and change the package name, and I'm going to change that to QWE. Yep, and the Finish button has now been highlighted. I can select that. I can go select that and select Finish. And we now have a test page that's up and running, but what we have to do is to validate that Selenium is actually part of the project. So to do that, we're going to go to the source, to the actual source XYZ file, and right click on it. And we want to validate that all the files are there correctly. And so we're going to see that we have the libraries are there. Yep, there's Selenium. If it's not there, you can select add external files and find the Selenium jar file, select open, and that would load that in there, and then you hit apply and close, and that would then apply it to your project. And now we can actually start writing the code part. So we're going to put this code in the public static void section. And the first command is going to be a system.setProperty, and we want to make sure that we're configuring the WebDriver for Chromium correctly. So we're going to do WebDriver .chrome driver, and then the argument is actually going to be the full path, full network path to the Chromium driver that you have on your PC. So let's see, we have Chromium here. We want to copy that path. And so paste that in. And then after we've pasted in the path, we have to make sure that we also put a link to the actual file that we want to execute, which in this case is chromedriver.exe. And then we want to make sure that the WebDriver is pointing to the new Chrome driver. And you'll notice that there's a couple of red colors on here, which means that we don't have all of the public classes imported correctly. So you can right click on that and select import the WebDriver and just select that real quick, and that adds the import correctly at the top of the page. And the same for Chrome driver. And that's just a very quick way when you're working in Eclipse to import additional files. So before we actually start our test, we want to make sure that we've actually cleared out any potential browser cookies that would be within the Chromium driver. So for that, we're actually going to go ahead and we're going to write a script that allows us to remove the cookies. So we want to do driver.manage and then delete all cookies. And the next line we're going to do is to actually have the web page that we're going to connect to open up in full screen mode. And for that to happen, we're going to go and actually use the window property, which is what I was writing before by mistake. And so this will allow us to go full screen. And now we need to pull in a web page. So we're going to get the get command. And what we're going to do is we're actually just going to pull in a web page from Amazon, which I just happen to have here. So I'm just going to go to the Amazon web page. And so I'm just going to copy the URL. Just need to copy HTTPS www.amazon.in or .com, wherever you're located. And so you can see that I've pulled in the Amazon web page, and then line 18 actually allows me to go and connect. So here we are, we have the Amazon web page that I'm pulling in. And then what I also want to do is I want to look for a specific ID in one of the elements. And so I have the driver, which is called find an element. And that allows me to look for any element that would be on the actual page. So here we have the HTML in the console screen, and I can actually then paste out an ID from the element that I want to use. So the find element is just the ID for each element, and most of them have them because they need it for JavaScript and CSS. So let's see, there's quite a few IDs, and we can select any of those. So what we have here is we have two tab search text box, and then what that actually does is that finds the ID for the text box used for searching, and then we're going to use the send key command, which allows us to actually pre-fill in the search box, and we're going to use the test of Puma shoes. This is a fixed string, but you could actually put a variable in here if you want to pull strings from a database or an XML file. And then the next line on line 19 shows how long we're actually going to run the actual script for the search, which is only 10 seconds. And then once the 10 seconds has elapsed, we'll actually quit the script, which actually closes the web browser and takes us back into our screen here. And let's test that, make sure it's working. And everything's looking good. The web browser opens, which is what we expect. It goes to Amazon, fantastic. It now actually goes to the search screen and should fill in the Puma shoes. There we go, Puma shoes. And waits 10 seconds and it closes. And that's exactly what we were expecting. Now you can actually change the unit of time that you would have for the actual test. So if you wanted to see what was happening, so longer than 10 seconds, you can actually change the actual time or the actual metric. And so in this instance, we got it as seconds and it's the unit of time, but you could do minutes or hours or microseconds. And you can change the keyword as well, so it could be jigsaws or anything that you wanted to check. But if you're actually building your own application, you want to be able to test your own data against your own application, that's where you put in that specific data. So let's look at the center, the heart of your DevOps environment, and that center is with Jenkins. So before Jenkins, developers would work on their code, and the code would then be checked into a source repository. You would then check for any issues, and then you would then send that code over to the operations team, and there would be a delay for actually delivering software. So the actual challenges developers had is that if they wanted to run any tests, they had to wait until their software was built, and there was a lot of problems in providing feedback, particularly if you had large teams working on software who actually had the error. The actual delivery of software was often delayed because of these key problems. So after Jenkins, what we actually have is the ability to be able to streamline this whole process. The build, test, and deploy happens continuously and are able to then notify developers and the actual specific developer of any errors that are detected, being able to speed up the delivery process much more efficiently. The focus of Jenkins is that it automates a continuous development, testing, and deployment environment. And it's open source. Jenkins is easy to install and configure. It's been around for many years now, and it is very mature. There are many plugins that you can use within Jenkins to be able to have the Jenkins product work with your environment. If there isn't a plugin, you can actually you can actually write your own plugins if a plugin doesn't exist. So you can actually continue and extend and invest in the Jenkins ecosystem, and it can be easily distributed across multiple machines. So let's break out the architecture of Jenkins. So Jenkins starts as a remote source code repository, and it then pulls out the code every time there is a commit from into the server master. The server master will then have a slave that will run on either Windows, Linux, or Mac OS to be able to distribute its load across those environments. And after it's actually gone through and run its test, it'll then send out a report. The goal of the report is to communicate back to the team what has passed and what has failed the actual check-in process. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and show you how to install Jenkins on your local PC. So the first thing you want to do is check that you have Java installed. So we're just going to go into our system and see whether or not we have the Java JDK installed. You can do that by going into System Properties, Setting Advanced, and then Environment Settings. And there we are. We have Java JDK installed. And you want to just double check on the system variables to make sure that you have the Java_home installed correctly as well. And we have that installed. And under path, also make sure you have a link to the Java JDK as well. So we have everything installed. And what we're going to do is we're going to open up a command window and just do a double check right there. So open up command window, and we're just going to check that we have Java installed. So we do Java-version, and we have a version number that comes back. If we didn't have Java installed, we wouldn't get a Java version number come back. We'd actually have an error. So everything looks good. So the next thing we want to do is to go to the Jenkins website and download the files. So we're going to go to jenkins.io, and that's the official Jenkins website. And if you want to download, you just go to jenkins.io/download, or you can just type into your search bar download Jenkins, and that will give you a link straight to the download page. And one of the things that you'll see is that there's lots of different versions for Jenkins, because Jenkins runs on pretty much most operating systems, including Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. But we want to select the Windows version. So we've already gone ahead and downloaded a zip file which contains all of the files that we need for Jenkins. And so that's the zip file, and we've expanded it. And what we want to do now is double click the installer file, and we'll go ahead and install that. So we've already installed this. So one of the things that we'll get is a message asking if we want to repair. You would actually get a install message because it'd be a fresh install for you. But once you've done that, it has all the files and all the settings correctly installed onto your Windows computer. And we do all of our commands for Jenkins through a web page that's run locally on your PC. And so you're going to type in localhost :8080, and when you do that, they'll actually take you to Jenkins running locally on your PC. And here we have our Jenkins dashboard. And we've already gone in and created some sample jobs, and you can see those listed on the on the right-hand side of the screen. So let's go through some of the things you would want to set up here. So first of all, let's go into the Manage Jenkins screen, and that will actually, so we'll go to the Manage Jenkins tab on the left-hand side to do some standard configuration settings. So we'll go into the configuration systems, and if you want to, if you're like remotely connecting to a remote Jenkins environment, you can actually install a JDK remotely on that machine if you want to. We already have the JDK environment already set up, so yeah, that's good here. So we don't need to do that. But you'll also see as you go through the list of applications that you have: Gradle, Ant, Maven, Docker, Git, and other tools that you would use in a DevOps environment. There are many other tools you can install through plugins as well. Let's have a look at one more setting here with the security. The default security is Jenkins' own user database. That probably is not allowed within your company due to security restrictions. So you can choose LDAP, which allows you to connect with your Active Directory configuration. Again, because there are so many plugins for Jenkins, there are plugins for SAML authentication as well as OAuth. So let's go ahead and start a new build job. And so we'll select a new item, and we're going to select demo 1 from that to create a new item. And we're going to use just a freestyle project because I just want to demo how you can actually create a build. Select OK. Description, gosh, what can we write here? We can put in Snippy demo. And we're not going to use source code for this one. We're going to do that in the next demo. But what we want to go down to is the job type. And we're going to, build, we can just do add for execute Windows batch command. And so let's just put in a very simple command. And so we're going to type in echo, open quotes, hello world. And then we'll put in the timestamp. So we'll put in date first and then time as part of our output. Close quotes. And we're going to save that. Also hit save. And that's our simple project. So what we want to do now is we want to actually go and select the build now command to actually run this project. Hit build now, and it'll take a couple of minutes for it to run. And here we are. This is our project, and we can actually now see the different builds that have happened. And if you look on the build history, you'll see the latest history shows when the build was executed. And if you click on that, you can actually start getting information such as the console output will actually provide information that we were asking for. So for instance, we have, first of all, we can see that the build was successful, and we see the output includes the hello all and date and time. So we're going to go ahead and create one more project where we can actually connect to a GitHub and use the Git command tool to be able to build a real project. So we're going to go ahead and create a new item, and we're going to call this one Jenkins. It's a freestyle project, and our description is demo using Git. So we're actually going to connect to GitHub. So to do that, we're going to go into Source Code Management tab, and we're going to select Git. And so we select that. We can actually now connect to GitHub. So to do that, you go to your GitHub account, and you want to go in and select the clone or download, and you get the URL link from there. So copy that, go back to Jenkins and add that in the repository URL. So you paste that in. And then for credentials, we want to add in Jenkins credentials. And so just make sure you have those selected correctly. And we've select add, and then we just pull those from the drop down. And let's not change any of the other settings. And then for the build, we're actually going to be building a Java application. So it's a slightly different set of build commands. So we want to type in Java C for compile, and then space, and the file name is simply.java. And then you want to put Java and space simply on a new line. Save that. Again, this is a really simple application, but it gives you the understanding of what you need to do here. And so we saved it, and let's now go ahead and see if everything's working. We'll do the build now and see what happens. And here's our first build. We select that. We can go to the console output for details, and what we can actually see if we scroll down is that the finished output at the very end says success, which means everything was built correctly. And so that's how you're able to connect Jenkins with a Git repository. And the thing that's great with working with Jenkins is that it connects to so many different systems and really does become the central point of your DevOps toolset. So let's start looking at the operations side of the DevOps environment, and let's focus in on Docker. So before Docker, the problem you had as a developer, if you were working on a virtual machine, the actual virtual machine was your VM, was a very complex piece of software. So first of all, VMs have not been around for very long. We're talking about less than 10 years. And the typical way of having a VM is that it's very heavy on usage on your computer. You essentially are running everything of the VM plus the tools to run the VM on your computer. With Docker, what you're able to control is the actual development environment you're working in. You don't have to be encumbered by all of the additional extraneous processing that a VM environment has. You're really stripped down to just the bare minimum that you need to have to run the environment using a containerized solution known as Docker. So Docker is essentially an OS level virtualization software. It is a maturity of the solutions that were started with virtual environments, and there are other solutions out there. Docker has become the de facto container solution that you can use for building out and guaranteeing that what the developer is building is going to be the same as what the operations team will use. So Docker itself is highly scalable and efficient. You can have many Docker environments running on a single piece of hardware. The boot up time is incredibly short. You can reuse the data volumes very, very easily. It's not complicated. And the actual applications are completely isolated. This is like a perfect sandbox environment. So let's dig through the architecture of Docker. So there are really two parts to Docker. There's the Docker engine and there's the Docker client. The Docker engine is comprised of the Docker CLI, which connects with the server daemon. The Docker client will then issue the commands to the Docker daemon. And then the Docker daemon will then interact with your system to be able to provide the tasks and tools needed for you to be able to build out your solution. The actual images that Docker uses are instructions for creating Docker containers. And the actual Docker container itself is a lightweight package that contains all the dependencies needed to run an application. Now, once you have created a container that is of value to your team, you want to be able to store that container so that other team members can use it. And this is where you would use a Docker registry to be able to host and distribute multiple Docker images. So in this video, we're going to go ahead and see how we can get Docker installed and running. So we're going to go ahead and open up our terminal window, and we want to validate whether or not Docker is installed. If you haven't installed Docker, you can actually go ahead and use the following command, and that is to enter in sudo apt install Docker, and that will go ahead and run the command to install Docker. I already have Docker installed on my system, so I'm not going to do that right now, so I'm just going to delete that out. But what I am going to do is check to see what Docker images I have installed on my system. And to do that, I'm going to type in sudo docker images. And when I run this will actually show how many images I have. And right now I don't have any images at all. So why don't we go ahead and install an image. There are two ways you can create an image for your Docker environment. One is to get one from Docker Hub, and the other is to create your own image. Let's go ahead and get one from Docker Hub. And so the command line that we'd want to write is sudo docker pull redis colon, and after the colon we're going to actually write the name of the actual file that we're going to be connecting to from Docker. So I'm going to go ahead and go to Docker Hub, and I've already logged in with my user ID and account. So I'm going to go to Docker Hub, and it's hub.docker.com is the website address, and I'm already logged in with my Simplilearn account. And what you can actually see is different repositories that I have already created below. But I'm going to click the Explore button, and I can see the Redis image, and these are all the different commands that I can actually use, all the different variations that I can create. So I can do 5.0, I can do a 32-bit version, I can do a 4.0 version or a 3.8 version, or if I select latest, that will allow me to just pull the latest version even if it's updated. So I'm going to go back to my command line and do latest, and what's going to happen now is that we're actually going to pull the files live over the internet and create the Docker image. So this is going to take just a few minutes. Of course, if your internet speed is faster, then this will happen a lot faster. And here we are. We have everything downloaded, which is great. And so let's just go and check and see if the image has been added to Docker. So we do sudo docker images, and now you can actually see that we have the latest Redis image, and it's given the default image ID, and there's the size of the Docker image, and the tag is latest, so it's the latest version of Redis. And I'm just checking to see if there's any other images running, and no, there isn't. So let's go ahead and now create a container. And so the command for that is sudo docker run -d -p 0.0.0. I think it's .80:80 space redis latest. And let's run that. Got an error message. Okay, now you know that it's a real demo. This is really live. So I'm just going to clear the screen, and let's write that in again. So sudo docker run -d -p, and it's 0.0.0.0:8080 redis.latest, and there we are. Everything's up and running. Awesome. So let's just go ahead and check that we actually have the image running in Docker. So sudo docker ps, and there you can see that we actually have the latest Redis version, and it was created 16 seconds ago. We have a new container ID for it, and there's our port that we've created. And let's see if we can view all the running containers. And sudo docker ps-a, and there we are. And we created that container 42 seconds ago. But one of the things you'll notice is the name for the Docker is created automatically by Docker. And here we have Stupefied Engelbarts is the name. Let's change that name to something that's more meaningful for the work that we're doing. So that's actually fairly easy to do, and it's going to be our final task here. So we're going to type sudo docker, and the command is rename, and we want to copy over the old name, and then we put in the old name, and then you do a space, and then you put in what you want the new name to be, in which case we're going to make it Simplilearn. We run that command. That's good. Now let's validate that everything has been changed. So we're going to do sudo docker ps-a, just ps. And there we are. Everything has been renamed. And that gets you started working with Docker. Now let's move on to Ansible. So before Ansible, the ability to be able to deploy software across a network was pretty hard. You couldn't guarantee that your web servers were all consistent and that the database environments were consistent. This was okay if you had a small environment, but once you actually start getting into more complex environments, it became very difficult to manage. Ansible is code that allows you to be able to consistently and reliably create and stand up the environments that you need to be able to store your code for production. So whether or not you require one server environment or you need 1,000 server environments, using tools like Ansible will allow you to be able to consistently deploy out environments that all look the same. So essentially, Ansible is a configuration management tool, and it allows you to be able to deploy automatically to a large variety of environments. The actual tool itself is a push-based configuration tool. It is an agentless tool, so there is no communication coming back about the health of the environment. We actually have tools that we'll cover later on in the video that cover that. Ansible does have a consistency of its product performance, so you know that if you're using Ansible that it's going to work. It's just a very consistent product, and it uses SSH for very secure connections. So it doesn't matter whether or not you have 1 or 1,000 pieces of hardware you're looking to configure, you can actually be rest assured that there will be no security infringement because of the use of SSH. And we look into the architecture of Ansible. It's a very simple architecture. There is the Ansible management node that has playbooks which contain the instructions that you would have for your environment, and that playbook is then pushed out to all the different nodes that contain the hardware that you wish to configure. The actual module collection is the configuration code itself. The playbooks are the instructions of that configuration, and then the inventory is the document of the different groups and the hardware within those groups that you would be pushing out to. So we're going to go ahead and install Ansible onto the system here, and we're actually running our environment in a Linux environment right now. So we have a master environment and a standard node, but we're actually going to go into our terminal window and we're going to do everything on the master node. So the first steps we want to do is actually go ahead and install Ansible, and we're going to do that by installing sudo yum install ansible-y. And this goes ahead and downloads all the files that we need and starts to run the installation. And let's go ahead and see if it's installed correctly. So we're going to type in vi etc/ansible/hosts, and there we see we actually have a default Ansible hosts already up and running, which is fantastic. And we want to grab this IP address, which is Ansible servers, and then the IP address with the password and root access. And the IP will be specific to your local client. So this is my client system. So if I type in my config, I'll actually see that the IP address matches up, and then you want to make sure that the IP address is correct for your environment. And so this is essentially a node in the Ansible environment, and this is the IP address and the password for that node so we can access correctly. So we're going to hit colon at the bottom of the screen and take ourselves actually into Ansible. And what we're going to do now is create a playbook to be able to run a sample script. So we're going to call it vi sample.yml. And here we have a sample playbook. We have the name, we have the host, we have the root user, and we have the task. And in the task, you actually see that we're looking to create a virtual web page with the content of welcome, so that we can actually see that the web page is loading. And all of this is written with a very basic XML format called YML, which stands for yet another markup language. But it's very flexible and it's very easy to learn. So let's see if we can go ahead and actually run this playbook so you can actually see it in action. And so we're going to type in Ansible-playbook sample.yml, and this will run the sample YML script -- syntax -check. Now we type in Ansible-playbook sample.yml. So I had some issues there, so I'm going to try that again. And let's go in and write the command again. So Ansible-playbook sample.yml syntax-check, and then run the actual playbook itself. And let's see if it works. Yes, everything's working. And it'll take a moment for everything to initialize. And now what we want to be able to do is go back to our web browser and see whether or not we were able to create that default web page with the word welcome in it. Because that was the command that we created in our playbook. And there we are. There's the word welcome, exactly as we planned. And we can go back and we can review the playbook that we created just to validate that. So let's go back into screen here, and let's go in and look at the YAML page, and there we are. We see that the word welcome is there, exactly as we expected. Now let's step into our final area, which is network monitoring using a tool called Nagios. So before you had Nagios, sometimes you didn't know whether or not your network was working. In fact, the worst case scenario know was when your customers called up and said, hey, your website's not working. The challenges you had is that you didn't know how the usage of the server was being managed. You didn't know whether you were up to 80% usage, utilization on that server, or if you were at 50%. It was difficult to get that information easily. With Nagios, you're able to set up email notifications and other notifications that allow you to stay ahead of issues that you would have within your environment. So with this example, if you're looking for memory utilization, you can receive a notification telling you that your memory is almost full on a particular server and that you should be setting up a new server. In this instance, use Ansible to set up another server. So again, as with the other tools that we've been covering, Nagios is an open source tool, and it's specifically for monitoring systems, servers, and networks within your infrastructure. Very easy to use. It has comprehensive monitoring tools that you can set and control. It is highly available, and it is designed specifically at problem remediation. You want to set it up so that it is the eyes and ears of your network without you having to constantly monitor your network. So the way that Nagios works is that it's just constantly checking out your environment. So the Nagios server is constantly checking the status of your systems. It then is able to create visualization tools of that data, so you can actually then make quick responses. Or you can even send out alerts, such as an email alert or a push notification alert. In this video, we're going to take you through the steps that you need to follow if you want to set up Nagios and the dashboard Nagios provides to help monitor your network. So the first thing you want to do is go to nagios.com, and you can either download the application, or you can actually do what we're going to do here, is actually just log into the actual application running on the Nagios website. So for that, you want to go to nagios.na.demos.nagios.com, and you can use the administration or normal user access IDs that Nagios provides. And we've gone ahead and we've actually pre-filled in our ID with Nagios admin and Nagios admin for the user ID and password. Of course, you wouldn't do that in normal real life. So that brings us into the Nagios dashboard. And what you're going to notice is that there are three distinct areas that you should want to focus on. You have the fixed sources, which is all your actual physical hardware that you're monitoring. You have alert summary and abnormal behavior. So let's go check out the fixed sources. And so we have two default fixed sources here, and one in Chicago, one in Tulsa. And you can go ahead and set up additional sources, but what you'll see is that this provides a quick dashboard of the activity in the last 30 minutes, the amount of usage on the disk. You can go ahead and to the behavior tab, and you can modify how you're monitoring and updating the actual source itself. And then the data from these reports will be from these sources will actually be then used in reports, queries, and alerts that you'll use. So we're going to go back to the board, and here you are. Here's the two fixed sources. So let's look at alert summary. We're going to expand that out. And the alert summary provides just an overview of the alerts that are being managed. The alerts that you see here are the default alerts that have been created as part of the test environment. It's very easy to create alerts. And in this instance, you can see that the Chicago source is being used to manage the alert. What you can do is when you're actually setting up your own sources, you'll see that the alert will then point specifically to the source that it's pulling the data from. So in the PowerPoint, in the presentation that we just went through, you actually see how Nagios actually is the center of collecting all the information, but it's actually pulling the information from the different networks and environments that you have, and then it stores that data locally to be able to create the visualizations and the alerts. And we have here just a quick overview of an alert here inside of the summary, which actually shows green, which shows that the alert is actually good. Now, there are three different types of colors. There's green, yellow, and red, but as you can see, we have no critical alerts right now. And you'll see the same thing happening in abnormal behavior as well, where it actually goes ahead and shows you the different colors that are available. The thing that's great is that as soon as a warning status is created, then it allows you to trigger an email notification that gets sent out to you and has information in the email which you can then action. So the alerts are very important, and the alerts again are pulling the information from the fixed sources. So the abnormal behavior is just going to zero in and show any specific abnormal behavior that would be happening with your fixed sources. And so in this instance, it's around bandwidth, and everything is green, so everything's looking good. So we're going to the source tab, and we're going to look at the bandwidth graph, and this is a more detailed visualization of the bandwidth that's happening through the Chicago fixed source. Again, you can create your own fixed sources, and you'll be able to see the actual usage, such as the bandwidth graph for that fixed source on this screen. And at the bottom of the screen, we have just kind of the most popular information that most network engineers are looking to assess on how a network is being used. So we can go ahead and we can select reports, and we can actually come in and we can either create our own custom report, or you can use one of the many saved reports that are already there. If you're new to Nagios, use the saved reports, because you'll be able to get in and get the great visualization tools that Nagios provides very quickly, and be able to then action the information visually from what you're looking at. These reports are absolutely fantastic, and they're also really good to send to other team members that would have an interest in understanding the network usage and the different areas that you're managing. Now, if you want to get really specific on the type of data that you want in the report, you can actually go in and create a query, and the query can be customized to really however you want it to work. The points of view are very specific insights into different data points that interact, and they're very easy to create. A lot of them have been created, as you can see on the screen already, and as you can see on the left hand side, there's an edit button that allows you to edit and modify those points of view very quickly. Now we're going to go ahead and create one right now, and we're just going to put one in. We're going to put the limiter for an IP address. We're going to change the data lifetime. We can either do hours, days, or weeks. We do 24 hours, that's fine. So we'll just go ahead and we'll see what we have on the screen, and as you can see, there are just a lot already created. Select one, we'll edit the FTP, and we'll see what the data lifetime for that is, and it all looks good. So a query will show all of the saved queries you've created, but you can actually go in and modify a query very easy. You can go in and create a query and really essentially ask it to pull any kind of information that you would be looking at analyzing that has been captured by Nagios. And there's a dictionary you can use that Nagios has on their website that allows you to get better access and understanding the querying constructs you can put together. The alerts, in my opinion, are the most important part, because these are the actual actions that interact with the data sources and will trigger alerts that get sent to you. So if we go back to the presentation again, you can see that we're analyzing a lot of data, but it's the data that gets sent to you as an alert that allows you to immediately understand why you need to be able to go in and check out your network. And this is why you're really using Nagios, because you need to have those alerts. And so what we're going to do here is we're going through the steps you'd use to create an alert, and we're just going to do an alert here that is going to be on analyzing bytes of traffic. And the final step is to actually go ahead and save the alert and really put in what the alert notification model method is going to be. The default is to use an email, which is great, but you can use a Nagios alert or SMP, a simple network protocol alert, or just use a command. Email is definitely the easiest one to use, and so getting started, I would recommend you use email. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to create one. We're going to do one on workflow, and we're going to set up the way in which we're going to manage this. So the threshold is going to be 34 bytes with a critical threshold of 50 bytes, which is very small. I expect an alert to be triggered because of this. And we're just going to use the default emails to send out. And you'll see by default that the new alert is now impending. And the reason why we have it impending is that it's just there to be reviewed by the system to make sure it meets all the standards. I don't think that'd be a problem. And I'm just looking at some of the other different commands we have here. So if we go back, and we can get alerts from other Nagios networks. We connect to different networks right from this configuration screen. Same thing with the SMP receiver. We can use simple network management protocol to connect to other receivers. And the command tab allows us to create scripts that can be triggered from alerts that get created. So you may want to have something that triggers a rebuild of a network environment, which would allow you to authenticate through other systems. Now, of course, there are other things that you can set up in the Nagios dashboard. So, things like information on your profile, defaults here, such as language and your username. You have the same thing for a system administrator, where you can actually go in and set defaults for the sysadmin. There's LDAP AD integration for SAML authentication. Go back to the main dashboard. If we scroll down, you'll actually see that we have an alert has been approved. That's the alert that we created before, and it's now saying critical because more than 50 bytes of information have been sent over our test network in the fixed source of Chicago. Surprise, surprise, 50 bytes is very easy to do. So it's good to see that the system is working correctly. And this is how our Nagios environment works. And from here, the next step is for you to be able to set up and configure Nagios to run with your infrastructure.
Machine learning's major purpose is to train models and anticipate outcomes that may be used by applications. Scripts are used in Azure Machine Learning to train models using machine learning frameworks that enable us to quickly operationalize diverse machine learning jobs and iterative processes while leveraging Microsoft Azure's massive computational power. But knowing this much is not enough, and therefore here we are. So hello everyone, welcome to this new video of Simplilearn on Azure Machine Learning. In this video, we'll go through Azure Machine Learning in detail, including its capabilities, the Azure ecosystem that supports machine learning, and the various ways we train and build models, starting with what is Azure Machine Learning, followed by who is machine learning for. Then we will look into its infrastructure, readiness, and security. Then we will dive into machine learning project workflow. Following that, we will understand MLOps, DevOps for machine learning. And at last, we will explore the Azure Machine Learning Studio. After that, we will have a demo too. So without doing any further delay, let's start with the video. So what is Azure Machine Learning? Azure Machine Learning is a cloud solution that helps you speed up and manage your machine learning projects. It can be used by machine learning specialists, data scientists, and engineers in their daily workflows. Models are trained and deployed, and MLOps are managed. You can use an open source platform like PyTorch, TensorFlow, or scikit-learn to build a model, or use one created in Azure Machine Learning. Model monitoring, retraining, and redeployment are all made easier using these tools. But this brings us to a question that who exactly machine learning is for? So individuals and teams deploying MLOps inside their company can use Azure Machine Learning to move machine learning models into production in a safe and auditable environment. Data scientists and machine learning experts will find tools to help them speed up and automate their daily tasks. Tools for embedding models into applications or services will be available to application developers. Platform developers will find a strong set of tools for constructing advanced ML technology underpinned by resilient Azure Resource Manager APIs. Now that we know the basics of Azure ML, let's have a look at its infrastructure, readiness, and security. So Azure Machine Learning is an Azure cloud platform that adds security to machine learning projects. So integrations for security include the following: network security groups in Azure Virtual Networks. Azure Key Vault is a vault where you may store security secrets like storage, account, access details, and set up an Azure Container Registry behind a VNet. So now let's dive down deep and explore its project workflow. Models are usually created as a part of project with a specific goal and objective. Multiple people are usually involved in these projects. Iterative development is used while experimenting with data, algorithms, and models. Now coming to the project life cycle, while the project lifespan will differ depending on the project, it will typically look like this. A workspace organizes a project and facilitates collaboration among multiple users who are all working toward the same goal. Users in a workspace may easily share the result of their experiments through the studio user interface, or they can use versioned assets for jobs like environments and storage references. So users' work can be automated in a machine learning pipeline and activated on a timetable or HTTPs request when a project is ready for operation. Therefore, models can be deployed to the managed inferencing solution in real time or batch, abstracting away the infrastructure management that is traditionally necessary for model deployment. Now let's proceed further and understand the concept of MLOps, that is DevOps for machine learning. MLOps or DevOps for machine learning is a process for generating models for production use. If not reproducible, the lifetime of a model from training to deployment must be auditable. MLOps or machine learning operations is based on DevOps principles and methods to improve workflow efficiency. Continuous integration, delivery, and deployment, for example. These ideas are applied to the machine learning process by MLOps with the purpose of experimentation and model deployment can be done more quickly, and quality assurance and end-to-end lineage tracking are more efficient ways to put models into production. Now, let's explore what is Azure ML Studio. So Azure Machine Learning Studio is an online service that includes low-code and no-code alternatives for project development and asset management in Azure Machine Learning. Basically, it is a workspace where you can create, build, train the machine learning models. For an inclusive data science platform, the studio integrates no-code and code-first experience. So now that we have covered all the important concepts of Azure Machine Learning, let's have a demo for a better understanding of how machine learning is used in Azure. So let's start with a demo. First, you need to browse the link studio.azureml.net, and here you need to log in with your Azure account. So once you have logged in, you will be led to a new window. This is the new window. Here you can see a few options. So let's start and see one by one what these options are. So the first one is projects. Basically, this gives you a list of all the experiments that you have already worked on. So here you can see we haven't worked on any experiment yet. Then comes experiment. Experiments are all the programs and codes that you have worked on to create it or deploy a model that you have just created for an experiment. So as I said, we haven't created any experiment yet, so the list is null over here. When you click on samples, you can see a few sample experiments provided to you by Azure portal by default. And following that, we have web services. So we all know, since Azure is a cloud computing platform, so all the data gathered from our experiments needs to be uploaded to the cloud. So web services gives you a list of all the experiments that you have in the cloud, so you can access them from anywhere. So when you create an experiment and work on it, when you add it to the cloud, that data is stored here. So then comes data sets. It gives you all the data sets you have in your Azure portal. When you click on the samples option, again you can see all the data sets provided to you by default in your Azure portal. Then comes train models. So while working on an experiment, you will come across a point where you need to train your model. So basically, this gives you a list of all the models that you have trained in your experiments or Azure programs. And in the last comes settings. Any changes that you want to make to your workspace is done under settings. Here you can see this is your workspace name, workspace description, which is by default, and all the details is provided here only. So whatever changes you want to make to your workspace, you will be doing this over here. So now let's start with a demo. So down below you can see the add or new option here. So click on it, and then you can see there are a few templates provided to you by Azure itself. So we'll click on blank experiment. Once you click on the blank experiments, you'll be guided to a new experiment window. So this is the new window, and this window is divided into 3 parts. These are the components where you will plan your model. This is the canvas to design your model, and then the properties of the model. In the components section, you can see samples already present there. So you can select any one of them according to your requirement. So here when I'm typing samples, I'll work on airport codes datasets. So I just need to drag this option over here. But before starting with our experiment, let's change the name. So here I'm changing it to airport codes demo model. So now you can see the name of the experiment is changed. Now when you click on it and select visualize, just a second, you can see the number of rows and columns provided to it, the data which is required for its dataset to be created and for its model to be created. So the 4 columns are airport ID, city, state and name. Now we will move towards the part where we define the field we need to make our predictions for. So type columns in the search bar. Under manipulation section, you can see there are multiple options provided to you. So here we will select columns and data sets, as we are working on data sets. Now connect your data set with this option. So you can see a red alert over here. So when you click on it, you can see it is asking for values in your data set. So to add values, click on the launch column selector under properties section. So once you click on it, here you need to select all the options needed for your required values. So for my experiment model, I need all these data sets. So I'll add all of these and then click on the save option. So let me just add these. So now I have saved all the values I need in my data set. So now you can see the alert is gone. So now we have the data sets that we want to work on. So let's look for an appropriate algorithm for it. So while looking into the classification algorithm, we know that so here you can see it under classification model, we have these options. So we know that our target value is divided into 2 classifications. So the algorithm we will be using is a 2 class. So we will be using 2 class booster decision tree because it calculates the accuracy for every node, and once the calculated accuracy is more than our required accuracy, then only it moves to the next node. So basically this gives you a prediction value close to the accurate value of the model. So we will just drag this option over here. So now the next step we have is to train our model. So we just need to type train over here and select train model option. Yeah. So just drag it to the canvas. Now connect the two booster decision tree to the train model. Now you can again see the red alert for required data, as it doesn't have any data to work on. So our next step is to split the data. So we'll type split and drag the split data option on our canvas. As you can see, this is also saying it needs an input port data set. So we'll connect our data set with it so that it is provided with the data. So when you click on it, you can see it is asking for a split percentage. So you split the data into training and testing, where 80% goes to training and 20% to testing. So we will mention 0.08 over here, and so now we will just connect the 80% data to the train model. As we said, the 80% goes for training. But you can still see the alert in the train model because it is not aware of the column it needs to train on. So we will click on launch column selector. Now you just need to select all the columns you need to work on. So I'm selecting the airport ID number. Now you can see once I save it that the alert is gone. Now our next step is to find the score of our model. So let's type score in our search bar and drag the score model over here. Let me just reduce the size of the canvas. Yeah. So we will just connect our train model to the score model. So again you will see the red alert as it doesn't know the data it needs to test on. So for that we will connect the remaining testing data in the split data option to the score model. Now you can see the alert option is gone. Now coming to the final step, that is evaluation of the model. So let's type evaluation. And here you can see the evaluate model option. You just need to drag it to the canvas. Yeah. So let's connect it with our score model. Now your model for the airport code dataset is complete. So this is the whole model. Now you need to save the model and then click on run option. So here I've saved it and you can see it's running. You can see the model running and going through every node. As you can see the green mark as it's verifying through every node. So once it's done, click on evaluate model and then click on visualize. Now you can see the accuracy is 98. Here you can see the accuracy is 98, which is almost the prediction value. Now you can see the positive and negative labels as well. So this whole data is known as confusion matrix. Now for the values close to the positive label, it gives me the number of true predictions. That the number of data I'll provide, it shows that 72 predictions will be right and 1 will be wrong. Now let's go back and run this model over the web. So by clicking on Setup Web Service, we will click on Predictive Web Service. Now we will just connect web service input to the score model. So that once the program is uploaded to the cloud, it is directly connected to the score model and gives us the output. So now you need to save this and run. This will execute the entire model. Now all we are left with is deploying the model. Now we just need to click on deploy web service. So then you will see you will be taken to a new window. Here you can see the response page where it's showing the test option. You need to click on it. So here you can see a new window has popped up. So you just need to mention the details. Like for city I am mentioning Bangalore. For state I am mentioning Karnataka. And name of the airport is Kempagoda. International Airport. And I just need to save this data. So now down below you can see it gives me predictive values, and this is the airport ID for my mentioned details. So the accuracy of this ID will be 0.98, which is 98%, which is almost accurate to the 100%. So this was our experiment, and this is how we can use ML in Azure.
I would like to welcome you to this Azure interview preparation session. Knowing Azure is one thing, having worked on Azure is another thing, and being able to answer interview questions in Azure is a totally different thing. Although one helps the other, it's still different skills. And our aim through this video is to prepare you with common product and scenario-based interview questions. So why wait? Let's get started. A common cloud interview question is, what's the difference between SaaS, PaaS, and IaaS? We all know that a software as a service is thin client model of software provisioning, where client in this case usually is simply a web browser providing the point of access to softwares running on the servers. Now SaaS is the most familiar form of cloud service for customers. SaaS moves the task of managing software and its deployment to third-party services, meaning the vendor actually gets to manage all that. So SaaS is software as a service involving applications being consumed and used by organizations. So it's generally using an application, and usually organizations pay for their use of this particular application. Now, some examples of SaaS would include Office 365. Salesforce is another very good example of SaaS, and a lot of Google apps and storage solutions like Box and Dropbox are a very good example of software as a service. Talking about platform as a service, or PaaS, it actually functions at the lower level than SaaS. Now, typically it provides a platform on which software can be developed and deployed. Now, here we develop the software, we deploy the software. Now, PaaS actually provides an abstract of much of the work dealing with servers and giving client an environment in which the operating system and the server software and the hardwares and the network are managed and taken care. In other words, with a platform as a service, all the things that I've mentioned, like the servers, the server software, the hardware, everything is managed by the provider, and we can focus on business side of the scalability, and we can focus on application development of our product or the service. So in short, platform as a service is a service that enables developers to build and work with applications without even having to worry about the infrastructure or management of the underlying hosting environments. And some examples of PaaS in Azure is SQL and Azure Storage. Talking about infrastructure as a service, IaaS, now this is moving down the stack even further. Now we get to the fundamental building block of the cloud service, which is infrastructure as a service, IaaS. Now IaaS is fully of highly automated, scalable computer resources. IaaS is full of storage. IaaS is full of the network capability. That's what IaaS is. Now IaaS clients have direct access to the servers and storage, just as they would to do traditional servers. But in this case, it's going to be in the cloud. In this case, it's going to be more scalable. So IaaS is very similar to what you would do in your on-premises physical data center. But when we talk about IaaS, we get to do everything, but it's stored in the cloud. So if we need to build a definition around IaaS or infrastructure as a service provides users with components. It provides components. It does not give us a built environment. It simply provides a component such as operating system, networking capabilities, and a lot more. Now this is a paid for based on the usage and can be used to host applications. In other words, this is pay as you go type. The more you use, the more you pay. The less you use, the less you pay. And some of the examples of IaaS in Azure is virtual machine. That's a great example for IaaS, and VNets for networking. That's another good example for IaaS in Azure. Another common question in Azure interview is, what are the instant types offered by Azure? The main intention of this question is, how well have you understood the different offerings in Azure, and how well are you trained to pick the right offering for the right service? Now, one size does not fit all, and there are a lot of services in Azure that under the carpet it does the same thing, but depending on how different your requirement is, we'll have to pick the appropriate service. So this question, what are the different instant types offered by Azure, it's to test how well have you used the product and services available in Azure, and how well have you applied them for the given requirement. You shouldn't be provisioning more, you shouldn't be provisioning less at the same time. So it's kind of matching the right service to the right requirement. So what are the instant types offered by Azure? As you see in the list, we have general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, GPU virtual machines, and high performance compute virtual machines. Now, answering just the names won't be enough in an interview. You'll have to go further and explain why and in what scenario you would use general purpose, and what are the use cases, what type of servers is a good fit for general purpose, and what type is a good fit for compute optimized, so on and so forth. And that's exactly what we're going to do now. So the general purpose VMs they provide a balanced CPU to memory ratio, and it's very good for testing, very good for a development environment, very good for small and medium databases, and also for low to medium traffic web servers. And some of the use cases are, like we said, test servers, low traffic web servers, small to medium databases, some enterprise grade applications. It's also good for relational database. It's also good for servers used for in-memory caching. It's also good for some small analytic database, very good for microservices. And if you're trying to build a proof of concept for an idea that you just have or just parked, this is another good server for doing proof of concepts, because you're not going to send actual traffic to it. I just want to show that your idea works. So general purpose server is a very good use case for those scenarios. And the largest instance size we can get in general purpose is standard D64 v3. Which comes with 256 gigabit of memory and 1600 gigabit of SSD temporary storage. On the other hand, compute optimized VMs have a high CPU to memory ratio and are very good for medium traffic web servers, very good for batch processing servers, very good for application servers. Now, because it's compute optimized and compute means a CPU, it's an excellent choice for workloads that demand faster CPU but does not need as much memory or temporary storage virtual CPU. Some of the workloads that run very well on compute optimized are analytic workloads, gaming servers require more CPU, they run really well. Batch processing are some of the applications that can be placed in compute optimized, and by doing that we get the actual benefit of the compute optimized instance. And the largest instance size, or the largest instance size type, is standard F72's V2, and here we get 144 gigabit of memory and 576 gigabit of SSD temporary storage in compute optimized VMs. In the same lines, memory optimized VM, they offer high memory to CPU ratio, and that are great for databases. Databases require more memory, so it's a great fit for a database, and it's a great fit for medium to large scale caches, applications that require in-memory analytics. So this memory optimized, memory is more, so it's very good for in-memory analytics applications. And the largest instance size we get here is standard M128M, and look at the gigabit of memory. It's 3892 gigabit of memory, and look at the temporary storage. It's 1400 gigabit of temporary storage. On the same lines, storage optimized. Now I guess I don't have to explain to you what storage optimized is used for. You might have easily guessed looking at the flow. Yes, storage optimized VM offer high disk throughput and IO and are very ideal for big data, SQL, NoSQL databases, data warehousing servers, large transactional databases, and a lot more. And some of the examples of the applications that can be launched on storage optimized are Cassandra, MongoDB, Cloudera, Redis. These are some familiar applications that can get benefited when we run them on storage optimized. And one difference between storage optimized and the other servers are they are generally optimized to use the local disk on the node attached directly to the VM rather than using an durable disk, which is actually a remote disk space. Now what does this allow? This allows for greater input outputs per second, or throughput for the workload. So that's what we get. A greater throughput, a greater input outputs per second is what we get when we use storage optimized. And the largest instance size available in storage optimized is standard L32S, and the memory is 256 gigabit. And look at the temporary storage. It's 5630 gigabit of temporary storage. GPU type VMs, easy to guess. GPU optimized VMs are specialized virtual machines available with multiple GPUs attached to them. Now these sizes are designed for, or these VMs are designed for compute intensive, graphic intensive visualization workloads that require a lot of graphical processing unit attached to it. So in short, These are virtual machines that specialize in heavy graphic rendering and video editing. It also helps with model training and interferencing with a standard ND24RS, which has 448 gigabit of memory and 2948 gigabit of temporary storage. And the last but not the least, but the best, is high performance compute or Azure H series virtual machines. Now, they are the latest in high performance computing VMs and are aimed to handle workloads like batch processing, analytic, molecular modeling, and fluid dynamics. A lot of complicated applications in this VM. And this is the fastest and powerful CPU virtual machine with optional high throughput interfaces. And the largest instance size that's available is a standard L32S, which comes with 224 gigabit of memory and 2000 gigabit of SSD temporary storage. And a third common question is, what are the deployment environments offered by Azure? There are two main deployment environments. One is the staging environment and the other one is the production environment. Now, in staging environment, let's talk about staging first. So when you're deploying your web app or web app on Linux, you can deploy them to a separate slot instead of the default production slot when running them in standard premium or isolated app service plan tiers. Now, the deployment slots are actually live app with their own host name. And at a later point, the staging environment can be swapped with the production environment. So why do we need a staging environment? What are the benefit of it? So the benefit of deploying our application to a non-production or staging environment, it provides a platform to validate changes to our application before it can be made live in the production environment. And in the staging environment, the app can be identified using the Azure's global unique identifier, also called as the GUID URL. And it's very similar to the production URL, except that it has a custom name in front of it that identifies it as the staging environment. And for production environment, this is the live production environment that's serving customers' requests, that's serving the customer content. Now, it can be slightly different from the staging environment in a way that the URL that's used to identify the production environment, that's more of an DNS friendly name, like the name of the actual service.cloudapp.net. That way it differs. In case of staging environment, you have a custom name right before it, so the custom name and then the cloudapp.net, but in this case you get the direct service name as the name of the URL. So this is live production environment which receives and handles and serves customer traffic. Another commonly asked question in Azure is what are the advantages of scaling in Azure? The actual thought behind the question is to see how much have you understood scaling, how much have you seen and how much have you applied the scaling effect in the production environment and have received benefits in return. So let's talk about it. Advantages of scaling in Azure. Some of the advantages are we get the maximum application performance. Now, auto scaling is a built-in feature for the cloud services, be it AWS, Azure, Google, and a couple of other cloud service providers. It's a built-in feature for a cloud service. A cloud service should be auto scalable. And that includes mobile services, virtual machines, and when we run our applications on mobile services or virtual machines, the website actually gets the best performance during the change in the demand. Again, different applications might require different performance needs. For example, for some apps, the performance is measured based on memory. And another good example is the fluctuating demand. For example, you could have a web app that handles millions of requests during the day and literally nothing at the night. And auto-scaling this environment, any of these environment will automatically scale or fatten your environment so to receive all the incoming traffic, and during lean period it actually gets slimmer and slimmer so to help you with the cost. So it actually maximizes the performance. That's what auto scaling does. And like we said, auto scaling scales up and scales down based on demand. It not only scales up but also scales down so to help you with the cost. And if you know the particular pattern in which the application is going to receive traffic, then we can very well go ahead and schedule scaling to our application, or schedule scaling that infrastructure based on time. If we already know that Monday to Friday, that's the traffic that I would get, and it's a constant one. It's not a public facing, but it's an internal application. So I know all the 500 users or the 1,000 or the 5,000 users who will be using it. So at any given point, it's just 5,000 users. It's not going to go beyond that. And during Saturday and Sunday, literally nobody's going to be in office. So no load at all. So in that case, I pretty much know how the pattern is going to be. I can go for scheduled scaling if I know the pattern. And auto scaling, like I said, not only helps with keeping the application highly available, it also helps with the cost effectiveness of our infrastructure. So anytime there's a VM or a group of VMs running on less CPU, auto scaling is going to actually get the environment slimmer and slimmer, so we're not unnecessarily running any resources and paying for it. If you're being interviewed for the infra side in Azure, this is another common question that gets asked. How are Windows Active Directory and Azure Active Directory different? Let's talk about the Windows Active Directory first. The non-cloud Windows Active Directory the service was released along with Windows 2000 Server Edition, and this Active Directory is essentially a database that helps organizations to organize the users, organize the computers, and a lot more. It provides authentication and authorization to the applications. Not only to the applications, but also to file servers, to printers, and a lot of other on-premises resources. That's what the basic non-cloud Active Directory does. On the other hand, the Azure Active Directory is not designed to manage web-based services. The Azure Active Directory, on the other hand, was designed to support web-based services that use REST API interfaces for Office 365, Salesforce.com, etc. Unlike the plain Active Directory, this uses a completely different protocol. So protocol-wise, it's different, and the services that it supports is quite different. Now, besides that, it also has a couple of other differences as well. And let's look at them. So the actual Active Directory, or the Windows Actual Directory, is a directory service that facilitates working with interconnected, complex, and different network resources in a very unified manner. On the other hand, Azure Active Directory is Microsoft's multi-tenant, cloud-based directory and identity management service. And the Windows Active Directory has 5 layers to store data, to store user details, and to issue the management certifications. On the other hand, Azure Active Directory integrates or compresses the 5 layers into just 2 layers. Here, Windows Active Directory works with on-premises servers like applications, file servers, and printers, etc. On the other hand, Azure Active Directory, it works on web-based services that use RESTful interfaces. If you're being hired for the development environment or for the cloud DevOps support environment, or even for the production support environment, you might find yourself being asked this question: what are the types of queues offered by Azure? Now, Azure supports 2 types of queue mechanisms, the storage queue and the service bus queue. Let's talk about storage queue first. Now, the storage queue, which are part of Azure storage infrastructure, it provides a simple REST-based interface, simple REST-based get, put, and peek interface. It provides reliable, persistent messaging within and between the services. It follows the pub-sub model, or a pub-sub messaging infrastructure, and it's best suited for users that need to store more than 80 gigabyte of messages in the queue. It can provide logs for all the transactions executed against the user's queue. So that's what we get with storage queue. And on the other hand, service bus queue, the service bus queues are built on top of broader messaging infrastructure, and they are designed to integrate applications and applications component that can span multiple communication protocols. So that way it differs. So this is good for applications and components that may span multiple communication protocols and even totally different network environments. So in short, these service buses, or the service bus queues in Azure, are part of Azure's messaging infrastructure, and they integrate applications or application components that can actually span multiple different protocols and multiple different network environments. It also provides an first in first out style for delivery, and the user's queue size has to remain under 80 gigabit. Another familiar question is, what are the advantages of Azure Resource Manager? Now, the Resource Manager helps us to manage the usage of the application resources. This question is actually to test how well have you tested, how well have you used Resource Manager and have gotten the benefit of it. This question actually tests how easy it has become after the introduction of Resource Manager compared to when doing deployments or when provisioning resources without the Resource Manager. So let's get into the answers for the question. What are the advantages of Azure Resource Manager? In short, Resource Manager is called ARM. So the ARM helps deploy, manage and monitor all the resources for an application, a solution or a group. So all the interconnected application, all the interconnected services can be monitored as group using Resource Manager. And users can be granted to access to resources that they require within a Resource Manager. So in an account, I can have like 10 different resources created by a Resource Manager or a resource group created by Resource Managers, and I can allow, deny connection to those services or only to those services based on whether the user should be accessing one and not accessing the other. So that way it becomes easy to give access to a group of application. It helps in getting billing details for the group of resources. Now, which group is using more, which group is using less, and which group has contributed more to this month's bill, stuff like that. So those details can be obtained using Azure Resource Manager. And provisioning resources is made much easier with the help of this Resource Manager. Another question is, how has integrating hybrid cloud been useful for Azure? Well, with the use of hybrid cloud, we get the best of both the worlds. So what's hybrid cloud? It's nothing but combining the public cloud and the private cloud and allowing data and applications to be shared between them. So whenever the compute or the processing demand fluctuates, hybrid cloud computing gives businesses the ability to seamlessly scale their on-premises infrastructure in the public cloud and handle any kind of overflow in the requirement or overflow in handling the application. So it really helps. It boosts the productivity of our on-premises application. So with the hybrid cloud, we get a greater efficiency with combination of Azure services, DevOps processes and tools for the application running in on-premises. And by having a hybrid cloud environment, users can take advantage of a constantly updated Azure service and other AWS marketplace applications for their on-premises environment. And the other benefit is with hybrid cloud environment, we can simply deploy applications regardless of its locations. In case of on-premises, we'll have to worry about the location, but when we expand our on-premises environment in the cloud, we can pick any of the locations and simply deploy it in them. And this enables the applications to be created at a greater speed. What's federating in Azure SQL? Now this question is very specific about SQL. How can we scale the SQL database? Now this is a very good question or a valid question or an important question in the interview, because many customers or companies have not been able to meet the user demand because they could not scale out the databases. The theory of scaling out or adding servers to accommodate the increased workloads and traffic is not hard to understand, but the implications can be very complicated. The implications can be very expensive. We're well aware of scaling the web service, that's very common, but how do we scale the database? So Microsoft provides the tools and technologies so we can scale out the database in the cloud, and that's what is called SQL or federation in Azure SQL. So the way we scale out the SQL database is by sharding the database. So sharding actually enables users to take advantages of the resources in the cloud. Not only that, it allows users to have their own database or a shared database amongst each other. Because we're creating a highly available database, because we're having shards in a database, it actually reduces the possibility of a single point of failure for our database. And more importantly, because we're sharding, because we're using federation in Azure SQL, it provides a cost-effective scaling of our databases by using cloud resources or by using billing only for the cloud resources that we have used. So no pre-provisioning, no over-provisioning. It provisions the right amount and we pay the right amount. Let's talk about this one. What are the different types of storage offered by Azure? Now, the different types of storage offered by Azure are, as you already know, and as you can see, they are Azure blob storages, table storages, file storage, and queue storage. So let's expand one after the other. Now, blob storage are nothing but a massive scalable object storage, and that's very good for storing text and binary data. And Azure Blob Storage is Microsoft's object storage solution for the cloud. Now, blob storage is optimized for storing massive amount of unstructured data that can be in form of text or in form of binary data. So in short, blob storage enables users to store unstructured data, and those data can be in the format of pictures, music, video files, and a lot more. And it stores them along with their metadata. And another advantage or another feature benefit that we get from blob storage is when an object is changed, it is verified to ensure it is of the latest version, number one. And number two, it provides maximum flexibility to optimize the user's storage needs. And this unstructured data is available to customers through an URL or an REST-based object storage. So they are the benefits that come along with the blob storage. Table storage, on the other hand, is a NoSQL store for schema-less storage of secured data. Now, this Azure Table Storage is a service that stores structured NoSQL data in the cloud. And because this table is schema-less, it's very easy to save your data. It's very easy to adapt your data as the need for your application grows. And this table storage is very fast and cost-effective for many type of applications. So some of the type of data that we can store is table storage is good for flexible databases like user data for web applications, address book storage, device information storage, and if you want to store metadata, this is a very good use case to store them in Azure Table Storage. Azure Files is another storage. Here it's a managed file share for cloud or on-premises deployment. So file storage provides file sharing capabilities accessible by the server messaging block protocol, and this can be accessed from the cloud and this can be accessed from on-premises as well. Here in file storage, the data is protected by SMB 3.0 and HTTPS protocols. And the more important thing is Azure takes care of managing hardware and the operating system deployments for Azure file storage. So this additional file storage can be used when we want to burst the storage capacity in on-premises. So on-premises, the primary, and cloud is the secondary or the extended on-premises storage. So it actually improves the on-premises performance and capabilities for our on-premises data center. And then we have queues, Azure Queues. It's a messaging store for reliable messaging between the application components. We spoke a little about this in the previous question. So the Azure Queue Storage is a service for storing a large amount of messages that can be accessed from anywhere in the world via HTTP or HTTPS protocol. In here, a single message can be up to 64 kilobits in size, and in a queue we can have millions of messages, and the limit can actually go up if we have not reached the limit of the storage account. So it's millions and millions of requests that can be stored in the storage queue or the queue storage. So the queue storage, in short, provides message queuing for large workloads, and it enables users to build flexible applications and separate the functions one from another, so one failing doesn't affect the other application which is running healthy. And this queue storage, it ensures the application is scalable and less prone to individual component failures because they are decoupled, separate now. It also helps in monitoring the queue, which ensures the customer's demands are met. So queue is a great place to monitor, or a great component to monitor, so we understand how much peak have we reached for a particular application, service, or a container. What is text analysis API in Azure Machine Learning? Now, text analysis is actually an cloud-based analytics API, and it provides an advanced natural language processing over the raw text. And it has got 4 main functions, like the sentiment analysis and the key phrase analysis, language deduction, and a few other things. Now, what do you mean by sentiment analysis? Now, sentiment analysis is from the logs, from the comments, from the text comments that we receive, do an analysis and find out whether that's a positive or a negative statement. Now, if it is the API returns an sentiment score between 0 and 1, and 1 is positive and 0 is negative. And then in text analysis, we have a key phrase extraction, which is it will automatically extract the key phrase to quickly identify the main points in that key phrase. For example, if you're analyzing a text which says the food was delicious and there were wonderful stuff, then the API returns the main talking points of that phrase, like food. Food is the main talking point, and wonderful stuffs, that was a main talking point. So that's another feature that this text analysis has. And then we have language deduction in text analysis, right? Irrespective of what you paste, it can try to gauge and try to align it to the 120 or up to 120 languages that it supports. So I can simply take text from the internet and I can paste it, and text analysis software is going to identify the language and then can run phrase and sentiment analysis on those texts. Right. So in short, text analysis is an API, a set of web services that can be used for text analysis. It can be used to analyze unstructured statement, sentiment analysis, key phrase extraction, and a lot more. And the results are generally between 0 and 1 being positive and 0 being the negative sentiment. There is no much training, or in other words, this is not as complicated as a couple of other text analysis softwares are available in the market. We can simply paste, we can simply upload the text, and we can call the service and it runs a sentiment analysis on it all by itself. Let's look at this question. What are the advantages of Azure Queue Storage? If you're going to work in a development environment, if you're going to work in an environment that embraces DevOps, this could be a question. What are the advantages of Azure Queue Storage? Now, Azure Queue Storage is built to flexibly operate the applications and separate the functions between the applications that run large workloads. So when we design applications for scale, these applications can be decoupled so that they can scale independently. You know, a thing happening on an application is not dependent on another application, and anything happens to a section of the application will not affect the other application because they are now decoupled and connected through the queue storage. So the queue storage gives us asynchronous message queuing for communication between the applications, irrespective of whether they are running in the cloud or whether they are running in desktop or whether they are running on premises or on mobile devices. So in short, this queue storage enables message queuing for large workloads in a simple and cost-effective and a durable manner. Talking about the advantages is it provides rich client libraries for Java, Android, C++, PHP, Ruby, and a lot other services getting added during every new release from Azure. And the main advantage again is it enables users to build flexible apps and separate the functions for bigger or greater durability. Again, introduction of queues into our application, it ensures our users' applications are scalable and less prone to individual component failures, meaning one component failing is not going to take the whole application down. Right? If one component fails, it's just that component that fails. The rest are healthy and the rest are going to function. It also helps us to monitor the queues and ensure the servers aren't overwhelmed by sudden traffic bursts. So how much do I have in the queue kind of determines the traffic for my application. And if the queue is more, I can always go and auto scale my environment, and the queue is less, I can always go and shrink or make my environment thinner so it can save cost. And anytime there is more data in the queue, I can auto scale, monitor the metric and do auto scaling based on that metric. So the environment knows that there are more data coming in. I need to expand myself to handle that much amount of data. This is a very common question. What are the two kinds of Azure Web Service roles? Now, a service role is a set of managed and load balanced virtual machines that work to perform some task. And based on what it's going to run on top of it, is it going to run a web service or is it going to run a worker service, defines what kind of roles that gets attached or that goes on this virtual machines. So we have two types, web role and worker roles. The web role is a cloud service role that's configured to run web applications developed on programming languages, technologies. And majorly they support IIS, Internet Information Service, and they support ASP.NET, PHP, Windows Communication Foundation, and so on. So that's web roles. And these web roles, it automatically deploys and hosts application through the user's IIS, Internet Information Service. On the other hand, worker roles are roles that runs applications and service level tasks which generally do not require IIS. So IIS is actually the differentiating factor. So in worker roles, IIS is not installed by default. The worker roles are mainly used to perform supporting background process along with web roles and do tasks automatically compressing or uploading the images, running scripts, and or doing some changes in the database, getting new messages from the queue and processing, and a lot more. You know, the work, the applications, or the work that does not require IIS. That's what this worker role does. Again, the main difference between the web role and the worker role is that the web role automatically deploys and hosts your application through IIS, whereas the worker role does not use IIS and runs our application as standalone. This is another classic question. What is Azure Service Fabric? So Azure Service Fabric is actually a distributed system platform that makes it easy to pack, deploy, and manage scalable and reliable microservices and containers. Now, Service Fabric also addresses some of the significant challenges in developing and managing cloud-native applications. And the problem that it addresses and fixes is, now developers and administrators can avoid complex infrastructure problems and focus on implementing mission-critical and demanding workloads that can be scaled and that can be managed through the console or from the single place. In short, Service Fabric provides a platform that makes the process of developing microservices and managing application lifecycle a lot easier. And the advantages of Service Fabric is that now we can produce application with faster time to market because all the worry about the infrastructure is taken away from us. We don't have to design an infrastructure. All that we need to worry about is simply the application and the application lifecycle. Again, the advantage is it supports Windows, it supports Linux. Not only that, it supports servers on premises and in the cloud. With Service Fabric, we can scale up our environment to even 1,000 machines in just a single command. Or if there is an immediate need for 1,000 machines, I can immediately scale them up to 1,000 machines. That's possible with Service Fabric. Now let's look at this question. You can expect this question if the customer is running hybrid environment, meaning having some of the applications in on-premises and running some of the applications from the cloud. And for some reason, when classifying the application that goes to the cloud and that stays on-premises, they have decided to keep the database in-house. So in that environment, a lot of customers do that. So in that environment, this is a classic and a scenario-based question. A client wants the front end of their application to be hosted on Azure in the cloud and wants the database to be hosted in on-premises for security reasons or to have full control on their databases. How do we go about suggesting a solution for this customer? The ideal solution in this scenario is to use the VNet-based point-to-site VPN solution. So all the front-end applications will be in the cloud and they'll be hosted in a VNet, and from the VNet they'll be connecting to the database through an point-to-site VPN. So the traffic and the writings and the reads are not coming through the internet but through a point-to-site VPN link that's connecting the Azure VNet and the on-premises environment. And this model or this approach or this solution is best suited for scenarios where there are only a limited number of resources that needs to be connected between on-premises and the cloud. This is a very common question. What's Azure Traffic Manager? Of course, we no more running applications on a single server. We no more running applications on or from a single environment. Right? The same application is being run from multiple environments within Azure, and it can be running from Azure and on-premise as well. So multiple environments between Azure and on-premises. And a lot of customers have such environment. And if you're facing an interview with such customer, this could be an ideal question. What is Azure Traffic Manager? Now, the Azure Traffic Manager is a DNS-based traffic load balancer that actually enables us to distribute traffic between services across Azure global regions. And by doing this, it provides a good availability and a good responsiveness to the application. And this traffic manager, it uses DNS to direct client requests to the most appropriate service endpoint based on the traffic routing logic and the health of the endpoints that it maintains. So in short, this traffic manager is a load balancer that enables users to provide high availability and responsiveness by distributing traffic in an optimal manner across the Azure when we run the same application in different regions. So some of the advantages or some of the use cases of using Azure Traffic Manager is it provides multiple automatic failover options. It also helps with reduced downtime. It also helps with the distribution of user traffic across multiple locations. So one location is not overloaded. And then it helps with users knowing from where our customers are getting connected from. That's another big use case with Azure Traffic Manager. Let's look at this question. Right, this is an ideal question. Now there are a group of servers connected together within an virtual network, and now we need to move them or create a separation between them. How do you go about achieving it? So the question goes like this. You need to isolate network traffic among VMs in a subnet, which is part of a virtual network with little downtime and impact on the user. So that's the given scenario. And the best way we can do it is create a new virtual network and move all the VMs in that subnet to the new virtual network. Now, this feature is not possible with a lot of other cloud service providers like AWS and a lot of other providers. Now, in those environments, we might need to shut down, we might need to stop the VM, create a new VM based on the image, and it's an hefty process. But here in Azure, I can simply move the VMs from one subnet to another virtual network without needing for any additional security like the network security group. I can simply isolate them if I need to by creating a simple new virtual network and moving the servers to the new virtual network. Look at this one. This is another common question. With respect to Azure, what is public, private, and hybrid cloud? So this is really to test how well have you understood the different cloud offerings in the market, public, private, and hybrid, or at least the three basic offerings in the market, public, private, and hybrid cloud. Now, the public cloud is the most common way of deploying cloud computing applications, and it has resources like servers, storage, and are owned and operated by third-party cloud service providers like Microsoft Azure. Microsoft Azure is a very good example of public cloud. So here, every component that the user is using is running only on Azure. That's public cloud. Right, let me talk to you about some of the advantages of public cloud. Some of the advantages is low cost because there's no need to purchase hardware or software, and we pay only for the services that we use in public cloud. And there is literally no maintenance because the service provider maintains the environment for us. And with public cloud, we have nearly unlimited scalability, meaning we can get resources on demand and can meet our business requirements on demand. And the public clouds are very highly reliable because they have a vast network of servers and they ensure that our application does not fail. So there are some advantages of public cloud. Let's talk about private cloud. Now, private cloud consists of compute resources used extensively by one business or one organization. Now, this private cloud can be physically located at our organization's on-site data center, or it can be hosted by a third-party service provider. Whichever the case, the private cloud services and infrastructure are always maintained on a private network, and they're maintained on hardware and software that are dedicated solely for one organization or solely for your organization. So in short, private cloud in Azure is Azure services being run within an on-premises data center or on-premises data center used by the user to host systems or applications. And some of the advantages is it gives more security. Resources are not shared with others, so a higher level of control and security over our resource and application is possible. And then we have hybrid cloud. Now, hybrid cloud is the best of both worlds. So it combines the features of both public and private cloud. And some of the user components are being run on Azure and others within on-premises data center. So they kind of share the resources. In other words, they kind of share the application. Half of the application would be running in on-premises and half of them would be in the cloud, and they would be working in harmony to support the application and the business need. So that's hybrid cloud. This is another good example question that wants to test how well you pick services or how well have you understood Azure products and services and are picking the right service for the need. So the question would go like this: what kind of storage is best suited to handle unstructured data? There are a lot of storage options available, and the requirement here is which one would you choose for unstructured data? The answer for that question is blob storage, because blob storage is designed to support unstructured data. It works in this way. It places the data into different tiers based on how often they are accessed. Different tier means different performance. Different performance means different cost associated with it. So a lot of add-on advantages will we get when we use blob storage for unstructured data. In addition to it, any type of unstructured data can be stored in blob storage. This is not true with a couple of other storage options that we have in Azure. Only with blob storage we can store any type of unstructured data. And the data integrity is maintained every time an object is changed in the blob storage. And the best part is the blob storage helps increase applications performance and reduces the bandwidth consumption for that application. So they are the benefits that we get for blob storage, and blob storage are the ones that are well suited for unstructured data, and that's what your answer should be. It's really an 5-step process, and if we have done some basic labs with Azure, you can easily answer this question. So it's a 5-step process. First step is to log into the Azure. The second one is to create an resource or a resource manager. And within the resource manager, you would be selecting the resource. And then pick the operating system. Do you want Windows or Linux? And within Windows, what's the flavor you want? Or within Linux, what's the flavor you want? So decide on it. And then entering the relevant information like the name of the instance or the VM that we're going to launch, and the password, the URL that goes with it, and a couple of other relevant information that gets itself attached with the VM. And then select the size of the virtual machine. Different size, different types available for the kind of application and for the intensity of the application that will be running on top of it. So select the size of the virtual machine, review everything, whether they're good or not. If there are any changes required, go back and edit them, and then come back and launch, and your VM is there for you to start working within like 3 or 4 minutes, not even 5 minutes. Within 3 or 4 minutes, it gets ready and you can start working on it. So it's a quick and it's a 5-step process, and you should be able to answer it easily if you have done a few labs in Azure. Let's now look at some scenario-based question. You've been posed with a scenario. So we thought through it and we picked some common scenario-based questions that are being asked in an interview, and I thought we'll present it for you with the answers, with explanation, so you can get benefited through it. So let's look at this question. You're asked to make sure your virtual machines are able to communicate securely with each other to ensure security or to have good amount of security. What would you do? And the correct and the best answer for this would be using virtual network in Azure, which enables us to communicate with the internet securely, which enables us to communicate with the on-premises data center in a secure fashion. So the advantage of using virtual network is users can create their own private network, users can pick their own private IP ranges, users can create their own subnet, users can create their own routing between those two subnets. A lot more goes into that virtual network. So it's very customizable. And the users are provided with an isolated and highly secure environment for applications. It's completely isolated from other customers. It's completely isolated from other applications that are running in other virtual network that we own. So within our account, we can have multiple virtual networks, and one application running on a virtual machine is completely isolated from other applications running on other virtual machines. And of course, all traffic stays within the Azure network, Azure virtual machine, or within the Azure network, depending on how you set up the routing. If you have set up a routing to go or reach the internet, it's going to go, otherwise it's going to stay within Azure. If you have set up routing to reach on premises, then it's going to go and reach on premises, otherwise it's not going to go and reach on premises. It's going to stay within the Azure. And it also allows users to design their own network, like we already discussed, picking up IPs, picking routing, picking subnets, how many servers should be present in that particular subnet, or how many servers should that subnet accommodate, the size of the subnet, the IP ranges, the NATing, the masking of IPs, creating of VPN, all that's possible with the virtual network. So it really allows users to design their own network, and using virtual machine is how we secure applications in the cloud. Let's look at this other scenario. How do you ensure that every time a user logs in, they are not asked to re-enter the password as part of authentication? So you really don't want your users to re-enter the password every time they log in to a different application. Well, all the applications have their authentication mechanism in place. All of them wants to authenticate the user before they log in. Ensuring the user does not log in every time does not mean that wiping away all the authentication and authorization that's present in that application. You still need that in place, but how do you make the user hassle-free so they're not asked to re-enter the password or the same password again and again? Let's look at the options available. The first one is to enable Microsoft account authentication. Well, it's not going to fix, because with that the user will still need to re-enter the username and password. Deploy Express Route. It's not going to fix either, because Express Route is a network level service that connects on premises to the cloud. So that has got nothing to do with prompting or not prompting for password. And then we have set up VPN between on-premises data center and Azure, set up AD domain controller in VM, and implement integrated Windows authentication. Well, you can use the same username and password for on-premises and the cloud, but this setup, the VPN and the AD controller setup, it's not going to stop you asking for repeated passwords. So this is all about using the same password in on-premises and in the cloud, and this has got nothing to do with not prompting the user to re-enter the password. All right, so that's same password is different from not prompting the user to re-enter the password. They are two different scenarios, so that is also out of the equation. And the last one is configure AD sync to use single sign-on. That's the right one. So when we configure the AD to use single sign-on, then it's not going to ask for the username and password every time we access an application, because we have logged in, and that login is going to stay active for like 24 hours or so, depending on how you configure it. And within that time, you can access a lot of other applications, and it's not going to ask for the username and password, because you already have a single signed on and you have signed in using the right credentials. Let's look at this one. You need to ensure that virtual machines remain available while migrating to Azure. What would be the appropriate service to use? Right, let's look at the options. Traffic Manager. Traffic Manager is literally an DNS service. And then let's look at the other one, Update Domains. It again has to do with Traffic Manager, updating the URL. So the Traffic Manager gets updated and then starts sending requests to that particular URL. It's going to take some downtime, because when we update the URL, they will have to be populated to all different places, and it takes time. So within that time, any user trying to access, it's going to fail. And then we have Express Route and Cloud Services. Express Route could be in fact, it's the right answer, because Express Route, it's an extension of our on-premises and cloud environment. And in this question, it really comes out from a customer who's having an hybrid environment. So they have applications running in on-premises, they have applications running in the cloud, and they want to have a way to migrate applications from on-premises to the cloud. In other words, kind of do a cutover between on-premises and the cloud. And this express route is a service that connects between on-premises and the cloud. So when you do the cutover, the traffic is now sent to the cloud instead of being handled in on-premises. In fact, the services and the application is getting shut down in on-premises. So the request will come in the same pattern. Instead of they being handled in on-premises, they are now routed to the cloud using express route, and the API calls get addressed or the queries gets answered in the cloud through the express route service. Look at this question. You are an administrator for a website called WebGame, and you are required to validate and deploy changes made to your website by your development team with minimum downtime. So the real question is, how do you validate the deployment changes that's made by the development team? Let's look at the options. Create a new linked resource, create a staging environment for the site, enable remote debugging on the website, and then create a new website. Well, why would you want to create a new website? Just to validate the changes. And doing a remote debugging is not going to help, because debugging only captures logs of the changes happening. It does not do anything with validating the changes. Create a staging environment could be or is the right answer, because when we have staging environments, anything that we run on production can be run on staging environment, and any failures that would happen in production, if we simply run it in production, can be captured when we run the application in the staging environment. So that way, staging environment is a very helpful and useful service, and that way I can catch any errors. In other words, I can validate the changes that were done by my development team before I move it to production, and that reduces the downtime in the production environment. Look at this one last question that we have for you. It's a standard tier application is used across the world and uses Azure Website Standard Tier. It uses large amount of image files, so you can get it. This could be an e-commerce website which has a lot of pictures in it, and this is causing the application to load slow. How can we handle this situation? Let's look at the options given. Configure blob storage with custom domain. Well, this application has pictures, but only the pictures is not all that the application has, right? So configuring blob storage might not help. This could be an very interactive website, and that can't be run from blob storage. Let's look at the other options. Configure Azure website auto scaling to increase instances at high loads. Now, it's the picture that's causing issues for the website. It's not the CPU, or it's not the memory unavailable, memory not enough, that's causing the application to be slow. So we need to identify what's causing the application to be slow. So it's not the CPU, it's not the memory. So configure Azure for auto scaling is not going to help. And then what are the other options? Let's see. Configure Azure CDN to cache all responses from the application's web endpoint. A CDN could be the right answer, but look at that. It says a CDN to cache all responses from the application's web endpoint. CDN is not designed for that. Though it can do it, that's not the best way to use CDN to capture all responses from the application's web endpoint. The proper design for CDN would be to cache the frequently used ones. In other words, cache the static content, which are photos, videos, logos, and pictures, and a lot more. Static content that never changes. Let's look at the last option. Configure Azure CDN to cache site images and content stored in Azure blob storage. Absolutely correct. So here we will have to redesign the application to store the pictures, high quality, lazy loading or slow loading pictures, because of the high quality and the bigger size. So store them in CDN, and then the content, let it be stored in Azure blob storage. That's the right way of designing the application, and if we do it, this application is going to run faster, or the application is going to respond faster to the users.
And with that, we have reached the end of this session on Azure Developer Full Course for Beginners. Should you need any assistance or any other resources used in this session like PPT, project documentation, GitHub links, doubt clarification and others, then please let us know in the comment section below, and a team of experts will be happy to help you as soon as possible. Until next time, thank you and keep learning. Stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.